Fang Leng, by a twist of fate, acquired a Marvel Universe pass, transporting him to another realm. To his astonishment, he found himself in the Marvel world, a domain inhabited by Iron Man, Spider-Man, Captain America, Thor, Wolverine, and many others. Chapter 1. Crossing into the Marvel Universe. The wind howled, occasionally lifting the scattered papers strewn across the ground. At the Cheetong Academy's career fair, the ground was littered with resumes as the attendees had nearly all departed. Yet, one figure wandered among the papers. Sigh, what a disappointment. Nothing suits me, Fang Leng murmured, clutching a few copies of his resume, his face etched with a blend of frustration and dissatisfaction. Indeed, after over a decade of education, he found himself with a degree in philosophy, a field he held little passion for. Having neglected to obtain relevant qualifications, he faced relentless rejections in his job search. Employers always desired something he lacked. It was a headache, truly. The current generation of youth, despite their relentless efforts for a brighter future, often find themselves in a state of stagnation. Young individuals like Fang Leng, disheartened and thwarted, could be counted in astronomical numbers. However, he had managed to submit his resume to a couple of companies at the fair, though whether he would be hired remained uncertain. Fang Leng lightly thumped his chest with his fist, still feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, having submitted his applications, he resolved to await interview notifications in the coming days. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to head home, but decided to linger a while, hoping to ease the frustration of his recent job-hunting woes. He thought to find a place to sit for a moment. Scanning the vicinity, he spotted a public bench, painted in brown, about 100 meters away. After wandering through the recruitment fair for quite some time, he felt it was time to take a break. Without hesitation, he made his way to the bench. Upon reaching the bench, he noted the pleasant greenery surrounding him, offering a chance to unwind amidst the trees. He casually tossed his resumes onto the seat, but as he was about to sit down, he suddenly froze. Rubbing his eyes, he realized that where he intended to sit, a striking, crimson metallic card had mysteriously appeared. He wasn't imagining things an instant. This peculiar card had manifested before him. How absurd! Fang Leng muttered to himself as he picked up the gleaming red metal card. Etched upon it were the words, Marvel Universe Pass. What is this? He wondered, feeling a wave of astonishment wash over him as the term Marvel sparked a flicker of familiarity. Yet even more bizarre occurrences were about to unfold. As if drawn by the card in his hand, an extraordinary whirlwind erupted around Fang Leng, lifting him off the ground. My heavens, what is happening? He exclaimed, his body slipping from his control as he felt himself spiraling into a tempest reminiscent of a black hole. In a state of panic, he cried out, overwhelmed by a sensation of transformation coursing through him, as if his very essence was being reshaped. His thoughts became fragmented and uncontrolled. Then, a voice resonated in his ears. You have entered the Marvel Universe. Time passed, though he could not gauge how long. Bright sunlight pierced through his eyelids, a warm hue flooding his visual senses. Ugh. Fang Leng opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in a flower bed. As he attempted to rise, a wave of soreness washed over him, accompanied by the distant hum of passing vehicles. Determined, he sat up and took in his surroundings, only to discover he was in a flower bed adjacent to a broad street. He lightly tapped his head, trying to piece everything together. Hadn't he just been? Ah, yes. He remembered being swept into a whirlwind created by that crimson metallic card, plunging into a peculiar black hole. The voice echoed in his mind. You have entered the Marvel Universe. Superpower transformation has commenced. What on earth was this? The Marvel Universe, slowly rising to his feet, he gazed around, noting the expansive street bustling with pedestrians. Observing closely, he recognized that these individuals bore the distinct features of Westerners, their heights and demeanors reminiscent of characters from American films. Where exactly was he? What was that crimson metallic card and the black hole it conjured? A sudden intuition surged within him. Had he truly crossed over? Marvel, it seemed, was indeed the realm of Iron Man, Spider-Man, Captain America, and other superheroes. Could it be that he had traversed dimensions? As a young man fond of science fiction literature, the notion of crossing into another world had now become his reality. Fang Leng strained to recollect everything. Surveying the environment, once more the street and surroundings confirmed it was undoubtedly in America. Wait, no. How could I so readily affirm that I've crossed over? I must regain my composure. He began to strike his fist against himself repeatedly, yet aside from a dull ache, nothing changed. It's real, this is not a dream. Fang Leng marveled. As he surveyed his surroundings, anxiety gripped him. In this new world, devoid of any survival skills, he might struggle with communication, an immense predicament indeed. If I've truly crossed over, how am I to survive here? He lamented, cradling his head in despair. Ah, you're finally awake, a gruff voice called from behind him. Turning around, Fang Leng saw a disheveled middle-aged man. his appearance resembling that of a beggar, staring at him with a bewildered expression. Realizing the situation, Fang Leng replied, Excuse me, sir. May I ask who you are?" The man responded nonchalantly, "Hey, you just woke up? I came here to rest this morning and noticed there was an extra persona to you." Fang Leng felt a surge of relief. He could understand the man perfectly, as if it were his native tongue. At least communication would not be an insurmountable barrier. He seized the opportunity to extract some information. Fang Leng gazed at the scruffy middle-aged man and inquired, "Excuse me, sir. Could you tell me where I am? Which country is this?" As soon as the words left his lips, the middle-aged man's face contorted into an expression of bewilderment, as if he were witnessing an extraterrestrial. He scanned Fang Leng with a peculiar gaze and rasped, "You must be utterly inebriated to have passed out here, still in the throes of drunkenness. This is New York. Given that it is New York, which other country could it possibly be? Naturally, it is America. Even a 3-year-old on these streets would know that. Moreover, don't you fear being robbed while sleeping in the park at this late hour? I, for one, would be apprehensive about being mistaken for a beggar. The police in New York are woefully under-resourced, and that so-called Spider-Man, the vigilante everyone talks about, cannot catch every thief." Fang Leng's mouth fell agape at this, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at the middle-aged beggar. "You just mentioned Spider-Man. What do you mean by that, sir?" "Why, he's the vigilante praised by many New Yorkers. He dons a bizarre red and blue spandex suit and shoots webs from his hands. Just the other day, I witnessed him swinging by here to apprehend a thief." Fang Leng was rendered speechless, captivated by the beggar's articulate narrative, which bore an uncanny authenticity. Could it be that Spider-Man truly exists? Recovering from his astonishment, Fang Leng continued, "Sir, is there also someone named Tony Stark in this New York?" The beggar furrowed his brow, as if explaining to a naive child, "Isn't that Iron Man? The one who indulges in revelry while declaring himself a hero. You should stroll down the commercial district. His promotional videos and advertisements adorn many large screens. Indeed, Iron Man exists as well." At this moment, Fang Leng was certain he had entered the Marvel Universe. However, a pressing question arose: how would he survive in this world? "Sir, I must take my leave." Fang Leng bid farewell to the beggar and began walking along the sidewalk. As he walked, he lamented, "What an absurd Marvel Universe pass. It has brought me to this Marvel world without any explanation." His eyes, vacant and unfocused, drifted over the buildings lining the street. Amidst this dazed observation, the words Daily Bugle emblazoned on a building caught his attention. Daily Bugle? That sounds familiar. A peculiar sensation washed over Fang Leng that he then shifted his gaze to the bulletin board in front of the building, which displayed various trending publications, some of which featured headlines about Spider-Man. Frowning, he contemplated the articles showcased on the bulletin board. Daily Bugle. Spider-Man. Of course, Fang Leng suddenly recalled that Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, worked at the Daily Bugle, and that the notoriously cantankerous editor, J. Jonah Jameson, was his boss. Excitement surged within Fang Leng's eyes as he approached the entrance of the Daily Bugle. In his exhilaration, he collided with someone. "Oh, I'm sorry," Fang Leng exclaimed. "No worries," replied a handsome young man with an academic demeanor. Just as Fang Leng was about to continue toward the newspaper headquarters, a voice interjected, "Peter Parker, it's you again. You're not here to bring me more Spider-Man photos, are you?" Startled by the voice, Fang Leng turned to see who was speaking. The speaker was a middle-aged man holding a briefcase and smoking a cigar, addressing the young man with whom Fang Leng had just collided. To his astonishment, this young man was none other than Peter Parker. Chapter 2. The Power Conversion Eye. Not only has Fang Leng traversed into the Marvel Universe, but he has also encountered Peter Parker. His gaze was firmly fixed on Peter Parker, who was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his eyes, and Fang Leng felt an unfamiliar sensation coursing through them. It was as if his subconscious was revealing some deeply buried awareness. As he continued to observe Peter Parker, his vision underwent a remarkable transformation. He could faintly perceive a potent force emanating from within Peter Parker's being. This enigmatic power seemed to reside within him. At that moment, a voice echoed in Fang Leng's consciousness. The superpower has been discerned. The opponent's abilities are as follows: superhuman strength, extraordinary agility, wall crawling, and spider sense, which can be selectively transferred to your own body. Your physique is capable of accommodating 3 such abilities. Fang Leng felt a tingling pressure in his eyes, accompanied by a buzzing sensation in his head. He hastily made his way to a nearby bench and rubbed his eyes vigorously. The voice within his subconscious spoke again. The opponent's superpowers have been revealed. You can utilize the conversion eye to transfer these abilities to yourself. Fang Leng surrendered to the experience, realizing that remnants of the vision he had while observing Peter Parker lingered in his eyes. The immense power contained within Peter Parker was palpable. Instinctively, he chose to adopt the superhuman strength, spider sense, and extraordinary agility. An exhilarating sensation surged from his eyes, radiating throughout his entire being. His muscles and even bones began to transform, a tingling sensation akin to rapid growth enveloping Fang Leng. He rubbed his head, regaining his composure, only to find that the surrounding sounds had intensified significantly, and an array of new noises filled the air. As he glanced around, his vision had become remarkably acute. Even the tiniest insects, previously unnoticed, were now vividly apparent. Fang Leng sensed an undulating current of air behind him and turned to see several individuals approaching from over 10 meters away. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted before him. Glancing across the street, he spotted a hot dog stand. When did my vision, hearing, and sense of smell become so heightened? Fang Leng gazed about in bewilderment, attuning himself to the sights, sounds, and scents surrounding him, reflecting on the earlier events and the reaction he experienced after gazing upon Peter Parker. Along with the incessant whisper of the conversion eye in his subconscious, he comprehended the truth. He had crossed into this world and acquired a formidable power. His eyes had undergone a mutation, evolving into the conversion eye, capable of discerning and appropriating the superpowers of others. What he possessed now were indeed the abilities of Peter Parker. I have transformed into Spider-Man. Fang Leng was suddenly filled with a mix of astonishment and joy, realizing he possessed a pair of eyes capable of transforming other superpowers. This revelation was more exhilarating than becoming a stock market guru or winning a lottery worth billions. Just moments ago, he had discerned that Peter Parker possessed 4 distinct superpowers, and instinctively, he had switched to the extraordinary strength and spider sense. His senses felt remarkably heightened, evidently due to the influence of the spider sense. But what about the spider strength? With this thought, Fang Leng stood up and excitedly reached for the public bench where he had just been seated. The bench trembled violently. It was originally anchored to the ground with cement and steel. However, with a resounding crack, Fang Leng managed to uproot the bench. "Haha, it's true. Spider-Man's strength," he exclaimed, his face alight with sheer delight as he beheld the bench he had lifted from the ground. This newfound ability to perceive and replicate superpowers through his extraordinary eyes meant he had a significant advantage in surviving within this Marvel universe. The capability to discern and emulate others' abilities was nothing short of a grotesque talent. Yet, amidst his elation, Fang Leng thought of Peter Parker. It was fortunate that he had crossed paths with him. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the potential of his eyes. If he could befriend Peter Parker, it would undoubtedly benefit his prospects in this Marvel world. Where had Peter Parker gone? Fang Leng hastily made his way back to the entrance of the Daily Bugle building, but he could no longer find any trace of him. Recalling Peter's earlier conversation with someone, he ventured inside the building and inquired with a blonde, blue-eyed staff member. "Excuse me, does Peter Parker work here?" Fang Leng asked politely. The blonde beauty pondered for a moment and replied, "Peter Parker? Is he the boy who frequently delivers photographs to us? If I recall correctly, he just took the elevator with Mr. Jameson. Typically, Mr. Jameson is in his office on the 7th floor handling affairs, so they should be there." "Thank you." Fang Leng expressed his gratitude and hurried toward the elevator. Soon, he reached the 7th floor and spotted a room labeled as the editor's office. The door was flanked by a glass wall, allowing him to see 2 individuals engaged in conversation at the desk. One of them, with his back to the wall, was indeed Peter Parker, while the other, sitting opposite him, was the middle-aged man with a cigar from earlier, whose name card bore the name Jameson, editor of the Daily Bugle. Fang Leng waited outside the door, anticipating Peter Parker's emergence to establish a connection. Meanwhile, inside the office, Jameson puffed on his cigar while scrutinizing Peter Parker. With a smile, Peter said, "Mr. Jameson, please take a look at these photographs," as he handed over a stack of images. Jameson accepted the photographs and quickly scanned their contents before placing them on the desk and removing the cigar from his mouth. "What's this? Are you only capable of capturing images of Spider-Man?" Jameson spoke while furrowing his brow. Peter pursed his lips, appearing somewhat resigned. "Chief, last time I captured some heartwarming scenes in New York, but you mentioned that such photographs would not create a stir." Jameson examined the photos and remarked, "It seems you're only suited for this type of photography. Furthermore, many of your shots are overly dramatic, which can lead people to perceive them as inauthentic. Who has the opportunity to photograph Spider-Man so closely every day, and why does he always seem to pose deliberately? Some might even suspect these images are digitally manipulated." Peter nodded, concealing a secret that both Jameson and the newspaper readers could scarcely imagine. The photographer and the subject were, in fact, the same person. "All right, Peter, I can offer you 200 for these photos," Jameson said, rummaging through his wallet for cash. Peter quickly responded, "That's far too little. I have consistently contributed my photography to the Daily Bugle. If this is all you can offer, I may have to consider other newspapers." "Fine, I'll give you 300. "Take it," Jameson replied, handing Peter 3 crisp $100 bills. Peter Parker accepted the money and stepped out of the office, noticing a dark-haired individual with an Asian visage observing him. This person was Fang Leng. Chapter 3. Encounter with Peter Parker. Hi there, are you Peter Parker? Fang Leng initiated the conversation. Peter recognized him as the person he had bumped into downstairs. Indeed, that's me. What can I do for you? Peter inquired, studying Fang Leng. Fang scrutinized Peter closely. Peter was rather handsome, with a certain youthful charm. The other's demeanor was understated, even somewhat juvenile, yet it exuded a sense of authenticity and latent strength. In the Marvel Universe, there are many superheroes, and Spider-Man, Peter Parker, undoubtedly embodies the essence of a youthful hero, a uniquely distinctive figure within this realm. Since there was an opportunity to befriend Spider-Man, why not seize it? However, how could he establish a connection? Approaching him out of the blue would be rather challenging. Perhaps a more audacious tactic would compel him to engage. With this thought, Fang Leng conceived several clever ideas. He smiled at Peter Parker and said, "That's wonderful. I'm Fang Leng. It's a pleasure to meet you. By the way, you must know Spider-Man, right?" Peter Parker regarded Fang Leng with a puzzled expression, but soon regained his composure. The Daily Bugle always credited the photographer, and many of the striking photographs of Spider-Man had been taken by Peter himself. Previously, others had inquired about how he captured such vivid and dramatic images. It was likely to be the same this time as well. However, he could never have anticipated Fang Leng's next words. "Well, sir, are you interested in Spider-Man? I've had the good fortune to photograph him several times. However, I must admit, I don't know much more than the average New Yorker." Peter replied to Fang Leng. Fang Leng gazed at Peter Parker, contemplating that since he had located him, it would be best to speak candidly, striking a profound chord that would facilitate a connection between them. A subtle smile graced Fang Leng's lips as his eyes swiftly scanned the surrounding pedestrians. Lowering his voice, he addressed Peter. "No, you are undoubtedly well acquainted with Spider-Man, for Peter Parker is indeed Spider-Man." Instantly, Peter Parker's expression transformed into a tapestry of emotions, bewilderment, rigidity, and incredulity, all intertwined as his azure, wide-eyed gaze widened in astonishment, as if he had never experienced such shock before. Gradually, Peter's demeanor softened somewhat, and he responded, "Are you joking?" Fang Leng replied with an air of nonchalance, "Peter Parker is Spider-Man. And let us not forget the adage, with great power comes great responsibility." Peter's countenance grew serious as he glanced around hastily, then patted Fang Leng on the back, saying, "Come with me." A flicker of joy and excitement gleamed in Fang Leng's eyes. Spider-Man was taking the bait. They walked several paces before arriving at a secluded corner of the building. Fang Leng observed Peter's grave expression directed at him. He understood that Peter Parker would never allow his true identity as Spider-Man to be disclosed. By stating it outright, Fang Leng had compelled Peter to engage with him. Otherwise, how could two strangers easily forge a bond? With a serious demeanor, Peter fixed his gaze on the silent Fang Leng and said, "Since you sought me out, you must have an agenda." However, that remark you made was far from frivolous. Fang Leng smiled faintly and replied, "Why so serious? I merely wish to befriend you." Peter's stern expression slightly relaxed, yet doubt lingered in his eyes, casting an air of skepticism. "Just a friend? Is it really that simple?" Recognizing Peter's apprehension, Fang Leng spoke earnestly, "Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives beyond wishing to be your friend." Assessing Fang Leng, Peter inhaled deeply and continued, "Is that so? You wish to be friends with me. But how did you come to know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man?" With a playful smile, Fang Leng jested, "Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Isn't that self-evident? Moreover, he is a hero who embodies the principle that with greater power comes greater responsibility." Fang Leng chuckled and nodded. "Fear not, since we are to be friends. I assure you I am not the type to betray a friend's secret." "Why do you wish for my friendship?" Peter inquired. Fang Leng smiled again, his expression tinged with admiration, and replied, "Because Spider-Man is the guardian of New York, a true neighbor to all, a kind and noble hero. To befriend such a hero is a dream come true for me. So, Spider-Man, shall we be friends?" Peter regarded Fang Leng, acknowledging that not only did this individual recognize his identity as Spider-Man, but he also desired to forge a friendship. However, knowing his true identity would inevitably bind them together. "Rest assured, I am truly your friend," Peter declared. "In the land of New York, anyone who refrains from malevolent deeds is considered a friend of Spider-Man." Peter remarked with a measured tone. Fang Leng glanced at Peter, suddenly realizing the recklessness of his actions. After all, many would not easily accept an unexpected acquaintance. "Well, regardless, it seems we are fated to meet. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. However, please refrain from sharing your earlier words indiscriminately. Remember, Spider-Man is in no way associated with Peter Parker," Peter added. Fang Leng nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Rest assured, my friend, I shall keep your secret." Upon finishing his words, Peter hurried away. Fang Leng took a deep breath. Regardless of the circumstances, he had undoubtedly forged a connection with Spider-Man. Of course, to truly cultivate a friendship with a web-slinger, he would need to create more opportunities for interaction. Yet, the most pressing issue at hand was how to make a living. With the power of his transformation ability, he ought to utilize it to navigate this world. Previously, he had transformed 3 of Spider-Man's abilities. Thus, he should find ways to survive using these newfound powers. Leaving the newspaper building, Fang Leng strolled along the street, contemplating how best to employ these abilities. No matter what, he should first become more acquainted with the powers he had acquired from Spider-Man. The transformation device had granted him 3 distinct abilities. Superhuman strength was already tested to some extent. His spider sense was also present, significantly amplifying his awareness, though he had not yet distinctly perceived the enhanced agility. Nevertheless, Fang Leng was confident that these abilities required more targeted training to be fully mastered. Moreover, possessing this transformation ability meant he would not lack superpowers in the future. Whenever he encountered a hero, he could consider transforming their powers. As Fang Leng began to run, he quickly realized that his agility had remarkably increased, and his limbs became far more coordinated. Possessing superpowers is exhilarating, he thought to himself. However, he soon felt his stomach rumble. He was hungry. Spotting a steakhouse on the street, he longed to rush in and indulge in some authentic American grilled steak. Yet, as much as he desired it, he knew that the currency in his pocket would be of no use here. After being transported to this world by that peculiar passage, he had gained the transformation ability, but lacked even the basic funds to support himself. Now, he found himself skilled yet devoid of essential means for survival, which left him feeling quite helpless. Suddenly, a faint scream pierced the air, prompting Fang Leng to stop and listen intently. Thanks to his spider sense, his auditory perception had been greatly enhanced, allowing him to hear sounds that would typically go unnoticed. The scream belonged to a woman, filled with palpable terror, accompanied by a child's voice that was equally distressing. Fang Leng crouched down, straining to listen intently. The woman's voice bore a tone of desperate pleading. Intrigued, he continued to hone in on the sound, utilizing the heightened auditory perception granted by his spider-like abilities to sprint toward its source. Chapter 4. Practice Makes Perfect. After a brief run, Fang Leng found himself in a narrow alley beside a nearby residential building. The woman's screams grew increasingly frantic, intertwined with the cries of a young boy. Slowing his pace, he began to approach the origin of the commotion. Soon, a cacophony of coarse curses mingled with the cries and shrieks reached his ears. Upon reaching the edge of a wall, Fang Leng cautiously peered around its corner. There, he witnessed 3 masked assailants brandishing firearms, robbing a woman and a small boy. Each of the 3 robbers donned black hoods. One tall figure wielded a shotgun, while the other 2, shorter in stature, brandished handguns. The ominous muzzles of their weapons were trained menacingly on the woman and child huddled against the wall. The woman's face was etched with terror as she seemingly begged for mercy, while the boy, paralyzed with fear, wept uncontrollably. "Shut that brat up, or I'll put a bullet in you," one of the robbers barked, seizing the boy by his collar, prompting the woman to cling desperately to her son, pleading for their lives. In a fit of rage, the robber swung his gun and struck the woman's forehead, drawing blood that trickled down her face. Seizing the opportunity, he yanked the boy closer. The tall robber then turned to his accomplice, inquiring, "How much money does she have in that suitcase?" One of the robbers lifted a suitcase, clearly snatched from the woman's grasp. He opened it, counting the cash and valuables inside. Satisfied, he nodded. "This haul isn't too shabby. It's got to be worth at least several $1,000s." With a triumphant gleam in his eye, the tall robber glanced at the injured woman and remarked, "I knew this woman would be carrying something valuable." The boy sobbed even louder, prompting the tall robber to scold the one holding him. "Damn it, this little brat is driving me crazy. Just shoot his arm already." The robber known as Carl raised his handgun and struck the boy's head, then aimed it at the child's arm. The woman cried out in desperation, "No, we'll give you the money and everything else." "P.S. Just a child." "Shut up, you wretched creature," the tall robber retorted, delivering a harsh kick to the woman. Fang Leng observed this entire scene, thinking to himself, "What a bunch of scum. Yet, this presents an opportunity for me to hone my skills." It was the perfect moment to further test the extraordinary powers he had acquired from Spider-Man. However, as he gazed at the firearms in the robber's hands, his expression grew cautious. Despite possessing 3 superhuman abilities, he was still but flesh and blood. Confronting them head-on was not an option. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted some bricks scattered on the ground nearby and thought, "Perfect." The robber, gripping the young boy, pressed the gun against the child's right arm, harshly declaring, "You little brat, I'll make you cry and shout." Meanwhile, the handgun was fully loaded, the trigger nearly ready to be pulled. Suddenly, a brick was hurled with great force, striking the robber squarely on the back of his head. With a cry of agony, he collapsed to the ground like a sack of sand. The taller robber quickly raised his shotgun, scanning the surroundings with a fierce growl, demanding, "Who's there?" Another robber replied, "Boss Matt, Carl has been taken down." The tall robber observed his surroundings with vigilance, yet no figure was in sight. At that moment, Fang Leng was crouched behind a nearby crate, calmly observing the robbers' movements. Given that the robbers were armed, caution was imperative. Thanks to his heightened senses from his spider-like abilities, he could discern sounds and their origins with remarkable precision. Fortunately, the alley was lined with crates, providing ample cover. Earlier, Fang Leng had seized a brick and hurled it at the robbers, not anticipating that even from a distance of several dozen meters, the force would be sufficient to incapacitate one of them. Next, he aimed to deal with the robber clutching a suitcase before confronting the tall one with a shotgun. Fang Leng picked up 2 more bricks from the ground, a slight smile gracing his lips, ready to show these two the meaning of a distraction. With a resounding thud, he quickly threw a brick toward the wall in close proximity to the robbers. The remaining 2, startled like birds at the sound of an arrow, fired their weapons wildly. Now was the moment. Fang Leng swiftly emerged, launching another brick forcefully at the robber with the suitcase. With a cry of pain, the robber's arm, gripping the gun, was struck, causing him to double over, clutching his arm in agony. Only the tall robber remained, furiously shooting in all directions. The blasts of shotgun pellets ricocheted off the surrounding walls and crates. Fang Leng remained hidden behind the crate, waiting for the opportune moment. After a barrage of gunfire, only the sound of triggers clicking could be heard. Upon realizing his shotgun was out of ammunition, the tall robber found himself in a precarious situation. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Leng dashed out, hurling a brick with great force at the tall robber. The impact resonated, striking the robber squarely in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Fang Leng quickly surged forth, closing the distance within a few strides, and delivered a powerful punch to the head of the injured robber, causing him to collapse in unconsciousness. Turning around, Fang Leng noticed that the leader, the tall robber, had risen once more. Indeed, robbers were notoriously resilient and tenacious. "Hey, you scoundrel. Come face me in close combat." Fang Leng taunted as he charged towards the tall robber, delivering another punch. The blow left the tall robber dazed, his vision clouded with stars. This time, truly enraged, the tall robber drew a steel knife from behind his waist, lunging it toward Fang Leng. Fang Leng skillfully evaded the assailant's attack, aided by the agility and spider sense gifted by Spider-Man. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to dodge at such close range. The towering robber bellowed, "Where did this foul brat come from?" simultaneously lunging at Fang Leng with a steel knife, which Fang Leng deftly avoided once more. With a resounding thud, a powerful punch sent the giant robber sprawling several meters away, rendering him unconscious upon impact. Gazing at the 3 defeated robbers on the ground, Fang Leng took a moment to catch his breath, acknowledging that the recent confrontation had not been without peril. Fortunately, the 3 extraordinary abilities he had acquired from Spider-Man had enabled him to dispatch these criminals effectively. "Thank you. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." A voice called from behind Fang Leng. Turning around, he found a woman embracing a small boy, approaching him with heartfelt thanks. Observing the woman's grateful expression, Fang Leng casually replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I detest scoundrels and robbers." The woman quickly stroked the boy she was holding and urged Jack, "Hurry and thank this big brother." The little boy looked up at Fang Leng with his charming, wide eyes and said, "Big brother, thank you." Fang Leng smiled faintly, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. He had unexpectedly played the role of a hero. "Well, I think I need to take my leave now. I have urgent matters to attend to," Fang Leng informed the woman and the boy named Jack. The woman looked at him and said, "Please wait a moment." She then walked over to the suitcase that had been taken by the robbers, opened it, and began counting the contents inside. Returning to Fang Leng, she extended a handful of cash towards him. A quick glance revealed numerous $100 bills. "Sir, my name is Elizabeth. I work in stock trading at the New York Stock Exchange. You have helped us immensely today. This is but a small token of gratitude. Please, you must accept it," she implored earnestly. Fang Leng glanced at the stack of bills and then at Elizabeth's pleading expression, his stomach rumbling in agreement. He thought to himself that he could use some funds, and accepting this gesture of appreciation after his act of valor seemed reasonable. "Well, if you insist," he replied with a slight smile, realizing it was difficult to refuse, and took the cash into his possession. Feeling quite pleased, he could hardly wait to indulge in a splendid meal. However, his thoughts drifted back to the 3 fallen robbers. He hurried over to their side and searched their pockets, discovering a substantial amount of cash among them. After all, this ill-gotten wealth would conveniently aid in alleviating his current predicament. With this thought in mind, he tucked the money into his pocket as well. After bidding farewell to Elizabeth and young Jack, Fang Leng swiftly made his way to the street, seeking a restaurant named Richard's Steakhouse. Inside, He promptly ordered 3 exquisite servings of grilled steak. The authentic American barbecue wafted an enticing aroma, and with his ravenous appetite, Fang Leng dug in heartily. Upon contemplating this, Fang Leng felt an uncontainable excitement within. Chapter 5. Lifestyle. After indulging in a delightful feast, Fang Leng wandered through the streets of New York City, clutching the hard-earned dollars acquired along the way. To establish oneself in this vast world, securing a residence was imperative. Fang Leng found an affordable apartment named Tom's House in Queens, renting it for a modest sum of $600 per month. A woman named Elizabeth graciously gifted him 10,000 in gratitude, and he managed to retrieve approximately 9,000 from the 3 defeated robbers. With nearly $20,000 in hand, Fang Leng was now equipped to sustain himself for a while in this new environment. Regardless of the circumstances, he had finally settled in New York. The next step was to contemplate how to flourish in this Marvel universe. However, amidst familiarization, a moment of respite was essential. After a few days of rest, Fang Leng sat before the computer in his apartment. Having taken time to acclimate, he had begun to adapt to life in New York and had procured some necessities. From time to time, he glanced at the logo beneath the computer, which bore the name Stark. It was evident that Tony Stark was thriving, as even the computer he used was manufactured by his company. As he perused the information, Fang Leng couldn't help but reflect. His primary focus was on Spider-Man and Iron Man, and he resolved to forge connections with these 2 heroes as swiftly as possible. To navigate the Marvel realm, it was essential to cultivate relationships with heroes. Characters like Captain America, Black Widow, and Thor were also on his list. He was determined to enlist their assistance in due time. Moreover, with his unique ability to transform powers, it was crucial to find these heroes to harness their capabilities for his own benefit, thereby establishing an unbreakable bond with them. On the computer screen, an array of information regarding Iron Man emerged. It was filled with mentions of billionaire Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries, and similar accolades. The very computer he utilized was a product of Stark Industries, underscoring the company's undeniable economic and technological influence in this world. Fang Leng marveled at Stark's frequent appearances in Google search results, for he was indeed a superhero who publicly revealed his private identity. Stark, with his irreverent demeanor and genius for invention, attracted considerable attention from both the media and the public. Continuing to sift through the information related to Tony Stark, Fang Leng noted Iron Man's diplomatic engagements and his appearances on the cover of Time magazine, as well as his enhanced collaborations with official entities. However, while absorbing all this knowledge, Fang Leng recognized a potential challenge. After all, Iron Man was a superhero and a wealthy socialite, making it unlikely that establishing a relationship with him would be straightforward. In contrast, Spider-Man presented a different opportunity. Peter Parker, the young man behind the mask, was not the same as a wealthy bachelor like Stark. He embodied a certain humility. When donning the Spider-Man suit, he transformed into a great hero of New York, whereas the everyday Peter Parker remained a quintessentially average young man. Moreover, Fang Leng had already made a preliminary acquaintance with Peter Parker. Of course, his impulsive desire to pursue a relationship with the latter was somewhat reckless. Nevertheless, he resolved to continue his endeavors stemming from Spider-Man. As he steeled his determination, he felt a slight thirst in his throat and casually grabbed a carton of milk from the table, inserting a straw and taking a sip. This milk is rather delightful. While drinking, Fang Leng glanced at the packaging of the milk, which indicated, produced with Osborne Industries biotechnological advancements, featuring genetically enhanced dairy cows, rich in protein and minerals. Osborne Industries? As he examined the description on the carton, a flicker of recognition ignited within him. Osborne, Norman Osborn. He recalled that Osborne Industries was the enterprise of the Green Goblin, Spider-Man's arch-nemesis. If memory served him right, many of Spider-Man's adversaries were indeed linked to Osborne Industries. Fang Leng proceeded to research Osborne Industries on his computer, discovering that, much like Stark Industries, its headquarters was situated in New York, focusing primarily on biotechnology and military applications. While Stark Industries specialized in electronics, energy, and defense, it appeared that Osborne Industries was quite formidable in the realm of biotechnology, while Stark Industries leaned heavily towards electronic technology. However, for the time being, his primary objective was to forge a genuine friendship with Spider-Man, so he would keep a vigilant eye on any developments concerning both Spider-Man and Osborne Industries. Additionally, he needed to adeptly harness his unique ability to acquire the superpowers of other heroes, which was indeed a remarkable gift. His current prowess stemmed entirely from having absorbed 3 of Spider-Man's super abilities. Fang Leng had contemplated whether his power of transformation could be further enhanced, or if even greater abilities could be assimilated into his own being. Such matters required deeper exploration to uncover the truth. The most effective course of action now was to engage more with superheroes, seeking to absorb additional powers from them. With resolve, he recalled the experience gained during his previous encounter with criminals. He had decided to embrace the life of a hero, and this phase provided an excellent opportunity to combat crime, while simultaneously confiscating the ill-gotten gains of wrongdoers. Leaving his apartment, Fang Leng stepped onto the street, waving his hand until he successfully hailed a taxi. "Sir, where to?" inquired the middle-aged cab driver, sporting a bushy beard. Upon hearing Fang Leng's destination, the driver raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Sir, are you referring to the Filron residential area? The safety there is rather questionable. Just a few days ago, the news reported a shooting incident." Fang Leng nodded, responding, "No need to delve too deep. Just drop me off near the edge of the residential area." The driver pondered for a moment before agreeing, "All right, sir." New York, too, was a nexus for elites, having birthed luminaries such as the scientific genius J. Robert Oppenheimer, the airborne legend Michael Jordan, and the irreverent billionaire Tony Stark, among others. Certainly, there are heroes like Spider-Man. However, even the most advanced cities have their drawbacks. New York is notorious for its high crime rate, with robbery, theft, and murder being commonplace. Fang Leng was heading to the Filron neighborhood, a well-known high-crime area in Queens, where recent incidents of homicide and robbery had been reported. The taxi driver had expressed trepidation upon hearing Fang Leng's destination, apprehensive of the frequent criminal activities in that vicinity. After enduring nearly 2 hours of New York's notorious traffic, they finally arrived at Filron. "Here you go," Fang Leng said, paying the fare before stepping out. The vehicle had stopped near the entrance of the Filron neighborhood, and he strolled towards it, hands in his pockets. Fang Leng had learned online that Filron was a hotspot for crime. Thus he resolved to combat these illicit activities and seize the criminals' ill-gotten gains as resources. Having embraced the life of a hero, he decided to commence his mission by tackling crime head-on. As he gazed at the residential area before him, the buildings of Filron appeared to have seen better days. The paint was peeling in patches, and several structures bore cracks or shattered sections, starkly contrasting with the sleek, modern architecture found in many parts of New York. This was indeed a notorious crime-ridden zone in Queens, and tonight, Fang Leng intended to make his mark. Chapter 6. Encounter with Spider-Man dressed in a jacket and casual pants. Fang Leng entered the neighborhood, surveying his surroundings with hands tucked into his pockets. The Filron area not only exhibited aging residential buildings, but also displayed a semblance of chaotic management. The streets were littered with debris and garbage, while the streetlights were old and emitted a dim, flickering glow, occasionally malfunctioning. After wandering for a while, he glanced at his watch. It was nearly 7 in the evening. The sun had set, and the lighting was inadequate, casting shadows around him. Nevertheless, Fang Leng was undeterred. His spider sense heightened his vision significantly, allowing him to perceive his surroundings with remarkable clarity despite the darkness. His hearing was equally acute, enabling him to detect even the faintest sounds, including the buzzing of flies and moths. Yet, he instinctively filtered out these inconsequential noises. Though the area was fraught with danger, some individuals still roamed the streets at night. Fang Leng occasionally spotted couples engaged in passionate embraces, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. As he continued his exploration, a sense of ennui began to settle over him. He approached an old building, stepped inside, and ascended the staircase to the 6th floor. Upon reaching the rooftop, Fang Leng surveyed the surrounding residential buildings, contemplating the night ahead. In this neighborhood, the residential buildings vary in height, featuring small structures of 2 to 3 stories alongside towering apartments that reach several dozen floors. With the heightened sensitivity of his spider sense, Fang Leng could distinctly perceive the sounds of the area while perched atop a rooftop, patiently awaiting the moment to intervene in any potential crime. Meanwhile, a lithe figure darted through the residential district with remarkable agility, occasionally illuminated by fleeting glimmers of light. Clad in a snug outfit adorned in red and blue, the figure swung forth an arm, releasing a potent adhesive substance that shot straight toward the building's wall, swiftly solidifying into a material as robust as a cable. Grasping the newly formed rope with both hands, the figure propelled himself forward, soaring to a different location with the grace of swing. Fang Leng, growing somewhat drowsy from the weight, contemplated taking a brief nap. However, something in the darkness suddenly captured his attention. It was a silhouette gliding through the night sky, resembling someone swinging on a swing set. Narrowing his eyes to focus, he enhanced his vision through his spider sense, allowing him to discern the outline of the figure more clearly. Despite the dimness of the night, the contours of the figure became visible. It was an individual clad in a tight-fitting costume. A surge of excitement spread across Fang Leng's face as he realized he was unexpectedly about to encounter him again. "All right, Spider-Man, here I come," he thought, assessing the approximate location where Spider-Man had swung to before promptly descending from the rooftop and racing towards his target. Having just arrived in this world where he encountered Peter Parker, he was now poised to meet Spider-Man once more. It was undeniable that his connection with Spider-Man seemed fated. As he ran, exhilaration coursed through him, and he resolved that this time he would make a favorable impression on Spider-Man. If he could assist him, Spider-Man would surely be pleased. In no time, Fang Leng arrived at the vicinity where Spider-Man had swung, only to find himself near a supermarket in the residential area. Yet Spider-Man was nowhere to be seen. How peculiar! Where could he have gone? He pondered. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from within the supermarket, prompting Fang Leng to direct his gaze towards the source. He soon spotted two robbers, one stout and one slender, emerging with firearms and stolen goods in tow. Ah, so they are robbers, he mused. The two menacing thieves scanned their surroundings, searching for an escape route, when a voice rang out. Hey, what are you two little rascals up to? Startled, the robbers turned to look around, and Fang Leng caught sight of a figure soaring above them. The figure released his grip on the cable-like strand, landing gracefully and nimbly on the ground. The two robbers, confronted by this unexpected presence, were taken aback. Fang Leng observed the figure clad in a meticulously tailored red and blue costume, which enveloped him entirely, including a mask that concealed his head, with only two black lenses visible for his eyes. Who else could it be but Spider-Man? Fang Leng thought. The two robbers quickly regained their composure, brandishing handguns and firing at Spider-Man. After a flurry of gunfire, Spider-Man swayed left and right, dancing as if to street music, emerging unscathed. Each robber unleashed a barrage of bullets, yet not a single shot found its mark, leaving them with faces etched in fear and astonishment. Spider-Man casually remarked, "Hey, you two little rascals seem so frightened that you can't even use your guns properly. Don't forget to check your pants and ask your mothers if they provided you with diapers. I'm not that terrifying, am I?" The robbers, too preoccupied with their predicament, hardly registered his taunts. The sheer impossibility of dodging two volleys of bullets at such close range left them bewildered. This was no ordinary individual. Nevertheless, driven by desperation, the duo, one stout and the other lean, brandished knives and lunged at Spider-Man. They were sweating profusely, their teeth gritted in frustration. Yet they could not land a single blow on him. Meanwhile, Fang Leng, who was observing the scene, was thoroughly entertained. In his civilian guise as Peter Parker, Spider-Man was merely a bookish, unassuming youth, yet donning the Spider-Man suit transformed him into a witty, quip-slinging superhero, a true rap virtuoso. Fang Leng couldn't help but admire Spider-Man's adeptness at utilizing his abilities. The remarkable evasion of bullets at such close quarters was not merely a result of his speed, but rather his acute sensory perception. Spider-Man's mastery of his own senses allowed him to anticipate the sounds and movements of his adversaries, enabling him to dodge bullets with precision. Given the proximity of less than 3 meters to the assailants and facing two guns, Fang Leng knew he would struggle to replicate such feats. While he had acquired supersensory abilities through his own transformations, he could not match Spider-Man's innate expertise. Clearly, Spider-Man had no intention of swiftly concluding the confrontation, and Fang Leng was content to observe. Chapter 7. Fighting Side by Side. As Spider-Man continued to engage the two robbers, he couldn't resist further jests. "Look at you two, attempting a robbery without even disguising your faces. Do you think that just because it's night no one can see you? Can't you afford masks? Or are you simply incapable of making them? If it's the latter, let me assist you. Just take a pair of women's stockings, poke 2 holes, and voila." The robbers, now panting heavily and utterly flummoxed, were unable to inflict even a scratch on Spider-Man. What kind of freak have we encountered today? They wondered. Spider-Man, still evading their attacks, shrugged nonchalantly. "I've played long enough. It's time to wrap up this game. Come, taste my web." With an agile maneuver, Spider-Man executed a full 360-degree flip. As he waved his arms, the web shooters on his wrist released a thick stream of webbing. Before the robbers could react, 2 dense clumps of webbing had already adhered to their faces. The pair, now ensnared, whimpered in discomfort, trapped by the sticky strands. As the assailants lunged toward him, attempting to claw at his face, the sticky webbing remained firmly affixed to his skin, as if it were an inseparable part of him. Spider-Man shrugged and quipped, "Well, how about this? You've been eager to serve me bullets, but today I'm treating you to some webbing instead. Hey, your movements are dreadfully slow. My webs may not be faster than bullets, yet despite your 2-on-1 advantage, I evaded your shots effortlessly, with just a couple of web lobs. You find yourselves in this predicament. Is it your aim that is lacking, or my precision that is too sharp? Never mind, I've had my fun." With a swift motion, Spider-Man spun around, delivering a couple of thuds that sent the robbers crashing to the ground. He clapped his hands together and remarked, "This is utterly dull, such petty skills. And yet you dare to rob." In the shadows, Fang Leng observed this amusing skirmish, contemplating that it was time for him to make an appearance. Spider-Man would surely be astonished to see him again. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the darkness, as over a dozen figures emerged, cursing as they approached. Some brandished firearms, while others wielded steel pipes and machetes, encircling Spider-Man. A brutish man, bearing a hint of mixed heritage, glanced at the two fallen men and then at Spider-Man. Well, what a clumsy bunch you have here, even managing to discharge a firearm. Looks like you're the one responsible for this mess. Huh? Judging by your attire, you must be that so-called Spider-Man, he sneered, through the black lenses of his mask. Spider-Man surveyed the surrounding crowd and replied with a hint of sarcasm. Ah, it seems I have indeed stumbled into a den of thieves. You must be operating as a gang, dividing into groups to commit your misdeeds. He then, with a hint of self-admiration, patted his red and blue spandex suit, adding, And how exactly did you recognize me as Spider-Man? Is it my undeniably stylish outfit? One of the thuggish ruffians, with a pointed face and a scrawny figure, scoffed, Huh? Stylish? An idiot who calls himself Spider-Man, parading around in a circus-like costume, claiming to be a hero, while some foolish citizens idolize him. Spider-Man, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, flicked his hand dismissively. With a swift motion, a thick wad of webbing shot out, landing squarely on the face of the scrawny robber. Raising his right index finger, he lectured, Honestly, one should refrain from tarnishing another's reputation. The imposing leader of the robbers, his gaze fixed intently on Spider-Man, coldly declared, This territory belongs to me. Chang-En, since you've laid hands on my men, don't expect to walk away unscathed. Brothers, attack. No sooner had Chang-En finished speaking, his gang surged towards Spider-Man. Bullets whizzed past him, but he had depthly anticipated their trajectory, dodging them with ease. Aside from the armed robbers, the rest charged at him with knives and pipes, and Spider-Man danced around them with agile finesse. Spider-Man did not simply wait to be struck. With a flurry of punches and kicks, 3 of the robbers soon lay crumpled and bruised upon the ground. The formidable agility bestowed upon Spider-Man endowed him with remarkable speed, rendering the robbers' movements utterly futile in comparison. Meanwhile, Fang Leng, who had been observing from the shadows, contemplated the unfolding battle, amused by Spider-Man's unexpected humor amidst the fray. However, it was clear that this group of robbers was acting in concert. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to intervene at the right moment to assist Spider-Man. Fang Leng understood that stepping in to aid Spider-Man would undoubtedly enhance the latter's goodwill, significantly benefiting the development of their relationship. Yet, he remained cautious, aware that the robbers were armed. As the skirmish continued, Spider-Man faced a larger contingent of over a dozen robbers, prompting him to adopt a slightly more serious demeanor. Utilizing his adhesive abilities, he skillfully scaled the walls and evaded attacks with ease, even on sheer surfaces. Several robbers, though unscathed, were left bewildered by his rapid movements. Come and catch me. Do I not resemble Tarzan? Spider-Man taunted, swinging through the air with his web shooters while mocking his adversaries. The leader of the robbers, Chang-En, seethed with fury, his eyes ablaze as he brandished 2 handguns and fired viciously at Spider-Man. In a graceful dance of evasion, Spider-Man retaliated with bursts of webbing from his web shooters, which, unlike the slender strands typically associated with spiders, manifested as thick clumps designed to ensnare targets. At the height of the conflict, a steel pipe suddenly hurtled from the shadows, crashing into the group of robbers. The echoes of impact were accompanied by agonized cries as 4 or 5 fell to the ground. Within Spider-Man's line of sight, a nimble figure emerged from the darkness, wielding a similar steel pipe and advancing toward the remaining robbers. It was Fang Leng, who had fortuitously discovered 2 discarded pipes nearby. With a powerful throw, he had taken down several robbers who were unwittingly aligned. Now caught in a pincer attack, the robbers were momentarily startled by the unexpected assault. Seizing the moment, Fang Leng swung the pipe with vigor, deftly dodging as he struck at the robbers. An ally? Spider-Man mused, taken aback by the sudden appearance of assistance. Nevertheless, with a comrade at his side, he sprang into action, sending forth 2 more clumps of sticky webbing toward the robbers. Just as Chang-En prepared to retaliate against Fang Leng with his dual handguns, he realized too late that both barrels had been effectively obstructed by the viscous substance. Before he could react, Fang Leng's pipe collided with him, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. With the combined efforts of Spider-Man and Fang Leng, the remaining robbers soon succumbed, either losing consciousness or collapsing to the ground, leaving only 2 still standing. 2 robbers gazed in terror at the approaching Fang Leng, and as they turned to flee, they found a figure had already darted in front of them. It was Spider-Man. Hey, errant children should not run away. With a flurry of rapid left hooks, the 2 robbers lay on the ground, bruised and battered. Fang Leng, wielding a steel pipe, took a deep breath and regarded Spider-Man. Spider-Man scanned the surroundings and, upon realizing that the robbers had been subdued, became curious about this unexpected ally, approaching Fang Leng. He observed the young man as black hair and eyes, a visage that struck Spider-Man as remarkably unforgettable. This was the very individual he had met just days prior. Someone who not only knew that Spider-Man was Peter Parker, but also wished to befriend him. Could it be you? Spider-Man exclaimed in astonishment. Fang Leng chuckled, discarding the steel pipe. Well, here we are again, aren't we, Peter? Spider-Man's expression was one of surprise, partially concealed by his mask, preventing Fang Leng from seeing the full extent of his astonishment. Spider-Man shrugged and remarked, what a coincidence. You're Fang Leng, right? To encounter you here is quite surprising. Fang Leng waved his hand with a smile. So, does this mean we are fated to meet? Spider-Man inquired. That was quite dangerous earlier. Why did you choose to help me? Fang Leng's gaze radiated confidence. As I've always said, I wish to be your friend. Spider-Man paused, resting his chin on one hand, his eyes scrutinizing Fang Leng through the dark lenses of his mask. Oh, so you genuinely wish to befriend me? Spider-Man said, swaying his head slightly. Fang Leng replied with a grin. Rest assured, I promise to be a true friend. I came here tonight intending to combat some crime. I didn't expect to run into you. It must be fate. Besides, you witnessed my performance earlier. I certainly possess the strength to be your companion, Peter. I can assist you in fighting crime. Spider-Man began to circle around Fang Leng, elaborating, oh, you are so eager to be my friend and even help me combat crime. However, I must inform you of certain risks. Being my friend entails danger. I am constantly engaged in relentless battles against nefarious forces, robbers, thieves, and thugs. Confronting such individuals is exceedingly perilous. Are you not afraid, being such a young lad? Fang Leng confidently clenched his fists together. Hey, since I want to be your friend and join you in fighting crime, how could I fear those ruffians? You saw my resolve earlier. I can step up, which proves I have the courage. Peter Parker observed Fang Leng's steadfastness and realized it would be quite challenging to dissuade him. Spider-Man shrugged, resting his chin on his hand as he addressed Fang Leng. Oh, you are indeed persistent. However, judging from the earlier situation, you do possess some capability. Very well, Spider-Man. Since you're a good neighbor to everyone, you shouldn't refuse a sincere friend, should you? Fang Leng gazed at Spider-Man and said, All right. Spider-Man replied, while lightly tapping his head with one hand. Fine, from now on, you're officially my friend. But let me make it clear, you must not act recklessly during our endeavors. If you genuinely wish to accompany me, this is not a child's game. As friends, you must exercise utmost caution in your actions. If things go awry, I will have to exert considerable effort to assist you. Rest assured, I will not be a hindrance. Fang Leng assured him, a true friend should offer assistance, not become a burden. I will certainly provide you with ample support. Since we are friends, shall we seal our pact with a high five? Fang Leng declared resolutely. Spider-Man nodded slightly. Sure, that sounds great. Both extended a hand, and with a resounding clap, they solidified their friendship. As Fang Leng's palm met Spider-Man's, an overwhelming excitement sparkled in his eyes. He had genuinely befriended Spider-Man, marking a splendid beginning for his adventure in the realm of superheroes. However, I have a habit. I tend to prefer being a lone wolf. While I relish the idea of helping others, I find it rather peculiar and uncomfortable to always be in someone else's shadow. After their high five, Spider-Man remarked, New York is still a hub for crime, so having your assistance will be quite beneficial. How about we tackle some petty criminals in this vicinity separately? We can meet at the Austin Tower afterward and see who has defeated more miscreants. He gestured toward a building not far from them. Fang Leng chuckled. Sounds intriguing. Just as they were about to part ways, Fang Leng suddenly recalled something. Wait a moment. Spider-Man turned to him. What is it this time? Fang Leng gazed at Spider-Man, silently thinking, I almost forgot the assets I possess in this world. Then, a voice echoed in his subconscious. Simultaneously, another voice emerged within his mind. Superpowers detected. The opponent possesses the following abilities: super strength, super agility, wall crawling, spider sense, which can be selectively transferred to your own body. Your body can accommodate 3 abilities. Fang Leng concentrated, embracing the super agility, wall crawling, and spider sense. Instantly, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his bones and flesh. His body underwent an extraordinary transformation, as though he had been reborn. Regardless of the sensations coursing through his internal organs, blood, muscles, and bones, a feeling of rejuvenation surged within him. His entire being was enveloped in this formidable transformation, yet Fang Leng remained steadfast, maintaining his composure and awareness. Eventually, that extraordinary sensation dissipated, marking the successful completion of this metamorphosis. Are you all right, mate? Spider-Man inquired, having just observed Fang Leng. The latter's body twitched slightly, his condition appearing rather peculiar. Fang Leng quickly reassured, I'm fine, really. Perhaps it's the excitement of befriending someone like you. Well, I shall take my leave then, buddy, Spider-Man replied, lifting his hand as a slender strand of web shot forth from the web shooter on his wrist. With a swift motion, He retracted the web and swung towards a nearby building. Fang Leng watched as Spider-Man disappeared from view, then eagerly turned his attention to his own body. The first transformation of his superpowers had been inadvertently triggered by his encounter with Peter Parker, but this time, Fang Leng noticed a marked stability in his newfound abilities, and he found himself capable of intentionally activating his powers. Previously, he had transformed with superhuman strength, agility, and spider sense. This time, he had not acquired super strength, but rather the ability to adhere like a spider. Curious to test this new skill, Fang Leng approached a nearby wall and lunged towards it, only to discover that his hands could cling to its surface. Elated by this realization, he began to scale the wall, his body seemingly able to adhere to the vertical structure like a spider. In no time, he ascended to the rooftop of the third floor. "This is exhilarating," he exclaimed, gazing up at the night sky. However, his eyes swept over the battlefield below, where a dozen incapacitated criminals lay sprawled on the ground. A thought struck him. Fang Leng climbed back down to search the criminals one by one, recovering approximately $30,000 from their possessions, a significant haul. Yet, aware that this wealth was ill-gotten, he sought out several sleeping homeless individuals and elderly beggars nearby, discreetly distributing nearly $20,000 among them. The remainder he decided to keep for himself. Subsequently, Fang Leng roamed the Fairfield neighborhood, taking down a few thieves, and later met up with Spider-Man beneath the Austin building, where they engaged in a lively conversation and exchanged contact information. That night, Fang Leng slept soundly in his apartment, delighted to have forged a friendship with Spider-Man. The future ahead promised boundless opportunities for him to carve out his own path in this world. Chapter 9. A Visit to Osborn Industries. Following his formal friendship with Spider-Man, Fang Leng maintained regular contact, joining him in combating crime across various locales in New York. Nearly 2 months elapsed, during which Fang Leng and Spider-Man became quite familiar with one another, allowing Fang Leng to gain insights into the criminal phenomena plaguing New York. One day, while Fang Leng was in his apartment room, perusing information on his computer, his phone rang. "Ah, it's Peter," he noted upon glancing at the caller ID before answering the call. A youthful voice resonated brightly from the other end of the line. "Fang Leng, I have some splendid news for you." Peter's voice continued on the phone. Remember I mentioned my friend Harry Osborn the other day? You expressed an interest in him and mentioned that you would like to meet him if the opportunity arose. Coincidentally, my university requires us to prepare a report on a company visit. My friend Harry has provided me with this opportunity, and he mentioned that I could bring along a few friends to tour Osborn Industries. "Fang Leng, would you like to join?" After pondering for a brief moment, Fang Leng replied succinctly, "Oh, really? Thank you, Peter. When are we departing?" "Well, I'll prepare right away." After hanging up, Fang Leng sprang into action. Dressed neatly and fully prepared, he left his apartment and hailed a taxi, heading towards the address of the Osborn Industries headquarters. Before the towering edifice of Osborn Industries, the bright sun illuminated the 100-story building, reflecting soft glimmers off its green glass walls. Atop the structure hung the Osborn logo, accompanied by an expansive hexagonal glass facade resembling a beehive. Above it all, a lookout tower surveyed the entirety of New York City. The proprietors of this magnificent structure were none other than the renowned Osborn Industries, a name well known across the nation. In New York, only a select few buildings, such as the Empire State Building and Stark Industries, could rival its grandeur. At the entrance of the building, a flurry of people moved with purpose. Those allowed entry were predominantly the brilliant minds of Osborn Industries, business partners, or student groups who had arranged tours with the company. Standing at the entrance, clad in a brown jacket, was Peter Parker, a pen tucked behind his ear and a notebook under his arm, awaiting his companion. A striking blonde approached Peter and inquired, "Peter, are you waiting for someone? Is a friend you met not long ago?" Peter smiled at her and replied, "Yes, Mary Jane. He is a recent acquaintance of mine. He is quite a remarkable person. I just contacted him, and he should be arriving shortly." Just as Peter glanced at his watch, a voice suddenly called out, "Hi, Peter." Turning towards the sound, he saw Fang Leng approaching. Fang Leng reached Peter and said, "Haha, sorry to keep you waiting." However, a glance revealed a red-haired girl beside Peter, and Fang Leng noticed their conversation. Peter quickly gestured and introduced, "Fang Leng, this is Mary Jane, my classmate and friend. She is here to visit Osborn Industries as well." "So, this is Mary Jane?" Fang Leng had initially hoped only to meet Harry Osborn, but unexpectedly, he was also introduced to Mary Jane, who held significant sway over Peter Parker. "Hello, I'm Fang Leng. It's a pleasure to meet you," he said politely to Mary Jane. She smiled slightly, nodded, and responded, "Yes, you must be Peter's new friend. I'm pleased to meet you too." Fang Leng smiled softly, yet he quietly scrutinized Mary Jane, pondering, is this truly the girl who has captured both Peter and Harry's affections? Nevertheless, She is undeniably quite beautiful. Mary Jane possesses a mane of luxurious red hair and a pair of dreamy azure eyes. Her exquisitely chiseled face is complemented by rosy lips. More importantly, she exudes a dignified and approachable aura. As Fang Leng assessed Mary Jane, he felt a spark of admiration. Such beauty is bound to stir the hearts of many men. It is entirely understandable that both Peter and Harry are drawn to her. "Hey, Peter, is that you?" A man clad in a suit approached, prompting Peter to hurriedly greet him with a pat on the shoulder. "Harry, I owe you a great deal for your assistance this time." Fang Leng turned his gaze toward the newcomer, realizing that Harry Osborn had made his entrance. Peter and Harry approached, with Peter introducing, "This is Harry, the friend I mentioned to you earlier." Harry's handsome visage broke into a smile as he said, "I'm Harry Osborn. It's a pleasure to meet you. As you are also a friend of Peter's." Peter chimed in, "Harry, didn't you say I could invite a few more people? I brought along my friend Fang Leng, whom I met not long ago." Harry addressed the group, "All right, everyone, follow me." Under Harry's guidance, the four of them entered the Osborn Industries building. Upon reaching the service desk on the first floor, the staff recognized Harry Osborn, as he had informed them in advance, thus granting them access. "All right, just don't take random photos and stick with me. I'll lead you on a tour of Osborn Industries," Harry instructed the others. As they walked, Fang Leng observed the environment within the Osborn Industries office building. It was replete with high-tech facilities, advanced large-format plasma screens showcasing the research achievements and cutting-edge products of Osborn Industries. The presentations encompassed various fields of biotechnology and military technology. The introduction to biotechnology, in particular, was truly eye-opening. At the heart of the building, a colossal holographic display illustrated Osborn Industries' outstanding performance in practical applications. Although the building's decor was refined, it was not ostentatious. Rather, it radiated a pure scientific atmosphere. Many of the facility designs bore a strong biogenic characteristic, all of which showcased Osborn Industries' hallmark strength in biotechnology. Fang Leng surveyed the advanced equipment around him, excitement surging within him. His heart raced. For Osborn Industries has directly and indirectly contributed to the creation of many of Spider-Man's adversaries. Moreover, the pinnacle figure of Osborn Industries, Norman Osborn, had become Spider-Man's foremost nemesis, the Green Goblin. Chapter 10, Professor Kurt Connors. As thoughts of the Green Goblin crossed his mind, Fang Leng glanced again at Harry Osborn ahead of him. He recalled his previous searches online regarding crime in New York City, finding no information related to the Green Goblin. It seemed that at this moment, Harry's father, Norman Osborn, had yet to transform into the Green Goblin. Four individuals entered the elevator, with Harry Osborn elaborating on the headquarters of Osborn Industries. This magnificent edifice boasts a total of 110 floors, soaring to a height of 385 meters. The first 50 floors are dedicated to the military division, floors 51 to 90 to biotechnology, while floors 91 to 110 accommodate the comprehensive office and conference areas. At the pinnacle of this towering structure, there exists a helicopter platform. Let's first explore the military division. After a brief ride in the elevator, the group arrived at the 50th floor. "Come and take a look," Harry invited, gesturing towards the military division's aggregation zone. Numerous products and technologies from the military division undergo inspection and assembly here. Harry proceeded to introduce the area to the other three. Fang Leng, Peter, and Mary Jane gazed around the floor, observing a multitude of technicians clad in white lab coats diligently testing a variety of advanced technological items. As Harry guided them further, they paused before three technicians who were adjusting a laser cutting device. A highly automated robotic arm, equipped with a laser cutter, was meticulously slicing through a metal plate situated 3 meters away. Harry explained, "This is the latest model of laser cutter, currently undergoing continuous improvements and calibrations. The military has been actively encouraging the development of laser-based military equipment in recent years, making this one of Osborn Industries' new projects." Continuing their exploration, Harry shared additional advanced research achievements and products from Osborn Industries. They soon arrived at a testing area featuring a humanoid exosuit, capturing Fang Leng's attention. A suit, remarkably close to human form, was being tested by several technicians alongside a robust individual. The exosuit remained unpainted, exhibiting a gleaming metallic silver hue. Not only was Fang Leng intrigued, but Peter and Mary Jane also expressed curiosity about the humanoid exosuit. Harry, noticing their interest, eagerly explained, "This is Osborn Industries' new infantry exoskeleton, currently in testing. It is a formal bidding project for the Department of Defense. This suit significantly enhances the wearer's strength and speed, and my father has been particularly invested in this project. Should it succeed, it could yield a substantial number of orders from the Department of Defense." Peter remarked, "The design is quite impressive and advanced." Fang Leng observed the exoskeleton, noting that it was not overly bulky on the tester's frame, allowing for fluid movement. The thought of the exoskeleton painted green crossed Fang Leng's mind, evoking a nostalgic memory. The four continued their tour under Harry's guidance, visiting various research achievements until they arrived at a peculiar piece of machinery. This device bore a striking resemblance to a glider, albeit unfinished. With technicians engaged in maintenance and inspection, Harry pointed to this glider-like apparatus, saying, this is also a bidding project for the Department of Defense. It is designed to transport individuals onto the glider, which can then maneuver freely in the air. My father has mentioned this project to me on several occasions. Fang Leng gazed upon the glider wing, noting that while certain components remained unassembled, two jet-like devices were faintly visible at the tail end. Numerous built-in weapon compartments adorned the upper surface of the wing. Harry led a group through the vicinity, essentially completing a circuit on the 50th floor before guiding them to the 90th floor. The former served as the assembly area for the military industry, while the latter was designated for the biotechnological department. Recently, a professor named Kurt Connors had been engaged in developing a rare branch of reptilian biology. Let us pay him a visit, Harry suggested. He escorted several individuals to a laboratory enclosed by glass walls, where a number of researchers were diligently at work. Hello, Professor Connors, Harry called out to the scientists within. A middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat turned his head, adjusting his glasses as he replied, Harry, how pleasant to see you. Harry nodded and gestured to Peter, Fang Leng, and Mary Jane, saying, I have brought my friends to observe your research findings. We will remain quiet while you continue your work. Professor Connors turned back, using his left arm to tidy the items on his desk. It's nothing too pressing. I've completed most of my research for today, and I'm merely organizing my records. Since your friends are here, allow me to introduce my findings. The group followed Professor Connors to a section featuring holographic displays. Beside the holograms were several glass containers, each housing a small white mouse, which are being scanned repeatedly by an apparatus above. However, these mice bore disabilities, each missing a leg. Observing the equipment, Connors explained, I have implanted a serum antigen derived from reptilian DNA into the bodies of these legless mice. Reptiles possess remarkable regenerative capabilities. For instance, lizards can regrow their tails after losing them. If they can achieve this, I believe other organisms may also have similar potential. Thus, I am conducting experiments with these mice. If successful, I may consider extending this research to clinical patients. Many individuals with physical disabilities could experience a rebirth as a result. At this point, Professor Connors spoke with an air of anticipation and hope. Fang Leng also took notice of Connors, observing that his right sleeve hung empty, indicating the absence of an arm. One could easily surmise that his fervent dedication stemmed from a desire for personal restoration through this research. With an expression of expectation, Connors gazed at the holographic image, where the anatomy of the mice was revealed in intricate detail, showcasing their muscular and skeletal structures as displayed by the scanning device. Harry remarked to Professor Connors, It appears that everything here is progressing well. My father holds your talents in high regard. He has praised you more than once in my presence, Professor. Professor Connors nodded. Indeed, Mr. Osborne greatly values the projects for which I am responsible. He has generously facilitated the acquisition of numerous essential pieces of equipment. With the support of someone like Mr. Osborne, I am truly honored. Harry engaged in conversation with Professor Connors, while Fang Leng was suddenly captivated by a uniquely designed apparatus nearby. He casually tapped Peter on the shoulder. It looks quite extraordinary. Peter's gaze was drawn to it as well. This peculiar tubular device appeared modest in size, yet was remarkably intricate. Professor Connors, noticing Fang Leng and Peter's fascination, smiled and remarked, Oh, are you intrigued by that? It is called the Gonali device, recently introduced by Mr. Osborne. The Gonali device is indeed a vast apparatus. Its underlying principle is rather simple. An antigen is loaded onto the device. The reaction cloud it generates can envelop a considerable area, even extending to the scale of an entire city. Moreover, its effects are rapid. Individuals covered by the reaction cloud can expect treatment within half a day, Professor Connors explained. Upon hearing Professor Connors' elucidation, Peter expressed his amazement. It is truly astonishing that this device possesses such capabilities. Harry also examined the Gonali device, remarking, I had never noticed this before. I wonder why my father has recently developed and introduced such a large array of advanced equipment. Professor Connors continued, however, this device does carry certain risks. If someone were to load toxic substances onto it, the consequences could be quite severe. Therefore, it must be used with utmost caution. Now, the laboratory mice should be nearing the time for their reactions. Professor Connors approached the holographic display, which showcased a lineup of 7 laboratory mice. An artificial intelligence voice resonated from the hologram. Experimental subjects 1 through 7 are beginning to react. Tissue growth is commencing. Cells are rapidly proliferating. Professor Connors expressed his delight. After considerable research, I have injected these mice with a specially formulated serum. The results should be significantly better than before. Minutes passed, and the experiment continued to proceed normally. However, the electronic voice suddenly announced, "Warning, subjects 3 and 6 are exhibiting adverse symptoms. Organ tissue is showing signs of failure." Upon hearing this, Professor Connors' expression turned grave as he hurried to adjust the apparatus. Seeing Professor Connors engrossed in his work, Harry said, "Professor, please continue with your tasks. I will take them to explore other areas. We shall take our leave now." While arranging the experimental equipment, Professor Connors waved his hand and replied, "Safe travels." Harry led Fang Leng and Peter outside, stating, "Allow me to take you on a tour of the building's rooftop. The view there is splendid, offering a breathtaking panorama of New York City." Mary Jane pressed her lips together and remarked, "Oh, that sounds delightful." The four departed, leaving Professor Connors behind, who was diligently adjusting the experimental apparatus. The lab mice were succumbing to organ failure one after another, with even some perishing. Subjects 3, 4, and 1 had died, while subjects 2 and 6 were experiencing worsening organ failure. Listening to the electronic reports, Connors furrowed his brow, absent-mindedly rubbing his head with his remaining left arm. "Professor Connors, it's nearly lunchtime. Would you like me to bring you something to eat?" An assistant inquired. Connors exhaled deeply and replied, "That's all right. You all may go. I wish to be alone for a while." The assistants then exited the room, leaving Connors to ponder in solitude. How many times had the experiment yielded the same results? Connors sighed. Once a highly skilled military physician, his life had been irrevocably altered by the Iraq War years ago. At that time, Connors' medical unit was deployed to the front lines to perform emergency surgeries on critically injured soldiers. However, a rocket attack by insurgents resulted in irreparable damage to Connors' right arm. To save his life, he chose amputation. Norman Osborn was not merely a prominent entrepreneur, but also a man of scientific acumen. Recognizing Connors' potential, he decided to support Connors' research and allocated significant funding to the project. Just as Connors was succumbing to despair, the electronic voice suddenly announced, "Subject 7 is exhibiting normal parameters. Tissue is growing rapidly, and both temperature and blood pressure are stable." Connors quickly widened his eyes, fixating on the holographic display showcasing the changes in Subject 7, and hurried to the scanner to observe the mouse in Container 7. To his astonishment, he noted a slight growth trend in the severed limb of the mouse. Joy illuminated Connors' eyes. Although the antigens administered to the subjects were largely similar, there were subtle differences. He promptly searched for the production data of the antigens used in Subject 7, eager to conduct further experiments. In the subsequent trials, all the test mice survived, and the injured areas exhibited remarkably rapid growth. Witnessing such progress, Connors felt an overwhelming sense of joy, even a fervor for the success that had emerged from years of relentless effort. However, he quickly tempered his excitement with caution. He understood that the medical field scrutinized regenerative biotechnologies with utmost rigor, as the unknown nature of such technologies could lead to severe negative consequences. Moreover, obtaining legal approval for human trials of this specialized biotechnology posed significant challenges. Now that it has been achieved, it must be realized, Connors mused, gazing at the prepared antigens. Harry, accompanied by Peter, Fang Leng, and Mary Jane, continued their exploration of the upper floors and various other sections of the building. Time flew by rapidly, and by evening, the group decided to dine at a restaurant. While enjoying their meal, laughter and conversation flowed freely, particularly between Mary Jane and Harry, with Peter occasionally contributing to the discourse. Fang Leng, being a recent acquaintance of Peter, mostly observed the lively exchanges among the others. He had witnessed Peter's charismatic performance while donning the Spider-Man suit, but now, Peter Parker exuded a much steadier demeanor. Suddenly, a news report played, capturing the attention of the diners. Eyewitnesses claimed to have spotted a creature with a long tail and sharp claws near the Manhattan Bridge in New York. The beast rampaged through the area, causing considerable destruction, leading to severe traffic congestion on the bridge, leaving many trapped. Witnesses further described the creature as resembling a gigantic lizard. Upon hearing this, many patrons in the restaurant turned their gaze towards the news, while Fang Leng and Peter exchanged wide-eyed glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Peter and Fang Leng shared a knowing look before addressing Harry and Mary Jane. "We have something to attend to and must take our leave," Peter stated. Harry's face reflected a hint of curiosity. "What could be so urgent?" he inquired. "Nevertheless, do what you must," he added. Peter responded, "Harry, we truly appreciate the tour today." Fang Leng chimed in, "It has been a pleasure to meet both you and Mary Jane. I hope we will have the opportunity to see each other again." With a wave, Peter and Fang Leng hurriedly exited the restaurant. Peter turned to Fang Leng. "This situation is certainly not to be taken lightly. We must brace ourselves." Fang Leng nodded in agreement, aware that a fierce confrontation loomed ahead. Chapter 12. The Lizard Man on the Manhattan Bridge in New York. A multitude of vehicles found themselves ensnared in a gridlock. Panic erupted as people occasionally fled from their cars. A colossal figure weaved between the vehicles, its enormous yellow eyes casting an ominous glow in the night. This behemoth swung its powerful tail, leaving chaos in its wake, with shattered glass and damaged cars strewn across the bridge. However, not everyone managed to escape from their vehicles. Hurry, hurry. Come on, sweetheart, urged a stout father to his son trapped inside the car. Daddy, I'm scared, the child whimpered, clutching the seatbelt tightly. It's all right, darling, there's no time to waste, the father insisted urgently. Suddenly, a massive silhouette leaped forward, its claws lifting the car effortlessly. No, the boy's father screamed in terror. The creature hoisted the vehicle, roaring furiously as it prepared to hurl it away. Hey, here I come. A figure soared through the air, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's side. With a resounding thud, the monstrous being was knocked to the ground. Oh, that was close. Just barely. Spider-Man took a deep breath as he secured one end of his web to the bridge. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the rear shell of the trap car began to fracture from the earlier impact, threatening to plunge into the sea. Spider-Man glanced at the precarious vehicle, and a nearby father shouted in panic, "My son is still inside. Please, save him." Meanwhile, the colossal creature that had been knocked down slowly rose again. This lizard-like behemoth had fierce yellow eyes brimming with rage and hatred, as if it yearned to tear its prey apart. Oh no! Spider-Man smacked his forehead. The vehicle was likely to disintegrate and fall into the ocean, and now this monster was causing chaos. Fortunately, he had a partner. Hey buddy, I'm swamped here. I need you to distract that giant lizard. Spider-Man called out to the other side of the bridge. Got it. I'm on my way. A figure obscured by a hood leaped over with agility. It was Fang Leng. Fang Leng surveyed the chaotic scene and quickly grasped Spider-Man's dual dilemma. He glanced at the towering creature, which resembled a gigantic lizard, its body covered in dark green scales, with a tail extending over 2 meters long. Its yellow eyes surveyed the surroundings with a fierce glare. So, you must be the Lizard Man, Fang Leng shouted at the creature. Should I call you a dinosaur? A giant reptile? Or just a big lizard? The Lizard Man responded with an earth-shattering roar that set off a chain reaction of alarms among the congested vehicles on the bridge. It then lunged ferociously towards Fang Leng. He quickly retreated, realizing he needed to buy enough time for Spider-Man to resolve the predicament. He had to lead the Lizard Man away from Spider-Man and the others. The Lizard Man roared, its yellow eyes emanating a terrifying glow in the darkness. Fang Leng adeptly evaded its attacks. After spending over 2 months working with Spider-Man, he had significantly improved his mastery of the abilities he had acquired. To combat this crisis, he had hurriedly activated his transformation eye before arriving, enhancing his strength, agility, and spider sense. While dodging the Lizard Man's assaults, Fang Leng drew 2 electric shotguns from his attire. Relying on his transformed abilities was beneficial, but arming himself with equipment was advantageous as well. Recently, he had procured some reasonably priced weapons from black market vendors in the bustling city. With a crackle, the electric guns discharged, sending projectiles that struck the Lizard Man's massive form. However, the creature merely stiffened momentarily before violently shaking off the darts and continuing its pursuit of Fang Leng. It seemed the thickness of its scales rendered the electric shock guns nearly ineffective. Fang Leng then retrieved a small, simply crafted tear gas grenade from his pocket. Though he couldn't obtain advanced weaponry from the black market, this basic tear gas grenade was certainly better than nothing. He pulled the pin and hurled it toward the Lizard Man's head. A dull thud echoed, followed by a waft of tear gas enveloping the Lizard Man overhead. Under the gas's stinging effect, tears streamed from the Lizard Man's eyes as he clawed wildly at his surroundings. It indeed proved somewhat effective. But the Lizard Man quickly shook his head and, with renewed fury, charged towards Fang Leng. This creature possessed an astonishing resilience to harm. Fang Leng continued to evade. Meanwhile, Spider-Man seized the opportunity while Fang Leng distracted the Lizard Man, sliding down the web he had previously secured to the vehicle. As Spider-Man landed on the rear of the dangling car, a sudden crack resounded. The car's rear shell was torn apart by the weight, sending a large portion of the vehicle plummeting downward. With remarkable agility, Spider-Man managed to grasp the falling debris. At that moment, the car dangled precariously in midair. With one hand gripping the web tethered to the bridge above, Spider-Man peered into the vehicle's cabin, spotting a boy strapped in with a seatbelt, weeping. "Hey, kid, look at me." The young boy, eyes sparkling with excitement, gazed up at the web slinger. "Is it really you, Spider-Man?" "Yes, it's me. Now listen, I can't let go. So you need to unbuckle your seatbelt and climb up to me," Spider-Man instructed softly. The boy glanced around, his expression filled with sheer terror. I'm scared. Don't be afraid. I believe you can do this. Don't you want to tell your friends that Spider-Man saved you?" The boy's fear seemed to wane slightly as he fumbled with the seatbelt, slowly beginning to ascend. Good, good. Just like that. Hold on tight, Spider-Man encouraged. Though his spider sense distinctly registered the continued cracking of the car frame, it was about to fall. With a swift motion, Spider-Man scooped the boy up into his arms. Hold on to me, kid. As he secured the child, the car plummeted like a headless fly toward the ocean below. All right, let's go. Spider-Man shot another web towards the bridge, pulling both himself and the boy upward. He swiftly placed the child into his father's arms, who was in tears, embracing his son tightly. The father looked at Spider-Man, gratitude etched across his face. Spider-Man, I don't know how to thank you. Don't mention it. Spider-Man is everyone's friendly neighborhood hero, he replied gently. As soon as he finished speaking, Spider-Man dashed back towards the lizard man, ready to confront the monster. Chapter 13. The lizard man Fang Leng and the lizard man were still locked in combat, but Fang Leng aimed to avoid direct confrontation, primarily utilizing distractions to hinder the lizard man. However, the lizard man grew more ferocious with each charge, his powerful claws lunging wildly at Fang Leng. Fang Leng dodged left and right, relying on his agility to evade the onslaught. Despite the lizard man's imposing size, he exhibited remarkable speed in close combat, even incorporating his thick tail into his frenzied attacks. A robust tail, over 2 meters in length, swung powerfully towards Fang Leng. Startled, Fang Leng leaped aside as the colossal tail swept beneath him. The sheer force of the tail caused him to gasp in trepidation. Being struck by it would be no trifling matter. Hey, you bipedal reptilian fiend, do not bully my friend. A jovial voice rang out, marking the arrival of Spider-Man. Aiming his right arm at the lizard's feet, Spider-Man unleashed a thick strand of webbing that ensnared one of the creature's legs, while simultaneously firing another strand from his left arm to bind the other foot to the ground. Spider-Man leaped to Fang Leng's side, remarking, "Thanks to you restraining this four-legged beast, I now have the chance to rescue that child." Fang Leng sighed in relief. This creature is indeed formidable. I nearly fell victim to its strikes multiple times. Yet, it seems our troubles are far from over. The lizard, with a fierce struggle, broke free from the webbing with its immense strength. Spider-Man gazed at the monstrous creature. Oh, this fellow. The lizard lunged forward like a raging torrent, executing a swift 360-degree spin, its tail whipping with tremendous force. Both Fang Leng and Spider-Man hastily dodged. But Fang Leng suddenly felt the tip of the lizard's tail collide with his arm, leaving a painful gash. Fang Leng winced at the fiery sting. But upon inspection, he found it was merely a superficial scrape, not too severe. It seems that being a hero comes with its own risks, he remarked, still shaken. Spider-Man, while shooting more webbing at the lizard, replied, "Oh, you're just beginning to grasp that. I've lost count of how many injuries I've sustained in my pursuit of heroism." The lizard's strength was overwhelming, and each time Spider-Man attempted to immobilize it with webbing, the creature swiftly broke free. This ongoing battle was clearly draining for both Spider-Man and Fang Leng. Fang Leng, catching sight of the lizard's menacing yellow eyes in the darkness, suggested, "This giant reptile has tough skin. Perhaps we should target its eyes." "Good idea. That's a solid plan," Spider-Man responded. "All right, let us execute it." Fang Leng rummaged through his pocket and produced 2 more makeshift gas canisters, pulling the pins and tossing them towards the lizard. With 2 muffled explosions, a cloud of tear gas enveloped the lizard's head. Amidst the intense irritation, the creature roared and began to blink frantically. "Here's a taste of 2 strands of webbing for you, four-legged fiend," Spider-Man exclaimed, extending both hands and unleashing 2 thick strands of webbing. With 2 distinct sounds of impact, the lizard's eyes were ensnared. It howled in fury, clutching its head and shaking wildly. It seems even the toughest skin has a weakness in those eyes. "How about we find a way to get this creature into the sea?" Spider-Man suggested, observing the temporarily blinded lizard. Spider-Man nimbly approached the lizard, swiftly executing a powerful kick aimed at the creature's legs. The lizard roared in anger, momentarily neglecting the spider's silk tearing at its eyes, and lunged towards Spider-Man, relying on its heightened animal instincts. However, the impairment of its vision significantly hampered its attack. After a wild swing that missed, the lizard charged ferociously at Spider-Man. As Spider-Man cleverly lured the massive creature towards the edge of the bridge, he taunted, "Come on, big lizard. Little dinosaur, come catch me. If you can. I'll concede your prowess." Meanwhile, Fang Leng seized some debris from the bridge, shattered by the lizard's rampage, and hurled it at the creature, which only fueled its fury. With the lizard now perilously close to the edge of the bridge, less than a meter away, Spider-Man swiftly leaped behind it and shot a large mass of webbing beneath its feet. The lizard lost its balance and, propelled by inertia, crashed into the railing before plummeting into the depths of the ocean below. The sound of a splash echoed as the lizard hit the water, sending ripples across the surface. Fang Leng and Spider-Man gazed down at the swirling water. Spider-Man quipped, "Oh dear, I wonder if it can swim." Fang Leng clapped Spider-Man on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Phew, we finally finished. Let us check if there are any other injured individuals around here, and we should leave quickly. The police will likely be arriving soon." The duo hurriedly searched the vicinity of the bridge for any additional victims. Fortunately, the lizard's rampage had been quite conspicuous, and most people had managed to avoid harm. Alerted by its roars and violent movements, to avoid unnecessary trouble with the police, they made their swift exit. Meanwhile, in a sewer connected to the ocean beneath New York City, a disheveled figure rose once more. In the following days, rumors circulated throughout the city of sightings of the lizard-like creature reappearing on the streets. The citizens of New York were filled with unease, and it became a topic of conversation in many households. On another day, within the office of the Daily Bugle's editor-in-chief, J. Jonah Jameson was addressing a group of staff members, including the temporary photographer, Peter Parker. As Peter listened to Jameson's incessant chatter, he, still a university student, learned to utilize his free time to work as a photographer, earning some extra income and gaining experience. Everyone is aware of the creature that's been the talk of the town, the one referred to as the lizard or lizard man, Jameson announced. This monster has made multiple appearances, and I intend to issue a new assignment. Lowering his voice, he continued, that is to capture a photograph of the lizard. As soon as Jameson finished assigning the task, the staff exchanged glances, some shaking their heads slightly. Jameson furrowed his brow. What's the matter? Does anyone think this task is ludicrous? I previously commissioned photographs of Spider-Man, and some thought that was absurd as well. Yet, someone still managed to capture an image. Parker. Isn't that right? Peter Parker smiled quietly from among the crowd, but refrained from responding. Jameson continued, well, this time the reward I'm offering for a photograph of the lizard man is undeniably substantial. 500. What do you think? He added, of course. I've heard that the lizard man travels in a rather peculiar manner, so I intentionally set the price high. 500? Is that for real, Chief? Peter exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement upon hearing the news. Jameson shot him a glance, no doubt about it, but the photograph needs to be taken up close. If it's too distant, I won't accept it this time. Peter committed this to memory. The lizard man's continued rampage in New York was something he and Fang Leng could not ignore. Coincidentally, while dealing with the lizard man, he could snap some photos and earn a little extra cash. Peter swiftly exited the newspaper building, where Fang Leng awaited him outside. All right, Peter, it's time to proceed with the plan, Fang Leng said to him. Indeed, the two then made their way to a secluded entrance leading to the city's sewer system. One odor, but what can we do? Peter remarked while pinching his nose. Fang Leng chuckled wryly. No choice, it's part of being a hero, as he lifted the sewer cover. Based on their research over the past few days regarding the lizard man's activities, Fang Leng and Peter concluded that he was likely lurking within this section of sewers. Chapter 14. Secrets beneath the ground. With a clang, the sewer cover was opened, and Fang Leng and Peter peered inside. A more potent stench wafted up, causing both of them to grimace. However, to investigate the lizard man, they had to descend. All right, buddy, let's get ready to go down. Peter shrugged, beginning to remove his outer shirt to reveal the red and blue Spider-Man suit underneath. Fang Leng, equipped with various small gadgets, glanced at Spider-Man. Focusing all his energy, he activated his ability to perceive and transform powers. To confront this crisis, Fang Leng needed to select some abilities anew. In his vision, Spider-Man's body seemed to emanate immense power, showcasing the visual sensitivity of his own superpower transformation. Then, a voice echoed in his subconscious. Superpowers detected. The following abilities are present: super strength, super agility, wall crawling, spider sense. These can be selectively transferred to your own body. Currently, your body can accommodate 3 abilities. Considering the requirements of this mission, Fang Leng concentrated and transformed super agility, wall crawling, and spider sense in his own abilities. In an instant, he felt his body undergo a rapid transformation, as if his very bones and flesh were restructuring. It was as if he had been reborn. His organs, blood, muscles, and bones were infused with a newfound vitality. Fang Leng focused all his energy to stabilize the transformation. Finally, the overwhelming sensation subsided, and he successfully integrated Spider-Man's 3 superpowers. Fang Leng then adhered to the side of the sewer pipe with Spider-Man's hands and began to descend slowly. The sewer was dark, filled with dampness and a putrid odor, and the walls were occasionally sticky. The two individuals descended for a while before commencing their exasperated banter. Peter, I assume you have never navigated such an environment before? Fang Leng remarked, his brow furrowed in frustration as he continued to climb. After a period of arduous ascent, they finally arrived at a relatively spacious sewer tunnel. Although it remained predominantly dark, aided by Spider-Man's arachnid senses and a compact spotlight, they managed to proceed further. However, the walls had become increasingly viscous, compelling them to avoid illuminating those areas with their small flashlight, as they were reluctant to confront the repulsive accumulations of filth. It's exceedingly sticky. Fang Leng grimaced, struggling onward. Suddenly, his palm slipped, causing him to lose grip on the wall. Quick as a flash, Spider-Man shot a strand of webbing to secure Fang Leng's torso. "Hey, buddy, it's quite damp and sticky here. You ought to be cautious," Spider-Man remarked while supporting Fang Leng. Fang Leng cast a glance downward and exclaimed, "Wait, I believe I've spotted something. Lower me down, would you? Perhaps you should join me." Once they reached the ground, they directed their attention to the waterlogged floor. Before them lay a massive, indented footprint, characterized by 4 toes, with faint claw-like protrusions at the tips. Spider-Man and Fang Leng exchanged a knowing glance. "It's it." They both recalled the harrowing encounter on the Manhattan Bridge days prior, where the lizard's formidable claws and tail had left a lasting impression. This footprint, resembling a giant claw, was unmistakably that of the lizard. "It appears it truly has been here," Spider-Man murmured softly. As they proceeded with heightened caution, their voices diminished to hushed tones while they ventured deeper into the sewer. After a considerable time traversing the pitch-black tunnel, a flicker of light caught their attention. This area was more expansive than the rest, and as they approached the illumination, they discovered a collection of makeshift facilities as if hastily assembled. "Look at this," Fang Leng beckoned to Spider-Man. Upon entering the area, they encountered several folding tables, a few incandescent light bulbs, and an assortment of experimental instruments and items. These might be closely related to the lizard, Spider-Man speculated, his attention drawn to a mobile phone. Adjusting the device, a video feed materialized. On the screen, a bespectacled middle-aged man was clearly taking a selfie while conversing with himself. Fang Leng and Spider-Man recognized the individual as Professor Connors, whom they had met days earlier during a visit to Oscorp Tower. The video continued to play. Subject Kurt Connors. All parameters normal. Body temperature 95 degrees, stable for 48 hours. All cells are undergoing rapid growth. Clotting speed has significantly increased, with marked enhancements in muscle reflexes, strength, and agility. Professor Connors then removed his eyes, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his vision, rendering the experimental subjects incapable of wearing corrective lenses. Such a transformation in the human body transcends traditional medical treatments and ventures into the realm of a more perfected species. At this juncture, the excitement in Professor Connors' demeanor intensified. To prevent a recurrence of the ailment, he resolved to significantly increase the dosage to 300 milligrams. He then seized a robust syringe and forcefully injected the green serum into his arm. In the ensuing footage, a dramatic transformation overtook Professor Connors' exterior. A series of dark green scales began to emerge, and his incomplete right arm regenerated, while his eyes turned a vivid yellow. This appearance unmistakably suggested a transition towards a form akin to that of a lizard man. Spider-Man, observing the footage, marveled in disbelief. There was no doubt that the lizard man was indeed Professor Connors transformed. A voice then resonated from the video, and with my plan, having successfully alleviated my own suffering, I intend to share this success with a greater multitude. I'm fully capable of creating a new species. Just as Fang Leng and Spider-Man were captivated by the revelation, a slow-moving silhouette emerged from the shadows above, revealing a gaping maw. Chapter 15, A New Species. A new species? Spider-Man found himself engulfed in perplexity as he scrutinized the footage. Concurrently, both he and Fang Leng sensed a swift, impending danger descending from above. "Danger!" they exclaimed, swiftly evading to their sides. A colossal figure crashed down upon the very spot where they had just stood, its body cloaked in dark green scales. It was undeniably the lizard man. "Indeed, it is you. You have been hiding underground, Professor Kurt Connors." Spider-Man clenched his fists, declaring. The lizard man glared at Spider-Man with his large yellow eyes, and then a deep, raspy voice emanated from his reptilian mouth. "Humph. It seems you have uncovered my identity. Yet, I am Kurt Connors. Who would have thought that you two miscreants would sneak your way here? Why have you transformed in such a manner? Is it due to the special serum injected in the footage?" Spider-Man inquired. The lizard man growled deeply in response, "Indeed. It is the serum I developed that has enabled my evolution into this formidable form. My proud invention has ultimately salvaged me. I have not only regained my missing arm, but have also acquired an unparalleled strength. I herald the birth of a new species. Fang Leng. I'm the colossal being that could erupt at any moment," queried. "Wait, Professor Connors. What do you mean by new species?" The lizard man flicked his tongue and retorted fiercely. "A new species? I'm the first member of this new species and shall also be its leader. My successful evolution has demonstrated that the traits of reptiles represent the pinnacle of human advancement. Reptiles possess a formidable ability for self-healing and regeneration, whereas humans, despite millions of years of evolution rooted in primate lineage, remain woefully reliant on tools, and are physically frail. I have resolved to transform others into beings endowed with the powerful reptilian essence that I now embody. The lizard man arrogantly articulated his intentions, and Fang Leng exchanged a knowing glance with Spider-Man, both shaking their heads. It was evident that Dr. Connors had lost much of his sanity after his transformation, descending into madness. Professor Connors, have you lost your mind? Please, the current you is not your true self. The original you would never wish for this. Spider-Man implored the transformed Connors. This is not me. I revel in my current form. My mutilated right arm has been reborn. Do you have any idea how painful my existence was without it? Moreover, I'm a man of my word. I proclaimed the birth of a new species, and it is imperative that I nurture its growth. Thus, I must convert more individuals into my powerful likeness, starting with the entire population of New York City. Are you suggesting you will roam the streets with a syringe, injecting everyone? Fang Leng questioned the lizard man with a grave expression. The lizard man let out a derisive laugh. Do you think I would be so foolish? Since you are here, allow me to enlighten you. Within Oscorp, there exists a canali device. Once I acquire it, I will have a means to transform all of New York into this new species. The lizard man then growled ferociously. Well, I have shared my plans with you. However, anyone who knows of my scheme must perish. Now, I must eliminate you and promptly proceed with my plan. As soon as he finished speaking, the lizard man lunged at Spider-Man with ferocity, his gaping maw poised to bite down hard. Professor! Spider-Man shouted as he leapt into the air. With a swift motion, he launched a powerful web that ensnared the lizard man's head. Following this, Spider-Man landed on the lizard man's back, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. However, the lizard man swiftly tore through the webbing with his claws and, in a violent motion, flung Spider-Man away. Just as Spider-Man touched down, the lizard man lunged again, his 4 massive claws aimed at him. A resounding crash echoed as a blinding light flashed before the lizard man's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Spider-Man deftly evaded the attack. Thank goodness I purchased some flashbangs, Fang Leng remarked to Spider-Man. After their previous encounter with the lizard man, Fang Leng had replenished his arsenal with makeshift flashbangs and various small gadgets from some black market dealers. This guy's movements are much more refined than last time. We need to be extra cautious. Let us subdue this fiend together, Spider-Man declared as he charged forward, his web shooters firing in unison. He circled around the lizard man, unleashing a barrage of webs that wrapped tightly around him. Fang Leng, ever the agile combatant, followed suit by throwing several canisters of tear gas and flashbangs, effectively supporting Spider-Man in their struggle. In mere seconds, the lizard man transformed into a cocoon-like entity, only to be interrupted by a thunderous roar. With a sudden surge of strength, the lizard man broke free from the mass of spider silk. You two scoundrels, watch how I tear you apart, he bellowed in a deep, raspy voice. Wow, this guy is incredibly strong, Spider-Man remarked, observing the lizard man charging towards them with greater ferocity. Fang Leng hastily ascended the nearby wall. We have no choice, Spider-Man. Let us evade his wrath and engage him strategically for now. Spider-Man flicked his wrist, launching himself upward with the web shooters. The lizard man's might was formidable. Discarded steel pipes crashed against the walls, leaving a web of cracks in their wake. However, utilizing their spider sense, both heroes deftly dodged the lizard man's assaults. With agility on their side, they managed to hold their ground against him temporarily. After a relentless barrage, the lizard man, realizing his efforts bore no fruit, slammed against the wall with a mighty crash. I tire of this game, he declared. The impact sent tremors through the aging sewer structure, causing it to begin collapsing, with numerous fissures appearing, a clear indication of impending ruin. Both Spider-Man and Fang Leng felt the ground sway beneath them. The lizard man raced toward his makeshift laboratory and triumphantly seized a thick glass canister from his equipment, exclaiming, "Soon, I shall bring my plan to fruition." With that, he hurriedly fled through a nearby opening. This is bad. We must escape at once. Spider-Man Awakens. As both he and Fang Leng leapt from the crumbling wall, their eyes scanned the area and soon spotted a whirlpool for which a torrent of water gushed forth. With the collapse growing more severe, they had no time to ponder and jumped directly into the whirlpool. The water cascaded downward, ultimately sweeping them into a body of seawater. They swam to the nearest shore, sputtering as they expelled the contaminated water. Ugh! Spider-Man coughed, while Fang Leng heaved before collapsing onto the ground, gazing skyward. What a disastrous operation! Spider-Man lamented. Fang Leng, contemplating the sky, suddenly recalled, wait, the lizard man mentioned needing something from Oscorp. Removing his mask, Spider-Man replied, it seems to be the Ganali device. He explained it to us during our visit, claiming it could create a reaction cloud capable of treating patients on a large scale. Fang Leng quickly sat up, realization dawning upon him. He is likely heading to Oscorp to procure that device. We must hurry. Chapter 16, A Critical Situation. We should make haste to Oscorp. He has expressed a need for that Ganali device. He may already be attempting to steal that equipment, Fang Leng said with utmost seriousness. Spider-Man shook his hair, took a few deep breaths, and donned his mask once more. With that settled, let us proceed. Now, let's head to Oscorp Tower. In the restroom on the ground floor of Oscorp Tower, a staff member was washing his hands by the sink when suddenly a violent tremor erupted. "Who is there?" The staff member exclaimed, startled. Just as he was grappling with his bewilderment, the floor beneath him cracked with an ominous rumble, creating dozens of fissures. Then, with a thunderous roar, the ground ruptured and an enormous beast emerged, its fierce yellow eyes fixated menacingly on the staff member. "Oh my!" he shouted, terrified, and bolted for the door. Meanwhile, those in the lobby outside the restroom heard a tremendous crash as the restroom walls crumbled and the monstrous creature charged forth. Witnessing its dark green skin and formidable claws, panic ensued as people screamed and fled in all directions, exclaiming, "Heavens, the monster is here!" The crowd in the lobby began to frantically dash towards the exits, while several guards stationed at the entrance reacted swiftly. They drew their firearms and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the lizard-like creature. Dozens of shots struck the beast, which raised its clawed arms to partially shield itself from the onslaught. After a flurry of gunfire, the guards widened their eyes in astonishment as they noticed that the creature merely twitched slightly, its ferocity undiminished as it glared back at them. Though the bullets inflicted some damage, leaving tiny craters on its surface, the wounds rapidly healed, accompanied by a surge of cellular regeneration. The lizard man fixed a fierce stare on the guards, letting out an enraged roar. In a sudden burst of speed, it lunged at the nearest guards, sweeping its powerful tail to knock 4 of them to the ground. The remaining guards, pale with fear, watched as the lizard man glanced at them triumphantly before racing towards the elevators within the building. Despite its violent demeanor, the creature retained vestiges of Dr. Connor's intellect. It soon boarded an elevator, ascending to the 90th floor. Meanwhile, Spider-Man and his companion, Fang Leng, finally arrived at the front of Oscorp Tower, where chaos reigned as people poured out in a frenzy. Clearly, something catastrophic had transpired inside, and it was almost certain that the lizard man had infiltrated Oscorp Tower to steal some device. Gazing up at the towering structure, Spider-Man remarked, "Could it be that Dr. Connors intends to create a reaction cloud right from the rooftop after acquiring the device? This seems plausible. Although I am not entirely versed in the details of the Ganali device, it would make sense to generate a reaction cloud from a higher vantage point." Fang Leng looked at Spider-Man and suggested, "Then let us ambush him from the rooftop." Spider-Man pondered for a moment, then replied, "Why don't you go ahead to set the ambush, and I will navigate through the glass walls on the side of the building to locate him precisely." "All right then." Fang Leng swiftly dashed into the building, making his way directly to the elevator in order to ascend to the top floor. Meanwhile, Spider-Man utilized his webbing and agility to scale the glass facade of the Osborn building, which was adorned with green transparent glass, allowing for a view of the office scenes within. On the 90th floor, a colossal figure burst forth from an elevator, careening through the floor with reckless abandon. At last, the lizard arrived at his former laboratory, locating the cylindrical Canarli device, which he hoisted triumphantly. Just as the lizard reveled in his victory, he noticed a figure outside the glass wall of the floor, knocking emphatically on the surface. It was Spider-Man. "Once again, it's you. Watch as I tear you apart." The lizard exuded an unprecedented frenzy and rage, seizing a nearby glass table and hurling it with all his might towards Spider-Man outside the glass wall. Spider-Man, quick on his feet, dodged the projectile. But with a resounding crash, the hexagonal glass pane he had clung to shattered into a multitude of fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Spider-Man slipped through the broken glass, waving at the lizard. "Oh, you're quite formidable. Is this how excited you get upon seeing me? I must be quite the source of your ire." The lizard, with a sturdy bag still hanging from his back, tossed the device aside and lunged at Spider-Man. As Spider-Man evaded, he attempted to reason with him. "Come on, Professor. Have you completely lost yourself? Is this how a scientist behaves?" The lizard, swinging his claws and tail, bellowed, "Fool. Who are you to educate me? I must succeed. No one can stop me." As Spider-Man climbed the wall, he replied, "You're failing, don't you realize? How can a scientist become this way and not see it as a failure? Won't your friends be disappointed? Won't they be afraid?" The lizard let out a ferocious roar and, in a fit of rage, charged out of the floor. "Watch out, Professor!" As the lizard was about to plummet, Spider-Man quickly shot out a web, catching him just in time. However, the lizard retaliated, swinging Spider-Man out of the building with tremendous force. With both of them on the brink of falling, Spider-Man shot another web toward the building. The lizard seized a moment, roaring, "Ha! You've fallen for it." His massive claws gripped the exterior wall, and with a violent swing of the web connecting them, Spider-Man was sent flying like a meteor. "Die, you little pest." The lizard swung with all his might, flinging Spider-Man away. Under the lizard's immense strength, the resilient webbing finally snapped. Spider-Man plummeted towards the ground, while the lizard continued his ascent up the building's wall. In a panic, Spider-Man attempted to shoot another web, only to discover that the web shooter on his left arm had malfunctioned. It was precisely the moment when the lizard man exerted too much force while grasping the web that led to damage to his left arm's web shooter. Spider-Man swiftly utilized his right arm's web shooter to launch a strand of webbing towards the side of the building, swinging around its facade. It seemed this brute was not merely a mindless giant relying solely on strength. He had indeed been caught off guard by this creature. Taking a deep breath, Spider-Man remarked. Yet upon looking up again, he noticed the lizard man was nearly reaching the rooftop, while he himself had plummeted several floors down. This was dire, however. Fang Leng should have already reached the rooftop. He hoped his ally could buy him some more time. After uttering this, Spider-Man resumed his ascent. On the rooftop above, Fang Leng sought a concealed spot to survey his surroundings. He wondered if the creature had made its way up yet. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he spotted two claws slowly scaling the edge of the building. Chapter 17, Turning Danger into Safety. Upon seeing the approaching claws, Fang Leng thought it best to be on high alert. He worried about Spider-Man, hoping he would remain unscathed. Hiding, he observed the lizard man, who bore a cylindrical device on his back, evidently having secured the canali device. The lizardman's terrifying visage was adorned with a sense of pride and exhilaration. Gazing at the tallest spire at the center of the rooftop, he contemplated installing the canali device and creating a reactive cloud using an antibody derived from reptilian DNA. This would mark the preliminary achievement of his goal, leading to the emergence of countless humans with reptilian genes in New York. As the lizard man prepared to ascend further, a makeshift tear gas grenade was suddenly hurled above him. With a loud bang, the explosion caused the lizard man to clutch his eyes in distress. Big lizard, you shan't prevail. At the very least, I won't allow it. Fang Leng admonished, pulling out two rudimentary flashbangs and tossing them towards the lizard man. Another two blinding flashes ensued, prompting the lizard man to roar in frustration, you little pest. But you cannot stop me. On the rooftop, there was a helipad where a small helicopter belonging to the Osborn group was stationed. The lizard man seized the tail of the helicopter and, with tremendous strength, lifted it high. He then hurled it towards Fang Leng. The latter hurriedly dodged, realizing that this brute was using the aircraft as a weapon. With a resounding clang and a cacophony of shattering metal, the front half of the helicopter was forcefully demolished by the lizardman's might, leaving only the tail section intact. Wielding the tail rotor like a colossal baseball bat, the lizard man charged at Fang Leng. I have no time to play with you, the lizard man bellowed, flinging the tail rotor and swiftly making his way towards the central spire of the rooftop. The reptilian creature secured the tubular canali device atop the spire, followed by the installation of a fiberglass container filled with serum antigens, all the while eagerly configuring the password. Suddenly, a viscous spider silk shot out, ensnaring the right claw of the lizard man, halting his hand from pressing the switch. Fang Leng glanced up at the rooftop, pleasantly surprised to see Spider-Man racing to the scene once more. Oof, do you think you can stop me? The lizard man forcefully broke free, tearing the spider silk apart. He resumed his frantic configuration of the device. Fang Leng quickly surveyed the surroundings and his gaze fell upon the severed tail wing. Spider, use this against him. Upon seeing the tail wing, Spider-Man immediately grasped its significance. An excellent idea. He swiftly fired the web shooter from his right arm, propelling the tail wing like a meteor hammer towards the lizard man. The lizard man let out a pain scream as he was struck down from the spire. Wounded, he grimaced. I've already set it up. My plan will come to fruition in mere seconds. Is that so? Too bad, not on my watch, Spider-Man retorted, simultaneously spinning the tail wing with his webbing like a meteor hammer. Behold, the tail wing, now whirling like a celestial weapon, hurtled towards the countdown canali device. No, the lizard man bellowed in fury, but it was too late. The device shattered under the force of the blow. The lizard man stared in disbelief at the wreckage of the canali device, his enormous yellow eyes filled with agitation and incredulity. Meanwhile, 10 meters behind him, both Spider-Man and Fang Leng took a moment to catch their breath. You see, you need not be completely restrained. Merely destroying the device is sufficient to thwart your scheme, Spider-Man remarked slowly. Fang Leng added, moreover, had you not recklessly wielded that helicopter as a weapon, the tail wing would not have been used to dismantle your device. The lizard man slowly turned around, radiating immense rage and hatred, clearly wishing to crush the two before him into a pulp. Oh dear, it seems we have truly enraged him, Spider-Man noted, observing the lizard man's furious demeanor. Fang Leng maintained a calm expression. Regardless, it is best we subdue him immediately. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly persist with his plans of destruction. You two scoundrels! The lizard man roared as he charged at them. The duo swiftly evaded his advance. Fang Leng retrieved the remaining tear gas and flashbang grenades from his person, seizing the opportune moment to hurl them at the lizard man. While Spider-Man continued to ensnare various weapons with his webbing, spinning them into a meteor hammer to strike at the lizard man. "Professor, please, snap out of it," Spider-Man urged while battling the creature. The three engaged in a fierce struggle atop the skyscraper, with webs clinging everywhere and the ground marred by cracks from the tremendous force of their conflict. The lizard man's roars reverberated through the air, a scene that would surely be unbearable for anyone with sensitive sensibilities. Both sides were entangled in a fierce struggle, as Fang Leng fought alongside Spider-Man, contemplating that this situation could not persist. Suddenly, Fang Leng's gaze fell upon the right arm of the lizard, triggering a thought. "Buddy, aim for the lizard's right arm," Fang Leng instructed Spider-Man. Spider-Man glanced at the lizard's right arm, recalling that Professor Connors had been devoid of it before his transformation. This, perhaps, was indeed a vulnerability. Utilizing his web shooters, Spider-Man seized a shard of the wrecked helicopter's sharp metallic casing and struck fiercely at the lizard's right arm. With an agonizing scream, the lizard collapsed to the ground, his arm nearly severed. Despite the mutation acquired through the reptilian serum, the newly grown arm remained a relatively fragile point. Seizing the opportunity, Spider-Man unleashed a barrage of webbing upon the lizard's form. "Well, that certainly proved effective," Spider-Man remarked, observing the lizard in agony. However, the lizard's body began to undergo a violent transformation. The dark green scales began to shed, and the aura of rage and hatred diminished. As the metamorphosis progressed, the reptilian visage gradually receded, revealing the weary face of a middle-aged man, none other than Dr. Connors. "Cough, cough, cough. It seems the serum's antigen is quite unstable." Connors spoke wearily from the ground. "That terrifying serum antigen, I can't believe I've done all this," he lamented, regret and remorse etched across his features. Spider-Man and Fang Leng exchanged glances, both filled with sympathy for the scientist. "Professor, is there anything I can do to assist you?" Spider-Man inquired. Connors raised his head slightly and surveyed his body, saying, "Is this the Osborn Industrial Building? I need the antidote from the lab. It can entirely rid me of this condition. Can you help me?" Upon hearing this, Spider-Man replied, "Is it in your laboratory? The 90th floor, right? All right, I'll check it out." Chapter 18, Attending the Expo. Connors further detailed the location of the antidote to Spider-Man. Afterward, Spider-Man descended the building and soon retrieved a vial of the antidote-like substance from the 90th floor. Upon reaching the rooftop, Connors found a blue vial among the antidotes and injected it into his arm. As the effects of the serum took hold, the remaining scales continued to fall away, and his face fully reverted to that of a human. Observing the weary Connors, both Spider-Man and Fang Leng sighed, reflecting on how such a kind-looking professor had faced the dire consequences of a laboratory mishap. With a weary expression, Connors softly lamented, "It is all my fault. I caused all of this." That evening, local New York television aired the news, revealing that the lizard had once been a brilliant scientist, with Professor Connors now arrested for a series of tragic events. Time passed swiftly, and 3 weeks had elapsed since the lizard incident. Fang Leng walked along the bustling streets of Times Square in New York City, a region renowned for its vibrant and illustrious atmosphere. Here, resplendent promotional screens adorned the surroundings, while an array of colorful billboards and captivating street performers filled the air with life, and the incessant news broadcasts captivated the eyes of passersby. Anyone who ventured into this realm would undoubtedly be awestruck by its opulence. The essence of New York's metropolitan allure was exquisitely manifested here. Fang Leng was particularly fond of this place, often frequenting it for a visit. Of course, the grand screens displayed news and advertisements, and Fang Leng was surprised to discover that Stark Industries was also promoting its brand here. Regular visits would ensure frequent sightings of the Stark Industries logo, and the flamboyant Iron Man, Tony Stark, often portrayed himself as the company's spokesperson. In America, Tony Stark, a genius in technology, a wealthy heir, a prominent entrepreneur, and a notorious playboy, was greatly admired by many. Numerous media outlets closely followed his exploits, with rumors about him circulating widely. Moreover, Tony Stark boldly declared himself as Iron Man, a move unprecedented in history. Truly, Tony Stark possessed a rather audacious demeanor. Fang Leng gazed at the Stark Industries advertisement on the building before him, which featured Stark himself clad in his armored suit, alongside Stark Industries' cutting-edge products. Deep down, Fang Leng harbored a desire to engage with Tony Stark. However, this was no simple endeavor. After all, Iron Man hailed from an elite background, navigating circles that were predominantly composed of the affluent, making it a significant challenge to connect with him. In contrast, Spider-Man, with his humble origins, exhibited a more approachable demeanor. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Fang Leng noticed that the advertisement for Stark Industries on the large screen abruptly transformed. A loud voice resonated. "Hello, everyone. Tonight, a much-anticipated visual feast awaits those who revel in extraordinary spectacles," a sharp-looking blonde host announced. At the Buffalo Technology Expo in Long Island, New York, A high-tech showdown will commence. One of the competitors is the image and sound swiftly transitioned to reveal a well-dressed man with glasses and a shrewd expression waving at the screen. Justin Hammer. The man identified as Justin Hammer smiled confidently, declaring, "Tonight, Hammer Industries will present you with an unparalleled technological performance." The scene shifted back to the host, who continued. The other contender is the visuals and audio rapidly transition again, presenting a middle-aged man sporting a beard and sunglasses. Tony Stark. Upon the utterance of Tony Stark's name, several pedestrians in the square paused momentarily to glance at the large screen, subsequently engaging in hushed discussions. On the screen, Tony Stark smiled casually, his expression nonchalant. "This time, I have two statements for you. One is that Iron Man is here to serve you. And the other is that after witnessing the exhibits of Hammer Industries and Stark Industries, you'll comprehend the distinction between a black and white television and a plasma television." The audience, captivated by the grand display, erupted into laughter. The scene transitioned to an announcer. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight at the Buffalo Technology Expo in Long Island, New York, witness the pinnacle of high-tech rivalry, Tony Stark versus Justin Hammer. Those who attend will experience the essence of true futurism." The Buffalo Technology Expo, one of the largest in the United States, boasted a vast, well-lit exhibition hall that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of visitors. It was a venue comparable in size to many national pavilions at World Expos, showcasing an array of cutting-edge technological marvels that left every visitor in awe. However, tonight's expo belonged to two protagonists, Tony Stark and Justin Hammer. In a corner of the plaza, Fang Leng inquired from several staff members and made his way toward the heart of the exhibition hall. At the center, a colossal stage awaited, poised for a high-tech showdown. Upon arriving at the central platform, he beheld an expansive stage illuminated by dazzling spotlights. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, eager for the surprises this exhibition would bring. Amidst the throng, Fang Leng remarked casually, "I wonder when Tony Stark will make his appearance?" Just then, a man in front of him turned around, smiling as he struck up a conversation. "What's this? Are you here to see Tony Stark too?" Fang Leng nodded slightly, indeed. "Do you, perhaps, admire him as well?" Casting a glance around, Fang Leng noticed a mix of young enthusiasts and older patrons, including middle-aged women and men. It was clear to him that many had gathered not only for the high-tech showcase, but also to catch a glimpse of Tony Stark, the billionaire heir and prodigy. With his irreverent charm and a litany of legendary successes, had undoubtedly become an idol in many hearts. As an exhilarating score filled the air, a figure ascended the grand stage. Fang Leng recognized him as the blonde host from the earlier advertisement. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Buffalo Technology Expo, where a visual feast is about to unfold. First, let us welcome the head of Hammer Industries, Mr. Justin Hammer." Fang Leng focused intently on the stage. Aware that the main event was about to commence, Tony Stark was soon to grace the stage with his presence. Chapter 19, The Dazzling Entrance of Tony Stark. Suddenly, the entire stage was engulfed in darkness. In the next instant, a kaleidoscope of lights burst forth, illuminating the center of the platform. As a majestic orchestral score resounded, a grand promotional video showcasing the cutting-edge products of Hammer Industries played on the colossal screen behind the stage. A man clad in an exquisite suit gracefully made his way onto the platform, mimicking a few dance steps. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. For the individual gracing the stage was none other than Justin Hammer, the head of Hammer Industries. With a charming smile, Justin waved to the crowd and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the unveiling of the advanced products of Hammer Industries. Here, I shall enlighten you on the essence of high technology. Hammer Industries is poised to genuinely create weaponry that ensures safety for America and its allies." The host approached Hammer, smiling as he inquired, "Mr. Hammer, what are your thoughts on tonight's technological contest with Mr. Tony Stark?" To which Hammer replied, "Rest assured, everyone. This evening, Mr. Stark shall be astonished by the remarkable innovations of Hammer Industries. Furthermore, I must emphasize that while Mr. Stark has indeed invented Iron Man, he has been reluctant to share such advanced technology with our nation. In contrast, I, Justin Hammer, not only possess products that rival Mr. Stark's technology, but I'm also committed to offering them to our country and our allies." With a flourish of words, Hammer's speech brimmed with pride, as if he had already vanquished his opponent. The host glanced at his watch. Only 3 minutes remained until 8 o'clock, the designated hour for the technological showdown. Hammer, noticing the time, smirked and remarked, "It appears someone is tardy. I wonder if this individual is daunted by the prospect of competing against Justin Hammer, or if there lies another reason. Who says I'm late?" A voice suddenly boomed, drawing the audience's attention to the background screen, which now displayed an image of Tony Stark's face. Hammer, momentarily taken aback like the other spectators, quickly regained his composure and, with a smug grin, pointed at the screen, saying, "Ah, Mr. Stark, your image may have arrived, but it does not equate to your presence. Look around. So many are eagerly awaiting our contest, yet you hide behind this screen. Are you perhaps intimidated by today's challenge? On the screen, Stark exhibited a hint of disdain as he replied, "Let the contest officially commence at 8 o'clock. I shall arrive precisely 1 second before that hour. To all present, I trust you're keeping track of time. As today's esteemed guest, Tony Stark will indeed arrive 1 second before 8. Communication concluded. At that moment, a private jet soared above the Buffalo Technology Expo. Inside the cabin, Tony Stark, clad in his battle suit, ended the communication and remarked, "Jarvis, well done." The artificial intelligence. Jarvis had just infiltrated the venue's communication and camera systems, leaving the staff puzzled as to why their systems were unresponsive. "Sir, the iron suit has completed diagnostics and is functioning flawlessly," Jarvis reported to Stark. Stark gazed at the myriad of electronic data and external flight conditions calculated by Jarvis within his helmet and remarked, "Splendid. Let us take a leisurely drive and perhaps frighten that little brat Hammer a bit. Prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1. The cabin door of the aircraft swung open. Tony Stark propelled himself forward, leaping out of the aircraft in his armored suit. Iron Man commenced his free fall. "Jarvis, hold off on activating the thrusters for now. I relish this exhilarating sensation." Through the visor, the vibrant lights of Long Island, New York, illuminated the night, filled with the bustle of vehicles and the thriving streets. The splendid nocturnal panorama of Long Island, coupled with the serene starlit sky, evoked an indescribable euphoria. Iron Man extended his arms wide, allowing the air to rupture against his metallic frame. "Sir, we have descended from an altitude of 10,000 meters to just 3,000 meters above ground. Shall I activate the thrusters?" Jarvis's electronic voice inquired once more. "Oh, what a thrill. You mentioned 3,000 meters. Let us descend another 2,000 meters before we engage the thrusters," Iron Man declared, reveling in a moment. On the ground, numerous spectators looked skyward, spotting a sudden plume of flame igniting in the sky. "It's Iron Man," some enthusiastic youths exclaimed. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, twin jets of flame erupted from the rear of Iron Man's boots, and his entire form began to perform a series of flamboyant aerial maneuvers reminiscent of a stunt aircraft. Although visibility was significantly diminished for those on the ground at night, the traces left by Iron Man's thrusters still showcased his remarkable flying prowess, largely attributed to Jarvis's meticulous route calculations. As Iron Man continued to execute various complex aerial postures, the crowd below erupted in excited cheers, with some adoring young women screaming in sheer delight. "Sir, the time is drawing near," Jarvis reminded Stark within the suit. Stark glanced at the time displayed on his helmet screen, rolled his eyes, and said, "Very well, Jarvis. It seems my aerial performance must come to an end. However, ensure the timing and trajectory are perfectly calculated for my final maneuvers and landing." As time progressed, many attendees at the exhibition recalled Stark's earlier words. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At that precise moment, a crisp metallic sound resonated as Iron Man dramatically descended onto the stage, kneeling in a stylish pose. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Rising to his feet, Iron Man opened his arms towards the crowd. "Am I late? If so, it must be due to your poorly set timepiece." Tony Stark's voice, amplified through the suit, resonated. The crowd responded with laughter and even more fervent applause. Fang Leng gazed at Iron Man on the stage, pondering how the hero could be so irreverent, even in his grand entrance. However, upon glancing at Hammer, one could see his expression was stern. Clearly, the contest between the two had commenced to some extent even before their entrance. A cacophony of mechanical reassembly echoed as Jarvis controlled the crimson and gold suit, detaching it from Stark's form. Clad in a tailored suit, Tony Stark stood under the glare of stage lights, waving at the audience. The blonde host, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "All right, the duel here tonight will officially begin." The audience erupted into a prolonged, thunderous applause. Chapter 20. Hammer vs. Stark. The host handed Tony a microphone, stating, "Well then, Mr. Stark, since you are here, please proceed to present your showcase." Stark casually gestured towards the Iron Man suit beside him, exclaiming, "Oh, is that so? What I intend to present is my new companion, the Mark 6 armor. Did anyone notice its distinctive features upon my landing?" The audience murmured in discussion, with some individuals appearing to have an epiphany. The Iron Man on stage nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, the Mark 6 can now don and disassemble itself without the need for an assembly device. Moreover, I believe you have also noticed that the high-powered repulsor in its chest has been redesigned into a triangular shape. Additionally, its sturdiness and speed have significantly increased. This is, to date, the armor I am most proud of." In the audience, Fang Leng and the other spectators observed the armor intently. Just moments ago, The suit had indeed detached itself from Tony without any mechanical assistance, further showcasing the ingenuity of Tony Stark. Indeed, a suit capable of soaring through the skies and maneuvering on the ground, only slightly taller than a human, is a marvel of technology. The fact that it can now fully automate its removal from the user further substantiates Tony's reputation as a technological genius. Nonetheless, I did not come here merely to introduce a suit, he continued. I am here to unveil a technology that will benefit the public in a not-so-distant future. All right, Jarvis. With a clap of his hands, Tony signaled Jarvis, who then controlled the Iron Man suit to project a colossal three-dimensional image above the stage. It depicted an incredibly futuristic city, with streets and buildings rendered with striking realism. Below the stage, a wave of astonished murmurs settled into an expectant silence as the audience yearned to hear Tony's explanation of the city. With a resonant voice, Tony began, "This is a new neighborhood, and I believe that in the future, children will gradually come to call it home. With the advancement of technology, artificial intelligence will shoulder much of the operational responsibilities within a community and even a city. In this simulated city, a central AI processing system consolidates all information, managing the travel of households and adapting to the ever-changing traffic patterns. With such a powerful processing system, the rate of traffic accidents could be reduced to levels several times lower than what we experience today. Every residence is equipped with its own distinct artificial intelligence system, encompassing not only the amenities within the home, but also the irrigation systems in the gardens, all operated through advanced AI technology. In such an environment, individuals can liberate themselves from the time typically squandered on trivial matters and instead devote their energies to pursuits and work that genuinely captivate their interests. How utterly fascinating. Many in the audience gazed in awe at Tony's incessant and professional exposition, expressing their admiration. Tony continued his discourse. Of course, it is not merely the software-based artificial intelligence that is required to realize this vision. A plethora of supporting infrastructure is essential. Firstly, both private and public facilities within the city must be highly automated. Cleaning robots would sweep the streets and alleys, while buses and private vehicles would be entirely autonomously driven by computers. Even the rooftops of your homes would be adorned with solar panels, actively supplying power to your households. The audience listened, entranced by Tony Stark's eloquent descriptions, many lost in reverie, envisioning themselves living in such a city. Among them, Fang Leng also noted that while Tony Stark possesses a humorous demeanor, he approaches scientific matters with utmost seriousness and meticulousness. This simulated futuristic city offered countless aspects to elaborate on, and Tony tirelessly continued his explanations. The captivated audience, engrossed in his words, lost track of time. Naturally, Tony chuckled and remarked, "The existing conditions present considerable challenges in achieving these ideals, primarily due to exorbitant costs. I have estimated that constructing a city capable of accommodating 1 million inhabitants would require $800 billion. However, I have brought this vision forth today because I am determined to enhance technology and realize this dream with minimal resources. I am willing to be the guiding light of the future. Tell me, who is willing to stride forward with me?" Tony waved to the crowd, proclaiming loudly, "The future belongs to me and to all of you." Observing Tony basking in the spotlight, Fang Leng couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Tony is indeed quite the orator. Even the likes of Jobs or Zuckerberg would bow to his charisma. Amidst the enthusiastic gazes of the crowd, Tony's presentation came to a close, and the suit controlled by Jarvis powered down, the spotlight now shifting to Hammer, who was met with continued applause. Yet many remained lost in contemplation of Tony's awe-inspiring demonstration, their applause more symbolic, faces marked by a sense of numbness. Hammer cleared his throat and smiled. "I am Justin Hammer, and today I shall present something truly challenging. While Mr. Stark has showcased a future city, alas, that is a distant reality. However, what I, Hammer, present can immediately defend America and its allies." Tony, with a hint of disdain, reclaimed the microphone. "Oh, really? I'm most curious to see what Mr. Hammer can truly deliver." As the audience watched, Hammer suddenly gestured dramatically, declaring, "Come forth, my Iron Warriors." Suddenly, two objects streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the exhibition hall, leaving fiery trails in their wake. Fang Leng gazed at the darkened sky, astonished to witness the aerial entry of Hammer's creations, which exhibited a strikingly aggressive and rapid flight, brimming with force, in stark contrast to the natural, joyous, and composed arrival of Tony. As the objects approached the platform, they swiftly decelerated and descended vertically. With a resonant thud, two imposing humanoid armors landed on the stage. Hammer, with an air of triumph, stepped between the two Iron Warriors and proclaimed, "Behold, the latest marvel from Hammer Industries, the HA-3 Iron Warriors, codenamed Rhino." Chapter 21, Hammer vs. Stark. The towering Iron Warriors stood menacingly by Hammer's side. Although they shared a humanoid form, They were not only taller than Stark's Mark 6 armor, but also featured sharp, angular designs, devoid of the sleek human contours of the Mark 6. Each Rhino-class Iron Warrior boasted a formidable anti-aircraft cannon on its back, with 2 weapon bays on each shoulder brimming with an unknown arsenal of ammunition. Hammer applauded, gesturing towards the audience, a salute to all the esteemed spectators present. Accompanied by a series of crisp mechanical sounds, the 2 Iron Warriors turned to the audience, raising their arms in salute. The sight of these mighty Iron Warriors elicited enthusiastic applause from the crowd. Hammer advanced a few steps toward the audience, declaring, "The technological prowess of Hammer Industries remains unparalleled. These HA-3 units are highly intelligent. They can be piloted manually or engage in fully automated combat. While the Rhino class is primarily designed for ground warfare, it also possesses flight capabilities. They can face off against 3rd-generation main battle tanks with composite armor and emerge victorious. Even the M1A2 and T-90 would seem like mere toys before them." As Hammer continued his triumphant discourse, Tony approached the armor controlled by Jarvis. The armor emitted a subdued electronic voice from Jarvis. "I have just scanned these 2 Iron Warriors, and there is indeed no life response within. They have achieved full automation." Tony casually surveyed the 2 Iron Warriors. Even so, for Hammer Industries, this represents a monumental leap in their capabilities. He inquired, "Is there anything else to report?" Jarvis's calm electronic voice suddenly interjected, "Wait, I have detected an unusual energy response from these 2 Iron Warriors. There are a total of 8 areas on the armor exhibiting this peculiar response." Meanwhile, Justin Hammer, brimming with enthusiasm, continued his explanation. "What I previously mentioned is merely secondary. The most crucial aspect is that these HA-3 units possess unparalleled capabilities." He then turned his head towards Tony. "Oh, Mr. Stark, what secrets are you whispering to your armor? Might I request a favor?" Tony stroked his short beard and jestingly remarked, "Do you wish for my assistance? Surely, Mr. Hammer is capable of elucidating his own products. Or do you desire that I don the Mark 6 and engage in a contest with your 2 metallic companions? Perhaps even perform a mechanical ballet to amuse the audience?" His playful banter elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, prompting even Fang Leng to join the mirth. Hammer, with a sly smile, replied, "Ah, Mr. Stark, I'm not so trivial. I merely require your assistance in a minor endeavor, specifically to unleash the energy cannon of your armor upon my HA-3 at close range." Tony scrutinized Hammer and the 2 HA-3 units, retorting, "I would rather not. Such wanton destruction before an audience might frighten the children. Are you truly unwilling, Mr. Stark? What is there to fear?" Hammer inquired. Tony raised an eyebrow. "I find no entertainment in such an act, and I genuinely believe a single strike from the Mark 6 would obliterate your rhinoceros. The media would surely report on Hammer Industry severe quality issues and criticize me for using my armor to bully innocent products." Laughter erupted once more from the audience. Hammer, maintaining his composure, stated, "Very well, since Mr. Stark is reluctant to cooperate, I shall take matters into my own hands. HA-3 Unit 1, HA-3 Unit 2, engage each other." As soon as the command was issued, the 2 armored warriors turned to face one another, lowering their 60mm anti-tank cannons to aim squarely at each other. Hammer prudently distanced himself to avoid collateral damage. "Fire," he commanded abruptly. Almost simultaneously, 2 resounding booms echoed through the air, followed by the violent explosions as the 2 HA-3 units unmistakably struck one another. Sparks and shattered armor erupted from the chests of the armored warriors. Although neither was utterly destroyed, both sustained noticeable damage. Tony, observing the spectacle with disinterest, muttered, "How dull. What a display of fireworks before such a crowd." "Sir, wait," Jarvis interjected from within the armor. "I have detected a significant energy reaction suddenly emerging from the armor of these 2 units, composed of numerous tiny cells." Hammer's expression shifted to one of pride as he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for the forthcoming spectacle." At the sight of the impact on the HA-3, a substance reminiscent of quicksand began to writhe, accompanied by a flurry of tiny blue electrical currents. Remarkably, the cracked sections of the armor began to heal. The damaged areas were self-repairing. Camera station beside the stage captured this extraordinary phenomenon and transmitted it to the large screen behind the platform, leaving many in the audience wide-eyed in disbelief at the marvel unfolding before them. This is the HA-3 Rhino, the steel warrior of Hammer Industries, capable of self-repair. Hammer gestured towards the 2 steel warriors, proclaiming loudly. Observing this, a flicker of curiosity crossed Tony's gaze. "Oh, it can indeed self-repair." Hammer then issued a series of commands to the 2 HA-3 units, prompting them to perform a sequence of movements. Subsequently, he turned his head toward the audience. As everyone had just witnessed, these 2 steel warriors remained agile even after self-repair. Moreover, their self-repair capability is not merely a fabrication. These two HA-3 units are equipped with nanotechnology, enabling them to mend their armor. Hammer Industries is poised to become a leader in national defense nanotechnology, with the HA-3 as its pioneer. Not only that, but Hammer Industries will also develop more HA-series steel warriors, armed with the most advanced nanotechnology. Soon, the American and Allied forces will be extensively outfitted with this cutting-edge weaponry. Our security will be significantly reinforced, and both hostile forces and terrorist organizations will be overwhelmed by the Hammer Steel warriors. Tony gazed at Hammer, who was delivering his speech, pondering, how remarkable. How could Hammer possess such formidable technology? Chapter 22, An Unexpected Discovery at the Expo. Tony genuinely found it astonishing. When had Hammer acquired such advanced technology? Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, Osborne Industries, as well as Lockheed Martin and Boeing are all renowned military-industrial groups in the United States. However, in terms of technological prowess, Stark Industries has always been at the forefront. Although Osborne Industries is formidable, its focus is primarily on the biological sector. Lockheed Martin and Boeing rely on their long-standing history, while Hammer Industries, despite its strength, has long been overshadowed by Stark Industries in terms of technological standards. Today, Justin Hammer surprisingly unveiled a product of nanotechnology. Truly impressive. Has any information been gathered regarding the characteristics of those two iron clumps? Tony inquired of Jarvis, though his tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Today, Hammer had presented such groundbreaking technology, and Tony, feeling the threat to his technological standing, was clearly perturbed. Jarvis, controlling the armor, scanned the two HA-3 units and suddenly remarked, "Sir, I have detected 8 points on each of these targets exhibiting energy reactions similar to the earlier ones. These energy reaction points consist of numerous minuscule units, belonging to a form of nanotechnology. From the previous scan, it appears that the armor is not entirely composed of nanobots. Only these 8 armored sections contain embedded nanomachines." After hearing Jarvis's report, Tony nodded slightly. It seems that the steel warriors of Hammer Industries are not entirely composed of nanomachines. Otherwise, that would be unprecedented. The presence of only a portion of nanomachines in the armor explains that once the original armor is compromised, these reserve nanomachines will emerge to repair the damaged areas. Nevertheless, Hammer's possession of nanotechnology is indeed astonishing. One wonders how Hammer managed to develop such technology. Tony gazed at the two HA-3 units, contemplating the spectacle before him. Hammer continued to exuberantly expound. The Iron Warriors from Hammer Industries will soon bestow a transformative experience upon the various branches of the U.S. military, and this vision will be realized in the near future. Upon concluding his presentation of the Iron Warriors, the blonde host interjected with a cheerful tone. "Thank you both for today. Your demonstrations have truly provided us with a breathtaking visual feast. I am certain that everyone present is brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipating further showcases from Mr. Hammer and Mr. Stark in the future. Today, Mr. Stark's new armor and the futuristic city, alongside Mr. Hammer's nanotechnology-infused Iron Warriors, have left an indelible impression on all of us. We also hope that the technologies presented by Mr. Hammer and Mr. Stark will continue to benefit humanity." After a few more courteous remarks, the host announced, "We extend our gratitude to Mr. Hammer and Mr. Stark. Their presentations have officially concluded. For those wishing to enjoy the exhibition hall's restaurant, please feel free to explore at your leisure." With the demonstrations finally finished, Tony intended to leave the stage, only to be met by a chorus of voices from the audience calling out, "Tony, I want your autograph." Tony chuckled in resignation. "Well, there's no helping it. As Iron Man, my fanbase is overwhelming, especially the children. I can hardly bear to dampen their enthusiasm. Tonight, Tony Stark will sign autographs until his hand grows weary. And rest assured, Iron Man will continue to protect you all." Many fans of Iron Man eagerly clamored onto the stage, hoping to secure an autograph from their hero. While connecting with him was no easy feat, obtaining a signature for keepsake was a worthy goal. Fang Leng thought to himself as he made his way toward the stage. The throngs clamoring for Tony's signature were numerous. This flamboyant hero was always in the limelight, and naturally, he was adored by many. Though Hammer did not attract quite as many admirers as Iron Man, his two formidable Iron Warriors nonetheless captivated the audience's attention. Some were eager to continue listening to Hammer's explanations of the HA-3 units. Fang Leng, undeterred, pressed on toward Tony Stark. Suddenly, his enhanced vision detected a peculiar energy signature among the sea of faces before him. Within the crowd, he discerned more than a dozen individuals radiating a latent energy. His superpower, the transmutation eyes, enabled him to sense and perceive the abilities of others. Realizing this, Fang Leng recognized that there were indeed a few superpowered individuals hidden among the audience. Intrigued, he decided to investigate further and identify these extraordinary beings. Contemplating whether their powers could be transmuted, he approached the nearest individual resonating with superpower within his line of sight. Upon reaching this person, Fang Leng activated his transmutation eyes from behind. After a thorough analysis, he discovered that this individual possessed a singular ability, a temporary enhancement of muscular strength. After his observation, Fang Leng opted not to proceed with the transmutation. Within himself lingered the superpower he had recently acquired from Peter, a seemingly trivial ability that, if it were to replace his original powers, could prove quite detrimental. As Fang Leng navigated through the crowd, he gradually approached a few individuals who emanated a sense of heightened awareness. However, upon closer inspection, he decided against assimilating their abilities into his own being. These powers were either largely ineffective or exceedingly peculiar, leaving one to question their true practicality. Approaching a young man with silver hair clad in a silver-gray leather jacket, Fang Leng intensified his focus. The young man had one ear free while the other was adorned with an MP3 headset. Channeling all his concentration, Fang Leng activated his transmutation vision. As he did so, an unprecedented wave of fatigue washed over him, as if his very essence were being drained. This sensation surpassed anything he had experienced while wielding his Spider-Man abilities, indicating that the power he was about to acquire was indeed formidable. A voice echoed in his subconscious, superpower detected. The subject as superpower is as follows: super speed. Should he choose to transmute this ability, the previously acquired powers would automatically dissipate due to internal conflict within his body. Fang Leng was taken aback. Was there truly only one ability? Furthermore, if he proceeded with the transmutation, it would forcibly expel the powers he had gained from Spider-Man. Was his body incapable of harboring two superpowers simultaneously, destined for conflict? Regardless, if he were to transmute now, the abilities acquired from Spider-Man would indeed be lost. He decided to take the plunge and test this super speed. Fang Leng integrated the super speed into his being. Once again, he was engulfed in a transformative sensation. However, this time it was accompanied by an unprecedented pain. He felt a pronounced pressure within, as if his body were expanding uncontrollably, yearning to burst forth from his skin. Previously, when he had transmuted Spider-Man's 3 abilities, he had only felt a tingling sensation. This time, the intensity of the pressure was strikingly painful. This transformation was undoubtedly potent. Gritting his teeth, Fang Leng nearly sank to one knee as the intense pressure surged. After a moment, his body gradually regained its composure. As he opened his eyes, a voice reached him. "Hey, friend, are you all right? Is everything okay?" He looked up to see the silver-haired young man supporting his arm. Startled, Fang Leng realized he was half kneeling. Curious onlookers occasionally cast glances in his direction, likely assuming he had succumbed to some sudden ailment during the transmutation. Gazing at the silver-haired youth before him, he acknowledged that it was from this very individual that he had acquired the ability, super speed. The young man casually remarked, "No need to thank me. It was merely a trifling effort. When you suddenly collapsed beside me, I simply lent a hand." "Pietro, you are still here?" A striking young woman with long red hair called out to the silver-haired youth. He turned to the approaching red-haired lady and replied, "Oh, I was just assisting this friend." The red-haired girl furrowed her brow and said, somewhat discontentedly, "It's getting late, and isn't one of your reasons for being here to obtain Iron Man's autograph? Hurry up." The youth, referred to as Pietro, waved his hand dismissively. "No need to rush, Wanda. It's not too late. I'll go get Iron Man's signature shortly." "You do trust my speed, don't you?" Wanda responded, "I know you're fast, but your temperament doesn't always match your pace." Fang Leng, observing the exchange between these two, felt a wave of surprise. One with silver hair and the other with red, addressing each other as Pietro and Wanda. These names seemed oddly familiar. Fang Leng shifted his gaze to the red-haired girl and activated his perceptive abilities, discovering an intense energy emanating from her being, far more potent than that of the silver-haired youth, almost unfathomably so. It appeared that this red-haired maiden possessed extraordinary powers, and, undoubtedly, they were remarkable. Curiosity piqued. Fang Leng endeavored to discern the nature of her abilities. Although he had just expended considerable energy, he concentrated what remained to activate his insight. However, his subconscious soon conveyed a message. The opponent's powers are undetectable. Fang Leng felt a shiver run through him. Indeed, this red-haired girl possessed unfathomable capabilities, so much so that his powers of insight could not penetrate them. A silver-haired youth named Pietro, endowed with superhuman speed, and a red-haired girl named Wanda, possessing enigmatic abilities. Suddenly, Fang Leng recalled that these two appeared to be the distinguished mutants known as Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. In astonishment, he began to analyze his recent observations. The audience at the Technological Expo numbered in the thousands. Sensing a handful of superpowered individuals within this crowd was hardly surprising, for this world harbored a vast class of superhumans, mutants. Most likely, the superpowered beings he detected earlier were indeed mutants, he mused. His gaze shifted toward Iron Man at the exhibit. Serendipitously, while he merely intended to admire Iron Man's presence, he inadvertently uncovered traces of mutants. Moreover, Fang Leng had now assimilated Quicksilver's powers into his own being. He made his way to the exit of the expo, eager to test the super speed he had just acquired. After a while of walking, Fang Leng found himself on a somewhat secluded street. He began to run, initially for just a couple of seconds, yet he soon realized that the scenery around him blurred. In those fleeting moments, his brief sprint had propelled him several dozen meters away. Intriguing, indeed, he decided to harness this extraordinary speed further. Observing his own body, Fang Leng felt a surge of exhilaration. Although he had acquired super speed, his proficiency paled in comparison to that of Quicksilver. Nevertheless, with practice, he could certainly refine his skills. Eager to fully relish this newfound ability, he continued to run, determined to make the most of it that night. Meanwhile, at the exhibition hall, Tony Stark was feeling the fatigue from signing autographs. All right, everyone. Iron Man has his limits too. I still have to save the world tomorrow, he said with a wry smile, waving to the crowd, grappling with the overwhelming number of fans. He then gestured, and with a crisp sound of metal reassembling, the Mark 6 armor was once again dawned upon him. As the jets ignited at his feet, he ascended into the air, encased in his iron suit. Tony addressed the crowd below. Fear not, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. With that, his titanium-clad arm waved goodbye to the throngs of admirers. The crowd gazed up at Iron Man, shouting in unison, Iron Man, I love you. You're the best. The suit intensified its thrusters, leaving a trail across the night sky. Within the armor, Tony commanded Jarvis, all right, Jarvis, let's take a joyride. Since I'm out, I might as well enjoy it a bit longer. Didn't I mention a joyride? Let's just fly over the city. He said this casually. Jarvis paused momentarily before responding. Very well. To cater to your preferences, I will keep the scanning system active. Should anything arise, just let me know if you detect something of interest. That's all I need. Tony interjected. He continued to relish the thrill of flying. As Tony Stark, he craved this sensation. The lavish service of a private jet had long since lost its charm. The freedom of soaring through the air in his armor was the ultimate joy for him. The night in New York was still bustling with flights. As a passenger plane glided through the sky, Iron Man occasionally greeted the massive aircraft, quipping, Hey, little bird, you're flying so slowly. While soaring, Jarvis's electronic voice suddenly chimed in. Sir, I've made a discovery that may pique your interest. What is it? Just speak plainly, Tony replied briskly. My scanning system has been monitoring the city below. Initially, everything appeared normal, but I detected a target that seems to be running. Its speed is remarkably fast, though at times it slows down. Sir, I must relay something you might find disconcerting. When this target is at its peak speed, it surpasses even your flying velocity. Chapter 24. A race against Iron Man. Fang Leng continued to hone his mastery of super speed within the urban landscape. The city was littered with obstacles, prompting him to frequently alternate between running and pausing. This super speed proved to be quite advantageous. Lost in thought about his newly acquired ability, Fang Leng felt a sense of exhilaration. He had only recently begun practicing this extraordinary speed, and his cautiousness resulted in an erratic pace, fluctuating between bursts of rapidity and moments of slowness. Unbeknownst to him, a figure was descending from the sky, approaching him. Iron Man observed Fang Leng sprinting on the ground. Initially, Tony was skeptical, but witnessing Fang Leng's rapid movements convinced him otherwise. All right, I believe it's time to greet him, Tony communicated to Jarvis from within his suit. As Fang Leng continued his practice, he was suddenly enveloped by a rush of wind, and a figure landed before him. Under the glow of a nearby streetlight, he beheld the striking sight of Iron Man's vibrant red and gold armor. Stopping in his tracks, Fang Leng stared, momentarily dumbfounded. Why would Iron Man approach him out of the blue? Inside the suit, Tony spoke to Jarvis. Scan this individual and determine if he possesses any special equipment or abilities. Jarvis activated the suit's scanning systems and began analyzing Fang Leng. Soon, an image of Fang Leng's body scan appeared on the electronic screen before Tony. Sir, no suspicious devices detected, reported Jarvis through the helmet's visor. Tony scrutinized Fang Leng, pondering the possibility that he might be a person with superhuman abilities. In this world, there were indeed a considerable number of individuals with extraordinary powers, and as a metropolis, New York frequently featured reports on such beings. While Tony's primary focus was on scientific advancements, he had heard whispers of various superhuman legends. Intrigued by the unusual encounter, Tony's curiosity was piqued, aligning with his characteristic irreverence. Meanwhile, Fang Leng stood before Iron Man, momentarily at a loss for words as the armored figure approached him. Hey, buddy, You surely know who I am, right? The voice emanating from the suit was processed through its advanced systems. Fang Leng finally gathered his thoughts. Yes, Iron Man. It's truly a pleasure to meet you up close. Is there something in particular you need? With a metallic hiss, the faceplate of Iron Man's helmet retracted, revealing Tony Stark's well-groomed visage. Wow, you were running incredibly fast just now. I was flying in the sky at Mach 1, which, while not my maximum capacity, still pales in comparison to the speed at which you were sprinting on the ground, Tony remarked, his deep voice resonating with magnetic charm. Oh, at that moment, Fang Leng was struck by a sudden realization. He had been diligently practicing the super speed he had acquired from Quicksilver. Could it be that his recent sprint had been so swift that it caught Iron Man's attention? The middle-aged Tony casually remarked, "It's no big deal. I am simply a curious person. Your speed on the ground would leave any Formula One racer in the dust. You are the fastest individual I have ever encountered. If it were about flying, I might not be impressed, but a person who can move this fast on land certainly piques my interest. So I must ask, are you a superhuman?" This question left Fang Leng momentarily speechless. He could accurately claim to possess the ability to convert other superpowers, which could be classified as a superhuman ability in itself. With a slight smile, he replied, "I suppose I am. It's a pity that my armor is designed mainly for flight. My speed on land is rather lacking. Otherwise, I would have loved to race and see who is faster," Tony remarked, tilting his chin. Observing Tony Stark before him, Fang Leng contemplated his situation. He had initially thought that interacting with Iron Man would prove to be quite challenging. However, thanks to his recent exhibition of Quicksilver's super speed, he had inadvertently caught Iron Man's eye. Since he had the opportunity to meet Iron Man in person, he felt compelled to make a favorable impression. "Mr. Stark, I'm a great admirer of yours. Would you be so kind as to sign an autograph for me?" Fang Leng politely inquired. "Oh, another autograph seeker," Tony smirked, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Well, how about this? Let's have a competition. If you're willing to race me, I'll gladly give you my autograph." Fang Leng was taken aback. "Race you? What shall we compete in?" Tony's playful demeanor surfaced as he replied, "In speed, of course. I enjoy a bit of entertainment. Let us head to the coastal road on Long Island. There are usually few vehicles and pedestrians at night. You can continue your running, and I will fly low. This way, we can each showcase our strengths and see who is faster." Fang Leng found it surprising that Tony wished to challenge him to a speed contest. However, considering Iron Man's carefree disposition, it was somewhat understandable. "All right, my Mark 6 can finally find someone to compete with in terms of speed, especially against a superhuman," he thought. Tony suddenly remembered something. "I suppose I don't need to introduce myself. What is your name, my friend?" "My name is Fang Leng. It is a pleasure to race with you, Iron Man," Fang Leng replied courteously. After a while, the two arrived at the coastal road of Long Island, as Tony had suggested. With the cool sea breeze brushing against him, Fang Leng felt a sense of refreshment. "All right, let us begin our competition here. Once we're done, I will sign your autograph." "No need for either of us to hold back," Iron Man announced. "Rest assured, Mr. Stark, I shall give it my utmost effort," Fang Leng declared with unwavering determination. 3, 2, 1, commence. Fang Leng focused intently as he sprinted forward. The coastal roadway of Long Island was notably broader than the streets of the city, allowing him to move with greater freedom. With the super speed acquired from Quicksilver coursing through his veins, Fang Leng propelled himself forward at a velocity comparable to that of a maglev train. Even 100 meters per second felt leisurely. High above, Iron Man, observing Fang Leng below, commanded J-A-R-V-I-S. "All right, J-A-R-V-I-S, unleash full power. Let us see just how fast we can go. I refuse to believe that the Mark VI's speed is outpaced by mere feet, regardless of his superhuman abilities. Are you certain about maximizing power, sir?" J-A-R-V-I-S inquired with a mechanical tone. Tony furrowed his brow, insisting, "If I say maximum, I mean maximum. No dilly-dallying." "Very well, I shall comply, J-A-R-V-I-S, replied flatly. Meanwhile, Fang Leng continued to dash along the highway at an astonishing speed, gradually sensing that he had reached the threshold of supersonic velocity. As he ran, the trees lining the roadside appeared to blur and retreat behind him. The rush of air enveloped him, causing his clothing to billow dramatically in the wind. At that moment, he reveled in the exhilaration of his speed, thinking that if he were to spin in place, he might well conjure a miniature tornado. In the skies, Iron Man's propulsion intensified significantly. His palms directed rearward as the energy cannons transformed into thrusters, unleashing two powerful jets of flame. Suddenly, Iron Man surged forward at an accelerated pace. Mach 1, Mach 2, Mach 3 J, A, R, V, I, S. S electronic voice calculated the speed within the armor. Observing Fang Leng's rapid sprint through the helmet S camera, Iron Man mused. He truly is quite swift. It compels me to increase my own velocity. Such full throttle is a rarity. Fang Leng continued his rapid run. However, upon glancing upward, he spotted Iron Man, adorned in a striking red and gold armor, soaring ahead. Hey buddy, step it up, give it your all. Otherwise, this is rather dull. Iron Man called down to him. He then glanced at the display before him, which indicated his current speed. Ye, a, r, v, is. Also relayed Fang Leng's velocity on the screen. Currently, I have reached the Mark VI's maximum limit of Mach 2. 5. Astonishingly, this kid is now running faster than Mach 2, Tony remarked, eyeing the data on the screen with a hint of incredulity. The Mark 6 armor of Iron Man boasts a maximum design speed of 2.5 Mach, which represents the pinnacle of its operational capability. Should an attempt be made to exceed this velocity, the armor systems would suffer severe damage. Fortunately, Fang Leng's mastery of super speed is still rather limited, allowing Tony to maintain an advantage with his 2.5 Mach speed. Were Quicksilver present, however, he would undoubtedly outpace Tony's Mark 6 armor with ease. How peculiar, sir. Jarvis's electronic voice suddenly interjected. Tony smirked. What is it now, Jarvis? Just tell me. I have detected, via the armor's scanning system, a target in close proximity moving at an astonishing speed. Its velocity has reached between 3 and 4 Mach, and it is also on the ground. The electronic screen within the helmet displayed a rapidly approaching figure. Oh, how curious. Likely another oddity, Tony remarked from within the armor. The incredibly swift silhouette left behind a blur of afterimages and, in the blink of an eye, arrived on the highway where Fang Leng and Iron Man were engaged in their contest. Fang Leng was equally taken aback by the figure's speed, even slowing down momentarily. Thanks to his super speed, he was able to perceive high-speed objects with greater clarity than an ordinary person. Yet the figure was moving so quickly that even Fang Leng struggled to discern its details. He noted that the upper half of the figure appeared to be clad in silver. Meanwhile, Iron Man in the sky also reduced his speed to observe the newly appeared figure below. Today, it seems I've encountered more than one extraordinary individual, Tony exclaimed in astonishment. The rapid figure finally came to a halt directly beneath Iron Man, revealing a young individual with silver hair, dressed in a silver jacket, none other than Quicksilver, whom Fang Leng had met at the expo. As Quicksilver came to a stop, both Fang Leng and Iron Man paused to gaze at him. Quicksilver initiated the conversation. Hey, Iron Man, how are you? Upon realizing he was being addressed, Iron Man adjusted his jet propulsion system to lower his altitude, subsequently retracting his helmet's faceplate. Oh, you called for me? Tony inquired, eyeing the silver-haired youth. Quicksilver, brimming with excitement and a beaming smile, replied, Mr. Stark, I am a tremendous fan of yours. I will be thrilled if you could sign this for me. As he spoke, Quicksilver produced a postcard featuring Iron Man from his silver jacket pocket. Tony assessed the enthusiastic Quicksilver before exhaling a sigh, muttering, it seems there are quite a number of fans tonight, and not just any fans, but ones with superpowers. Just as Tony conversed with Quicksilver, Fang Leng sprinted towards them, recognizing the figure engaged in dialogue with Tony as the very Quicksilver he had encountered at the expo. In truth, Quicksilver had intended to seek Tony's autograph directly at the exhibition. However, the crowd was overwhelming, and Quicksilver was reluctant to overly expose his abilities in front of so many people. So he decided to wait until the exhibition concluded to seek out Iron Man for an autograph. At last, he spotted Iron Man amidst the throng. Upon turning around, he also noticed Fang Leng and regarded him with curiosity. Aren't you that acquaintance I met at the exhibition? What brings you here? It seemed you were just competing with Mr. Stark. Fang Leng was about to speak when Stark interjected. Oh, this gentleman? We were engaged in an amusing contest. Merely a race to see who could achieve greater speed. Upon hearing Stark mention the word speed, Quicksilver's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, Mr. Stark, do you fancy a competition in speed? As a devoted admirer of Iron Man, I'm more than willing to compete as many times as you desire. Tony recalled the astonishing velocity displayed by the silver-haired youth and feigned a pained smile. You've already claimed victory. However, I am curious. Pointing at Fang Leng, he continued. This friend of yours possesses remarkable speed as well. I wonder who would outpace the other? Quicksilver turned to Fang Leng, recalling the earlier events. Oh, were you also racing against Mr. Stark? It seems your speed is quite impressive. Fang Leng felt a wave of irony. His super speed had been acquired from Quicksilver himself. Yet, Quicksilver's display had startled him. The way he wielded his super speed was unparalleled. In comparison, Fang Leng's mastery felt rather superficial. Iron Man observed the two and remarked to Quicksilver, by the way, young man, you haven't introduced yourself. Peter Maximoff, at your service. And Mr. Stark, may I trouble you for that autograph now? Tony glanced at the duo, one with black hair and the other with silver, bemused by the unusual coincidence of encountering two superpowered individuals seeking his signature. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? Let us three engage in a race, showcasing our respective speeds. It will be an entertaining evening." Quicksilver, elated by the suggestion, exclaimed, "Excellent. Let us commence at once." The prospect of racing alongside Iron Man thrilled him immensely. Fang Leng pondered briefly. "All right then, the more, the merrier." After all, this was a unique opportunity to foster connections with both Iron Man and Quicksilver, and he was determined not to let it slip away. Quicksilver inquired, "What shall I call you, my friend?" "You can simply call me Pietro. I am Fang Leng, and it is a pleasure to race alongside you and Mr. Stock." Iron Man was equally delighted, and under his direction, the three began their race. Naturally, Quicksilver's speed left the other two in his wake, effortlessly achieving velocities of Mach 4 or 5. As he sped by, it felt as though a powerful gust of wind had swept through. Fang Leng was thoroughly impressed by Quicksilver's speed, recognizing that he had possessed such extraordinary abilities since birth. The application of speed is utterly fluid and graceful. Tony is well aware that Quicksilver's velocity is unattainable. Nevertheless, out of sheer curiosity, Tony enjoys witnessing the remarkable swiftness displayed by these two individuals. Unsurprisingly, Quicksilver ultimately maintains a significant lead in speed. "Your speed is impressive. I take great satisfaction in having such capable fans," Tony remarked. "Did you know? Someone like me, who saves the world, requires extraordinary companions." After signing autographs, Tony continued, "How about this? I shall provide each of you with a business card. As my fans, particularly those with exceptional abilities, you may keep in touch with me. Perhaps you could even assist me in managing fan-related endeavors." With that, Tony retracted his upper armor and retrieved 2 of his business cards from his pocket, offering them to the 2 individuals. Fang Leng gazed at Tony Stark's card with excitement. It was thanks to his newfound ability to transform into Quicksilver that he had garnered Iron Man's attention and serendipitously crossed paths with him. Most notably, he had at least made an impression on Iron Man, significantly broadening his future prospects. As Iron Man's armor reassembled, Tony addressed J.A.R.V.I.S., saying, "All right, let us move. However, I must contemplate how to enhance the speed of this suit based on Mark 6. Chapter 26, The Emergence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Since the competition with Quicksilver and Iron Man, Fang Leng has actively maintained contact with both. Tony Stark had previously established a website dedicated to Iron Man, and he entrusted Fang Leng and Quicksilver with the management of this site. Naturally, the two only needed to allocate some time to oversee it. 2 months later, Fang Leng had become much more familiar with Tony. Aside from occasionally teaming up with Spider-Man to combat crime, his primary responsibility was assisting Tony with the Iron Man website. One day, Fang Leng arrived at the Stark Industries building in Long Island, New York. He gazed upward at the towering structure, which boasted an impressive 120 floors. The building's design featured a straight side and a streamlined, curved side, crowned with the Stark logo at the top. Dressed in a black jacket, Fang Leng approached the scanning device at the entrance. He placed his finger on the device and directed his eyes toward the camera lens, which scanned his iris. A female electronic voice emanated from the device. "Confirmation complete, sir. You may enter." The glass doors slid open, and Fang Leng stepped inside. 2 humanoid robots stood guard on either side, serving as the robotic sentinels of Stark Tower. These robots were equipped with security-grade explosive devices. Should the building face a forced entry, they would spring into action to subdue intruders. Previously, Tony had arranged for Fang Leng and Quicksilver to register their fingerprints and iris information, allowing them entry into the building. Fang Leng stole a glance at his surroundings. Stark Industries is indeed a paragon of artificial intelligence technology. Even the guards are automatons. He soon found himself in the elevator. And without a doubt, the Stark Tower was replete with various high-tech innovations. Tony had previously regaled Fang Leng with tales of this place, which continued to leave him in awe of its technological marvels. However, the most illustrious figure at Stark Industries remains Tony Stark himself. Within Stark Industries, Tony is unequivocally the nucleus. The genius inventor of the AI Marvel Jarvis and his series of armored suits stands as testament to his brilliance. After a brief ascent in the elevator, Fang Leng finally arrived at the 120th floor. The 116th to the 120th floors of Stark Tower are designated as Tony Stark's private activity zones. These levels serve as spaces for entertaining guests, conducting research, and even include resting quarters. The 120th floor is primarily for receptions, and Tony has invited Fang Leng and Quicksilver to utilize the computers and equipment within to manage his personal website, Iron Hero. Exiting the elevator and stepping onto the floor, Fang Leng was greeted by a well-appointed environment, where every detail, from the overhead lighting to the sofas, exuded modernity and technological sophistication. In the lounge area, he spotted Tony leisurely holding a glass of red wine, engaging in conversation with a distinguished middle-aged gentleman clad in a tailored suit. "Mr. Stark, are you certain you do not wish to join the organization?" The middle-aged man inquired politely, his tone measured. Tony swirled the wine in his glass and replied, "All right, Agent Coulson. However, I must confess that I'm not one to join any organization. I prefer my freedom, unencumbered by leadership." Agent Coulson nodded slowly, continuing, "Very well. Since Mr. Stark is currently unwilling to join, we shall set that aside for now. Nevertheless, we will continue to keep in touch." Tony downed the wine in his glass nonchalantly, stating, "Although I may not be inclined to join your hurled organization, I am open to maintaining contact. Some of your activities sound rather intriguing." Fang Leng stepped further into the floor, and upon noticing him, Tony exclaimed, "Hey buddy, you're back. There's red wine here, and coffee in the fridge. Feel free to help yourself." "Thank you," Fang Leng nodded, proceeding toward a section where several computers and devices were set up for the operation of the Iron Man personal website, Iron Hero. He booted up a computer and began navigating the site, while the conversation between Coulson and Tony continued. "Regardless, as long as you, Mr. Stark, are willing to stay in contact with us at hurled, that is what matters. The Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau of our nation is an organization dedicated to liaising with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities or advanced technology, overseeing related affairs. Even though Mr. Stark has no immediate intention of joining, maintaining collaboration in other areas is certainly favorable," Agent Coulson remarked. "Very well, Mr. Stark, I shall take my leave," Coulson addressed Tony. Tony nodded in response, saying, "Take care, my friend. I want to see you off." He then poured himself another glass of red wine and continued to savor it. After Coulson departed, he made his way to the elevator, descending to the 120th floor. Tony finished another glass of wine and turned towards Fang Leng, inquiring, "Hey, Fang Leng, how is the Iron Hero website faring?" Fang Leng checked the site and replied, "Everything is functioning normally. The website currently boasts 15 million followers. Mr. Stark, it seems your Iron Man persona has achieved remarkable success. At this rate, it won't be long before the follower count surpasses 20 million. Satisfied, Tony nodded. "It's as if I have no regard for Zuckerberg's Facebook, as if I have no need for it. Why rely on inventions created by others? I can simply establish my own Iron Man website, which is equally formidable. Also, Fang Leng, haven't I mentioned? There's no need for such formality. You may call me Stark or Tony. I prefer Tony. It feels more personal." Fang Leng nodded in acknowledgement and added, "All right then. By the way, that individual earlier seemed to be affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. He had indeed noticed the conversation between Coulson and Tony, where S.H.I.E.L.D. was mentioned. This indicated that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already made contact with Iron Man, seizing the opportunity. Fang Leng hoped to glean more information regarding Coulson and S.H.I.E.L.D. from Tony. Tony exhaled leisurely, leaning more heavily against the sofa behind him. "You mean that Phil Coulson? He is a senior agent of an organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. Lately, they have been in frequent contact with me, persistently urging me to consider joining them. However, I am not one to join organizations lightly, and being led by others is quite irksome for me." It was reasonable for Iron Man to harbor such sentiments, considering Stark is the head of Stark Industries. Convincing a free-spirited, irreverent genius billionaire to join a special organization would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Nonetheless, engaging with them has its advantages. At this juncture, Tony appeared somewhat smug. Firstly, S.H.I.E.L.D. is backed by formidable resources, and they have taken a keen interest in my technology. Recently, they signed several contracts with me, acquiring a significant amount of my technology and weaponry. I have profited handsomely from this, estimating that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s orders for my technology have reached nearly $4 billion. And this figure may continue to rise. Fang Leng, upon hearing this, silently marveled. It appeared that S.H.I.E.L.D. had emerged from the shadows. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the business relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries would likely present even more opportunities for future engagement with them. Chapter 27. The Enigmatic Attacker. Contemplating S.H.I.E.L.D. Fang Leng was suddenly inundated with numerous thoughts. S.H.I.E.L.D. could be said to possess immense resources and a wealth of information, standing in stark contrast to those superheroes who operate beyond the bounds of formal systems. If he could align himself with S.H.I.E.L.D., he would gain a more profound understanding of superpowers and advanced technologies. More importantly, he might encounter a greater number of heroes. Henceforth, it would be imperative to pay close attention to S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony then inquired of Fang Leng, "Why have I not seen Pietro? J.A.R.V.I.S. Please prepare the research project list I've been contemplating recently." Tony addressed a communication device in the hall. "Yes, sir, J.A.R.V.I.S." responded having synchronized with the systems throughout the building. Soon, a tablet on the glass table before Tony began to display a flurry of calculated data, which was swiftly organized. Sipping red wine while observing the information on the tablet, Tony remarked, "All right, let's start with this." The two continued their work diligently. Meanwhile, outside Stark Tower, a large black Chevrolet approached the edifice. The Chevrolet halted beneath the tower, followed closely by 5 more black Chevrolets. The doors of these vehicles swung open, revealing mercenaries clad in bulletproof vests, black helmets, and armed with assault rifles. Fully equipped, all their firearms were ready for action. From the rear seat of the first Chevrolet emerged a humanoid figure adorned in gray metallic armor. The figure emitted a processed, youthful electronic voice. "All right, everyone, begin the operation." The mercenaries nodded in agreement and advanced towards the entrance of Stark Tower, weapons at the ready. The artificial intelligence at the tower's entrance scanned the unexpected group and their armaments, its female electronic voice resonating. "Alert! There are unauthorized intruders armed with weapons." However, a barrage of gunfire erupted, shattering the AI's scanning apparatus and causing the glass doors of the tower's entrance to splinter. As the mercenaries surged forward, 2 metallic figures swiftly emerged. These were the humanoid robotic sentinels stationed at Stark Tower's entrance, with electric weapons embedded in their arms. The mechanical sentinels discharged a series of blue-lit electric projectiles, toppling 5 or 6 of the foremost mercenaries to the ground. The mercenaries retaliated, firing at the robotic sentinels. Although the armor of these sentinels was not as robust as that of the Mark series, the standard firearms inflicted limited damage. Furthermore, the sentinels' rapid reflexes rendered them difficult to defeat, leaving the mercenaries momentarily at a disadvantage. From behind the mercenaries, the humanoid figure in armor intoned in a calm, youthful electronic voice, "Humph, Stark, when you arrive, you'll find your possessions reduced to rubble." On the 120th floor of the towering edifice, Jarvis suddenly alerted. "Sir, the artificial intelligence defense system at the entrance has reported an attack on the building." Tony, savoring a sip of red wine, nearly spat out. After swallowing hard, he frowned in displeasure, exclaiming, "What? Is there truly someone audacious enough to assault Stark Tower in broad daylight? Another lunatic has emerged." Without further ado, Tony set down his glass and commanded, "Jarvis, bring forth Mark 6. A hatch swiftly opened in the wall of the floor, revealing a splendid suit of armor in a striking gold and crimson hue. Mark 6. Under Jarvis's guidance, Mark 6 activated its thrusters and soared behind Tony. The armor's limbs and torso then unfolded, enveloping Tony's figure. Fang Leng, also present on the 120th floor, watched in awe as the advanced armor transformed and reconfigured. With a resounding metallic clang, the helmet of Mark 6 sealed completely around Tony's head. The glass wall on the side of the floor opened horizontally under Jarvis's control, a modification Tony had made for ease of movement. "I'm coming to assist you," Fang Leng declared, observing everything. "Just stay put." Tony, now clad in armor, turned to respond, but time was of the essence. With a powerful leap, Mark 6 propelled itself out of the building and hurtled towards the ground below. Fang Leng glanced at the elevator. "At such a critical moment, I cannot remain idle. What if the attackers are exceptionally strong?" He swiftly made his way to the elevator, having recently acquired the super speed of Quicksilver. In this dire situation, Fang Leng was determined that his abilities would prove invaluable. At the base of the building, mercenaries, aside from a few incapacitated by electric weapons, surged into the edifice. Over a dozen more mercenaries were poised to charge inside. Suddenly, a thunderous metallic crash echoed as a crimson and gold figure materialized among the mercenaries. "Open fire! Eliminate him!" The mercenaries shouted, directing their weapons at Iron Man. With arms outstretched, Iron Man unleashed 2 energy blasts that sent the closest mercenaries flying. Then, 2 shotgun launchers sprung from his shoulders, firing microshells that struck 5 mercenaries in the legs, causing them to collapse in agony. The remaining mercenaries, armed with M4A1 rifles, seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage at Iron Man, yet to no avail. "Hey, be careful not to scratch my paint," Iron Man quipped as he delivered a powerful punch to one mercenary. He then zipped towards 2 others, lifting them effortlessly. "And you dare to cause a ruckus beneath my tower? You must have a death wish." The 2 mercenaries stared at Iron Man with terror in their eyes, before being knocked unconscious with a resounding thud as Iron Man collided their heads together. He then ascended into the air and, guided by the targeting system within his helmet, unleashed a series of precise energy blasts that nearly incapacitated the remaining mercenaries on the ground. On the ground stood a mercenary wielding an RPG-29 anti-tank rocket launcher, gritting his teeth as he aimed at Iron Man soaring above. He pulled the trigger. The armor's warning system detected the incoming projectile, prompting Tony to react swiftly. Just as the anti-tank rocket approached, his energy cannon locked onto the warhead and emitted a brilliant flash. With a resounding explosion, the sky erupted in chaos. The mercenary's eyes gleamed with a fleeting sense of triumph, but from the billowing smoke, a figure emerged. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the energy cannon struck him down. Trying to use my own tactics against me? An RPG is certainly less effective than an anti-tank gun, Tony quipped in a tone reminiscent of a mocking child. Jarvis's electronic voice chimed in, Sir, I have kept the energy cannon at a non-lethal setting. Additionally, the monitors inside the building indicate that 8 mercenaries have entered the premises before we descended. Good heavens, these scoundrels! Tony exclaimed, glancing at the entrance of the building, which had been ravaged by the mercenaries. He intended to rush inside, but suddenly, a gray humanoid armor blocked his path with a thud. Each hand clutched the head of a mechanical guard, their skulls crushed to bits. A youthful electronic voice emanated from the armor. Humph, Tony Stark. Consider this our informal introduction. Chapter 28, Nano-Sorcery. The scanning device of the Mark 6 armor swiftly assessed the opponent. Jarvis reported to Tony, Sir, the scan confirms that this is a mechanical suit, devoid of any life signs. It is evident that this gray armor is being controlled by its master. Unhappy, Tony retorted, So, you are the mastermind behind the attack on my place. Why do you not dare to show yourself? Hiding like a rat? The gray armor responded with the same youthful, electronically altered voice. The time is not yet right. I will eventually meet you face to face. However, for now, allow me to impart a painful lesson. With a clang, the gray armor lunged at Tony, propelled by its thrusters. To enter, you must first pass through me, the cool, electronic voice declared. A surge of powerful electricity coursed from the gray suit toward Iron Man. Is that all you've got? Iron Man retorted, activating his thrusters and soaring into the air. He extended his arms, unleashing twin beams of laser that struck the gray armor. After a brief explosion, 2 significant scars marred its surface. Yet, as the damaged sections flickered with electrical energy, a peculiar substance resembling quicksand began to work within the destruction, rapidly restoring the armor's integrity. Jarvis's voice echoed once more within the suit. Sir, according to my scan, the damaged areas of the opponent's armor contain numerous micro-units that are actively repairing it. Tony observed this phenomenon with astonishment. This adversary's armor possessed self-repairing capabilities. Moreover, it closely resembles the Steel Warrior showcased at that exhibition by Hammer Industries. Iron Man gazed sternly at the gray metallic armor and inquired, Young one, how have you acquired such advanced technology? Does your armor possess an automatic repair function? Could it possibly incorporate nanotechnology? Truly, Stark, you're not devoid of insight. Indeed, the armor you confront now possesses the remarkable ability to self-repair through nanotechnology. I must apologize, for I have yet to introduce myself. You may call me Nano Demon. A youthful yet chilling voice emanated from the gray suit of armor. Iron Man retaliated with 2 blasts from his energy cannons, simultaneously rebuking, What does it matter who you are, Nano Demon? I have no interest in engaging with madmen who seek me out for no reason. The self-proclaimed Nano Demon directed the gray armor to deploy 2 miniature missile launchers from its arms. Subsequently, 2 small missiles hurtled towards Iron Man. The electronic screen before Tony rapidly displayed alerts of the incoming missiles, prompting him to swiftly maneuver his armor. As he turned, the armor's leg compartments opened, releasing dozens of compact, infrared jamming devices. 2 missiles were deftly evaded, while the gray armor surged forward, its fists ablaze, charging toward Iron Man in a fierce assault. Iron Man deftly dodged while continuously retaliating with energy blasts. Amidst the chaos, Tony questioned, You scoundrel, why do you recklessly invade my territory like a rabid dog? If you dare to attack me, then I demand you provide a justification. The Nano Demon coldly retorted, Justification? Do you truly believe that your self-righteous heroism embodies justice? Do you think your technology genuinely brings happiness and safety to the people? Since no one has stood against you until now, I, Nano Demon, shall be the first. As Tony found himself entangled with this Nano Demon, anxiety surged within him. After all, 8 armed mercenaries had just stormed into the building. Yet, this Nano Demon proved to be quite a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, within the building, the 8 burly mercenaries unleashed a barrage of gunfire from their assault rifles above. The occupants of Stark Tower, frightened, crouched down, shielding their heads. Chaos reigned within Stark Tower. All right, the explosives are set. Now prepare to evacuate, commanded the lead mercenary. Observing the terrified employees scattered about the building. Among the mercenaries who had burst into the lobby, 2 individuals bore gray metallic boxes on their backs. They opened the boxes to reveal large glass canisters, each equipped with detonators at both ends. Inside the canisters lay a silver-gray substance resembling liquid. In truth, it was an incalculable swarm of nanobots. The 2 men hastily activated the detonators, swiftly configuring the detonation time. They then reported to the lead mercenary, All set. We have 5 minutes until detonation. The leader nodded, disdainfully surveying the frightened Stark Industries employees in the lobby before gesturing for an exit. All right, let's move. Just as the lead mercenary turned, he was confronted by an unexpected figure ahead. In a fleeting moment, a powerful punch landed squarely on the chin of the mercenary leader, accompanied by a cacophony of shattering teeth. With a resounding thud, the mercenary collapsed onto the ground. The assailant was none other than Fang Leng. Initially, Fang Leng's punch bore moderate force, but propelled by extraordinary speed, its impact was exponentially magnified. Speed is indeed strength. This phenomenon is akin to the stark contrast between the power of a projectile launched from a slingshot and that of a bullet fired from firearm. To their astonishment, someone dared to resist. Eliminate him. The mercenaries raised their M4A1 rifles and unleashed a torrent of bullets, raining down upon Fang Leng. Confronted with such a fierce barrage, even with his superhuman speed, Fang Leng remained acutely focused, gritting his teeth as he deftly evaded the onslaught. With his extraordinary velocity, the bullets appeared to slow in his perception. Nonetheless, the situation remained dire. The M4A1 boasts a muzzle velocity exceeding 880 meters per second. And with 7 assailants firing simultaneously from less than 30 meters away, Fang Leng had to remain vigilant, continuously dodging the lethal projectiles. He swiftly took refuge behind a pillar in the lobby, the bullets striking the column with a staccato rhythm. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he acknowledged the tension that had elicited a cold sweat. Those bastards nearly scared me to death, he fumed inwardly. Fortunately, after becoming Quicksilver, he had diligently trained to adapt to the super speed he had acquired, enabling him to withstand their assaults. Had he been at the initial level of proficiency, he would have undoubtedly been riddled with bullets. However, to defeat these ruffians, he must exploit his speed advantage and engage in guerrilla tactics, wearing them down. Additionally, the lobby was populated with numerous Stark employees. It was imperative to avoid letting the conflict endanger them. Regaining his composure, Fang Leng darted between the pillars, searching for an opportunity to strike against the mercenaries. Chapter 29. The First Kill. As long as he refrained from confronting the bullets head-on, dealing with these mercenaries proved significantly more manageable. By finding opportunities to flank them and deliver sudden strikes, his formidable speed could easily topple his foes. Fang Leng navigated swiftly among the stout columns in the lobby, leaving the mercenaries bewildered as they fired frantically. After a few rapid dashes, Fang Leng arrived beside a pillar. Spotting a mercenary's back, he held his breath and surged forward with fierce intensity. In the lobby, both mercenaries and crouched employees witnessed a figure flash past the mercenary, followed by a resounding impact as the assailant was propelled 7 or 8 meters away by the sheer force. As the mercenaries regained their composure, they directed their fire towards Fang Leng's previous position. Yet, apart from a faint afterimage, there was nothing to be found. Another one, realizing his tactic was effective, Fang Leng continued to utilize the pillars and obstacles within the lobby to evade the mercenaries' onslaught. Spotting yet another opportunity, he launched himself forward in a rapid, direct sprint, sending another mercenary crashing to the ground under the force of his assault. Once again, a wave of shock reverberated through the air as the remaining mercenaries anxiously glanced around. They could only vaguely sense an enigmatic figure that seemed to flit between the distance and their immediate vicinity, as if poised to strike at any moment. In their terror, some mercenaries fired their weapons indiscriminately, but their efforts yielded no results, only intensifying their fear. The mercenaries dispatched by the nano-demon were indeed desperate men. Yet the swiftness of Fang Leng instilled in them an overwhelming sense of despair. No matter what they attempted, they could not stave off their inevitable defeat. In the hall, the frightened employees of Stark Industries lifted their heads in astonishment at the tumultuous scene unfolding before them. They were well aware that their chairman, Tony Stark, was a valiant hero clad in armor. Familiar with high technology, they were typically unfazed by novel occurrences. However, today they beheld a figure of astonishing speed confronting the fully armed mercenaries. All they could perceive were fleeting remnants of Fang Leng as shadow. As the fierce battle raged on, the remaining mercenaries fell one after another. With a resounding thud, another mercenary was knocked to the ground, rolling several meters away. Simultaneously, Fang Leng felt a surge of elation. This marked the 7th takedown, with only one left. Just as he prepared to charge once more, a ferocious roar pierced the air. Get up here, or this woman's life is forfeit. Fang Leng quickly darted behind a pillar to observe. He saw the last mercenary discard his assault rifle, grasping a female researcher with glasses by the neck with one hand, while the other firmly pressed a pistol against her temple. Witnessing this scene, Fang Leng's heart sank to an icy chill. The gun was pressed against the hostage's head. Even with his speed, if he rushed in to disarm the mercenary and an accidental discharge occurred, the consequences would be dire. The situation was indeed precarious, and Fang Leng gritted his teeth in resolve. By observing closely, he noted the mercenaries' growing tension. If he delayed taking action, the desperate man might act rashly, leading to tragedy. Fang Leng clenched his jaw. He knew he had to devise a way to divert the mercenary's aim. "Don't worry, I'm coming out now," he declared, stepping into view at a distance of 20 meters from the mercenary and his hostage. Despite the black hood and helmet obscuring the mercenary's features, his exposed eyes radiated an indescribable ferocity. Emerging from concealment, Fang Leng maintained a calm expression, yet his gaze subtly scanned the surroundings. Resting upon a mercenary he had previously incapacitated, who lay on the ground with a handgun at his waist. Fang Leng quickly assessed the weapon and then shifted his focus back to the mercenary and the hostage. During his time with Tony, he had deliberately acquired some basic shooting skills. As long as the gun was moved away from the hostage's head, Fang Leng could swiftly neutralize the threat. The mercenary barked menacingly, "Put your hands behind your head and turn around." Fang Leng, with an air of calmness, placed his hands behind his head and began to turn slightly. However, from the corner of his eye, he remained acutely aware of the mercenary's every move. Almost the instant Fang Leng completed his turn, the mercenary abruptly withdrew his firearm from the hostage's temple and redirected his aim towards Fang Leng. At that moment, Fang Leng swiftly pivoted once more, reaching for the waist of the mercenary who had just been felled to the ground. The mercenary fired a bullet, but was taken aback to see Fang Leng kneeling before him, brandishing a handgun and aiming directly at him. A sharp pain surged through his left eyebrow, and he crumpled to the floor like a deflated balloon. Fang Leng, still half kneeling, discarded his weapon and stood up. Utilizing his extraordinary speed, he turned again and deftly dodged the bullet, drawing his gun to dispatch his adversary. Yet, this marked his first act of killing. Previously, even when aiding Spider-Man in combating crime, he had only incapacitated his foes. Nonetheless, he had indeed taken down a desperate criminal, and such occurrences were bound to recur. There was no time for further contemplation. His gaze flickered to a corner of the hall, where two recently activated black metal boxes lay, containing unknown hazardous materials. Fang Leng dashed towards the boxes and discovered that each housed a sizable glass tank. A timer was counting down ominously beside them. The battle with the mercenaries and the rescue of the hostage had consumed over 3 minutes. Only a minute and a half remained. This was evidently a specialized timed explosive device. Anyone would understand the dire consequences that would ensue once the countdown reached its conclusion. Fang Leng's eyes rapidly scanned the two metal boxes. This cursed contraption. He had no clue how to disarm such an explosive, and there was no time to waste. What if he made a mistake? Fang Leng glanced desperately at the terrified people in the hall. These bombs must not detonate here. Meanwhile, outside the building, Iron Man was still ensnared by the Nano Demon's armored suit. Damn it! Tony Stark was engaged in a fierce battle with the gray metallic armor, which not only possessed self-repair capabilities, but also boasted exceptional agility and an arsenal of weaponry, proving quite formidable. He wondered how things were faring inside the building. J-A-R-V-I-S, he said. "What's the situation?" J-A-R-V-I-S. Maintain a connection with various surveillance systems inside the building. Yet Tony was too occupied to receive updates on the unfolding events within. The Nano Demon's armor emitted a youthful, arrogant voice. Tony Stark. Your building is about to explode from the lowest level. These nanobots will corrode the steel-reinforced concrete of the lower floors, causing the entire edifice to collapse like a house of cards. No matter how powerful your suit is, I doubt you can withstand the weight of a collapsing structure. Just as Tony was seething with anger at these words, the system detected a target rapidly exiting the building. Emerging swiftly was Fang Leng, who dashed forward, clutching a metallic box in each hand. He was acutely aware that the most prudent course of action regarding the impending detonation of these unresolved explosives was to cast them into the sea. With a black metal box in each hand, Fang Leng's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on the path ahead. These devices could not be detonated within this residential area, for the potential casualties would be unimaginable. The Stark Tower, situated on Long Island, was in close proximity to the ocean. In such a perilous situation, the optimal solution was undoubtedly to hurl these explosive devices into the depths of the sea. Iron Man and Nano Demon, engaged in their fierce struggle, were both cognizant of this fact. Iron Man's devices detected Fang Leng's silhouette, prompting Tony to think, it's Fang Leng. He seems to have resolved the issues within the tower. The gray armor controlled by Nano Demon also scanned the ground and identified Fang Leng racing with the two explosive devices in tow. A flicker of delight surged within Tony. It appeared that this young man was not as rigidly obedient as he had assumed, but rather had taken the initiative to step forward. Had he chosen not to act, the situation could have spiraled out of control. Nano Demon, with a hint of displeasure in his voice, remarked, "Humph. It seems, Stark, you have an ally. However, I anticipated your luck would not be so fortuitous. The chances of success this time are slim. I have not exerted my full strength, which is why I initially suggested administering you a lesson." Observing Fang Leng's fleeting figure vanish into the distance, Tony felt a significant alleviation of the tension that had previously gripped him. Now, he could focus entirely on dealing with Nano Demon. You, cowering like a turtle too frightened to show your face, certainly deserve a lesson. If you present yourself to be taught, I am more than willing. Within his armor, Tony was visibly exhilarated. A beam from his gauntlet flashed and struck the gray armor's chest, causing a sand-like substance to swiftly repair the damage. The gray armor continued to evade. Naturally, Iron Man was determined not to afford his opponent the luxury of recovery time, employing both hands. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon the outer shell of the gray armor. Inside Tony's suit, J.A.R.V.I.S. displayed a scan of the energy responses emanating from the opposing armor. The analysis revealed numerous small unit energy reactions at 10 distinct locations. Should the armor's conventional components sustain damage, these minuscule units would autonomously converge upon the afflicted areas for repairs. It was evident that this gray armor, manipulated from the shadows, was not purely composed of nanobots, but rather a fusion of conventional armor and certain nanobot elements. This revelation led Tony to draw parallels with the Hammer Steel Soldier from the recent exhibition. It seemed increasingly likely that Nano Demon had some illicit connection to Justin Hammer. Nano Demon, you scoundrel, do you have some nefarious association with Justin Hammer? Iron Man inquired, continuing his assault on Nano Demon, for directness was quintessential to Tony Stark's character. And this occasion was no exception. The gray battle armor, while employing nanobots for repairs, deftly evaded Tony's relentless attacks in midair. After a brief silence, it slowly remarked, "This is not something you need to know." However, Tony's resolve only strengthened the likelihood of a connection between the nano-magic and Hammer. The two engaged in combat as they soared through the skies above Long Island, exchanging energy blasts, light missiles, and interference projectiles that illuminated the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the situation for Fang Leng was dire. Utilizing his extraordinary speed, he rushed to the eastern coastline of Long Island. Time was of the essence, as the countdown in the two black metallic boxes had entered its final 10 seconds. Along the coast, a few leisurely strollers and several young surfers frolicked in the surf, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Fang Leng remained uncertain about the bomb's destructive power. He knew he had to accelerate further, harnessing the immense kinetic energy to hurl the two bombs far out into the ocean. In this critical moment, Fang Leng's eyes scanned the coastline with lightning speed, identifying a spot that was furthest from the pedestrians and surfers for his throw. This was the pivotal moment. He surged forward, reaching peak velocity, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. With his superhuman speed, combined with every ounce of strength he could muster, he propelled himself forward with astonishing swiftness. The onlookers along the shore stood in awe, unable to discern Fang Leng's form. Yet witnessing a powerful gust of air cleaved by something moving at an incredible pace, hurtling towards the coast. Finally, Fang Leng reached the shoreline. But instead of immediately utilizing his momentum to cast the two hazardous metal boxes, he continued to stride onto the water surface. An invisible force stirred the ocean, creating a linear surge of waves. His extraordinary velocity temporarily liberated him from the Earth's gravitational pull, allowing him to glide above the sea. In a fleeting moment, he covered an impressive distance of over 1,000 meters across the water. At that instant, Fang Leng thrust his hands forward with great force, launching the two metal boxes far into the distance. Although the boxes were not particularly light, the immense gravitational potential allowed them to be thrown nearly a kilometer away. Exhausted, Fang Leng turned his head to observe the colossal waves that had been stirred up, still crashing down. After exerting himself to such an extent, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, collapsing onto the ground and lying back, gasping for breath. His arms throbbed with intense soreness, prompting a grimace. It seemed his limbs would require a week of rest. He had been forcefully lifting the two explosive-laden boxes during his sprint, and the combination of their weight and the additional air resistance had significantly burdened him. Alas, to be a hero requires a certain ruthlessness towards oneself. Although utterly fatigued, Fang Leng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Just moments ago, had those two devices detonated within the skyscraper or the city, the consequences could have been dire. Today, Fang Leng truly experienced the profound and tangible sensation of being a hero. In contrast, during his previous encounters with crime, he often felt more like a chivalrous figure responding to injustice. At the site of the explosion, 2,000 meters from the coast, a multitude of nanobots were released from beneath the waves, wreaking havoc upon the marine life. Countless fish, shrimp, and shellfish met their unfortunate demise, as even some underwater rocks succumbed to corrosion. It was fortunate that Fang Leng had managed to hurl those two nanobot explosives a considerable distance away. Had he merely discarded them at the shore, the surfers nearby might have faced fatal consequences due to the nanobots. After causing chaos in the nearby waters, the nanobots ceased operation, their effects rendered null. Gasping for breath, Fang Leng gazed at the sky, where two metallic figures engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Soon S.H.I.E.L.D. would make contact with him. Chapter 31. The Prophecy of a Nano Demon. The combatants in the sky were none other than Iron Man and the Nano Demon. On the display screen of the Mark VI helmet, a signal marked by J.A.R.V.I.S. was received. The explosion in the ocean was unmistakable, and the suit's scanning system had certainly detected it. An explosion? Tony pondered, momentarily confused as he battled the Nano Demon, but quickly pieced together the events from earlier when Fang Leng had burst forth from the building. The Nano Demon had mentioned that following the explosion inside the structure, the nanobots would swiftly erode the lower layers. Fang Leng had rushed out with something in tow, and there was no doubt he had promptly relocated the Nano Demon's explosive device. Tony could not underestimate Fang Leng. The young man had considerable skill. Observing Fang Leng's series of actions, Tony felt a newfound admiration for him. All that remained was to deal with the gray armor controlled by the Nano Demon. Seizing the moment, the gray armor surged forward, suddenly turning and launching 4 small missile launchers from its shoulders and waist, firing a total of 8 missiles towards Iron Man. Here we go again. Iron Man swiftly pivoted, deploying dozens of infrared decoy flares while skillfully evading. Just as he maneuvered to dodge the missiles, the gray armor, manipulated by the Nano Demon, charged at Tony at breakneck speed. With a resounding clang, Tony was caught off guard as they collided. However, he quickly turned the situation to his advantage, seizing the Nano Demon's armor and unleashing a flurry of iron fists. The Mark VI suit had significantly enhanced strength, and with each strike, the gray armor sustained numerous cracks. Yet, the adversary seized the opportunity to grapple with Tony's suit. Soon, Jarvis's electronic voice resonated. Critical danger. The armor is experiencing severe erosion. A series of nanomaterials are corroding the exterior of the suit and spreading rapidly. Concentrate energy at the chest. Tony, in a moment of desperation, commanded. Accompanied by a brilliant flash from the reactor at his chest, a tremendous energy cannon surged forth, aimed squarely at the gray armor ahead. The reactor in Iron Man's chest could serve as an energy cannon at a pivotal moment, with a caliber significantly larger than that of his hands, thus unleashing far greater power. As a dazzling light illuminated the sky, a resounding explosion erupted. At such a close range, the gray armor was struck with unerring precision. Naturally, the force of the explosion sent Iron Man hurtling backward over a considerable distance. Amidst the shock wave of the blast, Iron Man's armor was marked with numerous scars. Jarvis, activate the backup power. Tony urged hastily. The backup power is now online, sir. However, I must advise against such reckless endeavors in the future, Jarvis responded. The propulsion systems in the armor's legs and arms resumed operation. After being thrown several hundred meters by the explosion, Iron Man finally regained his balance. Where's that bastard? Tony gasped, scanning the ground with his suit. On the electronic display before him, a target with an energy reading closely resembling that of the gray armor soon appeared. Tony immediately soared toward the target. On the ground, beside a demolished building, a staggering metallic figure struggled to rise. It was the gray armor, manipulated by the Nanomancer. However, this armor was severely damaged, emitting sparks of electricity. The limited nanobots, having been depleted, had also suffered significant destruction during the recent energy cannon assault. With such extensive damage, the gray armor was beyond repair. Merely standing stiffly was its utmost limit. With a sound that sliced through the air, the gold and crimson Iron Man descended before the gray armor. Although Iron Man's suit bore numerous damages, it remained largely functional, brimming with formidable combat capability. In stark contrast, the gray armor was rendered utterly vulnerable. Through his suit, Tony regarded the puppet controlled by the Nanomancer with a tone of disdain. Well, Turtle, since you lack the courage to face me directly, perhaps you would care to divulge your childish schemes. After this failure, I presume you will seek another opportunity to confront me? Next time, you had better dare to meet me in person. A cacophony of noise emanated from the severely damaged vocalizer of the gray armor, clearly indicating that its sound device had been compromised, though not entirely destroyed. Very well, Tony Stark. This time, you were fortunate, but I underestimated you. However, let me tell you this. Soon, I will undertake an act that will astonish the entire world. Moreover, I will no longer confront you in this manner. Next time, it will be a battle between us face to face. Tony extended the energy cannon on his right arm, aiming it at the tattered gray armor. Have you finished? A coward like you dares to call yourself a nano demon? Listen well, nano bug. Next time, I shall crush you like an ant. With a brilliant beam emanating from his palm, the already ravaged gray suit was utterly obliterated, leaving nothing but a heap of scrap metal on the ground. The day's assault had finally been averted. The armor, manipulated by the nano demon utilizing nanotechnology, lay in ruins. The dozen mercenaries who had come were also defeated, with Fang Leng even taking down one to save a hostage. This incident swiftly captured the attention of major media outlets in New York, with publications like the New York Times and the Horn heralding extensive reports on the Stark Tower attack. Online rumors proliferated, with wild and extravagant speculation circulating. The police also launched an investigation. However, it was peculiar that although the incident was quite severe, the police response seemed rather simplistic. The wounded mercenaries later captured by the authorities appear to be handed over to a clandestine organization. A week after the Stark Tower incident, Fang Leng received an unexpected call from Stark, requesting his presence at the tower to discuss certain matters. Upon arriving at the towering edifice, he went through the necessary identity verification to gain entry. Inside the glass doors, 6 mechanical sentinels stood watch in the wake of the attack. Stark had resolved to significantly bolster the security of the building. These mechanical guards not only exhibited enhanced capabilities, but also numbered far greater than before. The entrance alone boasted 6 prominently stationed sentinels, while Stark had covertly established additional chambers housing more mechanical sentinels throughout the tower. In truth, the security measures had been augmented beyond mere increments. As Fang Leng entered the lobby and made his way toward a side elevator, he noticed the glances of passing staff members, many of whom regarded him with respect and admiration. Whispers filled the air. Is this the young man who defended Mr. Stark's tower? Indeed, he is quite brave. He was the one who vanquished those ruffians. Mr. Stark truly knows how to choose friends. He is a hero himself, and so are those he associates with. His remarkable abilities will remain etched in my memory forever. Fang Leng was well aware of the attention directed toward him. Although he had fought swiftly against the mercenaries, there were moments of stillness, and he had confronted them directly to save the hostage. The tower was equipped with surveillance cameras, which led to his exploits being widely disseminated throughout Stark Tower. Additionally, his frequent visits to assist Mr. Stark with the operation of the website had garnered even more attention. However, despite performing such a noble deed and savoring the thrill of heroism, Fang Leng's demeanor remained humble, bolstered by newfound determination. One must strive to become stronger. Only then can one truly embody the essence of a hero. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 120th floor of the building, and Fang Leng stepped inside. Upon entering the floor, he was greeted by Tony, who smiled and said, "Fang Leng, you finally made it." Fang Leng nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, Stark. You mentioned someone was looking for me? Is this individual?" Tony gestured towards a nearby sofa. A figure turned their head towards Fang Leng, and he noticed the person's slight surprise. It was none other than Agent Coulson. Chapter 32. Visitors from S.H.I.L.D. Coulson smiled at the entering Fang Leng and rose to his feet. "May I inquire if you are Fang Leng?" "Greetings, I am Phil Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony interjected, "Fang Leng, this is the Agent Coulson who wishes to speak with you." Coulson extended his hand towards Fang Leng, who reciprocated the gesture. Coulson was an unremarkable middle-aged man, yet his eyes exuded a keen intelligence. "Hello, Agent Coulson. I am indeed Fang Leng." The two men locked eyes, and Fang Leng sensed that Coulson's interest in him, through Tony, was driven by a particular purpose. With a calm demeanor, Fang Leng inquired, "Since you have sought me out, there must be something of significance you wish to discuss?" Coulson nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Mr. Fang Leng, I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you." He then turned to Tony. "Mr. Stark, I would like to speak with Fang Leng privately." Tony quickly grasped the implication. "I need to continue my work on the armor anyway. You two carry on." He then made his way towards a section of the hall equipped with experimental apparatus. Fang Leng and Coulson took their seats opposite each other on the sofa. "Let us get straight to the point, Agent Coulson." Curiosity filled Fang Leng's mind. Why would S.H.I.E.L.D. agent seek him out? This had to involve a new discovery. Nonetheless, deep down, he was eager to engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. representatives, as such contact could yield unforeseen benefits. Coulson began, "The reason for my visit is at the behest of S.H.I.E.L.D. The full name is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. It is a specialized agency established by the International Security Council to address various extraordinary events. One of our primary responsibilities is to foster harmonious relations with superpowered individuals and manage their organization." "Mr. Fang Leng, if I am not mistaken, you are indeed a superpowered individual?" He produced a black credential and a device resembling a USB drive, which bore the designation of an 8th-level agent. Fang Leng paused in silence, contemplating the implications. If Agent Coulson was directly inquiring about such matters, it suggested that he had likely become a target of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s recruitment efforts. Coulson smiled and nodded. "If that is the case, then excellent, Mr. Fang Leng. First, I would like you to take a look at this. It will provide you with a deeper understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D. As he spoke, Carlson inserted the USB-like device into a tablet on the glass table and performed a few operations. Soon, an image began to materialize on the screen of the tablet. "Please take a look, Mr. Fang Leng." Carlson gestured towards the tablet. The screen displayed the emblem of S-H-I-E-L-D, followed by a captivating female electronic voice announcing, "Welcome to S-H-I-E-L-D." The full name of S-H-I-E-L-D is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, which operates under the auspices of the International Security Council. After this introduction, the image abruptly shifted from the metallic eagle emblem to black and white footage reminiscent of the 1940s. S-H-I-E-L-D originated during the Second World War, evolving from a strategic scientific reserve, which was established by Colonel Chester Phillips of the U.S. Army in collaboration with Howard Stark upon the directive of President Roosevelt. During the war, the Strategic Scientific Reserve developed a series of advanced weaponry that effectively countered fascism and militarism, while curtailing the ambitions of Hydra. As Fang Leng observed the black and white footage, he noted that, although the visuals depicted weapons and styles from the World War II era, numerous battles showcased technological weaponry far surpassing the standards of that time. Some of the bizarrely designed arms would still astonish observers even in the 21st century. After a narrative interlude, the footage transitioned to the ceremony marking the surrender of the Nazis and Japanese fascists at the war's conclusion, before shifting again to depict the post-war landscape, continuing the tale of S-H-I-E-L-D's origins. In the aftermath of the war, the relevance of the Strategic Scientific Reserve diminished significantly, with many advocating for its dissolution. However, as enigmatic threats persisted globally, a faction of its core members advocated for its restructuring, ultimately leading to the establishment of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. The footage then accelerated through time, finally arriving at the colorful scenes of the 1960s and 1970s, when an increasingly complex international landscape necessitated the inclusion of more members. Consequently, the clandestine International Security Council successfully assumed control of S-H-I-E-L-D. Over the decades, S-H-I-E-L-D has navigated countless crises, making substantial contributions to global security and peace. Today, S-H-I-E-L-D has evolved into an organization equipped with a plethora of advanced technological resources, recognized by the United Nations, the United States, the European Union, and nations such as China, Japan, India, and Russia. It maintains extensive collaborations with the U.S. military, the CIA, and the FBI. Entering the 21st century, S-H-I-E-L-D faces increasingly diverse challenges, with a significant responsibility to engage and recruit individuals possessing superhuman abilities and extraordinary technologies, ensuring effective coordination and management to maintain global safety and peace. Carlson removed a USB-like device from the tablet and turned to Fang Leng, saying, "Mr. Fang Leng, you now have a fundamental understanding of S-H-I-E-L-D. Fang Leng exhaled softly. An organization dedicated to maintaining world peace. However, regarding your earlier question about superhumans, he continued, are you inquiring whether I would be willing to be recruited by S-H-I-E-L-D, Mr. Carlson? Carlson smiled faintly and nodded, saying, that is roughly the sentiment, Mr. Fang Leng. The fact that S-H-I-E-L-D had taken notice of him brought Fang Leng considerable delight. After all, being acknowledged is far preferable to remaining in obscurity. However, at this juncture, it was imperative to negotiate thoughtfully with the other party. Such circumstances were most conducive for him to discuss joining their ranks. Fang Leng understood that a pivotal opportunity for future development lay before him. Chapter 33, Joining S-H-I-E-L-D. Fang Leng regarded Carlson, feeling a surge of excitement within, yet maintaining an outward composure. It appeared that S-H-I-L-D had indeed recognized him. Nevertheless, since he was engaging with S-H-I-E-L-D, he should seize this opportunity to maximize his gains. Carlson continued, I am here to represent S-H-I-E-L-D in recruiting you, Mr. Fang Leng. Curiously, Fang Leng inquired, how did you come to notice me? Certainly. It was in relation to the Stark Tower incident. During this event, you boldly stepped forward and utilized your abilities to vanquish the assailants who invaded the tower. With so many witnesses present, your actions did not go unnoticed. S-H-I-E-L-D has always held great respect for individuals who use their powers for the greater good. Moreover, Mr. Fang Leng, do you not find it peculiar that following such a significant event, the police conducted only a cursory investigation? Fang Leng regarded Carlson, recognizing the validity of his observation. The assault on Stark Tower warranted an extensive inquiry, yet the police's handling had been disappointingly superficial. A thought flickered in Fang Leng's mind. Could there have been external interference? After a moment of contemplation, he posed the question, is it possible that someone intervened? Indeed, there were parties involved, and S.H.I.L.D. was among them. Investigations revealed that the assailants were equipped with enigmatic, high-tech weaponry, specifically targeting Mr. Stark. The police would struggle to address such high-tech terror activities, prompting S.H.I.L.D. to discreetly inform them and assume responsibility for the investigation and response. Additionally, while probing this high-tech terrorist incident, we naturally noticed your involvement, Mr. Fang Leng. Thus, it became clearer to Fang Leng. The mysteries that had puzzled him regarding the police's actions post-incident were beginning to unravel. The police had conducted minimal interviews and inquiries with those involved, and his own brief questioning had concluded swiftly. It appeared that S.H.I.L.D. had recognized the extraordinary nature of the assault and had covertly taken charge of the situation. His confrontation with mercenaries within the tower had undoubtedly caught their attention. S.H.I.L.D. had a penchant for recruiting individuals with extraordinary abilities and advanced technology, and with Fang Leng as a potential candidate, they were eager to court him. Furthermore, his actions had not been malevolent. Rather, he had worked to defuse a crisis. This greatly bolstered the confidence of S.H.I.L.D. agents, including Coulson, in their pursuit of Fang Leng. Coulson, a seasoned and astute agent, understood that to entice and recruit, one must present compelling advantages. Thus, Mr. Fang Leng, your abilities and actions have garnered our admiration, prompting S.H.I.L.D. to extend this invitation to you. Moreover, I must inform you, Mr. Fang Leng, that joining S.H.I.L.D. is not without its advantages. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Fang Leng does not possess legitimate identification in New York, nor does he hold a formal job, correct? Upon hearing this, Fang Leng furrowed his brow, realizing that S.H.I.L.D. had indeed conducted a thorough investigation into his affairs. Indeed, upon arriving in this Marvel parallel universe, Fang Leng lacked any lawful official identity. Furthermore, he had been primarily focused on combating crime and assisting Iron Man in managing his online presence. Coulson's remarks, coupled with his affiliation with S.H.I.L.D., implied that should he be recruited, the organization would undoubtedly assist in resolving these issues. Such prospects were undeniably enticing. However, Fang Leng maintained a contemplative stance, aware that entering S.H.I.L.D. might impose significant constraints on his freedom. He was resolutely opposed to being treated as a mere pawn by the organization's leadership. Nonetheless, S.H.I.L.D. was far from inconsequential. Joining would grant him access to substantial resources. After considerable deliberation, Fang Leng conceived a third option. What if he could join S.H.I.L.D. while retaining a degree of autonomy? It was worth exploring. Mr. Coulson, are you suggesting that if I were to join S.H.I.L.D., my legal status and related concerns would be resolved? Indeed, for S.H.I.L.D., this was certainly feasible, and the benefits would be considerable. Noticing the hint of interest in Fang Leng's tone, Coulson felt a sense of optimism about the prospect. However, Fang Leng furrowed his brow slightly and added, if I join S.H.I.L.D., will I be subject to constant oversight from superiors? I am not particularly fond of being in a subordinate position. If I am to be utilized merely as a soldier with superpowers, that would be difficult for me to accept. Coulson's expression softened in response. Mr. Fang Leng, rest assured, joining S.H.I.L.D. does not equate to becoming a mere combat tool or an agent. There exists a division within S.H.I.L.D. dedicated to individuals with superhuman abilities. Many superpowered recruits are affiliated with this department, which allows for considerable autonomy, albeit with certain obligations. Formally, they remain a part of S.H.I.L.D. Upon hearing this, Fang Leng felt a surge of happiness. It appeared S.H.I.L.D. was indeed aware of the necessity for diverse recruitment strategies. Many individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities might resist excessive constraints from any organization, preferring to lead rather than follow. The existence of such a specialized division was greatly appealing, as it would afford him access to S.H.I.L.D.'s resources while preserving his independence. This was undoubtedly an excellent arrangement. Although he had made up his mind internally, Fang Leng outwardly inquired, Mr. Coulson, may I review the specific recruitment regulations concerning S.H.I.L.D.? hurled. Observing that the situation was progressing favorably, Coulson smiled and replied, "Of course, Mr. Fang Leng." Fang Leng accepted the tablet and began to peruse the information. These regulations indeed bestow considerable autonomy upon those who are affiliated with the Department of Superpowered Individuals. However, greater independence also implies a reduction in the resources and information available. Nevertheless, for Fang Leng, this arrangement is undoubtedly the most suitable. The regulations also encompass certain obligations. In critical situations, individuals under the department's purview must rise to confront crises. Should they repeatedly neglect such emergencies, their membership in the hurled may be revoked at discretion. Observing this, Fang Leng resolutely made up his mind. This indeed seems promising. He remarked. Seeing Fang Leng finally express his willingness, Coulson was immensely pleased. It is worth noting that successfully recruiting a superpowered individual would mark another achievement for hurled. Yet, he could hardly foresee that, in the times to come, a superhero named Fang Leng, with boundless potential, would swiftly ascend. Chapter 34. Voluntary Engagement. Days later, in Washington, D.C., the political heart of the United States, where pivotal military and governmental institutions such as the White House, Capitol Hill, and the Pentagon are located. On the banks of the Potomac River, a 30-story trident building stands proudly. Adorning one side of the building is a colossal silver metal eagle emblem, signifying its affiliation. This trident building serves as the administrative headquarters of hurled. Within one of the rooms inside the building, Phil Coulson and Fang Leng are engaged in discussion. Fang Leng has, through Coulson, nearly finalized his agreement with hurled. He has accepted limited membership, and in return, hurled will facilitate legal identification for him, as well as provide training, intelligence support, weaponry, and other resources. Fang Leng gazed at the registration form for the hurled Department of Superpowered Individuals laid out before him. After inscribing his name and basic information, he noted a section labeled, "Powers Possessed by the Member." Contemplating this, he reflected on his true superpower, the ability of his transformative eyes. However, this realization instilled a measure of concern within him. After all, the capacity to convert the powers of others holds, to some extent, limitless potential. Fang Leng was not oblivious to the notion that such a remarkable ability could attract undue attention. It could indeed be considered a concealed, extraordinary existence. Yet, he raised his gaze to the composed Coulson. There is also another possibility. This information is intended for the scrutiny of hurled personnel. As a reputable and formidable official organization, hurled might invest greater resources in cultivating and recruiting him if his abilities are deemed significant. With renewed determination, Fang Leng scrutinized the registration form once more. As a man, once a decision is made, it must be resolute. He picked up the pen again and inscribed, "Ability to transform the powers of other superpowered individuals." At last, having completed the form, Fang Leng presented it to Coulson. Coulson scanned the document with keen eyes, and upon seeing the superpower Fang Leng had noted, he was momentarily taken aback. Fang Leng's ability is indeed quite extraordinary. The power to transform the super abilities of others can be considered formidable to a certain extent. After a brief inspection, Coulson addressed Fang Leng, saying, "Well, there are essentially no issues. Soon, hurled will process your legal identification. We warmly welcome you to hurled, Mr. Fang Leng." He handed over the registration form and several other documents to an assistant, who promptly set about fulfilling the necessary procedures. Turning back to Fang Leng, Coulson added, "All right, Fang Leng. From now on, you're a member of hurled. However, joining hurled entails a significant amount of learning regarding various operations, and you will need to participate in training sessions as well. This will be addressed in due time. Nevertheless, as a member of hurled and a superpowered individual, you will inevitably face numerous challenges when dealing with crises." Fang Leng nodded in agreement, confidently stating, "Rest assured, now that I have joined hurled, I am fully determined to confront these challenges." He was acutely aware that being part of hurled meant he would have to tackle many unforeseen crises. However, he did not shy away from these challenges. Rather, he believed that facing danger was essential for personal growth, especially given his considerable abilities. Coulson then retrieved a blue dossier from his desk and handed it to Fang Leng, saying, "This contains detailed descriptions and solutions to many unforeseen incidents. You can review it at your leisure." Fang Leng accepted the dossier, which bore the title, S.H.I.L.D. Special Dangerous Incident Handling Files. As he flipped through it, he noted that the records documented various emergencies that S.H.I.L.D. had managed over the years, with the instigators of these crises invariably being exceptionally dangerous adversaries. Most possessed bizarre superpowers or mysterious technologies, and some incidents even involved extraterrestrial beings. The dossier contained numerous harrowing photographs of crises, one depicting a superpowered criminal robbing a Chicago vault, brutally dismembering the vault's guard, leaving human remains scattered across the floor. Another photograph illustrated a deranged scientist who, in a fit of revenge against his colleagues, injected several of them with a biochemical agent he had developed, resulting in their transformation into grotesque abominations. As Fang Leng continued to peruse the material, a grave expression crossed his features. Many individuals with extraordinary powers were indeed both perverse and terrifying, and what was even more alarming was that their abilities served as a foundation for their malevolence. Every individual possesses a shadowy facet, often restrained by their environment or unexposed abilities. Yet, once they acquire the means to act without constraint, their darker inclinations tend to surface. Those malevolent individuals, armed with superpowers and advanced technology, often indulge their base instincts once they gain such capabilities. Fang Leng gained a deeper understanding of S.H.L.D.'s rationale for recruiting superpowered individuals. To combat these formidable villains, it was essential to counterbalance their strength with equally formidable heroes. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Leng turned his gaze back to Coulson, said, "Given this, I wish to swiftly partake in the endeavor against these nefarious individuals." Coulson, upon hearing this, regarded Fang Leng and pondered on his fervent desire to embody the role of a hero. Having recently joined, he was eager to engage in action. Fang Leng, in his own thoughts, sought to immerse himself in the mission to enhance and refine his skills. A notion emerged within his mind. Indeed, Fang Leng's proposition held merit. On one hand, he was directly involved in the incident, and, on the other, he shared a camaraderie with Stark. Now that Fang Leng had, to a certain extent, affiliated himself with S.H.I.L., it was entirely reasonable to involve him in this matter. Coulson nodded in agreement. "Very well. The Stark Tower attack is indeed under investigation, and I am one of the primary individuals overseeing it. In that case, you may join us. Once the formalities are complete, we shall devise a strategy to confront the assailant known as Nano Demon." Chapter 35, The Enigma of Nano Demon. Fang Leng also nodded and continued to await the completion of the formalities. Given S.H.I.L.'s formidable background, the processing of these procedures was relatively swift. 2 days later, Fang Leng officially attained membership within S.H.I.L.D., and his identification documents were duly processed. According to Fang Leng's profile, he was identified as a resident of New York of Chinese descent. Within Stark Tower on Long Island, Stark stood before a device. The materials have been verified as a finely crafted array of nanobots. Jarvis, manipulating the device's mechanical arms, reported to the assembly. "What attributes do these nanobots possess?" Tony inquired, scrutinizing the test results. Following the assault on Stark Tower by the armor manipulated by Nano Demon, remnants have been collected by both Tony and S.H.I.L.D. The debris contained a small quantity of nanobots, which, when analyzed, would significantly aid in investigating the individual who referred to himself as Nano Demon. Jarvis's electronic voice resonated again. According to the analysis, these nanobots exhibit remarkable resistance to high temperatures and can reconstitute into a substance akin to alloy. However, a portion of the nanobots will be depleted during extensive activity. Moreover, they possess the capability to corrode other metallic objects. Nevertheless, they too will diminish in number with usage. Tony gazed at the armor sample displayed on the testing equipment. Since Nano Demon was associated with nanotechnology, it was naturally his signature. These nanobots were indeed crafted with exceptional precision, albeit with the inherent trait of depletion. "Hey, Tony, how are the research findings?" A voice called from behind Stark. Turning around, he saw Fang Leng, with Coulson standing nearby. Stark waved his hand toward the display screen adjacent to the device and stated, "The research outcomes regarding Nano Demon-S remnants are all here. Feel free to examine them." Fang Leng looked at the screen beside the device, where high-precision imaging captured by a super microscope displayed thousands of minuscule, insect-like entities writhing. These were indeed the nanobots of Nano Demon. Beneath the scene, various explanations regarding the experiment are presented. Who exactly is this enigmatic figure known as Nano Demon? A sense of perplexity envelopes Fang Leng. Beside him, Coulson remarks, I have conducted some inquiries. There are documents here that may pique your interest. He retrieves a stack of neatly organized printed materials from his briefcase and begins to peruse them. Look at this, he says, as Fang Leng and Tony lean in to examine the documents, which feature the image of a young man. Adjacent to the picture, a plethora of textual information is displayed. A line beside the image reads, Ezekiel Stanley, genius or delusional? Stark raises an eyebrow upon reading this, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name. Coulson glances at Stark and Fang Leng and continues, this Ezekiel Stanley is the son of Obadiah Stanley. Obadiah? He's his son? Tony's expression shifts to one of astonishment. Coulson reassures him, this intelligence is absolutely reliable. DS operatives have verified it through multiple channels. The revelation that Obadiah has a son is shocking, especially since Obadiah had always claimed he had never raised a child. For Tony, Obadiah remains an indelible figure in his memory, a once loyal ally who betrayed him by conspiring with warlords to abduct him. Ironically, it was Obadiah's indirect actions that ultimately led to Tony's transformation into Iron Man. Is there a connection between this Ezekiel Stanley and the events we are currently investigating? Fang Leng inquires of Coulson. Coulson flips to another page, stating, precisely for this reason. The nano-demon has become the target of scrutiny. The viability of nanotechnology still requires further validation, yet he is eager to merge this technology with the human body, a pursuit fraught with potential peril due to its instability. Thus, many in the scientific community oppose him. After becoming a pariah, Ezekiel distanced himself from the scientific realm, gradually fading from public view to the point where some believed he had vanished from existence. Fang Leng reflects on the documents. So, it seems this Ezekiel Stanley is likely to have a mysterious connection to the nano-demon. Coulson nods thoughtfully. That cannot be completely confirmed, but the possibility is indeed substantial. They both cast a glance at Stark, who is known for his forthrightness. However, this notion seems plausible. Moreover, Justin Hammer is likely linked to the so-called nano-demon. His new Iron Soldiers are equipped with nanotechnology. Are you referring to Hammer Industries' Iron Soldiers? Stark interjects. SHIELD has indeed heard of them. Hammer Industries is vigorously promoting this weapon to the military, and both the Department of Defense and numerous military experts are intrigued. A significant selling point of Hammer Industries' pitch to the Department of Defense is the incorporation of nanotechnology in those Iron Soldiers. Tony, with a disdainful tone, responds, I thought as much. When has Hammer ever possessed such advanced technology? It seems he must have struck a deal with the nano-demon to acquire this tech. Historically, Stark Industries has been at least 20 years ahead of Hammer Industries. Fang Leng glanced at Tony, who had previously mentioned that Stark Industries and Hammer Industries were long-standing rivals. The recent emergence of Hammer Industries' Iron Warrior, boasting formidable nanotechnology, had overshadowed Stark's achievements, naturally invoking a tinge of jealousy in Tony. We should take swift action, starting with Hammer, to investigate the next nefarious scheme of the nanotech wizard, Fang Leng suggested. Coulson nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The SHIELD will appropriately engage with Hammer to glean some information. Chapter 36. Crisis reemerges. All right, I will closely monitor Hammer's movements, Coulson replied as he gathered the documents. Tony turned to Fang Leng with a warm smile, patting him on the shoulder. Hey, buddy, come over here. I have some remarkable items to share with you. Remarkable items? Fang Leng looked at Tony, his anticipation peaked. Since their acquaintance began, Fang Leng had expressed admiration for Tony's technological innovations on numerous occasions, and the prospect of Tony voluntarily showcasing something today filled him with genuine curiosity. The two made their way to the elevator and descended to the 116th floor, designated primarily for experiments and the storage of technological equipment. Tony approached a workstation, retrieving two wrist-mounted devices and extending them toward Fang Leng. These are two multi-functional wrist weapon platforms I specifically crafted for you. They are equipped with an array of weapons, including miniature missiles and electroshock devices. Take your time to familiarize yourself with them. Examining the two specially designed Iron Man wrist weapon platforms, Fang Leng noted their compact size but exquisite craftsmanship. After all, how could Tony's creations ever lack in performance? Oh, Tony, you truly went to great lengths for me. When did you start making these? He inquired. Tony, with a cheerful grin, handed the wrist devices to Fang Leng. It didn't take much time, just a couple of hours after I finished my tea and felt a bit bored. But rest assured, their performance is exceptional. Besides, why so formal? You saved so many lives in Stark Tower. This is my way of thanking you. It's no trouble to get you some gear. Feeling the warmth of Tony's enthusiasm, Fang Leng decided it was best to accept graciously. After all, having saved the safety of Stark Tower, he didn't want to leave Tony feeling indebted. Fang Leng accepted the two wrist weapon devices, appreciating their impressive quality. Despite Tony's casual demeanor, it was evident he had invested considerable effort into them. These are truly impressive, regardless of the circumstances. Thank you for your kindness, Tony, Fang Leng said with a friendly smile, continuing to examine the weapon devices. Wait, there's more, Tony said, walking toward another shelf filled with equipment. He retrieved an object resembling a metallic helmet and handed it to Fang Leng. As Fang Leng examined the helmet, he noticed a targeting device positioned near the right eye. This is an automated combat helmet equipped with formidable auto-targeting capabilities and advanced data processing. It can also incorporate artificial intelligence, though not akin to J.A.R.V.I.S. The possibility of integrating personal AI piqued Fang Leng's curiosity as he scrutinized the automated combat helmet intently. At this juncture, Tony smiled with pride. Artificial intelligence is immensely beneficial. Having an AI can yield remarkable results with minimal effort. My J.A.R.V.I.S. is exemplary. Fang Leng discerned the implication in Tony's words, his face reflecting curiosity. So, Tony, will you assist me in installing an AI? Naturally. Let's get to work. I have some basic AI programs ready. With that, Tony activated a computer device, preparing to configure a new artificial intelligence. Fang Leng approached the screen, observing Tony as he skillfully manipulated the keyboard, refining the stored program. The AI program was continuously being coded and modified. Tony, does this AI program have a name? Fang Leng inquired suddenly, gazing at the computer screen. Not yet. I typically refer to these backup AIs as backup number 1, backup number 2, and so forth. Since this AI will be yours, you should name it. Considering that Stark's AI was named J.A.R.V.I.S., Fang Leng thought of a benevolent and beautiful girl named Daisy from a pastoral film he had watched. Let us call it Daisy. Upon hearing this name, Tony turned his head to regard Fang Leng, momentarily taken aback. Oh, Fang Leng, you have a fondness for feminine voices, do you? However, we can certainly adjust this AI to possess a female mindset and voice. A hint of playful amusement graced Fang Leng's face. If Tony had a J.A.R.V.I.S., why couldn't he have a Daisy? The two continued to refine the female AI. Meanwhile, at the Lackland Air Force Base in Texas, a grand weapons test was underway. Hundreds of invited journalists and a cadre of high-ranking military officials were present to witness the demonstration. Dozens of imposing iron warriors stood resolutely, while a bespectacled, middle-aged man vociferously introduced these armored soldiers. This man was Justin Hammer. The weapon test was part of Hammer Industries' effort to promote its iron warriors to the military. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Presenting are the HA-3 Rhino, the newly developed HA-4 Orca, and the HA-5 Skyhawk, 3 types of iron warriors. Hammer Industries' iron warriors boast formidable combat capabilities. They're not only powerful, but also supported by nanotechnology, enabling self-repair in damaged states. As he continued his presentation, the iron warriors underwent a series of tests. 10 units of each model, totaling 30 iron warriors, participated in this evaluation. Observing the impressive offensive power and performance of these iron warriors, many officials from the Department of Defense and the military looked on, while Hammer wore a broad smile. Over 20 high-ranking military officials were invited to observe this test. Should the majority of them approve, the Department of Defense would fervently advocate for this novel military weapon before Congress. Meanwhile, Hammer stood to gain significantly from this lucrative transaction, particularly due to the unparalleled nanotechnology embedded in these weapons, which could yield substantial profits for Hammer Industries in the future. The HA-3 Rhino is designed for ground combat. The HA-4 Orca serves as an amphibious model for the Marine Corps, and the HA-5 Sky Eagle is tailored for aerial warfare. Each of these machines possesses self-repair capabilities and flight functionality. As Hammer enthusiastically presented the features, he remained oblivious to the fact that someone was surreptitiously activating the latent programs of these steel warriors. Soon, they were poised to demonstrate their joint operational capabilities. However, both Hammer and the onlookers were suddenly taken aback as 30 steel warriors ignited their thrusters, accompanied by a deafening roar, propelling themselves into the sky. Hammer gazed in astonishment at the airborne machines. The program had not been set to issue such a command. Many uninformed journalists and officers on site mistakenly believed this was part of the testing procedure. The programmer, visibly distressed, exclaimed, "Someone has breached our systems." "Impossible," Hammer retorted. Disbelief and anger etched across his face. The programming of these steel warriors was exceedingly intricate, and few could decipher it in this world. A chilling realization washed over Hammer as he began to sweat. Meanwhile, the steel warriors in the sky activated their weaponry and aimed downward. Chapter 37. Onward to the battlefield. Hammer, witnessing the steel warriors targeting the ground, was gripped by terror. The other journalists and military personnel present also expressed their shock. The warriors' missiles locked onto numerous targets below, and a series of shrill sounds pierced the air as they unleashed a fierce barrage. Panic erupted among the crowd, with terrified screams echoing throughout. Finally done, Tony announced as he completed the programming and removed a chip from the computer, placing it into a metallic helmet crafted for cold. This artificial intelligence could interact with various devices, such as smartphones and computers, streamlining everyday tasks while also providing entertainment. All right, give it a good try. Tony then approached a mounted television on the wall and changed the channel. Suddenly, a chaotic scene unfolded on screen. A visibly anxious reporter was relaying the situation. This is Lakeland Air Force Base in Texas. What was meant to be a weapons demonstration has turned into an unexpected disaster, as the new steel warriors from Hammer Industries have gone rogue, wreaking havoc on the base's facilities. These machines appear to be out of control, launching aggressive attacks throughout the entire base, resulting in the destruction of numerous military assets. In the distance, the ominous sounds of gunfire echoed, while shadows in the sky relentlessly targeted the ground below. The situation on site was dire, with nearly all the aircraft at the base being swiftly incapacitated by these Iron Warriors. Casualties remained uncertain. Upon hearing the report, Fang Leng and Tony fixated on the screen, exchanging glances. The mention of Hammer Industries' Iron Soldiers rekindled their suspicions regarding a connection to the nanomagic, now compounded by the unfolding chaos. Tony, we should provide assistance, Fang Leng proposed resolutely, surveying the perilous scene displayed on the screen. Without a doubt, let us hurry, Tony replied. Fang Leng, your artificial intelligence can provide pertinent information. He then instructed JARVIS, prepare to activate Mark 6. Tony swiftly began donning his armor, while Fang Leng equipped his helmet. A battle was imminent, and he could not remain passive. With the helmet secured, Fang Leng activated the system, and a visor illuminated with various electronic displays. A refreshing female voice emanated, "Welcome, sir. Daisy at your service." "All right, Daisy. I must proceed to a besieged location, specifically an Air Force base in Texas. Connect to the internet and satellite positioning system to ascertain the exact address," Fang Leng commanded, simultaneously arming himself with 2 wrist-mounted weapons. Daisy's crisp electronic voice responded, "Sir, based on the information retrieved from the internet, an incident is occurring at the Lakeland Air Force Base in Texas. Is this the location you refer to?" Soon, a map of the United States materialized on Fang Leng's visor, pinpointing the location of Lakeland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. After navigating the elevator, he swiftly traversed the hall and exited Stark Tower. With determination, Fang Leng propelled himself forward, moving with the swiftness of a shadow. Supported by superhuman speed, he knew he needed to reach Texas with haste. Meanwhile, Iron Man, clad in his golden and crimson armor, soared through the skies at breakneck speed. Both raced towards Texas, confronted by the alarming malfunction of Hammer's Iron Soldiers, which, when juxtaposed with the nanomagic technology, hinted that today's events were far from ordinary. At Lakeland Air Force Base, 30 Iron Soldiers, originally belonging to Hammer Industries, wreaked havoc, targeting the base with relentless missile strikes. Despite appearing uncontrollable, they exhibited a calculated assault, prioritizing military aircraft and helicopters. F-15s and F-16s parked in the hangars were obliterated, while personnel on the ground frantically sought refuge. Occasionally, a few fighter jets attempted to take off, only to be downed by the missiles unleashed by the Iron Warriors. 3 models of armored warriors are equipped with the ability to fly, soaring through the skies and descending to the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The Air Force Base, once a bastion of military might, has been reduced to a blazing inferno, faced with the inability to launch aircraft or helicopters. The beleaguered American forces are left to rely on light weaponry to provide cover for a hasty retreat. "Quick, everyone, retreat south," commanded a colonel, directing a handful of subordinates as they urgently organized the evacuation of the panicked crowd. Suddenly, 2 HMWVs providing cover for the retreat were obliterated by a pair of missiles, turning them into heaps of scrap metal. Just as the colonel and the crowd were grappling with the chaos, a massive figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily before them. It was none other than HA-3 Rhino-class armored warrior. The sight of the towering 2.5-meter metal behemoth sent the crowd recoiling in fear. The colonel raised his weapon, aiming at the mechanical giant. "Stand back," he urged, swallowing hard as he focused on the armored warrior. Yet, the metal colossus appeared oblivious to his warning, its massive form advancing menacingly towards him, accompanied by the ominous sound of grinding metal. Upon detecting the colonel's weapon, a missile defense system deployed from its back, aiming a frigid 60mm cannon directly at him. The onlookers behind the colonel shrank back in terror, some closing their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending tragedy. Suddenly, A thunderous explosion reverberated as a small missile struck the armored warrior's back. At that moment, 2 airborne armored warriors were also hit by missiles. A swift figure darted across the ground, while in the sky, a crimson and gold armored figure emerged. Fang Leng and Iron Man had timely arrived on the battlefield, engaging the foes in combat. The swift figure was none other than Fang Leng, who, thanks to the guidance of the artificial intelligence Daisy, had gained preliminary insight into the 2 wrist-mounted weapon platforms. The grounded armored warrior had just been targeted by Fang Leng's compact missile from his wrist device. Simultaneously, the communication in his helmet crackled with Tony's voice. "Buddy, these metal foes are divided into 2 groups. One is in the sky, the other on the ground. I'll handle the ones above. You take care of those below. Got it?" Chapter 38, Confronting the Armored Warriors. With Tony securing air superiority, Fang Leng took charge of the ground offensive. Together, they engaged the rampaging armored warriors. Among the crowd, some individuals caught a glimpse of Iron Man soaring through the skies, while Fang Leng's recent assault on the Rhino-class warrior astonished the American colonel and the fleeing masses. A swift figure came to a halt, clad in civilian attire, yet donning a metallic helmet that obscured the upper half of his face, with angular metallic devices adorning his wrists. Inside the helmet, Fang Leng's visor scanned the frantic crowd before him. Daisy's refreshing electronic voice resonated. "Sir, there are approximately hundreds of unarmed civilians here, along with over a dozen armed soldiers." Fang Leng observed these individuals, quickly discerning that they were fleeing from peril. He gestured towards them and raised his voice, declaring, "Everyone, retreat swiftly. I will handle this situation." The American colonel, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained composure and waved to the crowd behind him. "Follow me." Continue the retreat southward. As the previously downed steel warrior rose once more, a substance resembling quicksand surged behind it, accompanied by a current of electricity, swiftly mending its damaged areas. Indeed, it was as Tony had discussed with Fang Leng regarding the self-repair capabilities of this nanotechnology. This Hammer Industries steel warrior had indeed restored itself using nanobots. The steel warrior regained its footing and turned towards Fang Leng. He knew that he must delay this adversary at all costs to ensure the safe evacuation of the civilians. The warrior's defensive cannon trained its aim on Fang Leng, unleashing a torrent of fire. However, Fang Leng's speed surpassed that of the cannon's assault. As the barrel aimed at him, he swiftly dodged to the side, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Nevertheless, he successfully diverted the warrior's attack towards himself. Under the guidance of the American forces, the crowd continued to evacuate the base. The steel warrior's display relentlessly locked onto Fang Leng, emitting a series of thuds as its defensive cannon fired round after round in his direction. Fang Leng, utilizing his extraordinary agility, dodged expertly, taking advantage of the numerous obstacles within the base. After a barrage of cannon fire, the steel warrior's arms adjusted towards Fang Leng's position, and suddenly, 2 missile launchers emerged from the upper sections of its arms. With a burst of flames, 4 small missiles hurtled towards Fang Leng's location. An alert blared in Fang Leng's helmet, warning of the incoming missiles. Fully focused on the encounter, he swiftly dodged to the right, causing the missiles to strike a nearby warehouse. An explosion erupted, collapsing a significant portion of the structure. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Leng dashed to the side of the steel warrior, aiming his wrist-mounted weapon at it, launching a compact anti-tank missile that resulted in another violent explosion. The warrior's frame was engulfed in sparks and thick smoke. Simultaneously, Daisy's electronic voice echoed in Fang Leng's helmet once more. Scanning detected a large number of micro-energy units reacting in the opponent's armor. Subsequently, a scanning image of the adversary appeared on Fang Leng's electronic screen. He observed that numerous areas of the steel warrior's arms, legs, and torso were teeming with active microenergy. Accompanied by a burst of electrical light, the armor of the steel warrior was rapidly undergoing repair. How bothersome these nanobots are. Fang Leng's recent assault was swiftly mended by the adversary using nanobots. It is worth noting that the 2 wrist-mounted weapon platforms housed merely a handful of miniature missiles. Continuing to expend resources in this manner would inevitably lead to his demise. The emotionless steel behemoth before him, however, concealed an unknown quantity of ammunition within its frame, and the nanobot repairs proved to be exceedingly troublesome. The HA-3 was soon restored, launching missiles and anti-aircraft fire towards Fang Leng once more. Utilizing his super speed, Fang Leng deftly evaded the onslaught. Through a combination of extraordinary speed and caution, he managed to dodge the adversary's attacks. Yet, this formidable steel warrior was proving to be a significant challenge. He could not afford to expend all his efforts against such an opponent. With a furrowed brow, Fang Leng suddenly recalled. Daisy, scan this creature's armor structure and identify the most vulnerable points. As he continued to evade the battle, the scanning device in his helmet analyzed the armor of the steel warrior. Results emerged swiftly. Fang Leng surged forward like a streak of light. as the missiles and shells from the Steel Warrior whistled past him. Sparks and electrical discharges erupted from a breach in the warrior's left arm. Regardless of how adept the nanobots were at repairs, the HA-3 was only equipped with a limited number of them. The loss of an arm was irreparable. Nonetheless, the Steel Warrior remained undaunted, pivoting its towering metal form to unleash anti-aircraft fire and missiles from its right arm towards Fang Leng once again. Though the warrior had just sustained damage, the previous consecutive strikes not only severed its left arm, but also delivered a considerable shock to the overall structure. Some of the tremors and high-temperature destruction infiltrated the internal components of the left side through the damage on the right arm, causing additional harm. As Fang Leng continued to evade, he leaped onto the top of the Steel Warrior's head. The HA-3, with its remaining right arm, clawed desperately at him. Yet, the colossal machine beneath him appeared remarkably clumsy. At the rear of the Steel Warrior's head, where it connected to its body, lay a relatively weak wedge-shaped armor. This revelation illuminated Fang Leng's eyes. He promptly switched the wrist-mounted weaponry to a different type of delayed magnetic explosive ammunition, aiming it at the vulnerable armor at the back of the warrior's head before firing. Simultaneously, Fang Leng made a rapid retreat. The wrist-mounted platform contained not only anti-tank missiles, but also this type of delayed magnetic high-explosive round. Although compact and slow to launch, its magnetic properties allowed it to adhere to metal and detonate 3 seconds later. The 3 seconds passed in an instant, culminating in a resounding explosion that enveloped the HA-3's head in a blaze of fire. The violent detonation penetrated the weak armor at the rear of the humanoid machine's head, searing the internal computer with intense heat, far beyond the nanobot's ability to repair in such a brief span. In the aftermath of the flames, the Steel Warrior's metallic head plummeted, and its entire form collapsed to the ground like a heap of discarded scrap. These armored warriors were originally conceived to combat formidable machinery, such as tanks, armored vehicles, helicopters, and fighter jets. However, when confronted by the likes of Fang Leng, who employs high-speed, precision weaponry, their lack of maneuverability became glaringly apparent, ultimately leading to their vulnerabilities being exploited and their defeat. At last, one has been vanquished. Though it took considerable effort, Fang Leng couldn't help but smile. For he had achieved a significant feat. These iron giants, too, possess their weaknesses. Yet, the situation at the base remains dire. Gazing at the battlefield consumed by smoke and flames, Fang Leng understands that there are more challenges ahead to address. Chapter 39, Fierce Combat. Observing the still-burning inferno of the base, Fang Leng swiftly sprang into action. Above in the sky, Iron Man was engaged in battle with the Steel Warriors that lingered aloft. Upon noticing Iron Man's approach, more than a dozen armored soldiers aimed their arms at him, either deploying machine guns or launching their internal missile systems. Missiles soared toward Iron Man, trailing fiery tails. He dodged left and right, occasionally releasing infrared countermeasures to disrupt his adversaries. These metallic nuisances were truly vexing. As he evaded the incoming missiles, Iron Man communicated with J.A.R.V. ICE. Sir, ground scans indicate a large number of civilians in this area. J.A.R.V. ISS electronic voice informed Stark. Then let us draw these foes away as much as possible. Iron Man responded, retaliating with several blasts from his energy cannon, while the airborne Steel Warriors unleashed another barrage of missiles, relentlessly pursuing him with powerful thrusts. Among them, nearly 10 HA-5 Hawk-class aerial combat units were present. Despite all the armored warriors possessing flight capabilities, their maneuverability was significantly superior to that of the other two models. Stark felt the urgency of the chase. When did Hammer manufacture so many of these metal monstrosities? Such an extravagant use of resources was unthinkable. Observing the chaos of the day, it was clear he could not escape accountability. Stark yearned to confront Hammer immediately after the battle to demand answers from that man. As missiles continued to rain down upon him, Iron Man adeptly utilized the radar warning systems within his armor to evade, occasionally firing back with his energy cannon. However, these Steel Warriors were equipped with nanotechnology, allowing them to rapidly repair any superficial damage that merely impeded their movements. To truly defeat these adversaries, an utterly devastating strike would be necessary. Do not presume I am without recourse against you. As Tony Stark, I will not be without a solution. Stark commanded J.A.R.V.I.S. to fly at maximum speed and drastically alter his flight trajectory. Subsequently, Iron Man ceased using the energy cannon, switching both palms to propulsion devices. The Mark VI armor reached its peak velocity, while Stark executed a dramatic transformation in his flight posture, soaring through the sky with unparalleled finesse and trajectory. To the observer gazing at the heavens, it may seem as though a high-stakes aerial acrobatic performance is unfolding. However, throughout the annals of aviation history, no aircraft has ever executed such intricate maneuvers at these astonishing speeds. In the realm of high-velocity flight, only the HA-5 fighter can withstand such formidable speeds. The other Iron Warriors are left trailing behind, as they are not designed for aerial combat. Even the HA-5 struggles significantly while pursuing the Mark 6. Stark has continuously refined his armor, elevating the Mark VI's top speed from an original 2.5 Mach to an impressive 3 Mach. This velocity is already remarkably swift, especially considering that the U.S. military's F-22 fighter jet boasts a maximum speed of only 2.25 Mach. This exemplifies Stark's strategy against his adversaries. The operation of the Mark 6 heavily relies on Jarvis's powerful computational capabilities. Furthermore, these armored suits have been confirmed to operate autonomously. At such high speeds, even the slightest computational error could lead to catastrophic consequences. This situation has become a contest between Jarvis and the computational systems within the Iron Warriors. Stark possesses unwavering confidence that no one can surpass Jarvis. Regardless of the brilliance of the opposing technology, it is unlikely to eclipse Jarvis in the realm of artificial intelligence. Amidst this rapid flight, Iron Man deftly leads his foes. To the east of the base looms a colossal rock formation. Iron Man descends sharply, hurtling towards the rock face. Behind him, a squadron of aerial Iron Warriors clings tenaciously to his tail. Although they cannot match his speed, they pursue with all their might. Iron Man is on the verge of colliding with the rock face. Mere moments before impact, he suddenly ascends vertically at breakneck speed. The squadron of aerial warriors hastily attempts to adjust their trajectory. However, their computational systems are evidently no match for Jarvis, and despite being designed for aerial combat, they lack the agility of the Mark 6. Two HA-5s, unable to climb in time, collide with the rock face at speeds exceeding 2 Mach. Two resounding explosions erupt, and the Iron Warriors plummet to the ground, shrouded in a cloud of black smoke. At such high velocities, the impact has inflicted catastrophic damage that even nanotechnology cannot mend. Meanwhile, Iron Man, hovering above, switches the reactor in his chest to attack mode, aiming at one of the remaining Iron Warriors below. A brilliant flash of light erupts as an energy cannon strikes the warrior squarely in the head. An explosion ensues, and the warrior descends towards the earth like a meteor. The destruction of its onboard computer system renders it inoperative. This is more like it. Such a strike should consume 5 units of energy. Anything less would be unreasonable. Yet, there is little time for celebration, as the remaining Iron Warriors begin to pursue Stark once more, while continuing to navigate the skies with speed and precision. Tony casts another glance at the ground below. While it was possible to strike down a portion of the Iron Warriors in the skies, there was no opportunity to address those on the ground. Fang Leng, it falls to you, my friend. Stark could only contend with the aerial adversaries for the time being, leaving the ground forces largely to Fang Leng. The 30 Iron Warriors were divided into 2 factions. One engaged Iron Man, while the other wreaked havoc around the Air Force base. The HA-4 Orca-class naval combat Iron Warriors were equipped with 2 sizable weapon bays on their backs, which opened to reveal 32 launch ports for dual rocket pods. With a rapid succession of launching sounds, a barrage of rockets erupted, transforming more areas of the base into an inferno. Numerous hangars within the base suffered extensive damage, thick smoke enveloping the scene, littered with the debris of destroyed military equipment. Additionally, a number of American servicemen and journalists, unable to evacuate in time, found themselves caught in the chaos. Amidst the turmoil, some stationed American soldiers hastily sought weapons from the base to confront the Iron Warriors, yet they were left powerless against such emotionless and advanced weaponry. A young American soldier, wielding a grenade launcher, confronted an HA-4 Iron Warrior as it advanced towards him with heavy metallic strides. "Stay back," he shouted, drenched in cold sweat from fear. The Iron Warrior, undeterred, continued its relentless approach. With a resounding thud, the soldier's instinct to fight compelled him to fire a grenade, striking true. However, to his astonishment, the Iron Warrior pressed forward despite the explosion. A single grenade could inflict only minimal damage upon such a formidable foe, leaving the Iron Warrior unscathed, even without the need for nanobot repairs. As it continued its advance, the Iron Warrior raised its metallic arm, a built-in machine gun targeting the soldier. Just as the machine gun was about to discharge, a swift figure suddenly appeared to the soldier's left. The figure extended its wrist, revealing a compact missile-like device. This figure was none other than Fang Leng. Chapter 40, Confronting the Onslaught. The wrist-mounted weapon aligned itself with the camera aperture on the Iron Warrior's head. A flash of light erupted as the miniature anti-tank missile struck the Iron Warrior's head, the tremendous force knocking its entire metallic body backward. Fang Leng glanced at the young soldier, who stood in stunned silence, and gently patted his shoulder. "Well done, young man. You are quite brave." With those words, Fang Leng swiftly departed. The young soldier, momentarily dazed, resumed his escape from the smoke-filled base. Although the Iron Warriors were unmanned, they still required environmental observation to accurately target their attacks, with a camera aperture on their heads serving as their eyes. While the head armor of the Iron Warrior remained robust, the camera aperture itself was notably vulnerable. Advancing towards the opponent's camera port for an assault presents a considerable probability of channeling the explosive force through the vulnerable point directly into the internal structure of the Iron Warrior's head. The computer system of the Iron Warrior is also located in the head, thus there exists a significant chance that a single strike could incapacitate the Iron Warrior entirely. In the midst of this rapid engagement, Fang Leng surveyed his surroundings. The base was engulfed in smoke, with flames still raging in numerous areas from recent explosions. Above, one could observe Iron Man entangled with a squadron of Iron Warriors in a swift confrontation. However, the Iron Warriors Fang Leng faced were scattered across various sectors of the base. Notably, these Iron Warriors did not remain grounded at all times. At intervals, they employed foot-mounted thrusters to soar at low altitudes, targeting objectives within the base. Today's battle illuminated the efficacy of artificial intelligence. Daisy adeptly calculated and highlighted critical targets that required attention during combat. Furthermore, she integrated the satellite positioning system for battlefield navigation. Stark Industries had previously launched satellites, and Tony utilized these satellites for auxiliary combat tasks at crucial moments. Both Stark's personal JARVIS and Fang Leng's Daisy were linked to Stark Industries satellite positioning system. In the lower left corner of his visor, a compact electronic map indicated his location, alongside several suspicious detection targets. Fang Leng, aligning his course with his current position, surged towards the locations of two targets. An HA-3 Rhino-class Iron Warrior and an HA-4 Orca-class Iron Warrior were wreaking havoc with their full arsenal. Upon nearing these two Iron Warriors, Fang Leng's eyes darted rapidly as he assessed the situation. He was tasked with confronting both models simultaneously. Daisy's electronic voice resonated within his helmet. Alert! Detection of enemy weapon energy response. The display screen illuminated with multiple warnings, indicating that the two Iron Warriors had also detected Fang Leng. The HA-4 Orca-class Iron Warrior's two rocket launchers on its back opened their hatches, and with a shrill whistle, dozens of rockets were unleashed, descending upon Fang Leng's vicinity like a hailstorm. Such ferocity was startling. They initiated their assault with such intensity. Fang Leng swiftly evaded, questioning whether it was necessary to expend so much ammunition against them alone. Unbeknownst to him, all Iron Warriors were capable of sharing information amongst themselves. When Fang Leng had previously vanquished an Iron Warrior, the footage of the encounter had been remotely transmitted to the systems of other Iron Warriors before its destruction. Consequently, Fang Leng was perceived as a high-threat target, naturally inviting a frenzied onslaught upon his appearance. After the barrage of rockets ceased, the assault did not let up. The HA-3's anti-aircraft cannon descended, unleashing another volley of shells towards Fang Leng. Utilizing his super speed to evade the enemy's attacks, Fang Leng sought an opportune moment to counterstrike. To effectively confront the Iron Warriors, one must target their vital points, for they possess nanobots capable of self-repair. Failing to resolve these matters swiftly and decisively would inevitably render all efforts futile. The Iron Warriors can be likened to a compact arsenal. Engaging them in a war of attrition is utterly unfeasible. Among them, the HA-4 Orca-class Iron Warrior is equipped with an automated rocket launcher, loaded with over 30 rockets, all aimed towards Fang Leng's direction. The ground instantaneously erupted into a sea of flames, with the continuous sounds of explosions reverberating throughout the base. Naturally, Fang Leng evaded this wave of assaults by utilizing his super speed. However, a cacophony of roars filled the sky as numerous Iron Warriors soared towards his location. The aerial combat variant, HA-5, was drawn to Iron Man, while the HA-3 Rhino and HA-4 Orca Iron Warriors shared information among themselves. Fang Leng had been identified as a high-threat target, prompting a collective response from these mechanized combatants. Fang Leng could not help but smirk, surprised by the extent of animosity directed towards him. In total, over 10 Iron Warriors launched a united offensive against him. Missiles, rockets, and cannon fire rained down upon his form, as machines inherently possess a far quicker reaction time than humans. The targeting systems of these Iron Warriors managed to capture some indistinct traces of Fang Leng's figure. Missiles and grenades erupted from the weapon bays nestled within their arms and shoulders, streaking towards him. The concrete ground, where Fang Leng had just stood, was left pockmarked by the violent explosions. Even with super speed, evading such a barrage of missiles and grenades proved to be quite a challenge. Fang Leng abruptly took cover beside a C-130 transport aircraft, only to witness dozens of missiles obliterate the massive frame of the aircraft, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. A fierce blaze engulfed the remnants of the transport plane, leaving only the twisted skeletal structure of its fuselage. These adversaries were indeed formidable. While 2 or 3 iron warriors could be managed, being relentlessly pursued by a dozen miniature arsenals was undeniably vexing. Nevertheless, Fang Leng understood that drawing such animosity could potentially shield others, who had yet to evacuate the base, from the harm of these metallic weapons. Daisy, enhance the scans. Mark any biological responses immediately. Understood, sir, came the electronic voice of the artificial intelligence in his helmet. Concurrently, the display screen in Fang Leng's visor highlighted the results of the scans. As soon as a biological scanning signal was detected in a particular direction, Fang Leng consciously adjusted his course. After all, an essential objective of confronting these iron warriors was to prevent them from inflicting harm on more innocents. Otherwise, what kind of hero would he be if he relentlessly attacked the enemy while disregarding the lives of others? Chapter 41. Support from the U.S. military. Despite having restrained 2 squads of soldiers, this situation could not persist indefinitely. Daisy, connect me to Stark, Fang Leng commanded. In an instant, the communication channel linked to Iron Man, who was currently engaged in aerial combat with the enemy. Fang Leng, how are things on your end? Stark inquired directly from the other side of the line. At present, I am being pursued by a dozen of these iron behemoths. However, I find myself unable to vanquish all these steel warriors in one fell swoop. How fares the battle on your end? Perhaps we should swiftly unite our efforts against the enemy. Currently, both of us are unable to engage fully, yet we must strive to eliminate as many steel warriors as possible before a rendezvous. More than 10 steel warriors directed their arms towards Fang Leng, with their internal missile launchers locking onto him. One by one, deadly missiles were unleashed, hurtling towards Fang Leng. Ah, so you wish to bombard me relentlessly? Now, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Fang Leng deftly evaded the incoming missiles, advancing abruptly to the rear flank of an HA-4. The weaponry affixed his wrists, aimed at the rocket launcher mounted on the foe's back. Before Fang Leng's visor, Daisy quickly marked the vulnerable armor sections of the enemy's launcher. Having locked onto 2 weak points, Fang Leng's wrist-mounted weaponry discharged 2 missiles with a deafening roar. The ensuing explosions were earth-shattering. Smoke billowed from the rocket launcher on the back of the steel warrior, its upper body engulfed in flames that had yet to extinguish. Indeed, while the primary armor of these steel warriors is remarkably resilient, components such as the rocket launchers on their backs are far less durable. Given the large cache of rockets housed within, the risk of a catastrophic explosion was inevitable. In this instance, the HA-4's rockets detonated due to the prior ferocious assault. Such a magnitude of explosion would render even nanobots incapable of repair, especially since the nanobots stored within this steel warrior were largely obliterated in the violent blast. Amidst a roaring inferno, the HA-4 collapsed, utterly incapacitated. Another foe down, every additional victory counts. In truth, these steel warriors, controlled by programming, lack the cunning of humanity. They possess only rudimentary tactical thinking. In the ever-changing combat landscape, human ingenuity proves to be far more adaptable. Machines are primarily reliant on their reaction capabilities and weaponry. After destroying this HA-4, Fang Leng swiftly dodged from his position of attack, as missiles from other steel warriors rained down on the spot he had just vacated. Regardless, it is imperative to neutralize as many of these steel warriors as possible. Fang Leng continued to draw the attacks of the advancing steel warriors. Among them, 4 HA-3s unleashed torrents of flames, soaring to a low altitude, assisting the ground-based steel warriors in their assault on Fang Leng. The missiles did not pose his greatest concern. However, the 4 steel warriors at low altitude retracted their right arms into their metallic sleeves, from which emerged Gatling guns, accompanied by a cacophony of jarring metallic friction. The Gatling guns unleashed a merciless barrage upon the ground. Not only did these 4 steel warriors utilize their right arms for relentless Gatling fire, but their left arms also deployed internal missile launchers to support their assault. Whenever the Gatling fire momentarily ceased, missiles were immediately launched to maintain pressure on Fang Leng. Fang Leng swiftly evaded the onslaught, aware that while these adversaries' weapons were not limitless, they constituted a veritable arsenal of small arms. Even amidst this high consumption of ammunition, he found himself under relentless pressure. However, while Fang Leng was caught in this dire predicament, a voice emanated from his helmet. "Sir, satellites have detected a multitude of targets approaching this location." The electronic screen before him displayed a significant number of targets advancing towards their vicinity. What could it be? Meanwhile, Iron Man, engaged in a fierce aerial confrontation with the squadron of armored combatants, also discerned this development. "JARVIS. Are you indicating a large influx of targets?" Stark inquired, his gaze fixated on the satellite map. In such circumstances, what could these incoming entities possibly be? Soon, a conclusion was reached. Dozens of fighter jets were en route to the Lakeland Air Force Base, their fuselages adorned with the insignia of the United States military. Remarkably, it was American forces arriving for assistance. Following the crisis at Lakeland Air Force Base, the stationed American troops had urgently requested support. Upon receiving the news, the High Command promptly dispatched a squadron of fighter jets from Laughlin Air Force Base in Texas. What was on its way were 2 squadrons of U.S. F-16 fighter jets. Fang Leng, spotting the incoming aircraft from the horizon, realized that the situation had escalated into a significant crisis, now compounded by the arrival of U.S. military forces. JARVIS immediately intercept their communications. Stark commanded, recognizing the formidable combat prowess of the armored warriors. He feared that the arrival of American support could lead to disaster. On board a leading F-16, a major squadron leader suddenly detected that the aircraft's communication channel had been forcibly infiltrated by a new signal. You must evacuate immediately. The situation here is beyond your capacity to handle. A voice with an authoritative tone declared. Naturally, it was Stark attempting to communicate with the American forces. The fighter pilot, however, chose to disregard the warning, only to discover that the communication signal could not be severed. The software utilized by the U.S. military's fighter jets was indeed quite advanced, yet JARVIS's hacking capabilities proved superior. I am merely following orders. This area is exceedingly perilous, and you will surely be shot down. Stark implored, but his entreaties fell on deaf ears. As the jets entered the combat zone, further persuasion became futile. The only recourse now was to exert maximum effort to eliminate the armored warriors swiftly. A total of 36 F-16 fighter jets, comprising 2 squadrons, were poised to engage these formidable foes, armed with air-to-air missiles. Fang Leng continued to evade the firepower of the armored soldiers, occasionally glancing at the skies where the American jets approached for support. The combat capabilities of the armored warriors had already proven challenging for both Fang Leng and Iron Man. Even Fang Leng's super speed and Stark's advanced Mark 6 armor struggled to subdue them easily. The impending arrival of these dozens of fighter jets placed them in a precarious position. Fang Leng cast a stern gaze over the Steel Warriors, acutely aware that the current situation would inevitably lead to some casualties among the American forces dispatched for support. However, it was imperative to neutralize the threat in order to mitigate further losses. Chapter 42: Asymmetrical Confrontation. The 2 squadrons of American fighter jets first targeted the 4 3 Steel Warriors executing low-altitude strike missions. With a piercing roar, one squadron launched an assault on these 4 Steel Warriors using air-to-air missiles. A flurry of Sidewinder missiles, trailing smoke, surged towards the HA-3 units. Just as the missiles were about to strike, the HA-3's armor unexpectedly opened its internal compartment, releasing a barrage of infrared decoys. Consequently, half of the missiles lost their targets. Yet 7 still struck 2 of the HA-3s. The resulting explosions were fierce, engulfing the machines in flames as they plummeted to the ground. Although the HA-3 was designed for ground combat, it could also engage in aerial strikes akin to armed helicopters, equipped with infrared decoys to counter various anti-aircraft missiles. This offensive managed to destroy 2 HA-3s. However, high above, the squadron of HA-5 units, previously pursuing Iron Man, abruptly shifted their focus towards the 30-plus American aircraft arriving for support. The remaining 6 air combat-type Steel Warriors charged towards the 2 squadrons of fighter jets, now perceiving the supporting American forces as primary targets. As these 6 Steel Warriors approached, the American jets locked onto them, preparing to engage. With targets acquired, the F-16s unleashed a volley of Sidewinder missiles at the 6 Steel Warriors. In response, the HA-5s deployed a multitude of infrared decoys while deftly maneuvering to evade the incoming missiles. The Sidewinders narrowly missed their marks, while the HA-5's missile launchers on their arms activated, releasing compact air-to-air missiles that locked onto the F-16s. Each Steel Warrior targeted a specific fighter jet, launching their missiles with precision. The compact missiles swiftly struck 6 F-16s, which erupted into fireballs as they spiraled downwards. Meanwhile, all 6 air combat-type Steel Warriors successfully evaded the counterattack. The Sidewinder missiles, nearly 3 meters in length, were primarily designed to engage other fighter jets, but they proved to be less maneuverable against the agile HA-5 units. The missiles launched by the Iron Warriors are remarkably compact, yet immensely powerful. In their recent confrontation with the aerial combat type, 6 F-16s were swiftly downed. Such reckless individuals. Observing this outcome, Stark furrowed his brow. However, he could not remain indifferent to the fate of these men. He quickly maneuvered the Mark 6 to engage the aerial combat Iron Warriors. The energy cannons in his palms were set to maximum power, aimed directly at the rear of one HA-5. Two beams of intense light erupted forth, resulting in a colossal explosion as the HA-5 plummeted towards the ground. Simultaneously, the remaining Iron Warriors disrupted the formation of the American aircraft, igniting a fierce melee in the skies above the airbase. Missiles and gunfire traversed the heavens recklessly, with F-16s occasionally spiraling downward, trailing plumes of smoke as they fell onto the base and surrounding areas. Witnessing the aerial chaos and the relentless downing of F-16s, Fang Leng felt a twinge of helplessness. The combat prowess of these Iron Warriors was undeniably superior to that of the American fighters. The American forces, while able to momentarily restrain the Iron Warriors, were primarily suffering needless casualties. Suddenly, the electronic voice of Daisy echoed in his helmet. "Sir, we have detected a large number of aerial targets approaching." Gazing towards the northern skies of the base, he spotted over a dozen armed helicopters advancing their way. This was the cavalry arriving for support from the Army Aviation. A dozen Apache armed helicopters, laden with Hellfire missiles, had reached Lackland Air Force Base and were poised to launch an assault on the Iron Warriors on the ground. With reinforcements at hand, it was indeed an opportune moment to strike the enemy. The Apaches first targeted the two HA-3s still airborne, unleashing a barrage of Hellfire anti-tank missiles towards the Iron Warriors. The two HA-3s hastily deployed infrared flares, yet the sheer volume of Hellfire missiles proved overwhelming. A series of thunderous explosions ensued as one HA-3 was finally struck down, erupting in flames as it plummeted to the earth. Fang Leng observed another HA-3 frantically evading in the sky, and aimed the weapon platform on his right arm beneath the Iron Warrior. Once the display in his helmet locked onto the target, a compact yet potent anti-tank missile was launched. Though the missile from his wrist-mounted platform was diminutive in size, its velocity surpassed that of the Apache's Hellfire missiles, making it increasingly difficult for the adversary to evade. A violent explosion reverberated as the Iron Warrior was caught off guard by the strike. The two Hellfire missiles launched by the Apache then struck the same Iron Warrior, resulting in a series of intense detonations, transforming it into a fireball that descended to the ground. The Apaches swooped in, targeting the remaining Iron Warriors on the ground with their assaults. The gun beneath their fuselage unleashed a torrent of powerful armor-piercing rounds towards the Iron Warriors. However, the armor of these Steel Warriors is remarkably resilient. The bullets that easily penetrate the armor of Humvees and M113s are far less effective against these formidable foes. Naturally, the Steel Warriors do not passively endure the onslaught, particularly the HA-3 model, which employs the Gatling gun extending from its arm and the anti-tank cannon mounted on its back to engage the Apaches. The missiles, too, are not simply for ground support. With a series of thunderous explosions, 3 Apaches were struck. Their fuselages lost control, spiraling down towards a base already engulfed in smoke. Nevertheless, the Apaches retaliated with increased ferocity, prompting Fang Leng to swiftly distance himself from the vicinity of the Steel Warriors. Utilizing his exceptional speed and the debris of destroyed buildings as cover, he awaited an opportunity to strike. After all, lacking an enemy identification system, he risked being inadvertently targeted by the cannons and missiles of the Apaches. In the skies, one F-16 after another was brought down. The massive fuselage of the F-16 appeared clumsy in the aerial skirmish. However, the airborne HA-5 Steel Warrior, known as the Skyhawk, not only possesses a more compact design, but also boasts superior agility and speed compared to the F-16. While the Apaches could still engage with the ground and low-altitude Steel Warriors, the aerial variant of the Steel Warrior effectively suppressed the F-16s in the skies. The essence of aerial combat lies in speed, maneuverability, and weaponry. In these aspects, the HA-5 outclassed the F-16. The air-to-air missiles of this aerial Steel Warrior are notably compact, while the nearly 3-meter-long Sidewinder missiles of the F-16 are easily evaded by the opponent's speed and countermeasures. This aerial battle had devolved into a one-sided affair, with the HA-5 Steel Warriors thoroughly dominating the squadron of American fighter jets. The American pilots were left in utter shock. They were accustomed to training against modern aircraft, yet found themselves outmatched by these considerably smaller Steel Warriors, which rendered them virtually defenseless. Nonetheless, the American aircraft managed to constrain the aerial HA-5s, creating conditions for Stark to eliminate them. Chapter 43. Annihilation of the Steel Warriors. I anticipated this outcome, Stark observed as one F-16 after another fell from the sky. The aerial battlefield had descended into chaos, with the aerial Steel Warriors advancing with relentless force, leaving the American forces unable to mount an effective counter. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Man intensified his assault on these Steel Warriors. J-A-R-V-I-S. Divert more energy to the palm-mounted energy cannon. Additionally, unlock all the internal missiles of the Mark VI and prepare for full firepower. Amidst the tumultuous sky, Iron Man targeted a rapidly flying HA-5. Unlike the other American F-16s, which lagged in speed and maneuverability against these aerial steel warriors, Stark's Mark VI was by no means inferior. Locking onto the target, he swiftly closed the distance. And at approximately 200 meters, the Mark VI's armor suddenly deployed. A swarm of compact internal missiles surged forth towards the adversary. The steel warrior was swiftly enveloped by dozens of miniature missiles, followed by a series of violent explosions that engulfed it. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Iron Man simultaneously aimed both of his palms at the steel warrior. The previous missiles had proven insufficient, and two powerful energy blasts struck their target. Under such formidable firepower, the steel warrior plummeted to the ground amidst billowing smoke. These newly integrated weapons were the result of Stark's continuous enhancements to the Mark VI. While their attack systems were not entirely flawless, the pressing circumstances left little room for concern. With one more steel warrior neutralized, for air combat models remained, necessitating a relentless struggle to dispatch them. The air combat steel warriors launched fierce assaults on U.S. military aircraft. An F-16 pilot targeted one of the steel warriors and unleashed two Sidewinder missiles in quick succession. To his astonishment, the steel warrior deftly evaded both missiles with remarkable agility. By the time the pilot regained his composure, the steel warrior had already maneuvered behind his aircraft. The HA-5 deployed its built-in missile launchers, preparing to fire two miniature air-to-air missiles. The F-16 pilot was instantly overwhelmed with dread. A deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by a flurry of violent blasts. As the HA-5 succumbed to the chaos and fell from the sky, Iron Man hovered above the F-16, having just unleashed a powerful strike that combined the energy from his chest and hands, consuming 12 units of reactor energy. Nevertheless, the battle could not afford a pause. Every effort was necessary to save more lives of American soldiers. Stark continued his relentless assault on the remaining steel warriors. On the ground, the remaining HA-4 and HA-3 engaged in fierce gunfire against the Apache attack helicopters. Hellfire anti-tank missiles, armed with high-explosive warheads, rained down upon the steel warriors. One by one, steel warriors were struck by the anti-tank missiles. An Apache pilot, having just targeted a steel warrior, was astonished to see the previously downed warrior rise again from the billowing smoke. While these steel warriors, equipped with nanotech, were not indestructible, a mere one or two Hellfire missiles were far from sufficient to obliterate them. The steel warriors launched their missiles, and one Apache after another fell from the sky. Although the Apaches had achieved some success against the steel warriors, their strength proved overwhelmingly superior. Out of a total of 16, 9 Apaches had been shot down. Fang Leng darted behind an HA-4 steel warrior, firing two miniature anti-tank missiles that struck the rocket launcher mounted on its back. A deafening explosion resonated, and the steel warrior toppled to the ground, shrouded in thick smoke. From over 50 meters away, another HA-4 detected Fang Leng. It opened its dual-launch rocket pod, unleashing over 30 rockets that rained down upon Fang Leng like hail. With remarkable speed, Fang Leng swiftly evaded the inferno. This intense battle repeated itself in waves. As the remaining HA-3 and HA-4 were successively destroyed, in the sky, Stark utilized the F-16 fighter jets to engage the remaining Iron Warriors, systematically eliminating the aerial combat variants. Finally, it seemed the end was in sight. Fang Leng exhaled, feeling the fatigue that had set in after such a fierce confrontation. Suddenly, Daisy's electronic voice crackled in his helmet. "Sir, according to satellite imagery, a rapidly moving target is approaching our location." At such a critical moment, another unknown entity was on the way. What faction could this belong to? Stark in the sky also received Jarvis's report. Iron Man had just reactivated his energy source when yet another Iron Warrior was obliterated. A flying object hurtled down from the northern sky towards them. This aircraft was unmistakably a suit of armor. Chapter 44. The emergence of the Nano Demon, an oddly designed suit of armor soared above the Lakeland Air Force Base. Unlike the Iron Warriors, this suit boasted a sleek aerodynamic design, more akin to Iron Man's human-like style. The armor gleamed with a silver metallic shell, glistening conspicuously under the sunlight. At this moment, both Stark and Fang Leng were filled with curiosity. What was the origin of this armor? Was it friend or foe? As the silver armor continued its flight, a youthful face within it bore a faint, cold smile. The silver armor suddenly locked onto an F-16 fighter jet, accelerating to a speed unattainable by the aerial combat Iron Warriors and landing on the F-16's back. Suddenly, the silver armor's fist clenched, and with tremendous force, it smashed through the F-16's exterior as if it were mere plastic. Upon breaching the aircraft's shell, an overwhelming swarm of tiny, sand-like entities surged forth from the fist. These were thousands of nanobots, rapidly corroding the interior of the aircraft. All pipelines, wiring, onboard electronic devices, and fuel tanks faced severe erosion. The pilot of the F-16 was instantly engulfed in terror as the aircraft teetered on the brink of losing control. All systems appeared to lock up, rendering them utterly inoperative. The silver armor leapt away from the aircraft's back. In the instant it departed, the aircraft convulsed violently, and the already malfunctioning exterior suddenly cracked with hundreds of fissures, as though it were being devoured by some unseen force. Following this, a violent explosion ensued, and the aircraft transformed into a fireball, plummeting toward the ground. The silver armor then sped towards another aircraft. The silver-armored warrior did not once again ascend onto the back of the aircraft. Instead, it aimed directly at the jet with one hand. A white object swiftly shot towards the aircraft. The F-16 fighter jet was struck by this white projectile, which was soon followed by a rapid expansion of a sand-like substance enveloping the entire jet, both inside and out. The pilot was astonished to discover that even the cockpit had been infiltrated by mysterious corrosive material. In less than 10 seconds, the aircraft erupted into flames, plummeting to the ground like a fiery ball. The Silver Warrior had thus dispatched yet another F-16 with astonishing speed. The Silver Warrior prowled the skies in pursuit of American jets, systematically downing F-16s one after another. The Apache helicopters also fell victim to this silver suit. The warrior approached an Apache-armed helicopter, its arms outstretched as a flurry of small silver-white objects, roughly the size of ping-pong balls, hurtled towards the rotors of the Apaches. Upon impact, a violent corrosion ensued, causing some rotors to detach from their fuselage, resulting in the massive helicopters crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Fang Leng's expression grew significantly more serious. It was evident that this newcomer bore ill intentions. The Silver Warrior was undoubtedly an enemy. Nevertheless, he needed to swiftly eliminate the remaining Iron Warriors. Fang Leng continued to unleash attacks on the Iron Warriors using the remaining weaponry from his wrist-mounted platform. Meanwhile, Stark in the skies was diligently eradicating the last remnants of the aerial combat Iron Warriors. After a barrage of energy blasts, the final Iron Warrior was finally destroyed. Stark promptly pursued the Silver Suit, which continued its assault on the F-16s and Apaches, sending them crashing one after another. Iron Man aimed his palm at the Silver Warrior and unleashed a powerful energy blast. No matter how swift the opponent was, the speed of his beam weapon was unmatched. As the energy blast struck the Silver Suit, it shuddered violently in midair. However, this strike drew the Silver Warrior's attention towards Iron Man. The silver figure darted towards Stark, swiftly manifesting a spherical metal object in its hand. As it closed in on Iron Man, the metallic sphere sped toward him. Jarvis, full firepower, Stark commanded from within the suit. The many internal armors of the Mark VI opened, unleashing a barrage of miniature missiles towards the adversary. The Silver Warrior deftly evaded, but the Mark VI fired dozens of missiles in a single volley, hitting the silver suit several times. Yet, amidst the explosions and flames, the silver figure emerged from the smoke, and the metallic sphere shot toward Iron Man. At the moment of launch, the two were less than 30 meters apart. The strike was slightly off target but still struck the torso of the Mark VI. The alarm within the armor sounded an urgent warning. An invasion was underway, as a multitude of nano-sized entities infiltrated the suit, corroding its exterior. In this critical moment, Stark promptly commanded, redirect the reactor's energy to the suit's heating system. The reactor's energy flowed continuously through the circuits and was delivered to the Mark VI's armor. Following the attack on the tower, Stark had anticipated such a scenario and had equipped the Mark VI with a heating mechanism, allowing it to elevate the temperature of its outer shell at this crucial juncture, thereby potentially obliterating the nanobots. Indeed, the tactic yielded results. The silver nanobots swiftly exhibited a marked decrease in their activity on the Mark VI's surface. The high temperature annihilated a significant number of the invaders. Sir, the activity of the nanomaterial has been suppressed, but we must mitigate our speed and avoid combat, if possible, as it may affect the functioning of the heating system, Jarvis's electronic voice reported promptly. Stark furrowed his brow, recognizing that continuing the fight was not feasible at this moment. Fortunately, the Silver Suit ceased its engagement and redirected its efforts to dismantling other American aircraft. One by one, the American jets fell victim to the Silver Suit's onslaught. With a series of thunderous explosions, the Iron Warrior was ultimately vanquished. Ugh, what a drain, Stark exhaled, relieved to have triumphed. Just as Fang Leng took a moment to catch his breath, a cacophony of violent explosions and shrieks filled the air. Glancing skyward, he witnessed the remaining American F-16s and Apaches being shot down in succession. After dispatching them, the Silver Suit rapidly approached Fang Leng's position. A distant yet resonant thud echoed as the silver armor landed mere dozens of meters away. Fang Leng regarded the suit with a grave expression, deducing from its demeanor that it was indeed an adversary, likely the puppet master behind the recent turmoil. Could this be the nano-demon? He pondered. Simultaneously, a scanning interface appeared on his helmet's display, and Daisy's crisp electronic voice chimed in. The enemy armor has been scanned. There are signs of life within. Assessing the silver suit, it was evident that it housed a person. Identify yourself, Fang Leng commanded coldly, addressing the silver armor. The suit remained silent, its chilling gaze penetrating through the metal, locking onto Fang Leng. You may call me Nano Demon, a youthful yet icy voice emanated from within the silver suit. Upon hearing this, Fang Leng allowed himself a slight sigh of relief. The Nano Demon had finally made a formal appearance. As the two stood in a standoff, another sound erupted from above. Accompanied by a roar of jet propulsion, Iron Man descended toward the ground. After a period of heating, the nanobots on the Mark VI had finally been eradicated by the elevated temperatures. At last, he was free to confront the silver armor. After scanning the silver armor, the electronic voice of Jarvis within Iron Man's suit resonated. There are signs of life within the opponent, and the armor possesses numerous micro-energy units. The adversary's suit is entirely composed of nanomaterials. Upon hearing this, Stark felt a tinge of astonishment. The silver armor was entirely formed from nanobots. Iron Man bluntly inquired, "Are you the Nanomancer?" A youthful yet cold voice emanated from the silver armor. "Indeed, I'm the Nanomancer." Subsequently, as a substance resembling flowing sand operated on the surface of the armor, the metallic facade vanished, revealing a young face with pale blue eyes. However, those pale blue eyes harbored a profound chill. Anyone witnessing the earlier devastation wrought by the Nanomancer would find it difficult to associate the figure before them with that carnage. The Nanomancer scrutinized Stark and Fang Leng. "Tony Stark, we finally meet in earnest. However, I did not anticipate drawing you here." The Nanomancer's gaze shifted to Fang Leng. "You have an accomplice." The helmet of Iron Man retracted, unveiling a face marked by a hint of anger. "Nanomancer, today's occurrence is undoubtedly your handiwork, correct? The assault on this base by those steel warriors is certainly linked to you, isn't it?" The Nanomancer nodded indifferently. "Indeed, their loss of control was orchestrated by me. Now that I am here, I will not shy away from admitting this fact." Stark's eyes, filled with ire, bore into the Nanomancer. "You are Ezekiel Stain." The Nanomancer slowly replied, "It appears you have deduced my identity. Indeed, I am Ezekiel Stain. I presume you have extensively researched nanotechnology." Fang Leng, with a serious demeanor, questioned, "But why do this? Surely you have your motives for instigating these attacks." The Nanomancer smiled faintly. "Motives? I certainly have my aims. My purpose is to inform the world that an era dominated by nanotechnology is inevitably approaching." "So you resort to killing so many?" Fang Leng asked sternly. Upon hearing this, the coldness in the Nanomancer's eyes intensified. Every technological revolution impacts countless lives. Throughout human history, every innovation has ushered in more wars and brutal slaughters. Technology often amplifies humanity's propensity for violence. Yet, my nanotechnology revolution will lead humanity into a splendid future. One where true happiness and a peaceful existence devoid of strife can be attained. Stark's gaze reflected disdain. He was taken aback that the Nanomancer, engaged in malevolent acts, would dare to preach. I care not for your perspective. Ezekiel, in my view, your actions stem from hatred and a desire for vengeance against society, particularly following the demise of your father, Obadiah. However, such outcomes are the result of his own ambition. Regardless, you should not engage in these deeds." Stark admonished the Nanomancer. Upon hearing the name Obadiah, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Nanomancer's eye. Regardless of the circumstances, this name would forever remain etched in his memory. However, his expression quickly regained its composure. "Stark, how dare you mention that? My relationship with him is not as amicable as you might presume. Certainly, his demise has liberated me from numerous constraints, allowing me to pursue my own aspirations more freely. Yet this time, I intended to orchestrate a grand spectacle to awaken all. But since you and your companions have been drawn here, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of nanotechnology." The Nanomancer spoke in a chilling tone. A fierce battle was imminent. Just moments ago, Fang Leng and Stark had witnessed the Nanomancer's might, effortlessly bringing down more than 10 American military aircraft and helicopters. Fang Leng and Stark exchanged glances, fully aware that they were about to confront a formidable foe, one whose strength was difficult to gauge. The Iron Man's armored visor descended once more, targeting specific areas of the Nanomancer's head. 2 shoulder-mounted grenade launchers deployed, releasing 10 grenades aimed directly at the Nanomancer's vital facial points. In the instant the grenades reached their destination, the Nanomancer's face was swiftly enveloped in a substance resembling quicksand, hardening into a resilient silver metal. The clang of projectiles striking metal reverberated, as every grenade was thwarted by the Nanomancer's restored silver armor. With his silver nanotech suit, the Nanomancer emitted a chilling laugh. "Did you believe such weaponry could vanquish me? Now it is my turn." Extending his hand, millions of nanobots rapidly detached from his armor, coalescing into a slender silver sword. With a flick of his wrist, the silver blade was raised, aimed directly at Fang Leng and Iron Man. The sheer ability to transform nanobots into such a tangible weapon astonished both Fang Leng and Stark. The cold edge of the Nanomancer's sword suddenly elongated, thrusting towards the two with incredible speed, rivaling that of any firearm. With a resounding clash, the silver sword ultimately plunged into the ground. At the moment the blade was unleashed, Iron Man propelled himself with a burst of thrusters, evading the strike mid-air. The Nanomancer's head turned slightly towards Fang Leng, the sword accelerating towards him with even greater velocity. Utilizing his super speed, Fang Leng deftly maneuvered to evade the advancing silver blade. The Nanomancer's weapon, capable of transformation and extension, was not surprising, given that it was composed of nanobots. Fang Leng quickly retreated to avoid further assaults. Recognizing that the nanobots comprising the metallic sword were finite and could not extend indefinitely. Meanwhile, in the sky, Iron Man raised his left arm, launching an anti-tank missile from his internal weapon chamber. Accompanied by a fierce tail flame, the anti-tank missile soared rapidly towards the nano-demon. Upon impact, it struck the nano-demon, unleashing a colossal shockwave of explosion. This type of anti-tank missile, embedded within Iron Man's left arm, possesses the capability to effortlessly obliterate a bunker and annihilate the majority of main battle tanks. Even the mightiest would sustain some damage when struck at such proximity. What? Stark was taken aback. As the smoke and flames from the explosion dissipated, it became evident that a large portion of the nano-demon-esque form was shielded by a circular silver metallic shield. The sword that had just been in its grasp had vanished without a trace. In that fleeting moment before the anti-tank missile's impact, the nano-demon had reconfigured the nanobots that formed the metallic sword, channeling them into this metallic shield to withstand Iron Man's missile. Although the strike left several cracks on the shield, it was swiftly restored as a flowing, sand-like substance enveloped it. The nano-demon, encased in silver metal, gazed up at Iron Man in the sky. With a slight motion of its hand, the silver shield morphed into a silver metallic whip composed of nanobots. The whip lashed out violently, racing towards Iron Man. He evaded swiftly, yet the metallic whip exhibited remarkable flexibility and adaptability. Like a constrictor snake, it relentlessly pursued Iron Man in the air. Utilizing its agility, the silver whip unexpectedly ensnared Iron Man's leg. Jarvis, full power. The tail flame of the Mark VI surged forth, yet the metallic whip clung tenaciously. The nanobots within the whip took advantage of the opportunity, swiftly eroding the armor. Jarvis immediately reactivated the heating mechanism of the armor, obliterating a substantial number of nanobots. However, the silver whip remained firmly attached, while more nanobots continuously streamed from the nano-demon-esque core along the whip, far surpassing those that had been destroyed. Previously, a mere ping-pong, ball-sized mass of nanobots had posed a significant challenge for Iron Man to eradicate completely. Now, the relentless influx of nanobots left Stark struggling to cope. Stark, today marks your doom. You, who have basked in glory, have never tasted the bitterness of being overlooked by the masses. The nano-demon-esque tone turned cold and menacing, followed by a rapid swing of its arm, throwing Iron Man to the ground with a metallic whip. The other hand swiftly dispatched a swarm of nanobots, forming another silver metallic whip that struck towards Iron Man, ensnaring him once more. Stark gazed at the screen before him, which crackled with chaotic imagery. The nanobots were rapidly devouring the Mark VI. Recognizing the dire situation, Fang Leng urgently commanded Daisy, launch all remaining missiles from the two weapon platforms. Prepare for this assault. For missiles hurtled through the air, narrowly missing their target by less than 100 meters. As the nanosuit's ocular sensors caught sight of them in the corner of its view, a violent explosion engulfed the nanosuit, while the two silver metallic whips that had ensnared Iron Man swiftly vanished. Stark, relieved to be freed from the metallic tendrils, activated his jet boots and ascended into the air, steering towards a cooler position above the ground. He landed beside Fang Leng, his facial armor retracting as he turned to his companion and exclaimed, "Well done, buddy. This foe is no easy task." Fang Leng gazed at the fiery aftermath of the explosions surrounding the nanosuit. The destructive power of the four missiles was substantial, as flames and smoke enveloped the entire area. As the fire and smoke dissipated, a silver metallic sphere emerged from the chaos. The sphere was marred by numerous cracks, but soon transformed into a sand-like substance, rapidly diminishing in size. Within the remnants of the sphere stood a metallic humanoid figure. However, this time, the nanosuit's cerulean eyes gleamed with excitement and fervor. With a cold smirk, the nanosuit's expression twisted into a sinister grin. I was merely toying with you moments ago. It appears I must get serious now." Fang Leng and Iron Man stood resolutely side by side, an unspoken understanding passing between them. They were on the brink of a more intense battle, and only by joining forces could they hope to overcome the formidable nanosuit, an adversary capable of manipulating nanobots into a myriad of weapons, an entity rife with unpredictability and agility. They had to give their all, The excitement and fervor mirrored on the nanosuit's cold visage belied the fact that this battle was not without its risks for him. Despite his strength, the nanobots he commanded were limited in number. Should they be excessively depleted, he too would face significant peril. Soon, you shall comprehend what it truly means to feel as if you are in hell. The nanosuit's face once again became cloaked in armor forged from the very nanobots he commanded. Chapter 47. Breaking the strong enemy amidst the smoke and ruins of the base. Fang Leng and Stark confronted the nanosuit. The sleek silver armor of the nanosuit exuded an unexplainable chill, while Stark's Mark 6, after enduring prolonged combat, was marred with numerous scratches and damages. Fang Leng, too, bore the marks of battle, his helmet showing signs of wear and tear. Having endured a grueling fight, both Fang Leng and Stark prepared to muster all their strength against the nanosuit. With a sudden flourish, the nanosuit separated nanobots from his hands, forming two lethal axes. These silver metallic axes, crafted from nanobots, spun rapidly, manipulated with remarkable finesse by the nanosuit. The nanosuit leapt into action, wielding the axes with both hands as he charged toward Fang Leng and Iron Man. In response, Fang Leng and Stark swiftly dodged, with Iron Man utilizing his jet boots to evade while aiming his energy cannon at the nanosuit's head, unleashing a powerful blast. The energy cannon unleashed a formidable power, capable of piercing even military-grade armored vehicles. Yet, after a brief explosion, the armor of the nano-demon sustained only superficial scars, swiftly mending itself through the activity of its sand-like nanobots. This armor was entirely composed of nanobots, in stark contrast to the previously defeated Steel Warriors, which were merely equipped with a fraction of nanobots for repairs. In an instant, one of the nano-demon's sharp axes disintegrated into nanobots, reshaping into a spherical silver projectile that hurtled towards Iron Man. "Oh, not this again," Iron Man exclaimed, as he quickly switched his hand to thrusters, propelling himself away from the incoming attack. Meanwhile, the handle of the other axe morphed into a cluster of iron chains, and the nano-demon spun the metallic axe, aiming a strike at Fang Leng. Utilizing extraordinary speed, Fang Leng deftly evaded the descending axe, although the nano-demon wielded the axe with remarkable agility. Fang Leng's swiftness proved superior, causing the nano-demon's strike to miss its mark. The electronic display within Fang Leng's helmet swiftly highlighted several potential weak points in the nano-demon's armor following scans. His anti-tank missiles had been exhausted, leaving him with 8 magnetic high-explosive warheads for counterattack. No matter what, he thought, let us give a try. Fang Leng aimed at the identified vulnerabilities on the nano-demon's armor and fired 2 high-explosive magnetic warheads from his weapon platform. The explosions were blocked by the metallic shield formed from nanobots, yet they did deplete a portion of the nanobots, though this was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The nano-demon fixed its gaze on Fang Leng, as the metal shield in its left hand transformed back into a swirling mass of nanobots. "Oomph, Stark's little friend. How do you like this?" With that, the nanobots coalesced into multiple metallic dart-like objects, rapidly hurtling towards Fang Leng. "Let us see how long you and Stark can keep laughing," declared the nano-demon, as it soared towards the nearby wreckage of several Iron Warriors. With both hands aimed at the fallen remnants of the Iron Warriors, streams of nanobots detached from its armor and infiltrated the destroyed machines. Fang Leng and Iron Man observed the ground tremble, as the remnants of the Iron Warriors astonishingly rose once again. They come back to life. Fang Leng reacted, witnessing the reanimated figures. However, despite being revived by the nano-demon's nanobots, these Iron Warriors remained severely damaged, some still missing mechanical limbs. Their bodies were marred, leaking fluid onto the ground, accompanied by incessant electrical sparks. The nano-demon had not fully restored these Iron Warriors, as the resources required to completely mend those that had already been obliterated were immense. Even the nano-sorcerer hesitated to allocate further precious nanobots to these virtually obsolete weapons, opting instead to repair only a few critical components and devices, just enough to render them barely operational. "Oh, Ezekiel, so you have resorted to mending the scrap to challenge us once more." Iron Man jested, a smirk gracing his lips. The nano-sorcerer, however, remained silent, methodically restoring 7 of the discarded Iron Warriors in the vicinity before gesturing once more. The 6 repaired Iron Warriors, though still staggering with their severely damaged mechanical bodies, charged forward. Although the previous battle had rendered these Iron Warriors inoperative, their craftsmanship had indeed been commendable, and their armor, notably resilient. Some vital weapon systems had been salvaged. Instantly, the fragmented Iron Warriors unleashed a barrage of missiles and Gatling gunfire, saturating the area where Fang Leng and Iron Man stood. Nevertheless, being merely patched-up remnants of their former selves, their combat efficacy had significantly diminished. They resembled a horde of zombies, flailing about without the coordination of true soldiers. These Iron Warriors not only moved unsteadily, but also bore numerous scars, exposing their vulnerabilities. Their targeting accuracy had drastically declined as well. Fang Leng raised two weapon platforms while Iron Man extended his palm. Magnetic high-explosive warheads struck the Iron Warriors one after another, while the energy cannon found its mark on the sections of armor where the internal mechanisms were exposed. With a series of detonations, the repaired Iron Warriors succumbed one by one, collapsing into heaps of scrap metal. As the fallen Iron Warriors littered the ground, the Nano-Sorcerer swiftly advanced towards the duo. Seizing the opportunity, both hands transformed into silver metallic whips, striking towards Fang Leng and Iron Man, observing the rapid approach of their opponent. Fang Leng and Iron Man quickly retreated. The last of the attacking Iron Warriors was met with a whip that cleaved it in two, a brutal testament to the Nano-Sorcerer's power. The sorcerer wielded the whips with remarkable speed, leaving corrosive trails in their wake upon the ground. These nanobots have been altered into a corrosive state, capable of swiftly deteriorating anything they came into contact with. Chapter 48. Breaking through the strong foe. Wherever the Nano-Sorcerer's metallic whips lashed, objects were severed as the nanobots, now in erosion mode, exhibited formidable corrosive properties. Be cautious. Do not let this creature's whip strike you. Stark communicated with Fang Leng while airborne. The corrosive effects of these nanobots were exceedingly potent. A direct hit would likely result in severe injury or death. Fang Leng, being flesh and blood, needed to evade such attacks to avoid catastrophic harm. Stark, his armor marred with scars, knew that another strike would inflict irreparable damage. As he soared through the air, Stark addressed the Nano-Sorcerer, Ezekiel. Those Iron Warriors from Hammer Industries were indeed crafted by your hand, were they not? The Nano-Sorcerer, continuing to brandish his metallic whips, replied, Indeed. I assisted in their creation. Justin Hammer's meager skills are hardly worth mentioning. Had it not been for my assistance in orchestrating the creation of these steel warriors, he would have taken a century to produce such marvels. Furthermore, I have infused those toy-like creations with numerous nanobots. My endeavor in weapon fabrication was also a means of self-validation, allowing me to demonstrate my own success. So, was the chaos instigated by these steel warriors you're doing? Stark reprimanded sternly. The Nanomancer chuckled coldly. Indeed, it was I who remotely modified their programming to incite the attack. Hammer believed he was benefiting from my assistance in repairing these devices. Yet he could not possibly fathom that he had unwittingly provided me with yet another opportunity to test my creations. The arrogance in the Nanomancer's words was palpable. He took pride in his malevolent actions. Fang Leng regarded the Nanomancer with increasing disdain. This individual was consumed by self-interest, a madman indifferent to the consequences of his actions. Nanomancer, given your audacious ambitions, what further schemes do you envision? Fang Leng, usually reticent, confronted the Nanomancer with a pointed inquiry. The Nanomancer continued his assault, speaking with a chilling fervor. In the future, I shall relentlessly propagate the seeds of the nanotechnology revolution, instilling reverence for them among humanity. They must comprehend that my nanotech heralds a future brimming with boundless potential. Of course, a revolution necessitates a process of natural selection. Those who ought to be eradicated shall be utterly obliterated from existence. Therefore, you must be dealt with today. Fang Leng declared resolutely. Such a deranged villain must be eliminated to avert greater tragedies. Stark, I will feign an attack on this fiend. If you possess any weaponry, employ it swiftly. We must ensure his total destruction today. Fang Leng communicated with Stark. Stark observed Fang Leng below, facing the perilous Nanomancer. This lad certainly exhibits a measure of bravery. Fang Leng accelerated to his utmost speed, spiraling around the Nanomancer at a distance of less than 50 meters. Although only 4 magnetic high-explosive warheads remained in his arsenal, Fang Leng was determined to fight valiantly with the speed he possessed, especially while fighting alongside Stark. He spun rapidly, continuously seeking an opportune moment to strike the Nanomancer. His swift movements disrupted the Nanomancer's focus, making it difficult for him to lock onto Fang Leng's elusive figure. The Nanomancer transformed his metallic whips back into nanobots, morphing them into dozens of metallic shurikens that hurtled toward Fang Leng's approximate location. Fang Leng clenched his teeth, utilizing the assistance of his helmet to evade the oncoming shurikens with his superhuman speed. The metallic weaponry crafted from nanobots was exceedingly perilous. The consequences of a direct hit would be dire. Fang Leng's rapid maneuvers disrupted the Nanomancer's concentration, allowing Stark, airborne, to seize a moment of opportunity for attack. All right, Jarvis. Activate the wrist laser cutter. Stark commanded. Understood, sir. This endeavor will demand a considerable amount of your energy. The armor will channel a substantial amount of energy from the reactor's power source to the wrist. 2 laser cutters will emerge from above the wrist. The display screen aims at the Nano Demon. Accompanied by a cacophony of mechanical sounds, 2 crimson laser beams shoot straight from Iron Man's wrist, striking the Nano Demon. No matter how swift the Nano Demon may be, evading these 2 beams is impossible. as the intensely cutting red lasers make contact with the silver armor of the nano demon. He quickly separates more nanobots from his body to envelop himself in a protective metallic shield. However, the destructive force of Iron Man's crimson wrist laser is exceptionally high, and millions of nanobots designated for defense are swiftly depleted. The nano demon hastily moves, yet the two crimson beams remain firmly fixed on his armor. Iron Man's timely assault grants Fang Leng a moment to breathe. Within Fang Leng's helmet, Daisy highlights several critical weak points in the nano demon that may be vulnerable to attack. There is no time to waste. This opportunity must be seized to defeat their adversary alongside Stark. After a prolonged battle, Fang Leng is considerably fatigued. Concentrating the remaining energy, he propels himself towards the nano demon, closing the distance, and aims the two wrist-mounted weapon platforms at the nano demon's body. An explosion erupts in succession. Iron Man's two laser cutters cease firing. Under normal circumstances, being in close proximity to these four magnetic explosive warheads would yield limited lethality. However, the previous assault from Iron Man's laser cutters has severely depleted the nano demon's armor, and coupled with this strike, even the nano demon has suffered a significant blow. Iron Man descends to the ground, landing beside Fang Leng. Fang Leng turns to Stark and remarks, "That was quite a move. Why didn't you use it sooner?" Stark extends both hands, and sparks erupt from the wrist-mounted laser cutters, which appear to be damaged and emit smoke as they fall to the ground. "Did you see that? My device is rather unstable." "Indeed, it overloaded and malfunctioned the moment I used it," Stark says, patting his armor's wrist. Not far away, the smoke near the struck nano demon gradually dissipates, revealing a figure staggering to its feet. The nano demon stumbles, and the damage to his armor begins to repair itself rapidly. As he approaches the two, portions of his facial armor, resembling flowing sand, dissolve, revealing the visage of Ziz Kestani. However, the features of this face appear grotesquely compressed and contorted, with beads of sweat glistening on the forehead. Clearly, the combined assault from Fang Leng and Stark has inflicted genuine harm upon the nano demon. Even if his nanotech armor can regenerate, the injuries sustained are very real. The two gaze upon the nano demon's distorted countenance, and it is evident that any physical wounds will severely diminish his combat efficacy. The next step is to conclude this confrontation decisively. The voice of the nano demon, cold yet tinged with fervor, resounded once more. "You truly possess remarkable skills. It seems I am destined to fail here. However, I will never succumb to your defeat. Soon, my life will culminate in a final blaze of glory." With these words, the nano demon elevated himself further and soared into the sky, heading towards a warehouse at the Air Force base below. This warehouse, a perilous stockpile of munitions and fuel, was primarily subterranean, with its above-ground structure fortified by robust reinforced concrete. Warning signs indicating hazardous materials adorned one side of the warehouse. Yet, no matter how fortified, the warehouse could not withstand the onslaught of the nanobots. The nano demon descended upon the warehouse, directing his hands towards it, releasing a swarm of nanobots that detached from his armor and began their relentless invasion. Under the assault of millions of these microscopic machines, the fortified concrete crumbled as easily as tofu. Soon, the nanobots infiltrated the interior, voraciously consuming various weapons, from aviation fuel and explosives to an array of ammunition and military-grade chemicals. A series of muffled detonations emanated from the underground section of the warehouse as countless barrels of fuel and bombs succumbed to a chain reaction provoked by the nanobots' relentless assault. This was the nano demon's intent. Having sustained grievous wounds and unable to escape, he sought a grand finale in this manner. Chapter 49. The Demise of the Nano Demon. Standing atop the warehouse, the nano demon watched as the nanobots continued their invasion below, triggering colossal explosions that resonated from the depths of the structure. A massive energy response detected, "Sir," Daisy's electronic voice echoed within Fang Leng's helmet. Simultaneously, Jarvis's voice emerged from Iron Man's suit. A significant energy reaction is occurring below. It appears something explosive has been triggered. The powerful explosion from the munitions and fuel warehouse shattered the structural integrity of the surface above. "Evacuate immediately," was the instinctive reaction of Fang Leng and Stark. Iron Man's suit propelled him upward with jets of flame, rapidly ascending into the sky. Fang Leng harnessed his super speed and dashed towards the base's perimeter. Beneath the nano demon, a colossal fireball erupted, engulfing him entirely. Smoke and shock waves surged into the sky, reaching hundreds of meters high. The formidable blast obliterated the already ravaged Air Force base, reducing it to mere rubble. Thus, the nano demon met his end in this spectacular fashion. The roaring flames continued to blaze, the acrid smell of burning chemicals and charred remnants detectable from a kilometer away. In the sky, Iron Man's silhouette approached Fang Leng. With a thud, Iron Man landed beside him, retracting his facial armor. "At last, it's over. That was utterly exhausting." Stark remarked to Fang Leng. Fang Leng removed his helmet, glancing at himself, noting the dust and soot that marred his attire. Stark's armor bore numerous scratches and scars. Both men appeared disheveled, even somewhat disorganized. At long last, the nano-demon was vanquished. Everything has come to an end. Fang Leng, weary from the prolonged battle, felt the exhaustion seep into his bones as he relaxed for the first time. Indeed, today had been quite tiring. We must take a well-deserved rest and, in a couple of days, celebrate this hard-won victory. However, I still have matters to attend to. No sooner had he spoken than Stark soared back into the sky. Fang Leng glanced upward, pondering what mischief Tony was up to this time. Meanwhile, in the city of San Antonio, not far from the Lackland Air Force Base, Justin Hammer was in a state of turmoil within the local branch of Hammer Industries. How could this happen? After escaping from the Air Force Base, chaos had erupted, and Hammer dared not watch the news or check the internet for information. He had originally envisioned collaborating with that scientist to forge formidable weaponry for his company, but unexpectedly, the outcome had been disastrous. I should never have hired that lunatic. As Hammer wallowed in regret, the window of his office suddenly shattered with a loud crash. He looked up to find a battle-worn crimson and gold suit of armor standing in his room. It was Iron Man. Hammer stared, dumbfounded, at the armored figure. Iron Man took a few steps forward, his helmet retracting to reveal Stark's furrowed brow and simmering anger. Gazing at the visibly uncomfortable Hammer, Stark demanded, "I didn't come here for pleasantries. Have you collaborated with Ezekiel Stane?" Hammer, caught off guard, wore a conflicted and embarrassed expression. "What do you mean, Ezekiel?" Stark's lips curled into a smirk as he raised his voice slightly. "Ezekiel Stane, a scientific madman. You must have worked with him to create those Hammer drones. Haven't you? This catastrophe is his doing." The discomfort on Hammer's face deepened as Stark had struck a nerve. The truth was undeniable and the severity of the incident was apparent, impacting the military as well. The once arrogant Hammer now stood in regret, rendered speechless. Stark regarded him with a mix of disdain and helplessness. "You allied with such a dangerous individual merely to produce those drones. Did you not take the time to investigate his background? Consider the lives lost due to this incident. Your ambitions at Hammer Industries have indirectly caused so much suffering." Stark pressed on, and Hammer buried his head in his hands once more. Observing Hammer's remorse, Stark felt a twinge of sympathy. The repercussions of this incident were dire, inflicting significant losses on the U.S. military. Hammer would undoubtedly face accountability, and his company was destined for severe repercussions. However, Hammer's collaboration with the Nano Demon was likely driven by a long-standing rivalry with Stark Industries. For an extended period, Stark Industries has maintained a significant edge over Hammer Industries in the competitive realm of military technology. Naturally, Hammer must have contemplated the necessity of developing advanced technologies to rival Stark Industries. His collaboration with Ezekiel Stane was undoubtedly a strategic move aimed at countering Stark's dominance in the military sector. However, I shall refrain from elaborating further, as that madman has already met his demise. Stark uttered this remark before soaring through the shattered window, leaving behind a profoundly regretful Hammer. Not long after the incident at Lackland Air Force Base, Hammer indeed found himself under investigation. This event resulted in exceedingly grave consequences, leading to numerous casualties among the U.S. military. The Lackland Air Force Base in Texas was rendered utterly inoperative, and the American military suffered considerable losses. The very steel warriors that were intended to defend the United States and its allies had turned against the U.S. forces. Consequently, Hammer and his company faced legal repercussions due to this malevolent incident instigated by the nanotech. Ultimately, Hammer was imprisoned, and Hammer Industries suffered a severe blow, resulting in a significant decline in its standing within the American arms industry. A few days later, in Malibu, California, a striking white luxury villa stood prominently by the seaside. The streamlined design of the villa harmoniously combined elements of nature and technology. This was none other than Tony Stark's lavish residence, known as the Freedom City, nestled against the mountains by the ocean. It boasted a helipad, swimming pool, tennis court, and a cinema, among other amenities. In the guest lounge of Freedom City, Stark was reveling in a toast with his companion, Fang Leng. Having vanquished the nanotech menace, both were in high spirits and decided to indulge in merriment. Stark, feeling the warmth of the alcohol on his cheeks, turned to Fang Leng and said, "Fang Leng, you certainly have a remarkable capacity for drinking. We're going through this brandy bottle one after another." Fang Leng, having just downed another glass, smiled at Stark and replied, "Oh, when I'm in good spirits. I could easily drink 1,000 cups without getting tipsy. Come on, let us keep it going." Stark, ever carefree, seized his glass once more, reveling in the joy of the moment. Amidst the clinking of their glasses, the two continued to consume the brandy with gusto. Just as they were enjoying their libations, a figure entered the lounge. dressed in a sharply tailored suit, with an astute gaze and a commanding presence. It was none other than S.H.I.L.D. Agent Phil Coulson. Ah, Coulson, come, join us for a drink. Stark beckoned. Coulson waved his hand dismissively. No thanks, I'll pass. As the seasoned agent of S.H.I.L.D., Coulson adhered to a strict regimen, ensuring he remained alert to address any unforeseen circumstances effectively. Stark frowned slightly. Why make things so difficult? Have a drink. By the way, you must have come to see us for a reason. Tony then filled an empty glass with brandy and handed it to Coulson, saying, Buddy, if you're not going to drink, then let us not discuss any matters today. You can speak, but I assure you, I want to be listening. Tony's observation struck a chord. Coulson typically approached matters with a serious demeanor. However, Tony's current behavior rendered the usually composed Coulson somewhat awkward. Fang Leng, noticing Coulson's slightly uncomfortable expression, turned to Tony and said, If Coulson is here, it undoubtedly concerns something of great importance. Let's not press him. Tony glanced at Coulson, then exhaled, Very well, I shall drink this glass on your behalf. With that, he downed the glass of brandy he had just poured. Coulson, observing Fang Leng, revealed a hint of appreciation in his gaze. Seeing the two indulge in their libations, Coulson remarked, You two carry on. I will discuss matters shortly. No. Just say it outright. Do we appear intoxicated? Tony interjected, raising an eyebrow. The nano-demon you previously vanquished is still alive. He has not truly perished, Coulson indicated, pointing to the screen of his tablet. There, amidst a collection of intricate medical apparatus, lay a figure on a bed, eyes closed, appearing half alive. The individual bore severe injuries and burns to both face and body. Nevertheless, Fang Leng and Tony discerned certain features from the relatively intact left side of the man. Is this the nano-demon? Fang Leng inquired, raising his glass toward Coulson. Indeed, we discovered him while clearing the Lakeland base. He has sustained grievous injuries, Coulson explained, gesturing to the tablet. Upon hearing this, Tony furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the screen. The nano-demon is still alive? Fang Leng and Stark exchanged glances, both acutely aware of the catastrophic nature of the explosion that had occurred. Yes, Coulson nodded, continuing, It is difficult to fathom. According to post-incident investigations, an extraordinarily intense explosion took place, making survival nearly impossible. However, the nano-demon, in addition to his formidable nano-armor, had a plethora of nano-insects implanted within his body, which enabled him to cling to life. Stark could not conceal his displeasure. This fiend has caused so much suffering, and yet he persists. Observing Stark's indignation, Coulson offered some solace. There is no cause for alarm, although he shows signs of life. He has lost most of his brain function and can essentially be considered a vegetable. Currently, he is incarcerated in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Q sustaining his life activities through a life support device. So he has become a vegetable. After all the wicked deeds he has committed, it seems fitting that he reaps what he sows, Tony remarked, gazing at the image of the incapacitated nano-demon on the screen. Fang Leng turned back to Coulson. So, Coulson, is this the reason for your visit? Coulson regarded Fang Leng and replied calmly, This is one matter I wish to convey to both of you. Additionally, I need to discuss business between Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D. with Mr. Stark. Moreover, there is a specific matter I must address with you. Fang Leng, what is it you wish to tell me? Fang Leng's eyes sparkled with anticipation upon hearing this. Coulson's expression grew considerably more serious as he articulated clearly. Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. wishes to meet with you. Fang Leng paused momentarily, placing his glass down on the table and rubbing his cheeks, which were flushed from the alcohol. He responded to Coulson, Director Fury wants to see me? Indeed, Director Fury has specifically requested to meet with you. This is not entirely surprising, as during the Nanomancer incident, you bravely stood alongside Mr. Stark to confront that nefarious terrorist. Your actions have garnered considerable attention from the higher echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D., prompting Director Fury's desire for a personal meeting. The terrorist activities orchestrated by the Nanomancer, including the subsequent incident at the Lakeland Air Force Base, were all addressed by S.H.I.E.L.D. for follow-up investigations. Both Fang Leng and Stark had been questioned by Coulson. Fang Leng had not only displayed remarkable courage in combating the Nanomancer, but had also recently become a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., endowed with superpowers. Although his entry into the organization was somewhat limited, he proved to be a promising talent. Director Nick Fury, known for his keen eye for talent, sought to recruit individuals with extraordinary abilities. After reviewing Coulson's report, he promptly decided to meet with Fang Leng. Fang Leng gazed at Coulson, his mind racing with thoughts. It was indeed astonishing to have such a swift opportunity to meet with Director Fury. However, this was largely a consequence of the malevolent Nanomancer. His admission to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the impending audience with Fury were both intertwined with the villain's actions. All right then, when will Director Fury meet with me? Fang Leng inquired of Coulson. The day after tomorrow, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Administrative Center in Washington, specifically at the Triskelion. Director Fury will receive you in his office. Just be there, and I will inform you of further details. Stark, who had been pouring himself a drink, overheard their conversation and chuckled, addressing Fang Leng. Hey, not bad. You've managed to secure a meeting with that guy, Fury, so quickly. Coulson then advised Fang Leng. Director Fury has a profound insight into people. You are a valuable asset. Make sure to engage meaningfully with him. Rest assured, I will be mindful of that. Fang Leng replied. Coulson then turned to Stark, saying, All right, Mr. Stark, how is your condition? We need to discuss business regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries shortly. We are looking to acquire more technology. The agency is currently involved in a project to manufacture an aerial mothership, and we intend to procure additional equipment and technology related to the power systems. The day finally arrived, the day after tomorrow, before the Triskelion in Washington. Dressed in a suit, Fang Leng approached the entrance. Today, he was set to have a personal audience with Director Nick Fury. Prior to arriving at the building, he had re-established contact with Coulson, and now it was 3 p.m. Fury was available. Presenting the membership credentials he had obtained upon joining S.H.I.E.L.D., Fang Leng entered the Triskelion. He took the elevator to the 30th floor, the location of Director Nick Fury's office. Upon reaching the office door, Fang Leng pressed the button on the verification device beside the door. The device scanned him for a brief moment, then emitted an electronic voice. Identity confirmed. Member of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fang Leng. You may enter. Following this, the lock on the door automatically disengaged, and Fang Leng pushed the door open and stepped inside. The office was expansive, with a large glass wall facing the entrance. At the center of the office stood a desk, behind which a figure was intently focused on the computer screen before him. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Fang Leng as he entered the room. It appears you are Fang Leng, a deep, resonant voice announced. Indeed. May I inquire if you are Director Nick Fury? Fang Leng stepped forward politely. Please take a seat. Fury gestured to a chair across from his desk. Fang Leng approached and sat down, while Fury rested his hands across his chest, observing him intently. Seated, Fang Leng met the gaze of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Nick Fury's left eye was covered by a black eye patch, and his face bore an expression of meticulous seriousness. A beard adorned his mouth and chin, while his head was shaved clean. If Phil Coulson exuded an aura of diligence and responsibility, Nick Fury radiated an air of strictness and depth. Despite having only one visible eye, Fang Leng sensed an immense intelligence emanating from it. Fang Leng, I have reviewed your information. You were alongside Tony Stark in the battle against the Nano Demon, correct? Based on my assessment, you performed admirably. Moreover, you're now a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Am I right? Yes, I recently joined S.H.I.E.L.D. With the assistance of Agent Coulson, Fang Leng replied with a slight nod. I have also examined your profile. You are superhuman, and superhumans have long been a focus of our attention at S.H.I.E.L.D. We have invested considerable resources into understanding superhumans, and there exists a cadre of them within our ranks. Your profile indicates that you possess a unique ability, the power to acquire the abilities of others. Fury's tone grew serious. Do you realize that your ability holds immense flexibility? The capacity to acquire the powers of others implies limitless possibilities. However, I wish to understand the extent of your capabilities. Understanding Fury's inquiry, Fang Leng comprehended the unspoken question, whether he could absorb all superpowers. Director Fury, I cannot guarantee that I can absorb every superpower. However, I am currently able to acquire several potent abilities. I can absorb 3 ordinary powers, though I can only manage one stronger ability at this time. Fang Leng spoke candidly about his current strengths, recognizing that Fury's invitation for this meeting likely had purpose. Concealing too much about his capabilities might diminish Fury's regard for him. How many superpowers do you currently possess? Fury inquired. Quite formidable. I would like to see. Fury pressed directly. Certainly. Fang Leng extended his hand toward the pen holder on the desk. I need to use this. He retrieved the pen holder, which contained more than a dozen pens. Rising from his seat, Fang Leng shifted his gaze from Fury to the pen holder. He abruptly waved the pen holder upward, sending the pens soaring into the air. As he tossed the pens, Fang Leng maintained a normal pace, which Fury observed clearly. However, Just as gravity began to pull the pins downward, Fang Leng suddenly accelerated at an astonishing speed. In his perspective, the pins appeared to descend slowly. In truth, it was not the pins that were falling slowly, but Fang Leng's speed was unimaginably swift. Yet, Fury's expression remained devoid of surprise. He merely nodded slowly. After all, as the director of hurled, he had witnessed much in his time. Very good. This ability is impressive. It seems you not only possess it, but can also wield it effectively, Fury stated in a composed tone. Fury, having summoned Fang Leng for a significant purpose, began to speak. I have called you here for an even more important matter. Your abilities indeed hold great potential. Since you are also a superhuman, I believe you should receive further training. He continued, therefore, I have decided to designate you as one of our key training candidates. Even with superpowers, lacking proper training can greatly diminish your capabilities. I believe that if you are to combat those nefarious individuals under HIELD's banner, you should undergo more formal combat training and be equipped appropriately. So, Fang Leng, do you wish to accept this designation as a key training candidate? At this juncture, Fury's tone grew more serious. Fury intended to elevate Fang Leng to a position of significant training, which prompted a sense of reflection within Fang Leng. While becoming a key candidate would undoubtedly present more opportunities, it would also entail greater responsibilities. Nonetheless, Fang Leng recognized that his current abilities were limited, and gaining Nick Fury's favor was indeed commendable. He saw the value in HIELD's superior resources and contemplated that one day, should his power transcend the ordinary, he could operate independently of the HIELD framework. Furthermore, Fang Leng appreciated that Nick Fury was willing to invest more resources in his development, a testament to Fury's discernment and respect for those who recognize potential. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Leng turned to Fury and replied, Very well, Director Fury. I am indeed willing. Upon hearing this, Fury nodded and addressed the communication device on the desk. Agent Romanoff, please come in. He then continued discussing various matters with Fang Leng. The office door opened, and a figure entered. Fang Leng heard the distinct sound of high heels clicking, followed by the calm, yet measured voice of a young woman from behind him. Agent Natasha Romanoff reporting. Fury, what is the matter? Fang Leng turned his head to see a red-haired woman in a female business attire approaching Fury's desk. The woman possessed an exquisite visage, characterized by sharp angles and an alluring figure, with her vibrant red hair accentuating her beauty. Yet, her countenance exuded an air of coldness, and she emanated a certain poised demeanor that suggested she was no ordinary woman. To encapsulate her essence, Fang Leng felt the term captivating was most fitting. Fury introduced her to Fang Leng, saying, This is Agent Romanoff. She will assist you significantly with combat training and impart valuable experience. Upon hearing this, Fang Leng promptly rose to his feet, gazing upon the striking red-haired Natasha Romanoff. Chapter 52, Black Widow. Greetings, Natasha. I am Fang Leng. It is a pleasure to meet you, he said warmly and respectfully. Fury observed the interaction between Fang Leng and Natasha and remarked, All right. I have conveyed all necessary information to you, Fang Leng. You both should engage in further dialogue. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell, Director Fury. Fang Leng replied before he and Natasha exited the office. As they walked, a conversation ensued. Fang Leng, you recently joined HIELD. Did you not? Natasha inquired. Indeed, it was Agent Coulson who recommended my inclusion. I look forward to your guidance. Since you are responsible for my combat training, may I address you as Instructor Natasha? Fang Leng stated, admiring the striking beauty before him. He never anticipated that joining HIELD would lead him to meet the Black Widow. It was essential that he foster a good relationship with her. You may do as you wish. According to the files I reviewed, you are an individual with super abilities. However, even with such powers, one must understand the significance of training. Super abilities do not always provide a comprehensive solution, Natasha replied. Fang Leng smiled amiably at Natasha and confidently stated, Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself to training. I believe that even with super abilities, without proper training, one cannot truly exhibit their strength. Your understanding is commendable, and you must learn to endure necessary hardships. The training I have arranged is quite rigorous, and persisting through it will not be easy, Natasha remarked, scrutinizing Fang Leng. Though Fang Leng remained silent, he felt a profound confidence within. Challenges imbue life with meaning. It is through adversity and hardship that one hones their abilities. Regardless of the arduous nature of the training, Fang Leng was resolute in his acceptance. To endure hardship is to achieve greatness. Moreover, he possessed the advantage of his superpower transformation vision, which would render even the most strenuous training more fruitful. Natasha, May I inquire about the primary training modules that lie ahead? Are you inquiring about the training programs? Fang Leng? Natasha continued. Fury has designated you as a key candidate with a focus on combat. You will need to acquire extensive military knowledge. Additionally, you must master various combat techniques, proficiently handle a range of firearms and certain heavy weaponry, learn to operate most modes of transportation and specific military equipment, as well as skills in parachuting, swimming, and assault operations, many of which are indispensable. As Fang Leng listened, a serious expression settled upon his face. Indeed, I possess the courage and determination to undertake these arduous training sessions. However, upon first hearing the magnitude and variety of these tasks, one cannot help but feel a certain weight upon their shoulders. Nevertheless, since I have the audacity to battle against the likes of a desperate outcast such as the Nano Demon, what is there to fear about this demanding training? There is indeed a considerable amount to learn. How long will it take to complete this training? Fang Leng inquired. According to my plan, it will take you a year to complete this training. Moreover, I may add new training modules as necessary, Natasha replied. Fang Leng nodded, a hint of a rueful smile crossing his face. Completing all of this within a year is indeed a significant pressure. Yet it is the challenges of training that make it worthwhile. Natasha continued, I can only train you according to the plan, focusing primarily on the core principles. Since I am often occupied with missions myself, there will be times when I can only teach you a concept once or twice, and you must rely on your own initiative thereafter. Furthermore, not all training tasks will be under my tutelage. SHIELD has many instructors, and you can learn alongside other members. Oh, Natasha, so what shall we begin with? Fang Leng asked her. Follow me, Natasha instructed. After a brief walk, they took the elevator down to the basement level 3 of the Trident building, arriving at a room marked as an armory. As Natasha entered commands to unlock the door, she said to Fang Leng, step inside. I want you to familiarize yourself with firearms and some specialized weapons. Upon entering the room, Fang Leng felt as if he had stepped into an arsenal. Everywhere he looked, there were various types of firearms: automatic rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, handguns, machine guns, shotguns, grenade launchers, an extensive array of weaponry. In addition to firearms, there were also heavy weaponry like rocket launchers. Familiarize yourself with these firearms, Natasha suggested, pointing to an inner door on the east side of the room. Once you're ready with the firearms, head there to practice shooting. Very well. I shall take some time to get acquainted, Fang Leng responded, moving towards the array of weapons. Each rack held a category of similar weapons, accompanied by manuals outlining their usage and safety precautions. Previously, during his time with Stark, Fang Leng had learned to handle handguns and other conventional firearms. While facing the Nano Demon, the accuracy of the 2 wrist-mounted weapon platforms had been significantly enhanced by the support of the artificial intelligence, Daisy. Fang Leng understood that he could not rely on artificial intelligence indefinitely and must enhance his own combat skills. This moment presented an opportunity to practice using various shooting weapons. Fang Leng selected an M4 automatic rifle from one of the racks. Although he was already proficient with handguns, he had long desired to experience the thrill of using an automatic rifle. Thank you for your guidance, Natasha. I will head to the shooting range shortly to assess my marksmanship. Upon arriving at the shooting range adjacent to the armory, Fang Leng began his shooting practice. However, his initial performance was far from satisfactory, with his scores being disappointingly low. Observing his results, Fang Leng took a deep breath. I refuse to believe that I cannot wield this weapon effectively. Subsequently, Fang Leng reloaded the magazine and resumed shooting at the target. As time flowed by, he was unaware that he had already spent 2 hours honing his aim. All right, you may now experiment with some other firearms. Regardless of who you are, everyone must endure a period of refinement in their marksmanship. Practicing with an automatic rifle will allow you to further enhance your skills in the future, Natasha, with her hands on her hips, remarked as they prepared to familiarize themselves with additional weaponry. Fang Leng relaxed his muscles and jokingly addressed the Black Widow, Instructor Natasha. Why don't you demonstrate your prowess for me? Natasha glanced at Fang Leng, said nothing, and effortlessly seized the M4 rifle from his hands. With one hand, she raised the rifle and aimed at a target. A series of sharp bursts echoed, and remarkably precise bullet holes appeared in the center of the target. Fang Leng observed the target, and then turned his gaze back to Natasha. She had not only struck the bullseye with one hand, but had done so without much aiming at all. He felt a surge of satisfaction. Having such a person as an instructor bodes well for his future. Impressive, Instructor Natasha, he complimented. Under her guidance, he continued to familiarize himself with other firearms. Although he felt fatigue from the practice, the thought that this was a pathway to self-improvement spurred him on, even when the temptation to slack off arose. Natasha's stern gaze and expression dispelled any notion of relaxation. On the first day of training under the Black Widow, Fang Leng felt significantly enriched. Although he had never undergone military training before, he recognized Natasha's mastery of firearms through his own burgeoning proficiency. After a lengthy training session, night fell, and Natasha addressed Fang Leng. "That's enough for today. Continue to strive for improvement." The SHIELD agency had provided Fang Leng with a room key for temporary accommodations not far from the Triskelion building. As he lay on the bed, he relaxed his muscles while contemplating the future. In the coming year, he would face rigorous training that would greatly enhance his abilities. Chapter 53. The Search for the Hulk. As the days unfolded, Fang Leng experienced the harshness of training. Under the guidance of Natasha and other SHIELD instructors, he engaged in various combat techniques and physical conditioning exercises. Day after day, he trained diligently. In addition to combat training, Fang Leng also endeavored to learn to operate various vehicles. Natasha was indeed a versatile agent. She navigated all types of vehicles, including helicopters and small planes, with remarkable ease. Naturally, it was impossible for Fang Leng to attain the same level of combat skill and capability as Natasha within a single year. However, under the tutelage of Natasha and the SHIELD instructors, his progress could only be described as meteoric. Before he realized it, a year had passed. At a SHIELD training facility in the suburbs of Washington, Fang Leng was driving a military Humvee across the training grounds. Quite impressive. You seem to be driving quite adeptly now, Natasha remarked. Sitting in the passenger seat, Natasha gazed at Fang Leng with admiration. At that moment, Natasha was clad in a form-fitting black uniform, the attire she frequently donned during military training or mission execution. Upon receiving her compliment, Fang Leng smiled faintly and replied, "I owe much of this to you, Natasha. Moreover, your smile is exceptionally beautiful." Natasha responded with a subtle smile and inquired, "Is there any shooting weapon you have yet to master?" Nodding, Natasha acknowledged that Fang Leng had indeed made significant progress over the past year. He had attained a considerable level of proficiency with automatic rifles and general-purpose machine guns. However, mastering a sniper rifle requires extensive training to develop the necessary skills. What pleased Natasha even more was Fang Leng's commendable dedication during his training. Although he occasionally displayed a hint of lethargy, he would immediately resume training after a brief respite. The ability to persist is a commendable trait, particularly when many superpowered recruits in SHIELD's history relied solely on their abilities and dismissed the importance of combat training. In contrast, Fang Leng exemplified a rare combination of innate power and diligent effort. Instead of becoming complacent with his considerable advantages, he chose to work even harder. Natasha admired this quality in him deeply, appreciating it more than his training achievements over the past year. A beeping sound interrupted their conversation. Natasha retrieved a palm-sized communication device from her belt. Glancing at the notifications, she informed Fang Leng, "It seems Fury has issued a new important mission. He specifically requested that you and I undertake it together." Simultaneously, Fang Leng's communication device in his pocket emitted a similar beep, indicating he had also been notified. "I wonder what the mission could be," he mused, extracting his device while keeping one hand on the steering wheel. He parked the military Humvee beside the training facility's lounge, and they entered a room. At a computer, Fang Leng accessed SHIELD's encrypted website. He noticed a direct communication signal from Fury on his screen. The image showed Fury resting his chin on his hand at his desk. "Fang Leng and Natasha, how fortuitous that you are together. I have an important task for you both," Fury stated straightforwardly. "What is the mission?" Fang Leng inquired from his seat at the computer. "There have been several alarming incidents of destruction in Kansas. According to eyewitness accounts, it appears a giant creature with green skin has been sighted," Fury explained, transmitting the related footage. The screen displayed various damaged facilities, including cars, streetlights, and demolished buildings, accompanied by photographs captured by surveillance cameras. A green-skinned humanoid monster was seen rampaging through the area, remarkably robust yet resembling a humanoid gorilla. Fang Leng recognized it instantly. "Are you suggesting that we are to subdue him?" Fang Leng inquired of Fury at the other end of the video. "The specifics depend on the circumstances. Nevertheless, this enigmatic creature must be dealt with judiciously. Additionally, I must inform you of something. According to certain intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D., the emergence of this monster is highly likely linked to high-tech experiments, possibly a consequence of a mishap. Therefore, you must handle this matter with utmost caution. Subduing it, and even communicating with it, is permissible, especially if it possesses intelligence. One of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s primary responsibilities is to address crises arising from superpowers and unknown technologies. The incident in Kansas raises considerable suspicion. Fury, just how significant has the uproar been? Black Widow, standing behind Fang Leng, also inquired. This is precisely what I was about to convey. Fury's tone noticeably intensified. It is reported that there is considerable discontent within the military. A certain General Ross insists on taking action to eliminate this mysterious creature. I have communicated with General Ross, and he is adamant about deploying military force to eradicate the monster. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. takes over the handling of this incident, he remains resolute in his intentions. However, I am concerned that should the military confront this creature, it could lead to dire consequences. Your principle is to minimize the potential harm this monster may cause. Fang Leng exchanged glances with Natasha and then addressed Fury. Very well, we will manage this matter proficiently. I will send you further information shortly. In the next couple of days, prepare swiftly. This situation cannot be delayed. Furthermore, Fang Leng, particularly you, I wish to see how capable you truly are. This mission carries a certain level of difficulty, so both you and Natasha should take good care of yourselves. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Fang Leng replied resolutely. And then the communication with Fury was severed. Well, it seems we have a promising mission ahead, Natasha remarked to Fang Leng. Fear not, collaborating with you on this task. I shall undoubtedly lead the charge. After all, as a man, it is my duty to look after the lady. Fang Leng jested lightly with Natasha. Since Fury has specifically designated us to undertake this mission, it undoubtedly bears significant weight. Indeed, the gravity of this task is not to be underestimated, and Fang Leng felt invigorated. Throughout the past year of training, S.H.I.E.L.D. had assigned him various minor tasks to gain experience and hone his skills. Yet this time, the quest involved locating the Hulk, whose extraordinary abilities added considerable uncertainty and complexity to the endeavor. Chapter 54, The Hulk. Fang Leng and Black Widow intensified their preparations, hastily delving deeper into the events in Kansas and gearing up for their journey. However, the crisis approached far more swiftly than they had anticipated. In Wichita, Kansas, a man nearing 30, donning a baseball cap and a sweatshirt, ambled through the city with a backpack slung over his shoulder. He entered a restaurant, purchased a cup of orange juice, and settled into a secluded seat. From his backpack, he retrieved a laptop and commenced communication with an unidentified counterpart. On the video call displayed on the computer screen, a man engaged in rapid conversation with the other party. "Betty, how are you?" he inquired. The young woman on the opposite side of the screen responded with an anxious tone. "Bruce, where are you now?" "I am currently in Kansas, and I have managed to maintain my composure for 13 days now without transforming into that terrifying creature." The girl's eyes glistened with concern as she replied, "That's wonderful. Bruce, you must continue to persevere. Rest assured, Betty, I will persist for both you and myself," the man declared, his expression reflecting the burden of his struggle. Yet his gaze radiated an unwavering resolve. This man was Bruce Banner, once a distinguished young scientist. An unfortunate accident during an experiment exposed him to gamma radiation, leading to a profound mutation. He had once transformed into a fearsome giant with green skin, endowed with immense strength. Fortunately, the radiation did not wholly alter his being, allowing him to retain his human form most of the time. However, Banner realized he must maintain an inner peace, as extreme emotions such as excitement, anger, panic, or impatience could elevate his heart rate and blood pressure, triggering the dormant mutation within him. In such a state, he would lose all rationality and wreak havoc. Banner was determined not to become that monster, unwilling to inflict harm upon others. He endeavored to sustain his tranquility, wearing a device akin to a watch on his right wrist, which monitored his heart rate. Through repeated experimentation, he discovered that a heart rate exceeding 200 would likely precipitate his transformation into the Green Giant. Besides maintaining his emotional equilibrium, he also needed to refrain from vigorous physical activity, as that too could provoke his mutation. The young woman on the other end of the video call inquired with heightened concern, "Bruce, are they still pursuing you?" Upon hearing this, Banner glanced around, his expression growing significantly graver. "They have been relentlessly tracking me. I am an unyielding target for them. They have reached Kansas, and I suspect they are drawing ever closer." The recent incidents in Kansas were the unfortunate consequences of clashes between U.S. military special forces who were pursuing Banner and his transformed self. While he could generally maintain his mental and physical calm, the stress of being hunted inevitably induced panic and physical agitation. "You must be vigilant about your safety," Betty cautioned earnestly. "I will, Betty," Banner replied. As he gazed out the window, he noticed a fleet of military Humvees passing by, emblazoned with the emblem of a mountain lion, the insignia of General Ross's division. "Betty, I will always love you. I must leave now," Banner said before hastily packing up his computer and exiting the restaurant. Yet, Banner remained oblivious, as a customer in the restaurant produced a small walkie-talkie and declared, "Target confirmed." The imposing Humvee, laden with fully armed special forces, came to a halt, and over a dozen operatives descended from it. A middle-aged soldier, sporting a rugged beard and wielding an assault rifle, listened intently to the communication. He then addressed the remaining soldiers, stating, "According to our undercover intelligence, the target is right here. Prepare for battle." This bearded soldier was Emil Bronsky, a Russian who had previously served in the British Special Forces. His formidable skills had drawn the attention of General Ross, who recruited him with generous incentives, making him one of the general's most trusted operatives. General Ross was adamant about capturing the Hulk, Banner, and Emil volunteered to take the lead. He had participated eagerly in several confrontations with the Hulk in Kansas, relishing the thrill of combat. His penchant for excitement even led him to undergo physical enhancements to better engage in battle against the creature once more. In the streets of Wichita, Banner hurriedly walked, eager to vacate the city where he risked encountering General Ross's forces at any moment. With so many people around, the consequences of his transformation would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Emil, acting on the intelligence from undercover operatives, finally pinpointed Banner's location. The Humvee and the Special Forces split into two groups, pursuing Banner relentlessly. As Banner made his way towards the western part of Wichita, he frequently glanced around. Suddenly, several figures clad in black caught his attention. Sensing danger, Banner quickened his pace and began to run, while Emil's men pursued him without relent. In his flight, Banner glanced at the wrist-mounted device resembling a watch. If his heart rate exceeded 200, catastrophe would ensue. To avert this potential crisis, he fled towards the outskirts of the Western District. As he ran faster, his blood pressure surged, and his heartbeat quickened dramatically. The latent power within him began to swell rapidly. Eventually, he reached an old factory in the western suburbs, panting heavily, accompanied by the roar of engines. Armed Humvees approached the vicinity of the factory. The soldiers aboard took aim at Banner's location and launched tear gas grenades filled with potent irritants. The area enveloped Banner in a thick cloud of acrid smoke, obscuring him completely. Under the intense stimulation, Banner could no longer hold back. His body began to transform rapidly. Muscles bulged and strengthened throughout his limbs. His torso thickened at an alarming rate, and his once pale skin morphed violently into a vivid green. His facial features contorted into a more fearsome visage. His clothing was nearly torn apart, leaving only remnants of his trousers clinging to his massive form. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, even the soldiers driving the Humvees were taken aback, deeply startled by the ferocity of the sound. A colossal green behemoth suddenly leapt forth from the billowing smoke, leaving the soldiers present utterly petrified by the ferocity of this unknown creature. Chapter 55, Engagement, Target, Green Giant. The soldiers unleashed a barrage from the M2 machine guns mounted on their Humvees, directing relentless fire towards the monstrous figure. Powerful streams of gunfire struck the Green Giant's form, yet its skin proved to be more resilient than the hardest alloys known to mankind. Armor-piercing bullets, capable of penetrating light armor, merely sparked upon impact, failing to inflict any damage. However, under the futile onslaught, the already fearsome visage of the giant contorted further with rage. Its bloodshot eyes, filled with fury, glared menacingly at the soldiers assailing it. With a deafening roar, the Green Giant leapt to a height of 100 meters before crashing down upon Humvee, reducing it to a crumpled heap of metal under the force of its descent. Other military vehicles continued their assault on the giant. Standing atop the crushed Humvee, the Green Giant clenched its fists and bellowed defiantly towards the heavens. Meanwhile, Emil had arrived at the scene. Upon casting his gaze upon the Green Giant, his eyes ignited with excitement and a thirst for battle. This Russian, renowned for his audacity during his service with the British Special Forces, had previously clashed with the giant on multiple occasions during pursuits. Soldiers who had survived encounters with the colossal figure no longer dared to confront it, with General Ross routinely replacing them for subsequent operations. Emil, however, was a notable exception. To him, combat was an unparalleled thrill, and only a life filled with the exhilarating rush of adrenaline brought him joy. Everyone, unleash your firepower. Reinforcements from General Ross will arrive shortly. Hold it at bay. Emil commanded decisively through his communication headset to the troops on site. The soldiers under General Ross harbored a deep respect for Emil. Following his lead as he commanded the situation, they resumed their assault on the Green Giant. Two Humvees prepared long-spike anti-tank missiles, locking onto their target. The heavy missiles soared towards the giant, impacting within a mere 300 meters. Even an M1 Abrams tank would struggle to withstand such close-range anti-tank missile strikes. As the dust of the violent explosion settled, the Green Giant was seen shielding its head with its immensely strong arms. When it lowered its guard, the fierce and wrathful countenance of the giant glared at the two Humvees that had launched the missiles. Suddenly, it dashed forward with astonishing speed, positioning itself in front of one of the vehicles, and struck down upon it with fists like sledgehammers. A resounding crash echoed as the front end of the Humvee erupted in a violent explosion, while the force of the blow splintered many sections of its armor. The Hulk suddenly seized the already decommissioned Hummer military vehicle, hoisting it above his head and hurling it with tremendous force at another Hummer that had just launched a missile. Accompanied by a resounding clash of metal, the targeted military vehicle was overturned. The remaining Hummers hastily retreated, desperately attempting to suppress the Hulk with machine guns and weaponry. However, the Hulk was not so easily subdued, as yet another Hummer was obliterated. Emil, perceiving the dire situation, seized a grenade launcher from a Special Forces soldier and charged toward the Hulk. This encounter was markedly different from his previous battles with the Hulk, for he had undergone a body modification program under General Ross's skilled personnel, enhancing his physique to possess far greater speed and agility than an ordinary human. Explosives were unleashed in rapid succession towards the Hulk, whose fierce visage contorted further into a mask of fury and wrath. With a sudden surge of aggression, the Hulk lunged at Emil, but Emil nimbly evaded, slipping just 3 meters away from the Hulk's devastating strike. Indeed, while the Hulk's strength was formidable, his speed was equally formidable, yet he was now consumed by rage and hatred, exhibiting a primal ferocity. In contrast, Emil, a battle-hardened elite soldier, maintained a semblance of calm in the face of such a formidable adversary. Coupled with his physical enhancements, he managed to predict and dodge the Hulk's onslaught. Though the Hulk was undeniably powerful, his lack of composure and intellect rendered his strength a mere force of recklessness. With the support of other soldiers, Emil struggled to keep pace with the Hulk, awaiting the impending reinforcements from General Ross. In Wichita, Kansas, there were also S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence agents. The news swiftly reached the Trident building in Washington. The S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence officer promptly alerted Fang Leng and Black Widow, who immediately prepared to confront the formidable crisis. A Quinjet raced towards Kansas, where Fang Leng and Black Widow sat opposite each other in the cabin, accompanied by a fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. assault team ready to assist. At that moment, a hint of a smile graced Fang Leng's face. He was finally set to face the Hulk, this extraordinary hero. This challenge warranted serious attention and presented an excellent opportunity to test his abilities. An entire year of training was about to be put to the test. Fang Leng, you seem rather excited, remarked Black Widow, observing him. Fang Leng stretched his arms, responding, I am eagerly anticipating this battle. He then donned the multifunctional metal helmet crafted for him by Iron Man, adjusting its settings. The artificial intelligence, Daisy, was seamlessly integrated within. The helmet bore a striking blend of silver and fiberglass tones, which Fang Leng found particularly appealing, and he recoated it in a sleek metallic silver. That helmet looks quite cool. I heard it was made for you by that Iron Man, Tony Stark, Black Widow teased, glancing at Fang Leng as he donned the helmet. Indeed, this helmet will assist me in resolving numerous challenges. I must utilize it effectively in this battle. Fang Leng continued to fine-tune his multifunctional helmet. His extraordinary abilities, the rigorous training received at S.H.I.E.L.D., and this artificial intelligence-equipped metallic helmet constituted the trifecta of his combat prowess. Of course, the 2 wrist-mounted weapon platforms, in conjunction with the equipment provided by S.H.I.L.D., significantly augmented his firepower. Soon, the Quinjet arrived over the battleground outside Wichita, Kansas, where the remnants of destruction lay scattered. At this moment, a substantial convoy of American armored vehicles arrived at the site, heralding the arrival of General Ross's reinforcements. 2-wheeled armored vehicles, armed with 1-meter diameter sonic weapon launchers, unleashed a barrage of intense sonic waves upon the Hulk. The sonic emitters mounted on the 2 Stryker armored vehicles relentlessly bombarded the Hulk with powerful sonic waves. The resounding roar momentarily staggered the Green Giant. This sonic weapon, a cutting-edge acquisition from Stark Industries by the U.S. military, was capable of suppressing and inflicting damage on targets through ultra-high-frequency sound waves. The dual vehicle-mounted launchers managed to momentarily subdue the Hulk, causing him to feel as though his entire being was in violent turmoil. The fierce visage of the Hulk, with clenched teeth, contorted further with rage. However, the Hulk would not remain subdued by the 2 sonic devices for long. Clenching his fists in fury, he seized a large, sharp fragment of armor plating from a nearby destroyed Humvee to shield himself. With a thunderous crash, the armor plate cleaved the sonic launchers in 2, splitting the vehicles asunder. The Hulk then charged forward, leaping into the air, while the sonic emitters struggled to elevate their angle of attack. The Hulk's massive form descended from above, crashing down and reducing the armored vehicles to mere scrap. General Ross's reinforcements also engaged the Hulk with various weaponry. Meanwhile, in the Quinjet's cockpit, Fang Leng and Black Widow observed the unfolding battle through the glass, noting the armored vehicles below and recalling prior intelligence. It was evident that General Ross was fervently pursuing the Hulk. Clearly, General Ross is embroiled in fierce combat with that monster. We must intervene, Fang Leng remarked. His gaze fixed below. Indeed, he has undoubtedly incurred significant losses. His current approach will only exacerbate casualties. I shall contact him immediately. Natasha instructed the pilot to establish communication with the ground forces. Very well, I shall engage that green adversary first, Fang Leng declared. Naturally, when facing the Hulk, he would lead the charge. While Natasha possessed remarkable combat skills, she remained mortal, with Fang Leng's extraordinary abilities at his disposal. It was only fitting that he take the initiative against the Hulk, while the S.H.A.L.D. strike team accompanying them provided support and assistance. With Fang Leng taking the lead, there was no need for them to risk their lives by confronting the Hulk directly. Within a heavy-tracked armored vehicle of the U.S. Army's armored units on the ground, a group of soldiers busily coordinated the operations of the troops engaged in battle with the Hulk. This was the command center for the anti-Hulk forces. At the control console, an elderly general with pale hair scrutinized the images displayed on the screen. He was General Ross, singularly focused on capturing the Hulk to fulfill his own ambitions. General, we are receiving communications from someone claiming to be with S.H.I.L.D., remarked a U.S. military intelligence officer, turning to Ross. S.H.I.E.L.D.? What do they want? Let's talk to them, Ross replied. Hello, General Ross. I am S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Natasha Romanoff. This operation will be taken over by us. Please withdraw your troops promptly to avoid unnecessary casualties, she stated. Meanwhile, the communications officer informed Ross of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Quinjet that was currently in the sky above. However, Ross had dozens of armored vehicles and hundreds of fully armed soldiers at his disposal. More importantly, he had his own plans and ambitions for capturing the Hulk, and he was not willing to relinquish authority to S.H.I.E.L.D. so easily. We're fully capable of managing this crisis. This operation has been personally authorized by Director Fury, Natasha asserted, strengthening her tone. I'm a 4-star general in the U.S. Army. I have the authority to protect this land from that monster. You are aware that a city is just nearby. If we cannot contain this creature, the civilians there will be in grave danger. I must lead my troops to subdue this beast, Ross retorted coldly. There was a moment's pause on Natasha's end before she replied in a serious, icy tone. Then, General Ross, should you refuse S.H.I.E.L.D.'s takeover, I will invoke Directive 419 to demand that you withdraw your forces and allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to manage this crisis. Upon hearing Directive 419, Ross's expression darkened. This directive was a high-level mandate from S.H.I.L.D. While S.H.I.E.L.D. enjoyed the backing of the International Security Council and recognition from the United Nations, and maintained robust cooperation with the U.S. military and CIA. There were still individuals like Ross who were resistant. Directive 419 represented a supreme agreement reached between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. military and CIA, and once activated, it could not be opposed. Opponents would face severe accountability. Natasha wielded this directive to pressure Ross, who furrowed his brow. Although pursuing the Hulk had always been his steadfast resolve, invoking Directive 419 would be exceedingly unpopular. Then I shall see if you can resolve this crisis. My troops may withdraw for now, but if S.H.I.E.L.D. fails to subdue this monster, I will once again oppose it to ensure the safety of the nearby civilians, Ross declared, subsequently commanding the communications officer to order the troops to retreat. Fang Leng. It's up to you now, Natasha acknowledged, fully aware of Fang Leng's crucial role in salvaging the current situation. In a state of fury, the Hulk was hurling the remnants of an armored vehicle as the assault from the armored units ceased and began to retreat. Although the Hulk continued to emanate an aura of rage, the cessation of the attacks allowed some of that hostility to dissipate. Meanwhile, a Quinjet descended from the heavens, its cargo bay opening to reveal a figure clad in a black uniform and fully armed. This formidable individual was Fang Leng, equipped with an arsenal rivaling that of any elite special forces. Adorning his head was a sleek, silver multifunctional helmet, and his wrists boasted advanced weapon platforms brimming with armaments. In his hands, he wielded a specially designed individual grenade launcher. Fang Leng approached the Hulk with measured steps. The Hulk twisted his neck, glaring at the advancing figure with a fierce and skeptical expression. Within Fang Leng's helmet, The AI, Daisy, swiftly scanned and highlighted various characteristics of the Hulk's physique. As he drew closer, the distance between them dwindled to a mere 20 meters. Fang Leng understood that the Hulk was, after all, a transformed human. And deep within his subconscious still resided remnants of humanity. His initial approach would be to attempt communication, rather than provoke the creature. Awakening his humanity would, of course, be the most desirable outcome. Chapter 57. The appearance of Fang Leng. The Hulk glared fiercely at Fang Leng, who was donning the silver helmet. Fang Leng, taking in the Hulk's muscular physique and the clenched fist that suggested a potential for violence, knew that to communicate effectively, he must first instill a sense of relaxation and calm. Removing the silver multifunctional helmet, he presented a non-hostile demeanor and gazed steadily at the Hulk. Do not worry. I'm not here to attack you. Fang Leng spoke to the unstable giant. Upon hearing Fang Leng's voice, the Hulk emitted a low, rumbling growl, tightening his fists further, yet refraining from an aggressive outburst. Fang Leng's dark eyes met the Hulk's furious green orbs. He stood firm, devoid of panic. The Hulk, when provoked, often escalated into a state of greater rage and aggression. However, Fang Leng's countenance radiated calm and tranquility. With a composed tone, Fang Leng sought to persuade the Hulk. Although the giant remained in a state of volatility, his demeanor was fierce yet restrained from violence. Indeed, even in this monstrous form, some remnants of Bruce Banner's rationality and the suppression of inner turmoil lingered within the Hulk. Had his mind been wholly consumed by fury, Fang Leng would have already faced an attack. Moments ago, the Hulk's frenzied assaults on the American forces had been a manifestation of his primal instincts and unleashed rage. Yet, while Fang Leng appeared outwardly serene, he remained acutely cautious, meticulously observing the Hulk's demeanor and physical movements. Any sign of unusual behavior would prompt Fang Leng to utilize his super speed to evade the unstable behemoth. As he continued to calmly engage the Hulk, a thought crossed his mind. Why not take this opportunity to test his transformation abilities? In the gaze of Fang Leng's transformation eye, he sensed the near-infinite power contained within the body of the green giant. The sheer magnitude of this behemoth's superhuman abilities was nothing short of extraordinary. Previously, Fang Leng had never encountered a target with such formidable powers. Concentrating intently, he utilized his transformation eye to perceive the green giant's superhuman capabilities. Indeed, the strength of the green giant was overwhelming. Even the act of discerning his powers proved to be quite taxing. Fang Leng gleaned that the green giant possessed boundless strength, exceptional endurance, unparalleled leaping ability, formidable defensive capabilities, and remarkable self-healing powers, alongside a mental defense against spiritual entities. These abilities were exceedingly formidable. However, Fang Leng realized that while his transformation eye could now perceive the green giant's powers, it was still unable to convert them. Clearly, both the transformation eye and his physical constitution were insufficient to accommodate the magnitude of the green giant's abilities. Fang Leng persisted in his efforts to communicate with the green giant, who exhibited a fragment of retained rationality. Although considerable risks remained, the green giant appeared significantly more stable than during his previous frenzied state. Meanwhile, General Ross's American troops, who had retreated, watched this scene with curiosity. They had anticipated that agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. would engage the Hulk directly, rather than stand off against him. What is S.H.I.E.L.D. doing? Emil Blonsky scoffed in disdain. Still exhilarated by the recent battle, he was dissatisfied with General Ross's order to retreat. After inquiring through communications, he learned that S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken over the situation. Increasingly frustrated, he seized an M82A1 sniper rifle from a nearby soldier. With the rifle properly adjusted, Emil aimed at the green giant, targeting his right temple. If S.H.I.E.L.D. refuses to engage, then I shall eliminate this monster myself. With a pull of the trigger, a high-penetration sniper bullet was unleashed. Just as Fang Leng was attempting to communicate with the green giant, he witnessed a sudden, violent strike to the green giant's right temple, causing the behemoth to clutch his head with a massive hand. Fang Leng furrowed his brow. He had not initiated any attack. It was evident that someone had acted recklessly against the green giant. This assault had undoubtedly disrupted Fang Leng's attempts at communication, causing the green giant's demeanor to revert to a state of furious rage. His enormous, bloodshot green eyes fixated menacingly on Fang Leng. Faced with the deteriorating situation, Fang Leng felt an urge to confront the assailant directly before the green giant. However, the now enraged giant was poised to make Fang Leng his primary target. Given that the circumstances had reached a critical juncture, Fang Leng resolved to confront the challenge head-on. He swiftly donned his silver multifunctional helmet once more. The electronic voice of Daisy resonated within, analyzing the opponent, currently in a state of extreme instability. An attack may occur at any moment. With a thunderous roar, The Green Giant clenched his fists and lunged violently towards Fang Leng. In that fleeting moment, Fang Leng, leveraging his extraordinary speed, swiftly advanced over 10 meters to the left. The Green Giant's colossal fists, akin to those of a titan, struck the ground with such force that a significant crater was formed. The earth within a 10-meter radius fractured under the violent tremors. The Green Giant roared ferociously, causing Fang Leng's heart to tremble involuntarily. However, in the face of such a formidable adversary, one must possess the courage to engage. The Green Giant boasted immense strength. Yet Fang Leng was confident that his super speed could effectively counter this behemoth. Moreover, despite the Green Giant's might, he lacked any ranged weaponry. However, one must remain cautious of thrown projectiles. Fang Leng held a specially designed grenade launcher in both hands, while the multi-functional helmet's AI, Daisy, automatically calibrated the aim of his weapon, enhancing his shooting accuracy. With a resounding boom, a grenade struck the Green Giant's back with pinpoint precision. Unlike conventional grenades, this particular one did not explode with overwhelming force. Instead, its explosion was moderate, yet it unleashed a violent burst of blue electricity that enveloped the Green Giant. This grenade was a specialized electric grenade, containing numerous miniaturized electric projectiles that, upon impact, released currents to paralyze the target. This strike proved effective, as the Green Giant's body convulsed momentarily. However, upon turning his head, he glared at Fang Leng with a more furious expression. Chapter 58, The Enraged Green Giant. The Green Giant clenched his fists, his already formidable legs bending slightly as his entire body surged forward like a maglev train, charging violently toward Fang Leng. This time, his speed was significantly greater than before. The creature exerted all his strength, lunging towards Fang Leng's position. Although this brute was remarkably swift, his direct approach suggested a linear charge. Fang Leng decided to evade by maneuvering around him. Fang Leng hastily darted aside to avoid the assault. The Green Giant, undeterred by the initial miss, continued to pursue with frenzied attacks. We must assist him. Prepared to engage with airborne weaponry, Natasha commanded the pilot. Meanwhile, on the ground, Fang Leng was deftly dodging the Green Giant's onslaught. He sensed the brute's ferocity and realized that his opponent possessed nearly limitless stamina, capable of relentless pursuit. Nevertheless, Fang Leng maintained a distinct advantage in speed, coupled with his superior agility. This super speed, combined with a year of training under Natasha as guidance, had significantly enhanced Fang Leng's overall prowess. While the Green Giant's charge posed a considerable threat, once evaded, his subsequent attacks demonstrated a lack of agility compared to Fang Leng. The Green Giant was primarily a powerhouse, fast, but inclined towards straightforward charges. By skillfully maneuvering around him, Fang Leng exploited the creature's rigidity. As he dealt with the Green Giant, Fang Leng endeavored to guide the confrontation away from the city center toward an abandoned factory nearby. As the Hulk relentlessly pursued Fang Leng, a fiery projectile struck him squarely in the torso. With a furious roar, the Hulk glanced up to see the Quinjet carrying Black Widow and S.H.I.L.D. agents. In a fit of rage, he sees a half-human-height concrete pillar nearby, which was to him no more substantial than a baseball. His muscular arms bulged with strength as he prepared to hurl the pillar towards the Quinjet. "Watch out!" Fang Leng urgently communicated to Black Widow and the others. He immediately halted, aiming his grenade launcher at the Hulk's legs. 2 successive explosive rounds struck the Hulk's limbs, unleashing visible arcs of vibrant blue electricity coursing through his body. The Hulk's legs trembled violently, his body momentarily stiffening. Nevertheless, he still hurled the concrete pillar at the Quinjet. Inside the Quinjet, Black Widow and the pilot heard the electronic alarms blaring, warning of an incoming object. The pilot swiftly adjusted the aircraft's trajectory, narrowly evading the projectile that passed just inches beneath the fuselage. Had it been a second slower, the Quinjet would have sustained significant damage. Fang Leng's timely intervention had disrupted the Hulk's balance, or else the speed and accuracy of the pillar would have been far greater, almost guaranteeing a hit on the aircraft. Breathing a sigh of relief as the danger passed, Fang Leng quickly communicated through his helmet's device, "Is everyone all right? Get away from here. This green behemoth is extremely dangerous. His capabilities are beyond imagination. You could easily become his target." Just then, Fang Leng noticed the Hulk turning back, his gaze fixated on him as he charged with ferocity. "Hey," Fang Leng muttered, his brow furrowing. It was evident that Black Widow would not abandon her comrades. "Maintain your distance and stay cautious of this creature," he urged urgently. Meanwhile, Natasha, aboard the Quinjet, responded over the comms, "You take care." She then instructed the pilot to vacate the seat, taking the controls herself. With a serious expression, Natasha piloted the Quinjet. She was not one to let her comrades face danger alone. Learning from the recent encounter, she elevated the flying altitude of the Quinjet. Fang Leng continued to retreat into the derelict factory as the Hulk wreaked further havoc. smashing the already dilapidated structure as if it were mere child's play. Fang Leng swiftly aimed for the Hulk's head and fired another explosive round. The projectile struck the Hulk's grotesque visage, sending a powerful electric shock that caused him to close his eyes and thrash his head in a frenzy. The electric grenade equipped on the handheld grenade launcher possesses a formidable electric shock, capable of inducing heart spasms or even fatality if it strikes a human being. However, when confronting an opponent as astonishingly powerful as the Hulk, it only inflicts a moderate numbing effect. This strike incited further fury within the Hulk. Fang Leng and the Hulk had already entered the factory building, and upon realizing the precarious situation, Fang Leng hurriedly ascended the stairs towards the upper levels. The Hulk, with his furious gaze fixed on Fang Leng, leaped after him as he swiftly climbed to the second floor and higher, crashing through the factory's second level with a resounding impact that reverberated throughout the premises. Fang Leng, positioned on the second floor, beheld the Hulk's dramatic entrance and exhaled a resigned sigh. "All right, my friend, if you wish to engage me in battle, let me impart a lesson. Mere brute strength is futile." Fang Leng, armed and ready, addressed the relentless behemoth. Until now, he had predominantly relied on evasion. But within the confines of this dilapidated factory, he had no qualms about collateral damage. The factory's interior was rife with obstacles, including numerous aging and abandoned machinery, which could be strategically utilized against the Hulk. Fang Leng needed to fully leverage his speed advantage, employing it to counter the Hulk's sheer power. Engaging the Hulk in close combat would be unequivocally foolish. "Come on, buddy," Fang Leng taunted the Hulk. Chapter 59, Fang Leng vs. the Hulk. Fully armed, Fang Leng faced the Hulk, his grenade launcher precisely aimed at the giant's head. The Hulk's furious eyes locked onto Fang Leng, and with a thunderous roar, he charged forward, his right fist poised to strike. In the Hulk's perception, his colossal fist connected with Fang Leng's head, yet it encountered no resistance. Instead, the fist collided with a piece of abandoned machinery, shattering it into countless fragments amidst a cacophony of metallic clashing. However, from the corner of his eye, the Hulk noticed Fang Leng had appeared to his left, revealing that the previous strike had only been an afterimage produced by Fang Leng's rapid movement. In terms of strength, you prevail, but speed? That remains to be seen. Fang Leng fired another electric grenade, this time hitting the Hulk's calf. Enraged, the Hulk pivoted and seized a hefty, old steel pipe from the ground, swinging it like a baseball bat towards Fang Leng. The tremendous force generated a deafening whistle as the pipe sliced through the air, obliterating everything in its path. Fang Leng assessed the hulking figure. A direct hit from that steel pipe would be catastrophic. His gaze shifted to the ceiling of the second floor, where the factory's production area boasted a lofty height of approximately 8 meters. Dangling above was a massive, albeit dilapidated, magnetic lifting device. With a flash of inspiration, Fang Leng promptly adjusted the settings on his grenade launcher. Fang Leng wielded a specially crafted grenade launcher capable of switching between 2 types of ammunition. The weapon transitioned from standard grenades to high explosive shells. "Keep it up, buddy." Fang Leng taunted the Hulk once more, swiftly aiming the grenade launcher at the antiquated hoisting apparatus. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the floors as the massive, disc-shaped metal hoist was dislodged, crashing heavily onto the Hulk's head. In the aftermath of the blast, the Hulk, pinned beneath the metal hoist, managed to lift it with sheer force. Gritting his teeth, he hurled the hoist back towards Fang Leng. The latter narrowly evaded the Hulk's ferocious throw. Meanwhile, Natasha, aboard the Quinjet in the sky, observed the scene with a furrowed brow and communicated with Fang Leng, inquiring about his situation. "Not ideal, but I can still handle him," Fang Leng replied, firing another shot at the Hulk with a grenade launcher. He continued to exploit the factory's facilities and environment to mount his assault on the Hulk. The Hulk's destructive capabilities were laid bare. After this skirmish, the second floor of the factory was reduced to a heap of debris. In truth, this was mild. Had the Hulk been more relentless, the entire building could have collapsed from the second floor. Fang Leng ascended the staircase to the third floor, with the Hulk quickly following in pursuit. After a barrage of shots, Fang Leng realized his grenade launcher was out of ammunition, both high explosive and electric grenades depleted. Seizing the moment, the Hulk lunged at him. Fang Leng hastily dodged and discarded the grenade launcher. The spot where he had just stood was struck by the Hulk, creating a gaping hole in the ground, revealing the lower floor amid the mangled rebar and concrete. "This brute is exceedingly difficult to contend with," Fang Leng muttered, swallowing hard. The Hulk's strength was overwhelming, and the fight grew increasingly challenging. However, would such a ferocious adversary ever relent? Fang Leng aimed 2 wrist-mounted weapon platforms at the Hulk, while his helmet system, Daisy, highlighted the vulnerable points for attack. "Try this." The wrist-mounted platforms unleashed 2 purple bombs that adhered tenaciously to the Hulk's robust chest. These high-viscosity explosives, once launched and stuck to the target, would detonate with great force. The Hulk regarded the two clusters of purple substance on his chest with a peculiar expression, moments before a violent explosion enveloped him. The wrist-mounted platforms, designed to accommodate various weaponry, had been mastered by Fang Leng during his year of training with S.H.L.D. This purple bomb was a specialized weapon developed by S.H.L.D., now fully operable within the weapon platforms. With a furious roar, the Hulk emerged from the flames. Realizing the formidable challenge posed by the Hulk, a spark of inspiration ignited in Fang Leng's mind. If only we could obliterate this building and see if such a powerful explosion could suppress the Hulk's rage. Fang Leng immediately contacted Black Widow, Natasha, prepared to utilize the heavy weaponry from the Quinjet. I intend to demolish this factory. Demolish the building? Natasha's tone was laced with incredulity. And don't worry about me. I am well aware of the stakes. This may be the only method to momentarily subdue him. I will notify you when the timing is right. Also, focus your fire on the lower levels of the building. Aim to make it collapse as much as possible, Fang Leng articulated succinctly. From the cockpit of the Quinjet, Natasha gazed down at the building, pondering for a moment before conceding, "All right, it's your call." She then began adjusting the switches in the cockpit. Opening a built-in compartment beneath the Quinjet, a missile launcher emerged, equipped with 4 missiles bearing the Stark Industries insignia. These were advanced Jericho missiles developed by Stark Industries, designed to release numerous submunitions upon detonation, targeting multiple critical points. Previously, through Coulson's mediation, S.H.L.D. had procured a considerable number of Stark Industries weapons, including bespoke models. This airborne Jericho variant was specifically engineered for the destruction of large structures. The reason only this solitary Quinjet was assigned to such a pivotal task was due to its concealment of this formidable weaponry. Fang Leng continued his confrontation with the Hulk within the factory, retrieving miniaturized remote-controlled explosives from his weapon pack. This explosion was destined to be grander. With remarkable speed, Fang Leng meticulously affixed the explosives to various pillars within the factory, striving to amplify the explosion's potency. The Hulk continued his rampage within the dilapidated factory, engaged in relentless battle with Fang Leng across multiple floors, oblivious to the imminent cataclysm awaiting him. "I don't have time to linger," Fang Leng declared, launching 2 purple blasts from his wrist-mounted weapon towards the Hulk's head. Seizing the opportunity, while the Hulk was momentarily blinded by the explosion, Fang Leng swiftly retreated to the first floor. Utilizing his superhuman speed, he dashed out through the entrance. Chapter 60, Reverting to Form. Upon receiving Fang Leng's communication, Natasha pressed a red button on the control panel. The 4 Jericho ground-to-air missiles from the Quinjet's underbelly began to split in midair, their warhead casings bursting open as countless submunitions dispersed in every direction. Within mere seconds, the warheads of the 4 Jericho missiles transformed into hundreds of small submunitions. The abandoned factory still had numerous windows, and Fang Leng's earlier skirmish with the Hulk had left gaping holes in the walls across several floors. The submunitions, guided by preset targeting systems, surged through the openings into the building's interior. In the wake of a sudden burst of flames erupting wildly from within the building, Fang Leng could not help but smile with exhilaration as he beheld the flickering firelight. "Let us add some more spice to the situation. All right, Daisy, activate the devices." The remote explosives he had placed inside the building were triggered by Daisy, leading to a series of increasingly violent explosions. The detonations shook the very foundations of the earth, obliterating the steel and concrete structure of a long-abandoned edifice. Finally, under the immense force of the blasts, much of the building collapsed, reduced to a mass of ash and rubble, with only a few remnants of its structure and several walls still standing. The shockwave from the explosions radiated outward from the ruins, striking Fang Leng with a powerful gust of dust and debris. Not only he, but even General Ross and his American troops, who were maintaining a considerable distance, felt the impact. The once mighty structure lay in ruins, as thick smoke and dust began to disperse. Amidst the debris, a fist emerged, pushing aside the shattered steel and concrete, revealing the figure of the Hulk, covered in soot and gasping for breath. The fury in his eyes had diminished significantly. Every creature's capacity for rage has its limits. Even the fiercest beast has a finite time for unleashing its primal instincts. The Hulk had previously battled General Ross's forces and engaged Fang Leng, only to be subjected to the overwhelming force of the explosions. His pent-up aggression had been nearly exhausted. Suddenly, the Hulk felt a peculiar sensation coursing through his body. Glancing down at his hands, which swiftly began to shrink, the vibrant green fading considerably. His once formidable, nearly grotesque muscles began to diminish. The Hulk's entire form was caught in this transformative state. Banner surveyed his surroundings, confusion etched on his face. Meanwhile, Natasha, aboard the Quinjet, discovered that there were survivors amidst the rubble. Fang Leng, There are still targets in the ruins, she communicated urgently. Fang Leng, equally eager to investigate, contemplated whether the recent cataclysm had truly incapacitated the Hulk. What have I done? Banner muttered to himself, overwhelmed with self-reproach. Just then, a figure appeared, closing in rapidly from over 10 meters away, its speed astonishing. As Banner turned to face the newcomer, he saw an individual clad in full military gear, adorned with a finely crafted silver metal helmet. Banner felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, momentarily at a loss for words. Do not be afraid, my friend. Fang Leng reassured Banner, stepping closer. He re-established communication with Black Widow, transmitting the scene before them through the multifunctional helmet. This must be the survivor. See for yourself. He relayed to Black Widow, who was equally perplexed by the unfolding events. This is merely an ordinary human. It is inconceivable that anyone could survive such a powerful explosion. How could this be? Why is this individual present at the scene? Natasha, of course, could not quell her intrigue. Fang Leng gazed at the green giant before him, and Black Widow, unable to fathom the secret of the Hulk's transformation, sought a rationale to elucidate the situation to her. I have a hypothesis, he began. During the battle, the scanning device within my helmet detected no other life signs apart from the Hulk. Furthermore, the nature of that explosion was such that no ordinary human could have survived. Therefore, I surmise that this green creature is indeed the transformed version of this individual. Natasha, situated in the Quinjet, furrowed her brow in mild astonishment. It was difficult to draw a connection between such a seemingly ordinary person and the formidable green monster. Yet, after such a tremendous explosion, this person remained unscathed, and the Hulk had vanished entirely. What other explanation could there be? All right, I'll communicate with him again. It should be fine moving forward. You should join us as well. After concluding her communication with Natasha, Fang Leng turned his attention to the individual who had reverted to his human form. All right, do not be afraid, my friend, Fang Leng said, removing his helmet as he addressed Banner. In a state of confusion and embarrassment, Banner looked at the young man with dark eyes and hair, awkwardly inquiring, did I cause all of this? Fang Leng recognized the need to soothe the man and wore a friendly and reassuring expression. Do not concern yourself with anything else for the moment. May I ask your name? Banner, still wearing an odd expression, responded after observing Fang Leng's calm demeanor. I am Banner. Bruce Banner. What has happened to me? Have I harmed anyone? For now, just remain calm and avoid overthinking. However, we must take you with us shortly. Rest assured, we will provide you with excellent accommodations. No harm will come to you, Fang Leng assured him, his tone both serene and resolute, his gaze imbued with sincerity. This Banner was certainly not an adversary, and Fang Leng had already devised his own plans. The ability to transform into the formidable Hulk endowed Banner with exceptional strength, an asset worthy of great interest. If properly harnessed, this power could yield boundless advantages. He considered suggesting to Fury that Banner be recruited to serve the S.H.I.E.L.D., and if successful, he would have rendered a significant service to the organization. In time, should the Hulk turn to the side of good, it would undoubtedly be regarded as Fang Leng's accomplishment. The Quinjet, piloted by Black Widow, descended onto a relatively flat area near the factory ruins. The cabin opened, and Natasha, accompanied by a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, approached Fang Leng and Banner. Fang Leng glanced at Natasha and the S.H.I.E.L.D. team before reassuring Banner. These individuals harbor no hostility. With my presence, you are entirely safe. The assault team swiftly formed a perimeter, maintaining a respectful distance from Banner. Natasha approached Fang Leng, glancing at the unremarkable and not particularly robust Banner, who addressed Fang Leng. I never expected it to be like this. He appears so different from that fellow we encountered before. Chapter 61, Guiding Banner. Regardless, we should first relocate him to a secure location where he can settle down before discussing anything further. I believe we ought to exercise caution in overseeing him. Who knows if he might cause further trouble? Fang Leng remarked to Natasha. Natasha nodded. Given that Banner could transform into the Hulk, it posed a considerable risk. It would be best to have S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel manage and observe him. Fang Leng then turned to Banner, saying, All right, Banner. Fear not. We will escort you to a safe place. If you remain here, those individuals in the distance may harbor hostility towards you. He gestured towards the American soldiers nearby. Now returned to his human form, Banner felt both awkward and helpless. He realized that his only option was to accompany Fang Leng and the others. He understood that falling into the hands of those soldiers would lead to a more unpredictable fate. All right, I'll leave with you, Banner sighed. Hey, you might want to grab some clothes. Being completely exposed isn't quite appropriate, remarked a burly S.H.I.E.L.D. agent nearby. Fang Leng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Indeed, Banner was entirely unclothed. He glanced sideways at Natasha, whose gaze remained fixed at Banner's face, seemingly making an effort to avoid seeing his current state. Meanwhile, Natasha was also in communication with General Ross, informing him that S.H.I.E.L.D. had resolved the incident. Inside the command vehicle among the dozens of armored units, General Ross sighed, surprised that S.H.I.L.D. managed to resolve the situation with such a small contingent. He had suffered significant losses in his own forces, yet felt powerless against the Hulk. However, not everyone was satisfied. Emil Blonsky soon arrived at General Ross's command vehicle. General Ross, Emil addressed him, did S.H.I.L.D. really handle this matter so inexplicably? General Ross cast a weary glance at Emil, responding with resignation. What else could we do? S.H.I.E.L.D. insisted on taking over the situation, and they succeeded. What could we possibly do? In truth, Ross had hoped his own troops would subdue the Hulk. Initially, upon seeing that S.H.I.E.L.D. had dispatched so few personnel to address the issue, he doubted their success. Although Natasha invoked S.H.I.E.L.D.'s highest directives, Ross secretly contemplated that if S.H.I.E.L.D. failed or suffered total defeat, he could intervene with his forces. However, this time, Fang Leng and Natasha excelled, defusing the crisis, leaving Ross without grounds to intervene. Emil continued to fixate on Ross, asking, "What shall we do about our plan?" Upon hearing this, Ross could not help but furrow his brows. The fact that the Hulk was not under his control rendered his original plans exceedingly difficult to realize. However, there was no need for concern. Ross approached Emil and patted him on the shoulder. "As you are aware, my pursuit of the Hulk is driven by the desire to obtain superior subjects and samples for experimentation. My determination to capture the creature is twofold: to prevent this monster from wreaking havoc and to acquire high-quality super soldier specimens. Though I may no longer have access to the Hulk as a sample, it does not preclude the possibility of creating another." Emil's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "Oh, how do we go about recreating it?" General Ross's expression became markedly serious. "According to intelligence, the Hulk's existence is the result of a failed experiment. I can procure the experimental apparatus that endowed him with such strength." "Is that true, General?" Emil's enthusiasm surged. Driven by an insatiable thirst for power and a bloodthirsty, combative nature, he held a fervent admiration for strength. General Ross, despite his aged visage, exhibited traces of excitement. "The Hulk is a failed byproduct. But why can we not create a genuinely formidable warrior?" Fang Leng and Natasha escorted Banner to Washington. To prevent any malevolent intentions and to better manage the risk of a potential outburst from Banner, he was initially placed in the temporary accommodation of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel under their vigilant supervision. That night, Banner was in a medical laboratory within the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion, undergoing examination by the agency's medical staff. "Your blood pressure, heart rate, everything is normal. Adrenaline secretion is within range. The circulatory system shows no issues." A doctor clad in a white coat informed Banner. Banner reclined calmly in a chair, his demeanor tranquil. Fang Leng, dressed casually, sat across from him with his legs crossed. Their eyes meeting as Banner offered a friendly smile. Fang Leng reciprocated with a nod. Although currently constrained, Banner seemed relatively accepting of his situation. At least, due to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intervention, individuals like Ross would no longer pursue him, and the agency frequently conducted medical assessments of his condition. With a creak, the door swung open, and Fang Leng caught a glimpse of Fury entering. "Oh, Fury, you're here," Fang Leng remarked casually. "Fang Leng, could you step outside for a moment? We need to discuss something important." Fang Leng followed Fury out of the room, and they began conversing in the hallway. Fury, peering at Fang Leng with his right eye, asked, "Do you recall your earlier suggestion? The idea of guiding his abilities, right?" Fang Leng quickly deduced, "Yes, after careful consideration, I believe your suggestion remains viable. Given that Banner's physical ailment cannot be cured with current medical technology, this approach warrants consideration," Fury responded earnestly. Fang Leng smiled knowingly, sensing that Fury had accepted his proposal. After all, the Hulk's abilities are extraordinarily formidable, and his physical condition cannot be remedied by contemporary medical technology. Since his powers cannot be eradicated, why not devise a way to harness them instead? Rest assured, Fury, since this suggestion originated from me, I shall certainly bring it to fruition. Henceforth, I shall take charge of guiding this Banner." Fury nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, the responsibility of managing Banner primarily rests with you." Fang Leng could discern a flicker of trust in Fury's gaze. Clearly, his year-long training had not been in vain. as he had garnered a favorable impression by resolving the crisis posed by the Hulk for S-H-I-E-L-D. Next, Fang Leng's task would be to lead such a solitary individual as the Hulk on the righteous path of wielding his power for good. Chapter 62, Decision. Furthermore, you performed admirably during the last crisis resolution. I reviewed your report with Natasha, and she praised you highly. Seizing the opportunity, Fury commended Fang Leng as well. Rest assured, I will handle this. Fang Leng's tone brimmed with confidence. He was resolute in his belief that he could guide Banner in the appropriate use of his powers. I trust in your capabilities, Fang Leng. Fury nodded and, having conveyed his instructions, departed to attend to other matters. Wait, I need to have a private conversation with Banner regarding certain issues, Fang Leng instructed the doctor. Once the doctor had exited with the necessary equipment, Fang Leng seated himself beside Banner. He looked at Banner and inquired, Banner, it seems you've been faring well these past few days. I have something important to discuss with you. Speak directly, Banner replied. I will first ask you, Banner, in all sincerity, do you fear that version of yourself? Fang Leng asked in a calm tone. At this question, Banner's expression momentarily stiffened before he slowly responded. Are you referring to my uncontrollable state? I prefer not to think of it. I dread becoming that way. Fang Leng gently patted Banner's shoulder and said lightheartedly, what is it that makes you fear that form? Are you concerned about harming others? At this, Banner placed a hand on his forehead, his countenance turning deeply troubled. Yes, regardless of how monstrous I may appear, that is of little consequence. However, I fear I might injure others. In that state, I am entirely out of control. I truly do not know how many people might suffer because of me. Fang Leng naturally empathized with Banner's plight. It was evident that Banner harbored a profound fear of his actions. As a scientist, the thought of causing harm to others so easily tormented him. This was an indelible anguish within Banner's heart. Nevertheless, Banner, I believe you understand that current technology cannot revert your body to its original state. Thus, I think you must confront that aspect of yourself. Banner lowered his hands and asked Fang Leng, how am I to confront it? How many lives might I endanger if I become that way? Take it easy, my friend, Fang Leng continued. Your aversion to that form stems from your fear of hurting others. However, what if you were to utilize your abilities to assist others instead? As Banner listened, he slightly shook his head, seemingly in disbelief. This seems impossible. I fear I cannot do it. Why can't you? Replied Fang Leng, his gaze becoming more serious. You must have confidence and the resolve to overcome challenges. Wouldn't it be splendid to use your abilities to combat malevolence? I, too, possess extraordinary powers, yet I regard them as capital in my life. I utilize them to pursue what I deem righteous. There is no inherent good or bad in power. It is merely a reflection of human morality. If you do not believe in yourself and fail to harness your capabilities, you will remain forever ensnared in their shadow. Fang Leng directly confronted Banner with this reality. Banner gazed at Fang Leng, hesitating within himself. Controlling his power, Banner instinctively closed his eyes in contemplation. Time passed as his inner struggle unfolded, and he eventually opened his eyes and said to Fang Leng, all right, Fang Leng, I will endeavor to control my power. Well done. Fang Leng encouraged. For the time ahead, I will exert myself to assist you. Rest assured S-H-I-L-D possesses ample resources to help you master your abilities. Banner and Fang Leng continued to deliberate on how to harness Banner's formidable strength. The crux of the issue lay in ensuring that Banner retained a modicum of rationality even in his transformed state. Maintaining composure amidst such ferocity indeed posed a significant challenge. Consequently, after much discussion, Fang Leng and Banner devised a series of strategies. Within a structure known as the U.S. Army Experimental Center in Washington, General Ross and Emil Blonsky observed a demonstration of a machine, a colossal gamma radiation device occupying nearly half the room. Several scientists were operating the apparatus. This device was the very one that General Ross had acquired through intelligence, capable of transforming Banner into the Hulk. Following its acquisition, General Ross had repeatedly dispatched personnel to calibrate the machine. Who would have thought it could unleash such terrifying power? Blonsky remarked while gazing at the device. General Ross, filled with aspiration, pointed at the apparatus and declared, through this, we could even create more powerful warriors. If gamma radiation can forge super soldiers, we need not consider enhanced serums at all. As a 4-star general in the U.S. Army, Ross was renowned for his audacity within the military. This veteran, who had participated in both the Vietnam and Gulf Wars, had always sought to create truly formidable soldiers, ones who would not suffer or bleed due to the limitations of the flesh. Though the pursuit of the Hulk had failed, the gamma radiation device had proven to be fully operational. General, here are my research findings. A military scientist clad in a lab coat presented a document to Ross. The scientist continued to explain, after nearly 100 radiation tests, we directed the gamma rays at various biological subjects. Through repeated trials, we observed that the irradiated subjects exhibited remarkable enhancements in their physical capabilities. Moreover, we have meticulously refined a method that ensures the subject's temperament and appearance remain unchanged post-exposure. As Ross perused the materials while listening to the scientist's elucidation, a look of satisfaction graced his countenance. Meanwhile, Emil Blonsky leaned closer to the scientist and inquired, "Did you just say that the subject's temperament and appearance would remain unaltered after radiation?" The scientist nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. We can assure that the subjects will maintain control over their temperament, and their appearance will not be altered." Blonsky's eyes sparkled with excitement as he glanced at General Ross, who returned a knowing smile, saying, "This means we can truly create rational super soldiers. They will not be grotesque monsters like the Hulk." An exhilarated smirk crept across Blonsky's lips as he remarked, "General Ross, I believe I could be the first to take the plunge." Ross stared at Blonsky, momentarily taken aback, and asked, "Are you suggesting you wish to undergo the irradiation transformation?" A fervent intensity radiated from Blonsky's gaze as he replied, "Yes, becoming stronger is my aspiration. Given this opportunity, why not seize it?" Ross regarded Blonsky thoughtfully, then nodded with a smile, "Excellent. Truly, you are my most trusted confidant." He then instructed the scientist involved in the experiment, "Prepare everything. We will conduct the human irradiation soon. Ensure that all relevant tests and preparations are executed flawlessly." Chapter 63, Control of Power. Blonsky's eyes glistened with excitement at the prospect of gaining greater strength. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that experiments are prone to errors, and such errors could lead to unimaginable disasters. In the outskirts of Washington, Fang Leng and Bruce Banner were engaged in their work at the S.H.I.E.L.D. training facility. "All right, Banner, it's time for you to give it a try," Fang Leng said, observing Banner, who had undergone 2 weeks of training. Banner had been diligently honing his control over his blood pressure and emotions, and his temperament had become notably serene. He was now prepared to attempt transformation voluntarily. "Very well, I shall try," Banner responded, removing his outer shirt and casting a grateful glance at Fang Leng. Once solitary and lacking in confidence, it was Fang Leng's encouragement and support that had enabled him to persist in his training. Fang Leng smiled easily at Banner, saying, "Remember to actively control your abilities. First, learn to express the anger and passion that you have long suppressed." Taking a deep breath, Banner endeavored to evoke his anger and passion, a method Fang Leng had identified as the most effective following their training. Despite typically exhibiting a calm demeanor, more so than most, everyone harbors emotions, and prolonged suppression inevitably demands an outlet at the right moment. Yet now, he was consciously releasing his deep-seated feelings. "Ah!" Banner cried out in anguish toward the sky. His arms tensed, veins protruding, and his fists clenched tightly. The ensuing transformation was strikingly evident. His skin took on a faint green hue, and his pupils shifted to a vivid green. His muscular tissue appeared to proliferate at an alarming rate. However, Banner's expression reflected immense anguish, his entire body quaking violently. His muscles and all tissues proliferated and grew, sweat drenching his transforming form. Fang Leng could not help but furrow his brow. Merely witnessing Banner's expression of agony sent shivers through him. One could only imagine the torment Banner himself was enduring. Accompanied by pain and roars, Banner's physique expanded increasingly, swiftly surpassing 2 meters in height. While his stature was notable, it was his robust musculature that truly astonished. The muscles in his arms and legs would leave even world weightlifting champions in the dust. His chest appeared as solid as steel, and his entire body not only grew in size, but was now a veritable mass of muscle. The lower part of Banner's trousers had split under the strain. At this moment, he was almost entirely composed of muscle. The Green Giant's formidable physique was enough to instill fear in countless challengers. With a thunderous roar, the transformed Banner raised his fist to the sky in a primal scream. He then lowered his head, casting his gaze upon Fang Leng and some distant agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fang Leng regarded this towering figure, nearly 2.5 meters tall, and the more he looked at his face, the more he felt an indescribable sensation. After all, that visage was exceedingly grotesque and fierce. Yet, he could still perceive a profound rage and buried ferocity in the eyes of the Green Giant. "All right, my friend, you may attempt to smash those test subjects now. However, do be mindful of your temperament," Fang Leng said with a wry smile, observing Banner's countenance. The Green Giant radiated an intense volatility, as if on the verge of erupting at any moment. If Fang Leng were to articulate it, he would describe Banner as a ticking time bomb. The fearsome visage of the Green Giant forcibly turned away, clearly indicating that while he craved to unleash chaos and destruction, he still possessed a degree of self-control. This active transformation contrasted with a passive one, much like the relationship between anger and hatred. A person consumed by fiery rage may act impulsively and irrationally. Yet hatred can still exhibit a semblance of rationality. Banner, typically calm in demeanor, had long suppressed his anger and passion. However, everyone experiences an emotional eruption at times. Presently, he was consciously allowing his emotions to surge forth, triggering his transformation to channel his feelings and power. The test subjects were a collection of obsolete military hardware and discarded vehicles acquired by hurled, including retired armored vehicles and malfunctioning cars. As Banner swung his colossal fists, a cacophonous screech of metal reverberated throughout the training grounds. Under the might of the Green Giant's indomitable fists, those derelict machines were reduced to a heap of irreparable scrap. In total, nearly 30 abandoned civilian and military vehicles had been gathered, and the Green Giant unleashed his fury upon them. Still unsatisfied, he seized a crushed vehicle with one hand and, like a baseball bat, repeatedly smashed it against the ground. In the distance, some armed guards of observed Banner's violent demeanor, involuntarily gasping in awe. With such formidable strength and fervor, anyone who dared to engage in battle with this green behemoth would undoubtedly find themselves cursed with misfortune. Fang Leng gazed upon the Hulk's ferocious outburst, feeling a surge of contemplation within. Even if, in the future, his transformation abilities were to enhance to the point of emulating the Hulk's powers, he found little desire for it. Who would willingly embrace the insanity and grotesque form that accompanied such strength? After a period of rampant destruction, Banner gradually began to settle down. He turned and walked back to Fang Leng. "Well, did you enjoy smashing the ground?" Fang Leng inquired with a smile. The Hulk nodded, still gritting his teeth and bearing a fearsome visage. However, the fury that once burned in his green eyes had notably diminished. The Hulk twisted his neck and flexed his limbs, striving to relax his emotions. As he did so, Banner, panting, sat cross-legged on the ground. The green hue of his skin began to fade considerably, and his muscles started to shrink. Gradually, his body began to diminish in size. Internally, Banner's bones contracted, and the excess muscle quickly receded. His form gradually reverted to that of a rather unimposing human physique. His face transformed from the bloated, menacing visage of the Green Giant into one that carried a hint of scholarly demeanor. "Well done, Banner. You must strengthen yourself further," Fang Leng praised, extending a hand towards the seated Banner. Banner examined his body and remarked, "Oh, I suppose I need a new pair of pants." "You must continue to strengthen and control your power. You cannot always have things to smash," Fang Leng advised. "Thus, it is crucial for you to enhance your mastery over your transformed self." Banner regarded Fang Leng with an expression of gratitude, recognizing that Fang Leng not only instilled in him the resolve to face his own strength, but also guided him in the prudent application of that power. Fang Leng understood that Banner's abilities must be properly directed and utilized, and, assuredly, there would be ample opportunities for Banner to employ his strength in the future. Chapter 64. The Emergence of Abomination at the U.S. Army Experimental Center. Following several days of preparation, military scientists had fine-tuned the gamma radiation apparatus to its optimal state. Emil Blonsky, spirited and exhilarated, watched the diligent scientists at work. Beside him, General Ross cast an expectant gaze upon the equipment set to undergo testing. Ever since Emil volunteered, Ross had ordered a swift preparation for the radiation experiment on a human subject. Blonsky was to become the first volunteer for the radiation transformation into a super soldier. "All right, Emil, soon you shall transform into a warrior of unparalleled strength. I wish you the best outcomes from this transformation," General Ross congratulated Blonsky. Blonsky, filled with excitement, exclaimed to Ross, "I will become even more powerful." He then removed his military jacket and approached a slanted reclining platform. The scientist meticulously secured Blonsky's wrist onto the examination table. Subsequently, the table was gently maneuvered into a horizontal position. The apparatus was then slowly positioned beneath the gamma-ray scanning device. Blonsky gazed at the gamma-ray emitter above him, acutely aware that he was about to be subjected to its rays. The calmness on the surface could not disguise the fervor that surged within him. "Activate the device. Prepare for irradiation," instructed the technological supervisor overseeing this transformative process. As the gamma-ray apparatus whirred to life, a wave of radiation enveloped him, prompting Blonsky to instinctively shut his eyes. Meanwhile, the monitoring equipment indicated that the cells within Blonsky's body were rapidly mutating under the stimulation of the rays. Observing the situation, both General Ross and the scientists in charge of the experiment wore expressions filled with anticipation. However, unbeknownst to them, a seemingly insignificant circuit within the gamma-ray machinery had developed a fault that eluded detection by all, including Blonsky and Ross, who remained oblivious to the impending calamity. Banner had been assigned to a location in close proximity to Fang Leng upon his arrival at S.H. facilitating better communication between the two. Fang Leng was quick to notice Banner's behavior. He connected the artificial intelligence, Daisy, to the software on the room's computer, enabling Daisy to converse seamlessly with him. Fang Leng found Daisy, set up with Stark's assistance, to be remarkably proficient. Stark's suggestion had indeed proven to be astute. Daisy was not only capable of assisting him in combat, but also proved invaluable in research and managing communications. Sir, here is the historical activity data regarding superpowered individuals associated with S-H-I-E-L-D that you requested. Daisy's gentle electronic voice resonated. Well done, Daisy. Let me take a look, Fang Leng replied, allowing Daisy to log into his encrypted S-H-I-E-L-D account and download a plethora of information for his perusal. This data could potentially be of great significance. At that moment, the computer displayed early records from S-H-I-E-L-D. Despite having joined the organization for over a year, Fang Leng found himself deeply intrigued by the wealth of information. It was evident that his current abilities and the knowledge he possessed were merely the tip of the iceberg, within this realm teeming with superheroes and extraordinary powers. Countless wonders awaited discovery. The historical activity records of superpowered individuals within S-H-I-E-L-D's intelligence database were particularly astonishing. The 21st century had witnessed remarkable advancements in human civilization, where many enigmas found their explanations. The internal intelligence database of S-H-I-E-L-D was compiled by experts who had rigorously verified and investigated numerous mysterious phenomena in human history. Unlike various international academic circles and mainstream authorities, S-H-I-E-L-D maintained a profound focus on superpowers and mysterious technologies. Many of history's unresolved mysteries have been unveiled, revealing the astonishing secrets of superpowered individuals or enigmatic technologies at play. For instance, the enigmatic Area 51 had its secrets corroborated by S-H-I-E-L-D's internal intelligence database, confirming that extraterrestrial beings had indeed been studied there. The enigma of the burial mounds in ancient India can be attributed to a formidable weapon, reminiscent of a nuclear bomb, crafted by long-extinct mysterious technologists, which obliterated ancient cities. The records also reveal remnants of archaic technological weaponry unearthed by agents from S-H-I-E-L-D at the site of these burial mounds. As Fang Leng perused the analyses of these enigmatic occurrences in human history within the S-H-I-E-L-D intelligence database, he felt a deep sense of unease. Countless unsolved mysteries of humanity stem from such origins. Naturally, many superpowered individuals and possessors of arcane technology were the architects of these events. One particular entry in the S-H-I-E-L-D intelligence database captured Fang Leng's attention. The super soldier program implemented by its predecessor, the Strategic Scientific Reserve. A man known as Stephen Rogers was successfully transformed, eventually becoming the hero famously recognized as Captain America. It appeared that Captain America had yet to re-emerge. After a year with S-H-I-E-L-D, Fang Leng had sought information on the hero, but inquired of numerous individuals to no avail. Black Widow claimed she had never encountered Captain America. When Fang Leng once asked Coulson, he unabashedly revealed his admiration for Captain America, albeit with a tone of nostalgia. Since Captain America had not resurfaced, Fang Leng decided to focus on enhancing his own abilities and continuing to guide Banner. He resumed his exploration of the S-H-I-E-L-D intelligence database. Sir, you have a communication from Nick Fury, Daisy's electronic voice chimed in. Upon connecting, Fang Leng addressed the call directly. Recognizing Fury's typically busy nature indicated an urgent matter. On the display, Fury's image appeared. Oh, Fury, what is the matter? Fang Leng inquired. There's a very urgent situation unfolding in Washington. Take a look, Fury replied. The screen split, revealing chaotic streets in disarray. Debris littered the ground, and destroyed vehicles were strewn about. The panicked crowd scattered, their frantic movements and shouts suggesting they were evading something truly terrifying. The scene shifted to a colossal figure wreaking havoc on the streets. Fang Leng furrowed his brow upon seeing the behemoth, which rivaled the transformed Banner in size, if not surpassing him. This grotesque entity appeared distinctly malformed, resembling a humanoid yet possessing an unsettlingly distorted musculature. The sight invoked a visceral sense of revulsion. The giant seized the car and hurled it with the nonchalance of tossing a baseball. The creature then barreled into a nearby building, and the sound of chaos ensued, culminating in a collapse of the three-story structure. The monstrosity emerged from the wreckage, continuing its rampage through the streets. Fang Leng's expression grew serious as he noted the proximity of the destruction to the White House. The consequences of an attack on the White House will be dire. I must go immediately, Fang Leng declared resolutely. Do you truly believe that you alone can confront him? Fury retorted. Fang Leng rose, contemplating with a hint of gravity in his gaze. Shall we bring Banner into this as well? Fury nodded, an unusual urgency flickering in his right eye. Do you think this formidable creature can be vanquished so easily? Fang Leng, you two require allies. The situation is exceedingly tense. That monster is perilously close to the White House. It rests upon you and Banner now. Very well, we shall succeed, Fang Leng declared, clenching his fist with unwavering determination. He then severed the communication, hastily pushed open the door, and made his way to Banner's room on the floor above. Chapter 65. The emergence of avarice. Fang Leng arrived at Banner's door and pressed the intercom button. Is Fang Leng, Banner? I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. He spoke into the intercom beside the door. The door opened promptly, revealing Banner, who looked at Fang Leng with curiosity. Fang Leng, what is it? Speak quickly. It is a matter that will enable your strength to protect more lives. This requires you to awaken the power within you, but this time, you will face a formidable adversary. Banner, this is an opportunity. The choice is yours. To harness that power against an enemy? Banner questioned, perplexed. The decision lies with you, my friend. This foe is exceptionally strong. Do not feel compelled to overextend yourself. This is a chance to utilize your strength for the protection of others. Fang Leng understood that while Banner was a brilliant scientist, he was not inherently skilled in combat. Despite his formidable strength post-transformation, the enemy's power remained uncertain, and the outcome was difficult to predict. Yet, with such a grave threat looming, it was imperative to ascertain whether Banner's formidable capabilities could be enlisted. Banner furrowed his brow, mulling over his decision. He gazed into Fang Leng's resolute eyes. These past days, Fang Leng has been my guardian, aiding me in reclaiming my confidence and confronting my own power. He reflected, his breathing growing more rapid. To confront a formidable enemy? Is this not the very opportunity to leverage my power judiciously? This time, it is about using my strength to protect, not to harm. Seeing Banner deep in thought, their eyes met once more. Finally, Banner spoke. All right, I shall go. A wave of relief washed over Fang Leng in this perilous moment. Gaining an additional powerful ally was undoubtedly advantageous. It was crucial to remember that the monster was now alarmingly close to the White House. Fang Leng swiftly retrieved his multifunctional helmet and wrist-mounted weapon platform from the cabinet, items he always kept close at hand. Yet, these alone would not suffice. He needed to hasten to the S.H.I.E.L.D. armory located in the basement of Trident Tower to procure additional equipment. With remarkable speed, Fang Leng reached the armory and equipment depot beneath Trident Tower, quickly donning knee and elbow pads, a specially designed bulletproof vest, and portable weapons. He then made his way to the northern helipad of Trident Tower, which was in close proximity, just like the temporary housing area for members located to the west of the tower. The modestly sized airport is home to numerous S.H.I.L.D. helicopters and vertical takeoff and landing Constellation aircraft. The airport management had received prior notice from Fury. Upon arrival, Fang Leng discovered that a Constellation transport plane awaited him. Banner also sensed the urgency of the situation. The two hastily boarded the Constellation, which immediately ascended, racing towards the critically urgent incident site. On Field Street, less than 2,000 meters from the White House, a colossal figure was striding with brazen confidence. The figure's visage was twisted in a grimace of boundless rage and hatred. Why have I become this? The creature seethed, its massive foot stomping the pavement in fury. This monster was none other than Emil Blonsky. An unexpected mishap during the experimental exposure had transformed him drastically. Though Blonsky gained immense strength, his physical form underwent grotesque alterations. His body became extraordinarily muscular, grotesquely hulking, with bone spurs protruding from his back. His arms and legs swelled with unprecedented girth, muscles threatening to burst through his skin, which glistened with a dark green hue, exuding a metallic sheen. His entire being was harder than any steel or metal. The wildness and belligerence within Blonsky intensified alongside the awakening of his bodily potential. The power and accompanying physical changes he experienced upon transformation only fueled his ferocity. With a thunderous crash, a massive fist obliterated a car into a heap of scrap metal, triggering a violent explosion from the vehicle's fuel. The ensuing flames failed to inflict any harm on the monster that was once Blonsky. At that moment, the transformed Blonsky surveyed the street with his grotesquely altered visage, his eyes brimming with boundless loathing. He despised this world, everything within it, and most of all, he loathed himself for the experiment that had led to his current state. Driven by hatred, he sought to annihilate all that he beheld, to let the world experience the horror of his revulsion. The pedestrians and occupants of the surrounding buildings screamed in terror. The sudden emergence of such a hellish demon in the once peaceful Washington was nothing short of terrifying. In response to this calamity, armored jeeps and police cars, laden with military personnel, rushed to confront the abomination. A hail of bullets rained upon the creature. Yet they proved utterly ineffective. A soldier's rocket was seized by the monster, which crushed it effortlessly in its palm, sustaining no damage whatsoever. The supporting military forces quickly recognized the terrifying might of the creature. Its staggering leaping ability and ferocious onslaught decimated numerous armored vehicles and police cars, leaving hundreds of military personnel wounded or dead under the relentless assault. Meanwhile, in the sky, a CH-53 transport helicopter of the U.S. military hovered above, where General Ross anxiously surveyed the chaos unfolding below. Just moments prior, he had dispatched substantial reinforcements to the scene, yet within a mere 5 minutes of engagement, nearly all had been wiped out. How could this happen? General Ross struck his forehead in remorse. An unexpected and violent incident had occurred during the experiment, resulting in Blonsky's transformation into a monstrous being, unleashing uncontrollable fury. He brutally eliminated most of the personnel present, and it was only with the protection of a few elite officers that Ross barely managed to escape from the Army's experimental center. Meanwhile, the transformed Blonsky rampaged through the streets, drawing ever closer to the White House. Just as Ross was engulfed in despair and guilt, an aide from the helicopter urgently reported, "General, an unidentified aerial object is approaching us." Ross quickly peered out of the open side door of the helicopter, only to behold a Quinjet entering the airspace. He recognized it from the previous encounter in Kansas when they had hunted the Hulk. "Is that S-H-I-L-D?" Ross exclaimed in shock. The Quinjet descended, and its hatch opened. Armed to the teeth, Coulson stood ready alongside Banner for the impending battle. Chapter 66, The Powerful Abomination. As the hatch swung open, flames erupted all around. It was nearly 5 in the afternoon in Washington, the sky already dimming. The flickering flames on the streets contrasted starkly with the waning sunlight. Fully equipped, Coulson turned to Banner and cautioned, "Buddy, brace yourself. We face an adversary of unpredictable strength." Banner replied, "Don't worry, I'm ready to unleash my strength." "All right, let us give him a thorough beating," Coulson encouraged. The pilot of the Quinjet maneuvered the aircraft to a relatively open area on the street. Coulson surveyed the desolate street, filled with rubble and smoke, and donned his silver multifunctional helmet before leaping from the hatch. The street before him was a chaotic scene of destruction, with buildings in ruins and streetlights sputtering sparks. Countless structures lay collapsed or damaged. The road was a mess, littered with wrecked vehicles, many of which bore marks of unimaginable force, their frames grotesquely twisted. Some cars leaked fuel, emitting black smoke as they burned. Coupled with the increasingly dimming twilight, the aftermath of this fierce battle would evoke images of war-torn places like Mosul in Iraq or Mogadishu in Somalia, rather than the capital of the United States, Washington, D.C. Astonishingly, this street was merely over 1,000 meters from the White House. At this moment, the advantages of the AI, Daisy, became glaringly evident. "Sir, I have identified several hazardous areas. Please exercise caution," Daisy's crisp electronic voice chimed, marking potential danger zones on Coulson's helmet display. These were mostly areas where fuel was still leaking from vehicles or regions where damaged equipment had exposed electrical cables. "Banner, how are you holding up?" Coulson glanced back to see Banner gritting his teeth, transforming into the Hulk. In this moment, Banner was unleashing the pent-up emotions he had been holding inside. The latent potential of the body is being awakened, with every cell within it experiencing significant growth and the bones becoming increasingly robust. The powerful muscles threatened to tear through the garments that encase them. A formidable green visage, bearing a fierce countenance, emerges as Banner grits his teeth. "Fear not," he manages to utter, undergoing his transformation. Fang Leng turns his gaze forward once more, bolstered by the presence of such a formidable ally in Banner. He feels a renewed sense of confidence, regardless of the strength of their adversaries. Ahead, amidst the severely ravaged streets, a colossal figure strides through the flames of dusk, a sight that instills trepidation in the hearts of those who behold him. Flanked by wrecked vehicles and shattered debris, this imposing creature draws closer, and Fang Leng becomes acutely aware of the approaching behemoth. Banner, now fully transformed, possesses a vision that surpasses that of mere mortals, and he too recognizes the monstrous silhouette drawing near. As the figure approaches, a terrifying yet grotesquely muscular titan comes into view, mere dozens of meters away from the two. "Is it truly you?" the abomination muses, recognizing Fang Leng and the Hulk. He retains many memories from his previous incarnation as Blonsky, recalling Fang Leng as one of the S-H-I-E-L-D operatives who had confronted him during their last encounter. The Hulk, of course, needs no introduction. He is the very quarry that has long been pursued. With a menacing gait, the abomination strides forward, a hint of exhilaration flickering across his monstrous visage. A deep, threatening voice echoes, "You too, Hulk and the S-H-I-E-L-D." Brat, how fortuitous that I can use you to satiate my thirst for violence. And who might you be? Fang Leng inquires, noting the creature's intelligence and ability to articulate human speech. Oomph. The Hulk clenches his fists, letting out a fierce growl. With a wicked grin, the abomination responds, "Me? You may call me abomination. I abhor everything. Since this accident has rendered me thus, I shall ensure that everyone feels my disdain." Fang Leng senses the overwhelming malice and unspeakable savagery emanating from this creature, who is alarmingly intelligent as well. The abomination fixes his ferocious gaze upon Fang Leng and Banner, stating, "Since you have come here to confront me, those toy-like soldiers and policemen were merely warm-up exercises. Now, you shall serve as my sparring partners." With that, the abomination's countenance grows even more menacing. His physique boasts muscles that surpass even the Hulk-esque in strength. Under the dimming sunlight and the surrounding flames, his sinewy form emits an unsettling, grotesque green luminescence. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, he towers over the Hulk, who stand at close to 2.5 meters. Fang Leng steadies his weapon, while Banner tightens his fists. Before them stands an adversary of undeniable significance. A colossal figure surged forth in an instant, without any forewarning. The monstrous entity charged with a velocity surpassing that of a maglev train, initially targeting Fang Leng, who swiftly evaded to the left. It was evident that the creature had marked Fang Leng as its primary target for assault. Following the missed strike, the Hulk, who had been positioned to Fang Leng's right, seized the opportunity to deliver a punch at the abomination. However, the creature retaliated with even greater ferocity, landing a devastating right hook squarely on Banner's face as he swung his fist. The resounding impact echoed through the air, sending the green giant hurtling nearly 10 meters before coming to a halt. The abomination's might was formidable, proving that its strength was certainly on par with that of the Hulk. As the Hulk struggled back to his feet, the abomination prepared to launch another attack, only to be struck by a grenade from behind. It turned abruptly to find Fang Leng responsible for the assault. After the previous encounter with the grenade launcher, Fang Leng had promptly reported back to the weapons department, and S.H.I.L.D. swiftly equipped him with an upgraded individual grenade launcher. However, this weapon posed minimal threat to the abomination, which glared at Fang Leng with eyes filled with rage, ready to unleash another onslaught. Chapter 67. Joining forces against the abomination. The creature clenched its fists and leaped towards Fang Leng like a frenzied giant ape, striking once more. The ground where it landed was left with a massive crater, and the surrounding concrete streets were marred with deep fissures. As Fang Leng narrowly dodged the attack, he activated his wrist-mounted weapon platform, freeing one hand to aim the grenade launcher at the abomination. With the helmet's targeting system engaged, the platform unleashed 5 grenades aimed at the abomination's head, shoulders, and knees. Upon impact, the explosives lingered on the abomination for 3 seconds before erupting in a cacophony of sound and flames, enveloping it entirely. "You truly are something else. S.H.I.L.D. scum." The abomination bellowed as it emerged from the inferno, its skin charred but sustaining minimal damage. It retaliated with a barrage of colossal fists, accompanied by a ferocious wind from its strikes, targeting Fang Leng. The creature's speed was astonishing, though Fang Leng's superhuman agility allowed him to keep pace. It was an exhausting endeavor. While the abomination assailed Fang Leng, a massive hand suddenly clutched its throat. It was the Hulk. Banner gritted his teeth, applying immense pressure around the abomination's neck, his strength rivaling several hundred tons. Temporarily restrained, the abomination found itself vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Leng aimed his grenade launcher at the creature's abdomen, firing a round. Though the abomination gritted its teeth against the combined assault from the Hulk and Fang Leng, it suddenly yanked the Hulk's arms backward. With a violent wrestling maneuver, it hurled the green giant forward. The force behind the throw was staggering, sending Banner flying several dozen meters away. This individual should not be underestimated, Banner. We must join forces to confront him resolutely and deny him any opportunity to retaliate. Fang Leng urged Banner. "Let us together resolve this scoundrel," Banner exclaimed as he rose. In terms of combat prowess, the abomination's offensive style bears a striking resemblance to Banner's own. The sheer strength is astonishing, and its short range, linear charges are exceedingly formidable. Moreover, the abomination's former incarnation, Blonsky, is a battle-hardened warrior possessing considerable skill in combat techniques. Banner, originally a mere scientist, lacks proficiency in fighting. His transformation into the Hulk relies primarily on the immense power bestowed by his mutation, rendering him technically inferior to the abomination. Conversely, Fang Leng wields portable, high-impact, high-performance equipment and possesses superhuman abilities, complemented by a year of meticulous training, endowing him with agile and versatile combat capabilities. Overall, both sides are evenly matched. To vanquish the opponent, one must strike decisively at a critical moment. Buddy, You should try to hold his attacks from the front. I will strike at his weaknesses from the side, Fang Leng instructed Banner. The Hulk, roused by the abomination's sudden assault, clenched his enormous fists, slightly bent his knees, and then surged forward towards the abomination. The abomination charged as well, and the two colossal green figures collided with a sound akin to metal clashing, echoing throughout the street. The Hulk's full force strike met with the abomination's considerable might, resulting in a stalemate. In that fleeting moment, Fang Leng maneuvered with astonishing agility to circle behind the abomination, aiming for its back with a high explosive grenade. A tremendous explosion ensued as the grenade struck the abomination's spine. Although this attack did not inflict significant damage, it provided the Hulk, now in close proximity, with an invaluable opportunity. Seizing the chance presented by Fang Leng's flank assault, the Hulk delivered a devastating punch to the abomination's head, following up with another powerful blow. However, the abomination, being the battle-tested Blonsky, grasped the Hulk with his robust arms and hurled him away. At that moment, Fang Leng seized the opportunity and targeted the abomination's waist for another strike. This attack caught the abomination off guard, significantly reducing the force with which it had thrown the Hulk. The Hulk merely tumbled to the ground, while Banner capitalized on the moment to grasp the abomination's leg fiercely. Fang Leng then unleashed a barrage of 4 adhesive projectiles from his wrist-mounted weaponry at the abomination's upper body, forcing the creature down to the asphalt. Finally brought to the ground, the abomination's face contorted with rage as it sprang up, seizing a street lamp and, accompanied by a chilling clang of metal, uprooted it from the roadside. You two scoundrels are coordinating quite well, the abomination bellowed, swinging the 6 to 7 meter high street lamp at the two once more. This time, the abomination truly unleashed its fury, wielding the metallic pole with a dexterity surpassing that of a baseball bat, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake as vehicles along the street were smashed to pieces. The crimson fire hydrant by the roadside was not spared either, as it erupted violently, spewing torrents of water. The abomination, wielding a lamppost with malevolent intent, did not cease his assault, sweeping away everything in his path. Amidst this fierce onslaught, he observed Fang Leng and the Hulk retreating, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Very well, he sneered. I shall make you suffer before I bring about your demise. As far as I know, the White House is quite nearby. I think I shall trample it first, and then deal with you at my leisure. With that, the abomination halted his attack on Fang Leng and the Hulk, flinging the lamppost aside and leaping with great speed towards the direction of the White House. Damn it, he's heading for the White House, Fang Leng exclaimed, urgency gripping him. Having studied the local geography, he was aware that the White House was indeed close by, and during his leaps, the abomination could cover distances of over 100 meters effortlessly. Fang Leng and the Hulk dashed after him. The abomination bounded forward, leaping 70 to 80 meters at a time, rapidly closing in on the White House. Meanwhile, in the security monitoring room of the White House, personnel, equipped with an array of sophisticated cameras installed in nearby buildings, spotted the terrifying creature approaching with alarming speed. An unidentified object was nearing, prompting them to prepare for emergency lockdown. The safety of the president must be ensured. However, these security personnel were unaware that, given the abomination's formidable strength, even the fortified nuclear shelters would ultimately be unable to withstand his destructive power. The White House was in peril, and only Fang Leng and Banner on the scene could avert this catastrophic outcome. Banner, see if there's anything that can trap this monster. I'll disrupt his advance, Fang Leng declared, utilizing his speed to swiftly navigate through the alleyways and arrive in front of the abomination. Take this. He produced a flashbang from his waist, pulled the pin, and hurled it at the abomination. A brilliant light erupted, causing the abomination to momentarily halt, glaring menacingly at Fang Leng. I shall first crush every bone in your body, forcing you to watch as I level the White House. Well then, I am eager to see if you possess the capability, Fang Leng retorted defiantly. The abomination, scanning his surroundings, lifted a nearby car and hurled it at Fang Leng with remarkable speed. He continued to seize vehicles from the vicinity, launching them relentlessly at him. I revel in destruction. I thrive on the sight of others witnessing my chaos. The abomination bellowed furiously. One car after another was flung toward Fang Leng, their massive size notwithstanding. They flew through the air with incredible velocity. The cars that Fang Leng narrowly evaded crashed violently into nearby buildings, triggering a chain reaction of explosions as fuel tanks and mechanical components detonated. Wherever the two battled, the surrounding structures were engulfed in rampant flames. Residents, witnessing the fierce clash, scattered in terror, seeking refuge from the unfolding chaos. Many residents have suffered injuries and fatalities due to the abhorrent destruction. Fang Leng gazed coldly at the numerous injured civilians and felt a deep-seated fury towards the monstrosity before him. This creature must be dealt with swiftly. The grenade launcher and the weapon platform on Fang Leng's arm, along with the grenades he carried, became his means of combat against the abhorrent foe. Avoiding direct confrontation with such a perverse adversary, Fang Leng unleashed a barrage of weaponry at his disposal. Just as the two were locked in a fierce struggle, a chain flew through the air from a distance, striking the abhorrent creature. Fang Leng looked up to see Banner, having found a chain from somewhere. Launching an attack on the monstrosity, Banner continued to wield the chain, unleashing a relentless assault on the creature. Earlier, he had spotted a pile of chains in a warehouse of a damaged house during the battle. Although transforming into the Hulk rendered his temperament more volatile, Banner still possessed the knowledge to wield a weapon. The chain sliced through the surrounding air as it was swung by Banner, producing a resonant hum. The Hulk, in his fury, struck fiercely at the abhorrent being. Caught off guard by the relentless blows from Banner, the creature reeled. With a roar, Banner wrapped the chain around his hands and lunged at the abhorrent creature, attempting to ensnare it. However, the abhorrent entity, a battle-hardened Bronski, swiftly countered. Just as Banner brought the chain close to ensnare the creature, it spun around and viciously grabbed Banner's legs, bringing him crashing down. With a deft move, the abhorrent creature seized the very chain intended for its defeat and ferociously tightened it around Banner's neck. Gasping for breath, Banner struggled to pry the creature's arm away. Though endowed with immense strength, he found himself perilously vulnerable to the grasp of this equally formidable adversary. "Let him go, you bastard!" Fang Leng exclaimed, sensing the urgency of the situation. He fired grenades one after another at the menacing creature, each projectile striking its torso. The creature's expression twisted into a more sinister grimace, yet persevered through the barrage and continued to tighten its grip on Banner. Realizing the futility of his current firepower, Fang Leng decisively expended the last of the grenade launcher's ammunition. He then unlocked all the weapons on the platform of his arm-mounted arsenal. The targeting reticle within his helmet focused on numerous points across the creature's legs and back. From both arm-mounted platforms, a plethora of weaponry was unleashed. Plastic explosives and miniature missiles surged towards the abhorrent entity in unison. In an instant, the creature was enveloped in a violent explosion. Fang Leng had launched over a dozen small plastic bombs and 6 miniature missiles targeted at the creature. Though the munitions were diminutive, they were precision-engineered high-explosive devices. Under such a powerful assault, even the abhorrent creature felt a significant surge of pain, and it instinctively released its grip on the Hulk. With a fury that bordered on wrath, Abomination cast a piercing glare at Fang Leng, releasing the iron chains that had ensnared the Hulk and charging ferociously towards him. Just as Fang Leng had approached a perilously close distance to combat Abomination, he unleashed a barrage of firepower, witnessing in that critical moment the rescue of Banner from imminent danger. Yet, in the midst of this vital juncture, Fang Leng's focus wavered, allowing Abomination to storm toward him with the ferocity of a tempest. In a desperate bid to evade, Fang Leng narrowly dodged Abomination's treacherous strike. But the proximity between them had become alarmingly close. With a resounding thud, Abomination's colossal fist collided with Fang Leng, propelling his body through the air for several dozen meters before crashing into a thicket beside the street. The Hulk, having just extricated himself, observed this unfolding scene and bellowed with a thunderous voice, Fang Leng. Struck by the might of Abomination's punch, Fang Leng found himself reeling from the blow. The close-quarters combat had ignited Abomination's explosive speed, and despite his momentary distraction in saving Banner, Fang Leng was caught off guard. Banner glared fiercely at Abomination, fully aware of the dire consequences that could ensue from such a devastating strike. The fury within the Hulk's emerald gaze erupted, his muscles appearing even more formidable and robust than before as he forcefully tore away the iron chains still shackled around his neck. In a frenzy, the Hulk surged forward, delivering a series of devastating blows capable of shattering tank armor. Abomination, taken aback by the Hulk's sudden onslaught, found himself being relentlessly pushed back. Banner offered no respite, unleashing a torrent of colossal punches and headbutts upon Abomination. Just as Abomination attempted to rise and retaliate, he found his neck ensnared by the very chains Banner had just freed himself from. "Now you shall taste this," Banner roared, tightening the chains around Abomination's throat. With a howl of rage, Abomination struggled, yet was powerless against Banner's explosive strength. Under the immense pressure of Banner's arms, even Abomination began to weaken. Ultimately, as Abomination neared unconsciousness, the Hulk ceased his grip on the chains, releasing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Fang Leng's body had been thrown into the underbrush of a nearby residence, and he lay there grievously injured, his consciousness fading, only able to faintly hear what sounded like Banner's cries. Chapter 69, Transformation. Time was an elusive concept. As Fang Leng gradually regained awareness in a realm shrouded in a perplexing darkness, he opened his eyes to find a soft white light illuminating above him. "Where am I?" he pondered, recalling the fierce battle alongside Banner against the malevolent Abomination, who had sought to eliminate Banner. He had delivered a full-force strike against Abomination, only to be caught off guard by a sudden blow from the fiend. Fang Leng attempted to rise, only to be overwhelmed by an excruciating pain coursing through his back, limbs, and entire body. The pain intensifies with every desire to move, as if the very bones of my body are shattered beyond repair. Alongside the agony, there is a profound weakness in various parts of my physique, rendering me almost insubstantial. At that moment, I feel as though I am lying on a bed. I struggle to lift my eyelids, barely able to discern that many peculiar medical instruments have been affixed to my body. Numerous tubes are inserted into significant veins, delivering life-sustaining fluids. This is my present state. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. It seems you have finally awakened. A middle-aged man with dark skin and a bald head approaches my bedside, gazing at me with his uncovered right eye. It is Fury. Upon seeing Fury, a semblance of calm washes over me. I look at him, perplexed, and inquire, what has happened to my body, to my current state? Fury regards me with a heavy sigh. You have been unconscious for a full 9 days. You were struck down by the abomination. Fortunately, another support team from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived in time. They administered a special emergency serum to you, barely preserving your life. His tone bears a hint of sorrow. However, your body has suffered severe trauma. Numerous bones are gravely damaged, and both your muscles and internal organs have endured significant injury. I listen quietly, sensing that Fury is intentionally downplaying the extent of my injuries. Will I be able to move? I ask. Your injuries are quite severe. It is best that you refrain from any movement, Fury hastily replies. Considering my current condition, I fear that I may be nearly paralyzed. The complex life-supporting medical apparatus surrounding me indicates that my injuries are far from trivial. I cannot believe that my body will ever return to its previous state of normalcy. Surely my injuries cannot be healed, can they? Fury, please do not conceal the truth from me. I can handle it, I say with a flat tone. Realizing there is no point in hiding the truth, Fury responds candidly. Well, I might as well tell you. 70% of your bones are fractured, many of which are shattered. Medically speaking, your limbs are deemed completely non-viable. Your internal tissues have sustained severe strains. These past days, you have barely survived thanks to these life support devices and the medicinal nutrients. Hearing this, a chill runs through me. Yet, based on my own sensations, it is not surprising that I could sustain such injuries, given the immense power behind the abomination's punch. I cast a despondent gaze at Fury, so that is the case. But at least I am still alive. Presently, I am engulfed in bitterness. Even amidst the pain, I strive to mask it. Otherwise, with my physical condition compounded by psychological distress, the repercussions could be even more detrimental. The silver lining is that I have retained my life. My mind remains capable of thought, and the critical organs in my head and thorax have not been utterly devastated by that near-fatal blow. Yet, I find myself stripped of the ability to move. What a banner. Did he ultimately triumph over the abomination he so despised? Fang Leng endeavored to divert his thoughts, attempting to conceal the profound anguish that lay buried within him. Banner had indeed vanquished the abomination, leaving on the brink of death, now incarcerated within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s containment facility under strict supervision. Fury remarked, his tone grave, having discerned the pain that Fang Leng desperately sought to mask behind his vacant gaze. Regardless of the outcome, I extend my gratitude for your valiant efforts alongside Banner in combating the abomination. It is due to your bravery that countless lives have been spared from further torment at the hands of that villain. Even the White House has been spared from catastrophe. The President is aware of your deeds and intends to commend both you and Banner. Yet, Fury's words of solace could only slightly obscure the deep sorrow that plagued Fang Leng's heart. With his body rendered nearly incapacitated, what value did glory hold? Fang Leng remained absorbed in his thoughts, exhaling slowly upon the medical bed. The silence within the room was almost unbearable until Fury's voice pierced through the stillness once more. Fang Leng, you're not entirely powerless to alter your fate. At these words, a flicker of confusion crossed Fang Leng's previously dazed expression. He gazed at Fury, anticipation creeping into his tone. Speak plainly, Fury. Fury nodded, his voice heavy with import. There exists a method that could restore your mobility in the future, albeit with considerable risk. Speak quickly, Fang Leng urged, his eyes alight with hope. It involves the modification of your body, Fury stated, his demeanor turning exceedingly serious. Allow me to elaborate. Fang Leng listened intently, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Do you recall the incident involving the nanomagic? S.H.I.E.L.D. acquired numerous samples of the nanobugs produced by the nanomagic over a year ago. Our scientists have made significant breakthroughs in studying these samples, particularly in extracting the nanobugs that were implanted within individuals. These modified nanobugs could, to some extent, serve as regenerative tissue for the human body. Upon hearing Fury's explanation, an overwhelming sense of joy surged within Fang Leng, akin to a terminally ill patient discovering a miraculous cure. Fury continued, moreover, recent experimental results indicate that these further modified nanobugs can utilize the body's own biomass as energy, eliminating the need for traditional electrical power. Consequently, they could sustain themselves within the human body, supporting internal tissues indefinitely. Thus, should you choose to undergo this procedure involving the implantation of nanobugs, it could enable you to regain your mobility. However, one caveat: this technology is still in its infancy. The SHIELD scientists overseeing the research have warned me that immediate surgical modification carries a significant risk of failure. Should the procedure fail, the repercussions for your already compromised body could be dire. Evidently, even transformation is subject to the whims of fortune. The potential for failure could lead to an even worse outcome. Yet, Fang Leng, with most of his body incapacitated and rendered nearly useless, found his existence devoid of meaning. In light of this, why not take a chance? Fury spoke in a calm, yet resolute tone. If possible, I have decided to accept the transformation. Chapter 70, Surgical Transformation. Fury fixed his gaze on Fang Leng, observing the unwavering determination in his eyes. He said, however, I must inform you that this transformation surgery carries significant risks. I am willing to undergo the surgical transformation entirely of my own volition, Fang Leng asserted with steadfast conviction. Fury nodded in acknowledgement, stating, since you are willing, let us proceed. I will notify the personnel from the Department of Technology and the Medical Department. However, it will take some time for them to consolidate the conditions for the transformation. During this time, you should focus on stabilizing your physical condition. I will hold on. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for the transformation, Fang Leng replied resolutely. Given the opportunity for rebirth, one must not relinquish hope. As he awaited the completion of the transformation conditions, days passed, and Fang Leng maintained his composure. With hope in sight, he was determined to persevere. Moreover, Fang Leng, Banner has been wanting to see you. Now that you have awakened, he will surely wish to have a good talk with you, Fury continued. Banner? Please do inform him. Fang Leng responded. He had developed a certain rapport with Banner during their time together, and given his current state, it was likely that Banner was quite anxious. Very well. I will notify him. You two can have a conversation then. Additionally, I should inform you that it will take approximately 2 months to adequately prepare for the transformation surgery. It was unclear how much time had passed, but eventually Banner entered the room. Upon seeing Fang Leng lying in bed, Banner's brow furrowed with concern. Fang Leng looked at him and said, Hey, you made it. Please, do not move. Your body cannot endure any significant activity right now, Banner urged hastily. Fang Leng allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. I'm genuinely pleased that you could come see me, my friend. If only I could have unleashed my greater strength sooner. There was a profound sense of regret in Banner's words. Observing Banner's remorseful expression, Fang Leng offered him reassurance. Do not worry so much. I have the opportunity to restore my body through a special transformation. Banner's face instantly lit up with surprise. Is that true? Absolutely true. Director Fury personally informed me. I have the chance to regain the functionality that was compromised through surgical transformation. To quell any doubt Banner might harbor, Fang Leng's tone was imbued with unwavering conviction. Joy radiated from Banner's eyes as he exclaimed, That's fantastic. Just don't get too excited. If you overdo it, transforming here would not be ideal, Fang Leng cautioned. Banner quickly composed himself. All right then. Fang Leng, you must maintain your faith, and before the surgery, ensure you remain in good condition. I will steadfastly support you. Rest assured. I believe the surgery will be a success, Fang Leng replied with a gentle smile. As the days turned into weeks, Natasha, Coulson, and Stark, who learned of the news through Coulson, all came to visit Fang Leng. Encouraged by so many, Fang Leng resolutely vowed to achieve success in this transformative surgery. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 3 months had elapsed. Initially, 2 months were allocated for the integration of surgical conditions, followed by an additional 20 days to ensure every preparation was meticulously completed. At the clandestine technological facility of S.H.I.E.L.D., located in New Mexico, this highly confidential building was rigorously safeguarded, designated for some of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most significant technological experiments. Within one of the medical transformation rooms, Fang Leng lay on a sophisticated metallic gurney. Outside the glass walls of the medical chamber stood Fury and Black Widow, Natasha. As they observed the scientists diligently working within the room and the reclined Fang Leng, Natasha turned to Fury and inquired, Do you think Fang Leng's surgical transformation will proceed successfully? From a theoretical standpoint, the odds of success are quite high. However, luck also plays a crucial role at times. Fury replied with a serious expression. Natasha's face bore a hint of resignation. After all, certainty was a rare commodity. All we can do is hope for his success, she said calmly. Inside the transformation room, Henry Simons, the lead surgeon overseeing the procedure, announced the official commencement of the operation. As Fang Leng heard the initiation of the surgery, his mind settled into a state of tranquility. While external technological modifications significantly contributed to the procedure, a stable inner disposition would also positively impact the outcome. The metallic gurney on which Fang Leng lay was, in fact, an advanced device designed to maintain the optimal temperature of nearby biological entities. Additionally, it possessed robust scanning capabilities. The scientists responsible for the transformation utilized specially crafted slender needles to penetrate various parts of Fang Leng's body. Each needle was connected to a long, specialized fiber tube capable of delivering certain unique substances. Henry Simons directed the scientists in manipulating the critical instruments. Body temperature normal, blood pressure normal, heart rate normal. The internal tissues of the subject are severely damaged, yet the syringe can cover the entire body. All nanobots are in a stable condition, ready for injection transformation, reported the staff. Upon hearing their updates, Henry Simons calmly stated, "Commence nanobot injection." Simultaneously, he pressed down firmly on the red button of the core device with his right thumb. Subsequently, the electronic equipment revealed changes in Fang Leng's bodily image and the rate of nanobot injection. On the apparatus, a precision glass fiber storage tank, measuring 50 centimeters in diameter and standing 1 meter tall, contained a silvery liquid which comprised countless nanobots. As the injection proceeded, the modified nanobots flowed through hundreds of fiber tubes and were injected into Fang Leng's body through the needle punctures. Henry Simons observed the data graphs displayed on the device's monitor. The injection has progressed for 30 seconds, and all is well. After 50 seconds, everything remains normal. 60 seconds have elapsed, and still, all is well. However, at 70 seconds, the subject's body exhibits a severe rejection response. The nanobots encounter intense resistance from the subject's body. The staff monitoring from their seats hastily remarked. Henry Simons, with a grave expression, gazed intently at the equipment and then declared, "It appears that Plan A cannot be successfully executed. We must resort to Plan B." He then shifted his gaze towards the glass wall of the transformation chamber. Observing Fry outside, the chamber is exceptionally soundproof. He picked up a communicator and said, "Fry, the modification has encountered setbacks, and I must implement Plan B." Upon receiving the communication, Fry nodded and replied, through the device, "Understood. We have no other option at this moment." Chapter 71, The Newborn. Henry Simons stowed away the communicator and began directing all personnel. Cease the injection of nanobots immediately and initiate Plan B. The staff under Simons' command, all elite members, swiftly adjusted their operations in response to the initial failure of the modification. The device initially used for injecting nanobots was halted, and a smaller apparatus adjacent to it commenced operation. This smaller device began injecting a special liquid. Initially, over 100 needle punctures were made on Fang Leng's body, with more than 20 connected by red tubes, while the remaining hundreds were linked by green tubes. During the initial injection of nanobots, only the green tubes were utilized, as the red tubes were designated for a completely different liquid. After the communication between Simons and Fry, Natasha also listened in. Fry gestured towards the smaller injection device within the transformation chamber, stating, "Merely injecting nanobots into the human body carries certain risks. Furthermore, Fang Leng's body has sustained significant damage, making the injection of nanobots even riskier in his case. Can we still proceed with this modification?" Natasha inquired, furrowing her brow after hearing this. Alas, Fang Leng insists on undergoing this surgical transformation. Of course, I have conferred with Simons and his team of scientists. Given Fang Leng's already severe bodily harm, the risks associated with this modification would undoubtedly escalate considerably. Thus, I instructed Simons and his team to prepare Plan B. I shall now elucidate Plan B, Fry continued, which involves, following the failure of the normal injection of nanobots in Plan A, promptly injecting a strengthening serum into Fang Leng's body. This serum significantly enhances the subject's physical capabilities, endurance, and even the degree of recovery from injuries. After the injection of this serum, Fang Leng's resistance will undoubtedly increase, thereby augmenting his capacity to endure the nanobots injected into his body. This will allow us to proceed with administering the remaining nanobots into Fang Leng. Listening intently, Natasha pondered and nodded, saying, "I understand." In other words, the A plan involves the initial injection of nanoworms into Fang Leng's body. Conversely, the B plan entails the administration of a fortifying serum amid complications during the injection process. After enhancing Fang Leng's physique with this serum, the nanoworms are then introduced. However, a question lingered in Natasha's mind, her expression tinged with confusion. If the B plan simply suggests the addition of a fortifying serum to the injection, why not administer it directly before introducing the nanoworms? Why complicate the procedure? Fury shook his head in response. This fortifying serum carries its own risks. Given Fang Leng's severely injured state, introducing the nanoworms poses significant dangers. Therefore, the decision to use the serum only after partially injecting the nanoworms, should any rejection occur, was made after careful consideration by Simmons and the team. Noticing Natasha's continued perplexity, Fury offered a rare smile, reassuring her, "Rest assured. Simmons's approach and modifications are grounded in reason. There's no need for undue concern. I refuse to believe that this meticulously prepared surgical enhancement will be too much for Fang Leng to endure." Within the modification chamber, a network of red fiber tubes steadily injected the fortifying serum into Fang Leng's body. As he underwent the procedure, he exerted every effort to maintain his composure. A myriad of sensations coursed through him, alternating warmth and chill, as if countless microscopic organisms were actively engaging within his being. He even experienced a peculiar numbness and tingling. It felt as though an intruder had invaded his body, igniting an instinctive resistance to this foreign presence. Despite his grave injuries and damage to numerous nerves, Fang Leng could still perceive waves of tingling pain through the remaining neural pathways. Due to the unique nature of this surgical modification, the staff had administered only a minimal amount of anesthetic. The discomfort within Fang Leng intensified, and, simultaneously, the serum from the enhancement apparatus flowed through the red tubes into his body. This fortifying serum stimulated his cells to rapidly strengthen. Soon, the various systems within Fang Leng's body grew more robust, and his metabolism accelerated significantly. He sensed that many areas within him were undergoing a transformation, as if his weakened body was harboring some latent power. However, at this critical juncture of modification, Fang Leng could not afford to dwell on anything else. Regardless of his discomfort, he had to grit his teeth and stabilize himself. Meanwhile, Simmons, intently observing the progress of the procedure, monitored the status of the serum injection displayed on the screen. 10 minutes later, 300 milliliters of serum had been infused into Fang Leng's body. This serum had been meticulously modified based on previous samples from his physiology to ensure compatibility. On the scanning device's screen, the functional activities of various regions within Fang Leng's body were significantly enhanced, and the effects of the fortifying serum began to manifest more rapidly. Observing the transformation process, Simmons let out a sigh of relief. The injection of the enhancement serum had proceeded smoothly. Next, it was time to continue administering the nanobots. With the enhancement serum injected, the nanobots were ready to be introduced. After a brief interval, Simmons's meticulous and authoritative voice resonated once more. The apparatus for injecting the nanobots was activated again, and the nanobots traversed through the green fiber tubes into Fang Leng's body. At this moment, two substances were interacting within Fang Leng's form. The enhancement serum swiftly merged with his own blood, stimulating the fortification of bodily functions. Meanwhile, the nanobots commenced their programmed task of repairing Fang Leng's internally shattered tissues and structures. A leg bone, fractured into hundreds of pieces, was rapidly mending under the influence of the nanobots. The nanobots replaced the fragmented bones, while the necrotic bone shards were decomposed by them. The newly formed skeletal structure, crafted by the nanobots, proved to be even sturdier than the original. Not only the bones, but countless severely damaged tissues, including vessels and nerves, were also restored by the nanobots. These entities not only had the capability to repair Fang Leng's body, but could also reside within it for an extended duration, utilizing the biological energy produced by Fang Leng's body as their source of sustenance. At this moment, Fang Leng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the transformations occurring within. In truth, the nanobots were primarily focused on the internal repairs. The enhancement serum was simultaneously promoting a rapid augmentation of Fang Leng's muscular and organ functions. To Simmons and his colleagues, Fang Leng's physique appeared to be gradually becoming more robust in form. This transformation, particularly the B-plan, had undoubtedly achieved significant success. The success of the B-plan would not only restore Fang Leng's body, but also elevate it to the pinnacle of human physical capabilities, akin to a rebirth for him. Chapter 72, A Transformed Body. Simmons fixated on the display of the equipment, where the nanobots had gradually reached the predetermined dosage. Fang Leng's interior was undergoing intense repair and growth. With the completion of the transformation injection, the administration of nanobots ceased. Simmons directed the staff accordingly. Following the halt in the transformation, the enhancement serum and the nanobots continued their effects. The damaged bones and tissues within Fang Leng's body were still being mended by the nanobots, while the enhancement serum stimulated further growth of his muscles and structures. However, Fang Leng felt an overwhelming transformation coursing through him, so intense that it caused him to temporarily lose consciousness. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until a bright light filtered through his eyelids, prompting him to awaken. As his gaze swept over the surroundings, he realized he was still in the transformation chamber. "Ha ha! You are awake," came a robust voice, seasoned yet powerful. Fang Leng swiftly turned his head to see Henry Simmons, the supervisor of the transformation, not far from his side. Natasha and Fury were also nearby, close to Simmons. Natasha glanced at Fang Leng with a faint smile and remarked, "Fang Leng, why not take a moment to explore your brand new body?" My body. Fang Leng suddenly recalled the period of unconsciousness during his transformation. Nearly 3 months had passed since his injury, and he had scarcely engaged in any physical activity, not even managing to sit up. With determination, Fang Leng sat up from the metallic platform, stretching his arms with remarkable ease. Upon inspecting his body, he noticed that the injection sites from the modification had vanished. Clearly, they had been removed by the staff after the procedure. It worked. My body has regenerated. Fang Leng exhilaratedly descended from the platform and stood on the ground. As he touched his body, he trembled with excitement. He could move again. Simons, observing the scene, smiled, knowing that after Fang Leng's unconscious state, along with Fury and Natasha, had already scanned Fang Leng's bodily structure and was aware of his restoration. Fury, watching Fang Leng's uncontainable enthusiasm, said, "Hey, Fang Leng, don't you want to take a closer look at your new physique?" Noticing Fang Leng's puzzled expression, Natasha pointed, "Go have a look in the mirror." Upon hearing this, Fang Leng quickly turned his gaze toward the direction Natasha indicated, where a large mirror stood on one side of the modification room. As he approached the mirror, Fang Leng beheld a tall, muscular man with an exposed torso, arms outstretched, gazing forward. His well-defined muscles on his arms and chest exuded strength and vigor. The face, along with the dark hair and eyes, was unmistakably familiar to Fang Leng. "Is this me now?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Fury approached and patted Fang Leng's shoulder, saying, "Yes, this is you now, Fang Leng. This is how your body looks." Noticing Fang Leng's confusion, Fury chuckled and added, "Let me enlighten you. During the transformation, your body was additionally infused with a serum that enhances physical capabilities. This serum has resulted in your current state." "Enhancement serum?" Fang Leng inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Fury nodded and explained, "The serum has elevated your physical constitution and capabilities to the pinnacle of human potential, endowing you with strength beyond that of an ordinary person. Your muscles are now more developed, and your organs are considerably more robust. In essence, you possess greater longevity and resilience than the average individual. Naturally, your appearance has also transformed, rendering you as strong as you are now." With a chuckle, Fury added, "So, what do you think? Are you unhappy with your current physique?" As Fang Leng gazed at his formidable reflection in the mirror, he noted that aside from his face, he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, becoming exceptionally strong and powerful. Clenching his fist, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength. At that moment, Fang Leng found it challenging to contain his emotions, filled with joy at the restoration of his body and astonishment at the dramatic change in his form. Fury addressed Simmons, saying, "Simmons, please elaborate to Fang Leng about the specifics concerning the nanobots." Furthermore, it was not only Simmons who presided over this transformation. He was also the mastermind behind the development of the enhanced serum. Simmons approached, and Fang Leng turned to regard the scientist, whose demeanor exuded seriousness and precision. "I must first express my gratitude to you, Mr. Simmons. I also wish to extend my thanks to everyone present here," Fang Leng politely remarked to Simmons. It was this very scientist from SHIELD, whose oversight of the transformation had granted Fang Leng a second chance at life. Simmons smiled and replied, "No need for thanks. Our aim is for your transformation to be a resounding success. After all, your successful transformation would serve as a testament to our capabilities and achievements. I must also discuss in detail the nanobots that have been injected into your system." Fang Leng listened intently. "The enhanced serum injected into your body is well known to you, as it fortifies your physique, optimizing your organ functions to the pinnacle of human potential. The nanobots, however, possess distinct characteristics. The technology behind these nanobots was originally derived from samples acquired during SHIELD missions. We merely conducted reverse engineering and enhancement on them. The nanobots within your body can absorb your biological energy for sustenance. They have also repaired the severely damaged structures of your body." Simmons' tone shifted to a more serious note. "In addition to mending the damaged areas, there are still some nanobots remaining within you. These nanobots retain the programming we initially set. Should you sustain further injuries in the future, as long as they are not fatal, they will continue to assist in your repair." Fang Leng was taken aback. This implied that any future injuries could be mended by the nanobots. Observing Fang Leng's bewildered expression, Simmons continued, "Do not misconstrue. These nanobots do not possess infinite repair capabilities. Each repair will consume a portion of the nanobots. Naturally, the number of remaining nanobots will depend on the severity of your injuries. That is what I wanted to convey." Fang Leng was astonished. Not only had his body been infused with 2 substances, but his physique and strength had also been significantly enhanced. and he now possessed an additional batch of nanobots for future repairs, albeit with certain limitations. Natasha, with a playful smile, remarked Fang Leng. Don't you want to acclimate to your new body? Besides, I believe someone like Banner is eagerly awaiting your reunion. Chapter 73, A New Mission. Very well, Mr. Simmons. In that moment, Fang Leng felt a profound admiration and gratitude towards the seasoned scientist from S.H.I.L.D. Under Simmons's guidance. Fang Leng proceeded to fill out the necessary documentation and provided samples of his blood and skin for preservation. This extraordinary transformation not only rejuvenated Fang Leng's body, but also represented a classic success for S.H.I.E.L.D., warranting careful documentation. After completing some tasks, Fang Leng hurried to notify Banner and Stark. Recently, Banner had been temporarily residing in a member's quarters in Washington. Fang Leng quickly found him. Upon seeing Fang Leng, Banner was taken aback, astonished by the remarkable transformation of his physique. In the living quarters, as soon as Banner learned of Fang Leng's successful transformation, he rushed to meet him, his face brimming with surprise at Fang Leng's robust form. Fang Leng, your body has become incredibly strong. I can hardly recognize you, Banner exclaimed, his tone laced with wonder. Fang Leng's physique was indeed a testament to strength, embodying the golden ratio of human aesthetics, standing impressively at nearly 185 meters tall. Aside from his familiar face, Fang Leng appeared to be an entirely different person. However, the transformation is successful. Do you now feel as agile as before? Banner inquired further. Fang Leng patted his body and replied, Thank you for your concern, Banner. I can say that my current physique is remarkably agile. Compared to my previous body, not only am I stronger, but my flexibility has also vastly improved. However, I must take time to adapt to this new body. By the way, have you gained better control over your transformations? Indeed, my friend, Banner responded. You too should acclimate to your new physique. As for my transformations, I have significantly improved my control compared to before. During your recovery, I dedicated myself to mastering my powers further. I have made considerable progress, and even after transforming, I can maintain my composure. Of course, there is still room for improvement, and I will strive to enhance my abilities. Fang Leng nodded with a smile. It is indeed advantageous for you to have better control over your powers. Banner continued. Additionally, Fang Leng, I must share some news. I have joined S.H.I.L.D. officially under the Department of Superhuman Affairs. Oh, you have joined S.H.I.E.L.D. recently? Fang Leng expressed mild surprise, realizing that during his recovery, Fury and Natasha had seized the opportunity to persuade Banner. Banner confirmed with a nod, Yes, my friend. My time spent with you and S.H.I.L.D. has made me appreciate the organization's commitment to using power for the greater good. S.H.I.E.L.D. has aided me immensely, and your guidance has instilled in me the confidence to control my abilities. After much contemplation, I decided to join S.H.I.L.D. in a limited capacity. Indeed, Banner's decision to join S.H.I.E.L.D. was influenced by Fang Leng's guidance and the battle with Abomination that had left a profound impact on him. Natasha and others had indeed taken the opportunity to encourage him. This outcome was a result of significant efforts from S.H.I.L.D., especially due to Fang Leng's substantial contributions. Fang Leng and Banner continued their conversation on various topics. Fang Leng also spoke with Stark, who expressed joy and mentioned the desire to share a few drinks with Fang Leng in the near future. 2 weeks after the successful transformation, on a particular day, Fang Leng was training at S.H.I.E.L.D. facility. His physique had become remarkably robust, exuding a sense of power. During combat training with several S.H.I.E.L.D. instructors, Fang Leng discovered that his strength was nearly unparalleled. Gazing at a nearby punching bag, he clenched his fists and unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, sending the bag flying. Such strength would surely leave any boxing champion humbled. After finishing his practice, he examined his fists. Since his transformation, Fang Leng had dedicated the past 2 weeks to acclimating to his new body. This reborn physique possessed formidable strength, and after 2 weeks of adjustment, he had become accustomed to his enhanced form. Just as Fang Leng was about to continue his training, a figure clad in a black trench coat approached from behind. You're here, he remarked upon hearing the sound of footsteps. Turning around, he was greeted by the familiar visage of Nick Fury. Fang Leng, it seems you're adapting well to your new body, Fury commented as he approached. Fang Leng inspected his arms and replied with satisfaction, Indeed, I quite like it. This body has greatly improved my combat proficiency. A good physique undeniably enhances one's fighting capabilities, whether it be in terms of endurance or strength. Now, my body allows for more advanced training, making me both more agile and powerful. That's excellent to hear. And here is something for you, Fury said, extending a finely crafted white envelope toward Fang Leng. The envelope was not only exquisite, but also bore several emblems of American national agencies. This is a commendation letter personally written by the president. Your valiant efforts alongside Banner have safeguarded the White House. Banner's letter has already been delivered, Fury explained. Upon receiving the letter, Fang Leng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Quite impressive. However, Fury, I suspect your visit entails more than just this matter? Fury nodded and replied, Indeed, there's a new discovery awaiting confirmation. I have some documents to show you. Knowing that Fury had important matters to discuss, Fang Leng accompanied him to a nearby table designated for rest in the training area. Fury retrieved a tablet and opened a set of documents. On the screen appeared an image of a massive wreckage resembling a heavy bomber, ensnared within ice. Although the aircraft was evidently aged, certain features exhibited a streamlined design that rivaled contemporary technology. What is this? A wreckage of a plane trapped in ice? Fang Leng inquired, scrutinizing the photograph. Take a look at this one, Fury said, switching to another image. This photograph was much closer, capturing a wing section of the downed aircraft. To Fang Leng's astonishment, a peculiar emblem was prominently displayed on the wing, Hydra. This was Fang Leng's initial reaction. Fury glanced at Fang Leng and continued pointing at the photograph, declaring, This is indeed the mysterious aircraft of Hydra, discovered by the research team in the southern part of the Arctic Ocean. Although it is merely a wreck, the secrets it harbors remain unknown. However, judging from the localized debris, it is apparent that this aircraft was of colossal proportions, with wings extending over 100 meters, surpassing even the primary bombers of modern nations. Therefore, I firmly believe that it carried extraordinary cargo. Moreover, due to the melting glaciers, part of the wreckage has been exposed. A thorough investigation must be conducted promptly, otherwise it will sink entirely into the depths of the Arctic Ocean. Fang Leng stared at the wreckage of Hydra's bomber, his heart racing. He then turned to Fury and said, Indeed, Fury, I shall investigate this entity. The remnants of Hydra are laden with secrets yet to be uncovered. What new revelations might emerge from the remnants of that nefarious organization that has long since perished? Chapter 74. Investigating the mysterious wreckage. I am informing you of this matter because time is of the essence. The glacier housing that aircraft wreckage will inevitably continue to melt. We must expedite our exploration of Hydra's aircraft debris. Prepare yourself in the coming days. We must set out swiftly, Fury advised, switching the display on his tablet to an electronic map of the Arctic Ocean, marking the coordinates of the wreckage. I hurriedly prepared, eager to test my newly enhanced body. This mission marked the first undertaking for Fang Leng after his transformation. Fury, using his right eye to scrutinize Fang Leng, cautioned, the wreckage may contain hazardous materials, so exercise caution. Days later, atop a glacier west of Greenland, an icebreaker halted at the designated location. A ladder extended from the left side of the vessel, allowing personnel to disembark and transport equipment. The team, clad in heavy winter gear, descended the ladder, their weight comfortably supported by the thick ice beneath. This is the spot, announced a figure at the forefront. A tall and robust silhouette quickened its pace toward the front. It was Fang Leng. Now transformed, Fang Leng's stature was notably imposing among the group. Upon reaching the forefront, he beheld a massive mechanical wreckage ensconced in a depression of ice and snow, much of which was concealed beneath layers of frost. The Arctic region frequently experiences snowstorms, and the wreckage was now blanketed in even more ice and snow than depicted in previous photographs, evidently covered anew by recent storms. Having undergone physical enhancement, Fang Leng possessed greater resilience against the biting cold, yet he was still clad in heavy winter attire. Glancing at a portable theodolite, Fang Leng addressed the lead investigator beside him. Indeed, this is the location. Johnson, let us prepare to commence the examination of this wreckage. Understood. Johnson then directed several other members of the exploration team to commence the setup of instruments in preparation for the investigation. The wreckage of the aircraft was indeed colossal, with the fuselage predominantly cloaked in snow and ice, while the damaged wings remained largely visible. The span between the dual wings of the fuselage exceeded 100 meters. Countless fragments littered the wings, with some sections conspicuously missing. It was evident that the Hydra-S aircraft had endured a significant impact upon crashing, resulting in considerable damage to the wings. Gazing at the aircraft, Fang Leng could not help but feel a surge of emotion. It was astonishing that such a nefarious organization as Hydra, originating from the Second World War, had the capability to manufacture such a large and advanced flying machine. The aircraft featured a remarkably aerodynamic design. At first glance, the wings bore resemblance to the United States Air Force's B-2 Spirit bomber, albeit on a much grander scale. Additionally, There were several jet ports located on the rear sides of the wings. To have developed such an avant-garde aircraft in that era was a testament to Hydra's ingenuity. Just as Fang Leng was lost in thought, Johnson's voice interrupted his contemplation. "Commander, the sonic structural detection equipment is ready. We can proceed with scanning the wreckage," reported Johnson. The bearded leader of the reconnaissance team. Individuals such as Black Widow, Coulson, and Fang Leng were considered elite within S.H.I.E.L.D. enduring missions. The lower-ranking personnel typically referred to the commanders as such. Fang Leng waved his hand and replied, "Very well, prepare to detect the structure of the wreckage." Subsequently, a combined apparatus was maneuvered via pulleys towards a position closer to the wreckage, advancing over 10 meters. A circular sonic emitter, with a diameter of 90 centimeters, was aimed at the remains of the aircraft. "Calibration complete, Commander," announced one of the operators after adjusting the detector. "Commence," Fang Leng instructed, glancing at the display monitor behind the equipment. As the circular sonic emitter directed sound waves at the aircraft wreckage, pulses of sound were transmitted at a fixed frequency. This sonic structural detector was capable of effectively probing the internal structure of the target object using sound waves. After a span of 40 seconds, the internal structure of the aircraft wreckage began to materialize on the monitor behind the equipment. The bearings beneath the circular emitter rotated, probing further sections of the aircraft. Fang Leng and the reconnaissance team observed the images on the display, which depicted the mid to rear section of the aircraft as fuselage. This area appeared somewhat congested. "Now, let us inspect the front section of the fuselage," Fang Leng instructed the operator. The simulated image then revealed the front section, which was clearly the cockpit. However, the aircraft was tilted forward, embedded in the ice. The cockpit appeared to have sustained impacts, resulting in a state of disarray, with many items strewn about. Nevertheless, it remained relatively intact overall. "The internal structure of this aircraft is rather peculiar. I have never encountered a design like this before," Fang Leng remarked. "Let us take a few individuals to examine the wreckage from within." He addressed Johnson and the other reconnaissance team members. "The aircraft is tilted forward into the ice. We can only access it from the rear," Johnson replied, furrowing his brow. Fang Leng gazed at the remnants of the aircraft, which leaned precariously. To enter, one could only create an opening at the rear of the fuselage. The group busied themselves for a while, and Fang Leng took the lead, climbing up towards the rear section of the wreckage. The others, including Johnson, cautiously followed. The snow was not excessively thick, but everyone remained vigilant as they traversed the fuselage. Upon reaching the upper half of the tail, Fang Leng, despite the wear left by its crash years prior, noted the metallic surface which, while marred, still possessed smooth areas that could easily lead to accidents if not tread carefully. Having undergone physical enhancements, Fang Leng moved with greater agility and steadiness, while Johnson and the others needed to exercise even more caution. After several minutes, all five had successfully ascended to the top of the tail. It was time to begin. Fang Leng retrieved a portable cutter from behind and secured his goggles. Johnson also produced a cutter and activated it. Amidst a shower of electric sparks, the duo commenced cutting a circular aperture approximately 1 meter in diameter into the aircraft's outer shell. Gazing through the newly formed metallic opening, Fang Leng peered down into the dark interior, where shadows mingled with ice and snow, clearly having seeped in through various breaches in the fuselage. The group secured a cable to the exterior of the shell, and Fang Leng descended first, following the tether. Inside the cabin, darkness enveloped him. With a flashlight in hand, he swept the beam around, revealing a vast space filled with an eerie chill. Almost every surface bore a layer of frost. Yet the general layout of the cabin remained discernible. Dawson and 2 others followed suit, while one remained outside to secure the cable. "This is the technological legacy from 70 years ago," Dawson remarked, illuminating the surroundings with his flashlight. "Hydra's work is indeed remarkable. We must delve deeper to uncover the secrets that lie here." Fang Leng, Dawson, and the other 2 exploration team members ventured further into the expansive cabin, their flashlights cutting through the gloom. The cabin was impressively large, with just the initial explored area capable of accommodating several tons of cargo. As snow continued to pour in through the damaged lower sections of the fuselage, the interior was a veritable landscape of ice and snow. Johnson, while lighting the path with his flashlight, occasionally touched the various apparatus within the cabin. "Look, what is that?" one of the team members exclaimed, directing their light towards a grotesquely contorted object nearby. As they approached to investigate, Fang Leng followed suit, illuminating the object with his flashlight. There lay a humanoid figure, grotesquely distorted, slumped against the cabin wall. Observing this sight, Fang Leng furrowed his brow. It was the desiccated corpse of a soldier, shriveled and hollow-eyed, its face contorted in a grimace, the body twisted in a helpless manner. "It appears to be the remains of a Hydra soldier," Fang Leng sighed. Beneath the remains lay a uniquely designed automatic rifle. The design appears to merge the firearms of the Second World War with an exceptionally futuristic aesthetic. "Hey, Commander, take a look at this." The voice of Captain Dawson echoed through the cabin. Fang Leng hurriedly made his way towards Dawson. The cabin was still somewhat inclined, and there was snow and ice present. Though it was navigable, caution was necessary. As Fang Leng reached a small bridge supported by a metal frame, he noticed Dawson pointing beneath it. The beam of the searchlight illuminated the area below, revealing a multitude of gigantic oval-shaped bombs, partially covered in snow and ice. Their outlines remained distinctly visible. Each bomb measured approximately 5 to 6 meters in length and featured broad metal wings at their rear. It became clear that this was a bomb bay. Indeed, this aircraft was extraordinary, housing such formidable ordnance. Observing the clustered bombs below, Dawson couldn't help but exclaim, "These devices possess some radioactivity." He glanced at his portable radiation detector. "I will proceed ahead to investigate further. You all continue to examine this rear cabin, but do exercise caution." After addressing Johnson, Fang Leng continued his exploration towards the front of the aircraft. Upon reaching the end of the bridge, he discovered that the metal hatch would not budge. Taking out a cutting tool, he spent some time creating an entry point in the hatch. As he entered the forward cabin, Fang Leng swept his searchlight around. He observed that each side of the cabin featured a row of seats, with weapon racks situated behind them. This cabin appeared to be the area designated for the personnel on standby. Ahead, there was another metal hatch. Fang Leng again utilized his cutting tool to create an opening in this hatch. The cabin he entered was significantly larger than the previous one designated for guards. Snow and ice were abundantly present here, far exceeding the accumulation in the mid-rear section of the aircraft. The damage within this cabin was also considerably more severe, with debris and parts scattered throughout. On both sides and at the front of the cabin, he could see several toppled pilot seats. Additionally, there were some damaged control panels present. This was indeed the cockpit previously detected. As Fang Leng directed his searchlight within the cockpit, he found himself traversing through a landscape of ice and broken equipment. Progressing to the very front of the cockpit, he unexpectedly kicked a hard object. A low, yet clear metallic sound resonated. Instinctively, Fang Leng's gaze fell upon the item. It appeared to be a circular piece of metal. How peculiar. How did such a circular metallic object find its way into the cockpit? He pondered, squatting down to clear the ice and snow from its surface. The searchlight resting on the cabin floor also illuminated the object. As he brushed away the snow, Fang Leng's mouth nearly fell agape. At the center of the circular metallic piece gleamed a white, five-pointed star, set against a circular blue background. Alternating rings of white and red adorned the remaining areas of the circular metal. This circular metallic artifact bore the unmistakable design reminiscent of a weapon wielded by a hero from 70 years ago. Fang Leng did not pause, adjusting the nearby searchlight to its maximum power and positioning it appropriately. He continued to clear away the surrounding ice and damaged aircraft equipment. After undergoing physical transformation, Fang Leng felt no fatigue from his labor. Once he had excavated the nearby snow and ice, he discovered a figure lying before the metallic wreckage. The individual was clad in a predominantly blue attire, adorned with red and white patterns around the waist and arms. A white pentagram was emblazoned on the chest of the uniform. To his astonishment, it was Captain America. A surge of emotions, excitement, joy, and surprise flooded Fang Leng's heart at the sight of Captain America's body. He then activated his portable radio communicator. "I have made a significant discovery. Send more personnel immediately. Additionally, prepare cutting and transport equipment, as we have an important objective to retrieve from this aircraft." Serendipitously, Fang Leng recalled from the HIELD intelligence database that during the twilight of World War II, Captain America had boarded a Hydra super bomber in a bid to save countless American lives. He had engaged in a final confrontation with his nemesis, Red Skull, only to vanish completely, becoming a mere legend. Given the limited technological capabilities of the 1940s and the harsh conditions of the Arctic, the crash site of the Hydra super bomber had remained undetected. To his surprise, the mysterious wreckage he had uncovered was indeed that very aircraft Captain America had taken flight in. Fang Leng, along with the reconnaissance team and exploration vessel, toiled near the wreck for an extended period. Ultimately, after more than a day of effort, they successfully extracted Captain America's body intact. Naturally, his iconic shield was also recovered. On board the exploration vessel, Fang Leng engaged in a video call with Nick Fury. "What? Fang Leng, you say you discovered Captain America in the wreckage of that hydroplane?" Fury, typically composed, displayed a hint of astonishment upon hearing the news. "Indeed, it cannot be mistaken. I found Captain America and his shield in the cockpit of that wreckage. And remarkably, his body is well preserved. More importantly, according to the medical personnel aboard, there's a faint life response detected within him, akin to a state of hibernation. Fang Leng methodically relayed this to Fury. "Just wait. I will have the medical staff provide you with a detailed account." He stepped away from the screen, revealing Captain America lying on a temperature-regulated device within the room. On the other side of the screen, Fury gazed at the slumbering figure of Captain America, his expression reflecting astonishment, yet the confirmation was undeniable. Chapter 76, The Hero Awakens. Observing the sleeping Captain America through the camera, Fury remarked, "Indeed, it is him." A doctor responsible for monitoring Captain America's condition approached the communication screen to elaborate on the findings regarding his body. According to the tests, there are still signs of life within him, resembling a biological hibernation. This is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon. Moreover, the radiocarbon dating indicates that the materials, including the clothing worn by him, are approximately 70 years old. Fury, seated across the screen, nodded in acknowledgement. The unexpected discovery of Captain America, along with signs of life, astounded him. While the doctor reported to Fury, Fang Leng approached the legendary hero, who lay on the apparatus. Gazing at this icon from 70 years past, he noted that the hood covering Captain America's head had been removed, revealing a cascade of golden hair that, despite the passage of time, retained its luster. The hero's visage exhibited a youthful yet dignified countenance, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, as if harboring unfulfilled aspirations. Though his muscular form was concealed beneath layers of fabric, it still exuded strength. However, after 70 years, his body felt somewhat frigid. Yet the latent signs of life suggested the possibility of awakening. Captain America had undergone enhancements, a factor that contributed to his prolonged slumber beneath the ice and snow. Contemplating this legendary figure, Fang Leng pondered how such a superhero had championed justice amidst the mechanized warfare of World War II. Numerous intriguing tales surrounded Captain America. Concerned about the potential adverse effects of drastic temperature changes on his body, the apparatus maintaining Captain America's repose provided a degree of insulation. At that moment, he remained at a temperature closely resembling that of the frigid ice surrounding him. Meanwhile, Fury had concluded his discussion with the medical personnel. Fang Leng then returned to the communication screen. "I have additional matters to address. The wreckage of the Hydra bomber contains 18 decommissioned super bombs, which harbor radioactive materials. It will take several days to transport them onto the ship, likely around 4 more days." He continued, "To prevent any unusual circumstances, we will maintain Captain America's body at a low temperature using the equipment. However, I believe we should find an opportunity to facilitate his emergence from this hibernation-like state." Fury nodded in agreement. "That is precisely what I wanted to discuss. The SHIELD branch in New York possesses a special life defrosting device. I have decided to utilize that equipment to thaw Captain America. The safety of this defrosting apparatus is absolutely reliable. So you will simply need to transport Captain America's body to the New York branch, where the thawing process will be conducted according to protocol." Approximately a week later, at the SHIELD facility in New York, the official thawing of Captain America commenced using the specialized equipment. The captain was carefully transferred into the defrosting device. Everything appeared normal, and the integrity of his bodily tissues was intact. The temperature would gradually increase. On site, Fang Leng awaited the sequential operation of the device while discussing post-thawing arrangements with other personnel to alleviate concerns about the captain's potential disorientation upon awakening. They ultimately decided to construct a room reminiscent of the World War II era. After a lengthy 10-hour thawing process, precautions were taken to ensure that the captain's frozen body, encased for 70 years, would not be subjected to thermal shock. The staff diligently attended to their tasks, and before long, it was noon the following day. In a room adorned with the charm of the 1940s, the game was tied at 4-4, with a high outside pitch deemed a foul ball. A soothing broadcast of the baseball match played softly in the background. A robust man lay upon a pristine white hospital bed, gradually opening his eyes. This was none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had undergone a successful thawing process lasting 10 hours and had since been moved to this room, where he had slept until noon the next day. The spectators were aware that a single good hit could alter the course of the game. The weather at the Abbott's Stadium was splendid, allowing the Philadelphia team to equalize, yet the Dodgers had 3 players on base. As Rogers absorbed his surroundings, he slowly sat up in bed, taking in the white walls and the sterile ambience reminiscent of a hospital or sanatorium. A gentle breeze drifted through the white curtains, imbuing the atmosphere with tranquility. Confused, Rogers turned his gaze toward the aging wooden radio that emitted the game's commentary. A hit had just produced 3 runs, and a player was dashing toward third base. It seemed as though Rogers was attuned to some extraordinary occurrence when suddenly, the door creaked open. A woman clad in a white blouse and a green skirt entered, smiling warmly as she greeted him, "Good morning." Or perhaps I should say good afternoon. She promptly closed the door behind her. Rogers fixed his eyes on her and quietly inquired, "Where am I?" The radio continued its broadcast, announcing the Dodgers leading at 8-4. Cheers erupted from the fans, proclaiming it a thrilling match. Rogers, still puzzled, directed his gaze back at the radio before returning his attention to the woman. Asking in a more serious tone, "Where exactly am I?" The woman, slightly taken aback, replied with an awkward smile, "I don't quite understand what you mean." Rogers scrutinized her intently. "This game is from May 1941. I attended it." The woman's demeanor shifted dramatically, and Rogers, sensing the tension, stood up and approached her. "I shall ask you once more, where am I?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, the woman discreetly activated a hidden signaling device. "Who are you?" Rogers demanded sternly. Suddenly, the door burst open, and two guards in black rushed in. Rogers, witnessing their aggressive advance, clenched his fists as the sound of two resounding thuds echoed, followed by a cacophony. The guard were forcefully thrown from the room, shattering the illusion of the simulated environment. With powerful strides, Rogers swiftly exited, discerning his surroundings before continuing his sprint. Target 13 is on alert. The woman, an undercover S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, exclaimed urgently. Meanwhile, in a room within the New York branch, Fang Leng received the signal. "Move out immediately. Track down Captain Rogers," he commanded, dashing from the room. Within the captain's attire lay a discreetly installed miniature tracker. Fang Leng hastily joined several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in a vehicle, setting off in pursuit of Rogers. The determined Rogers had already burst forth from the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility and found himself amidst the bustling streets of New York. A cascade of dazzling billboards and towering, modern edifices filled his vision. Bewildered, Rogers paused to gaze around him, astonished by the unfamiliar surroundings. Meanwhile, several cars swiftly encircled him from all directions. The doors swung open, and a cadre of agents emerged with urgency. "Stay calm, Captain." A voice pierced through Rogers' astonishment. Turning towards the speaker, he beheld a robust young man with dark hair and piercing black eyes, whose imposing physique was rivaled only by his own. This was Fang Leng. With a friendly demeanor, Fang stepped forward and said, "I apologize, Captain. That was merely a ruse. We felt it necessary to gradually explain certain matters to you." "What matters?" Rogers, still catching his breath, asked directly. Sensing the undeniable intensity in Rogers' gaze, Fang realized he must speak the truth. "You have been in slumber, Captain, for 70 years, he stated candidly. At this revelation, a tremor coursed through Rogers' heart as he surveyed his surroundings. The splendid, modern landscape of New York, so starkly different from the 1940s, was almost overwhelming. "Are you feeling all right?" Fang inquired. "Can we offer you assistance? I believe you require guidance in this moment. Here in New York, we will help you comprehend the matters you wish to understand." Observing Rogers' bewilderment, Fang hurriedly pressed on. Rogers turned his gaze back to Fang and replied, "Very well." At this juncture, Rogers, enveloped in confusion, needed to steady himself and contemplate the gravity of his situation. Fang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Rogers was maintaining his composure in the face of such a monumental shift in worldview. "I'm Fang Leng, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Please follow us." Chapter 77, The Alliance and Planning. In a lounge within the facility, Steve Rogers sat upon a sofa, contemplating the bewildering reality around him. "Take a moment to rest. We will discuss the current world at a measured pace," Fang suggested as he poured 2 cups of coffee from the beverage machine. Rogers' gaze fell upon an electronic clock in the room, a device foreign to the 1940s, yet he quickly discerned its purpose. "It is now 2016, Rogers remarked to Fang. "Indeed, it is 2016. Captain, records indicate you went missing in March of 1945 while combating Hydra," Fang replied, handing Rogers a cup of coffee. "Indeed, I have been asleep for over 70 years, Rogers reflected, a sense of profound nostalgia washing over him. Fang regarded Rogers warmly and said, "Allow me to summarize the significant events of these 70 years for you." "Very well. Please, enlighten me," Rogers replied. Fang Leng elaborated to Rogers on the significant historical events from the conclusion of World War II to the 21st century. As Rogers listened, he found himself filled with curiosity and astonishment regarding numerous occurrences. Fang Leng utilized his knowledge to provide explanations throughout the afternoon, engaging in conversation and imparting wisdom to Rogers. The downfall of Hydra and the Nazis was comprehensible to him, given the era he had lived through. However, the dissolution of the Soviet Union was indeed unexpected, leaving Rogers in a state of reflection. Over 70 years, the world had undergone radical transformations. In an age once rife with warfare and strategic maneuvering, formidable powers had faded into the annals of history. The Cold War, the bipolar world, the conclusion of the Cold War, and the establishment of the European Union. All these events stirred profound emotions within Rogers, as they had transpired while he lay dormant in the icy depths. Observing Rogers, Fang Leng spoke candidly. Despite his recent acquaintance with Captain America, he felt a strong admiration for him. Before him stood Steve Rogers, exuding a certain aura, one of sincerity that inspired trust, complemented by a countenance imbued with righteousness. Fang Leng, I wish to inquire about S.H.I.L.D. What kind of organization is it? Rogers suddenly asked. You wish to know about S.H.I.L.D.? Let me explain that it evolved from a strategic scientific reserve after World War II. This should provide you with a preliminary understanding of the organization, Fang Leng succinctly replied. As the captain, Rogers was undoubtedly familiar with the Strategic Scientific Reserve. A look of surprise crossed Rogers' face. The Strategic Scientific Reserve? So S.H.I.E.L.D. is derived from it. He recalled vividly that his own transformation into a super soldier had been conducted under the auspices of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. He remembered the benevolent gaze of Dr. Erskine, who oversaw his transformation, as well as the profound sorrow he felt upon learning of the Dr. S. assassination by a Hydra spy. He reminisced about fighting alongside the Howling Commandos and the steadfast visage of his dear comrade, Bucky, along with Peggy Carter's composed yet sweet smile. Suddenly, a thought struck Rogers. What is it, Captain? Fang Leng inquired, puzzled. Rogers looked at Fang Leng earnestly. I need your assistance in locating someone. Her name is Peggy Carter. Just one person, right? No problem. Fang Leng nodded, then glanced at a computer in the room and approached it. He accessed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s encrypted website, which was linked to the citizen databases of allied nations. Under Rogers' guidance, Fang Leng entered the pertinent information. Peggy Carter, born April 9, 1919, in London. During World War II, she served as the liaison officer for the British Army in the United States. As Rogers spoke, Fang Leng input the relevant details. Soon, the information was retrieved. As he gazed at the screen filled with text and images, an overwhelming sense of longing washed over Rogers. It's you, Peggy, he murmured. Fang Leng gently tapped Rogers on the arm, reminding him, take note, she is still among the living and resides in Philadelphia. As evening descended, Fang Leng escorted Rogers to a room within the temporary housing area of the division. You shall stay here for a few days. Director Fury intends to meet with you personally. Shortly, I will arrange for some historical and contemporary sociological texts to be sent to assist you in grasping the current state of the world, she said kindly to Rogers. After all, mere narration was insufficient. Thank you, Rogers replied. Good night. With that, Fang Leng stepped out of the room, where S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were stationed nearby for security. Taking a deep breath, she made her way towards her own quarters. Following the captain's awakening, Fang Leng informed Fury, who was eager to meet the legendary hero of World War II. 2 days later, Fury arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York, accompanied by Phil Coulson. They promptly convened with Captain America. In the conference room, Fang Leng, Rogers, Fury, and Coulson engaged in discussion. Fury, ever respectful of the captain, acknowledged the significant contributions he made during the war against Hydra and the Nazis, which had led to the salvation of countless lives and cemented his status as a legend. Coulson, known for his meticulous nature, was visibly excited. He was even holding a collector's edition of a World War II Captain America poster, enthusiastically inquiring about the captain's various legendary exploits. Coulson unabashedly revealed himself to be a devoted fan of Captain America, insisting on accompanying Fury upon hearing the news. It is widely recognized that although we currently dwell in a relatively peaceful era, threats persist. Individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities and mysterious technologies seek to exploit their powers recklessly. Even potential extraterrestrial threats loom on the horizon. Therefore, I propose the establishment of an alliance composed of extraordinary individuals. An alliance? Fang Leng's interest was piqued. Fury nodded, affirming. Indeed. However, the members of this alliance must possess exceptional skills. Those with superhuman abilities, formidable warriors, and individuals with advanced technologies are all welcome. This alliance will unequivocally stand for justice and combat malevolence. Just imagine, a team of extraordinary individuals united against evil. Safeguarding peace is a truly magnificent endeavor. The participants exchanged glances, recognizing the strength of Fury's vision. First, we must devise a name for this proposed alliance. Surely, someone can come up with a more fitting title, Fury suggested, scanning Fang Leng and the others. Upon hearing this, Fang Leng's heart raced, and after a moment of composure, she proposed, how about calling it the Avengers? Instantly, the eyes of the four individuals turned towards Fang Leng. The Avengers? That name sounds rather appealing, Fury remarked, noting her suggestion. Coulson chimed in. Then let us refer to this proposed alliance as the Avengers for now. Of course, an alliance must have its members. We should draft the members. Fury clasped his hands together and remarked, "This is the final aspect of my plan for the alliance. The members being assembled for the nascent Avengers must be formidable combatants. Whether they possess superhuman abilities, advanced technology, or have undergone physical enhancements or rigorous training. This is precisely why I am addressing this matter here." Fury's gaze swept towards Captain America, Steve Rogers. "Captain Rogers, and you as well, Fang Leng." Fury turned his attention to Fang Leng, stating that today's meeting likely included 2 prospective members of the alliance. At this juncture, a hint of pride flickered in Fury's right eye, implying that Fang Leng and Rogers were indeed potential candidates for the Avengers. "Director Fury, your proposed alliance should undoubtedly have a clear purpose. An organization devoid of soul may falter in its endeavors," Rogers asserted in a serious tone. Fang Leng exchanged a knowing glance with Coulson, nodding in agreement. Captain America embodies a hero of integrity and civility. Even 70 years after his revival, his noble spirit continues to resonate with those around him. Fury regarded Rogers and said, "Very well, Captain. Let us hear your suggestions." After a moment of contemplation, Rogers began to articulate his recommendations for the operational principles of the prospective Avengers. Firstly, members must wield their powers judiciously, refraining from exploiting the weak and instead championing justice. Secondly, as an alliance, they must learn to unite and assist one another in critical moments. Thirdly, members ought to coexist peacefully, avoiding conflict and hostility among themselves. Rogers' voice was steady and commanding, imbued with a profound sense of discipline, a quality forged in the crucible of countless battles. Listening to Rogers outline these principles for the future Avengers, Fang Leng felt the palpable righteousness emanating from him. The first 2 principles posed little contention. However, the third, given the diverse styles and personalities of the heroes involved, would likely require significant negotiation to achieve harmony. After considering Rogers' suggestions, Fury nodded and turned to Fang Leng. "And you, Fang Leng? Do you have any valuable insights for this emerging alliance?" Fang Leng pondered briefly, suggesting that with established principles, they should also consider the diversity of the members. "I propose that our members should be as diverse as possible. After all, strength lies in numbers. Beyond those with superhuman abilities, advanced technology, and extraordinary combat skills, even aliens, artificial life forms, and reformed villains should qualify for membership in the Avengers." Upon hearing this proposal, both Fury and Coulson nodded in agreement. Typically, one might focus on superhumans and technologists, but the inclusion of aliens, artificial beings, and reformed adversaries is indeed worthy of consideration. "What about you, Coulson?" Fury inquired, directing his question towards Coulson. Coulson contemplated for a moment and remarked, "I believe the members of the Avengers should engage in regular exchanges, ensuring that their actions are more harmonious during critical moments." His suggestion elicited nods of agreement from the other 3. Sometimes, collaboration among a group of unfamiliar individuals can seem rather rigid. Fury then continued, "Let us first review some potential candidates for this Avengers initiative." The screen swiftly displayed an image of the Hulk, Bruce Banner. "I won't elaborate on you two. Barton's and Rogers' contributions are well known. Let us discuss these individuals. First, we have Bruce Banner, a scientist endowed with extraordinary transformation abilities. Once transformed, he possesses immense strength, rendering an armored battalion no match for him. The scene shifted to the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, an elite agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. She excels not only in infiltration and intelligence, but also in combat prowess. Her operational capabilities are truly enviable. The image transitioned again to a figure with a rugged short haircut, wielding a high-tech bow. His piercing blue eyes glimmered with intensity, sharp as those of an eagle. Clint Francis Barton, known as Hawkeye, a marksman who can outshoot any world-class sniper. He has vanquished countless foes with his modern bow and arrows. I must also mention that Agent Romanoff was recently on a mission with him. The screen then shifted to a wild-haired man clad in armor, draped in a crimson cape, and wielding a metallic hammer. This is Thor, the god of thunder. Coulson, were you not recently involved in addressing matters concerning him in New Mexico? Please share your insights. Fury turned to Coulson. Nodding, Coulson recounted his investigation into the mysterious extraterrestrial hammer in New Mexico, which ultimately led to the emergence of Thor and Asgardian, along with the enigmatic tale surrounding him. Thor, a prince of Asgard, claimed divinity, yet from a scientific perspective, he could be classified as an extraterrestrial entity. His hammer had fallen to Earth, and he, being a prince of Asgard, found himself in conflict with other Asgardian factions. We established contact with him. Fortunately, despite a slight air of arrogance typical of royalty, he proved to be communicative and responsible. As Coulson observed the image of Thor, he reflected on how, in relation to Earth, this god of thunder indeed represented a form of extraterrestrial being. The scene shifted once more to reveal a figure clad in iron armor, Tony Stark. The Iron Man Fury solemnly stated, "This rather irreverent hero, Tony Stark." Coulson, after viewing the image, turned to Fury and inquired, "Do you truly wish to recruit him? He is certainly quite unpredictable, and persuading him could prove to be exhausting." Fury reassured him, "Do not lose heart regarding him. One of my purposes for coming to New York is to seize the opportunity to meet Stark. I believe I can inspire within him a desire to join this alliance." Upon contemplating this, Fang Leng could not help but smile inwardly. Stark truly was a flamboyant hero, compelling Fury to take the reins personally. However, given Fury's stature and cunning, it was entirely plausible that Stark might indeed harbor an interest in this potential Avengers assembly. Finally, Fury introduced the potential members he had identified, addressing Fang Leng and the others. "All right, the current potential members include the two of you present here. I have introduced them all. I would like to inquire if we discover any other suitable candidates. Should we not also observe them judiciously?" Suddenly, Fang Leng posed a question. That would be even better. If there are new candidates, why not strive to develop them? Just go for it, Fury replied candidly. Fang Leng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had an ideal candidate in mind, a commendable companion. Chapter 79, Stark's Decision. The summary regarding the potential Avengers members was, in essence, concluded. Before the meeting adjourned, Fury offered a final word of advice to Fang Leng. "One more thing, Fang Leng. Captain Rogers needs to become more acquainted with the contemporary world. The responsibility of aiding him in this endeavor falls to you." Upon hearing this, Fang Leng realized that Fury intended for him to assist Captain America in acclimating to modern society. Nonetheless, Fang Leng held a favorable impression of Rogers and was quite willing to engage with this legendary hero. "Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist Captain Rogers," Fang Leng replied readily. "All right then, this meeting is concluded." Meanwhile, Coulson continued to engage in conversation with Captain Rogers for quite some time. As a fervent admirer of Captain America, Coulson naturally seized every opportunity to discuss the illustrious feats of the World War II era. Rogers, in turn, displayed great tolerance for his enthusiastic fan, patiently recounting those historic and thrilling combat experiences. Subsequently, as Fang Leng aided Rogers in familiarizing himself with modern society, Rogers fostered a growing fondness for Fang Leng. Rogers possessed a value system characterized by classical traits, exhibiting a steadiness that contrasted with the often frenetic nature of contemporary society. His character was impeccably upright. Frankly speaking, Rogers could be regarded as the most principled individual Fang Leng had ever encountered. Moreover, Fang Leng was an individual who had traversed from a parallel world to this one, while Rogers could be seen as a man from the past thrust into the present. This unique dynamic imbued Fang Leng with a special affinity for Captain America. 2 weeks passed, and within the confines of a spacious indoor training facility, Fang Leng and Rogers engaged in combat and weapon training. "Captain, splendid work. Right on target," Fang Leng exclaimed, admiring Rogers' precise shooting skills. Captain Rogers set down his firearm and responded, "Thank you for the compliment." Naturally, Rogers needed to familiarize himself with modern weaponry, and Fang Leng assisted him in this regard. After all, modern weaponry had undergone significant evolution since the era of World War II. Nevertheless, Rogers, being Captain America, displayed remarkable adaptability to these arms, particularly with firearms. Fang Leng needed only to offer a few pointers, and Rogers quickly mastered the use of these contemporary weapons with ease. Rogers adapted to modern weaponry far more swiftly than he did to societal integration. After undergoing firearms training, he became thoroughly acquainted with these contemporary firearms. As he neatly placed the weapons aside, Rogers approached a table at the training area and remarked, "While I appreciate these firearms, I have a profound affinity for this shield." Despite having slumbered for 70 years, Rogers' physique remained remarkably intact, with agility and endurance undiminished from his prime. Crafted from sound-absorbing steel, this shield stands as Captain America's most iconic weapon. With it, he vanquished countless Hydra agents and Nazis in his time. A sudden vibration interrupted the moment as Fang Leng retrieved his communicator. Casting a glance at Rogers, he said, "Captain, please continue your training. I have matters to attend to." Rogers replied directly, "Fang Leng, attend to your duties." He then resumed his training. Fang Leng found it peculiar that Fury summoned him, especially to Stark Tower. However, Fury's message via the communicator indicated it was of utmost importance. With Stark present alongside Fury, he wondered what the urgent matter could be. Nevertheless, he decided to head over. Utilizing the SHIELD transport, Fang Leng arrived at Stark Tower. Naturally, Stark had already cleared his entry. Ascending to the 120th floor, he entered the lobby to find Fury and Stark seated on a sofa. Upon seeing Fang Leng, Fury exclaimed, "You finally arrived." "Stark, Upon catching sight of Fang Leng, displayed a hint of surprise in his eyes before smiling. Hey buddy, you've become quite impressive after your transformation. Fang Leng couldn't help but smile in return. Following the modification, he had grown to over 185 centimeters, his physique significantly more robust than before. It was no wonder Stark was momentarily taken aback. Stark gestured toward the sofa, his voice laced with happiness as he remarked, Fang Leng, I knew you wouldn't be so unfortunate. Look at you. You've come through this ordeal remarkably well. Have a seat. There is some fine French wine on the table. Let us indulge in a few glasses. I mentioned we should celebrate once you were back on your feet, and today is perfect for that. Fang Leng exchanged pleasantries with Stark before settling onto the sofa. He glanced at Fury, suspecting that Stark had inquired about some of his matters, notably the incident where he guided Bruce Banner in mastering his own power. With a slight smile, Fang Leng responded, Ultimately, it depends on Banner himself. I merely offer my assistance. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Fury and asked, Fury, why did you summon me here today? Is it related to that plan? Fury, understanding the implication behind Fang Leng's words, assured him, Rest assured, I'm not asking you to speak on my behalf. Moreover, Stark has expressed keen interest in this alliance. Should it come to fruition, he intends to join. Perhaps you should let Stark elaborate on himself. Fang Leng's gaze fell upon Stark, taken aback that Stark had been swayed by Fury. Logically speaking, persuading the free-spirited Stark to join any organization would be akin to scaling the heavens. Stark, sipping his red wine, smiled and remarked, Let me clarify this for you. Fang Leng, I have never been one to easily join any organization, but the prospect of the Avengers initiative that Fury spoke of has piqued my interest. What intrigues me are the members of this alliance. Fury has informed me that these individuals are quite fascinating. Being in their company brings me immense joy. This revelation was indeed surprising. Stark's willingness to join the Avengers stemmed from the allure of its members. Moreover, Stark would seize the opportunity to showcase his flair and embark on adventures, aligning perfectly with his roguish character, which likely ignited his enthusiasm for the Avengers. Understanding this, Fang Leng nodded, regardless of how eccentric Stark's reasoning might appear. Fury continued, Thus, Fang Leng, I summoned you here for another purpose, one that is sure to refresh your senses. This matter is also related to Stark. A hint of curiosity crossed Fang Leng's face. What could it possibly be? Follow me, and you shall soon find out. Stark finished his glass of red wine in one gulp and rose to his feet. Chapter 80, Nano Armor. Observing Stark as he stood and walked, Fang Leng and Fury exchanged glances before following Stark. The trio arrived at a wall on one side of the floor. Stark addressed the device embedded in the wall, saying, JARVIS, you may reveal the item now. With a series of mechanical sounds, the wall slid open, unveiling the armor in a state of readiness. The golden red armor shimmered with brilliance. Fang Leng examined the suit and smiled at Tony, saying, It appears you've acquired a new armor. He clearly noted the differences between this suit and the previous Mark 6. Stark grinned, replying, That's the nearly completed Mark 7. It's even cooler than before. However, I still have some technical challenges to overcome. But what I truly wish to show you is this. Stark pointed towards another device resting alongside the Mark 7 in the cabinet. Fang Leng's gaze sharpened. The object resembled a circular item, reminiscent of a belt. Noticing Fang Leng's puzzled expression, Stark chuckled and retrieved the belt-like device from a cabinet. This device exuded the appearance of advanced technology. Allow me to demonstrate, Stark said, fastening the device around his waist. The belt-like apparatus encircled his waist, composed of 16 rectangular metallic modules linked together. At the forefront of this belt was a circular device, strikingly similar to the arc reactor that once adorned Iron Man's chest. With a crisp sound, the circular device at the front of the belt-like apparatus was rotated 360 degrees to the left and right. Subsequently, the reactor illuminated. Do not rush. We are approaching the most exhilarating part, Stark remarked. After the reactor glowed, Stark pressed a button located above the apparatus. What followed was an astonishing spectacle. The 16 rectangular metal modules encircling the belt opened their sides, and a multitude of fine, sand-like particles began to surge forth. These particles rapidly enveloped Stark's entire body, forming a sleek metallic armor that encased him. In no time, Stark was completely enveloped in a suit of silver metal armor. Fang Leng observed the swift formation of the armor, his expression tinged with curiosity, as if recalling something. What material constituted this armor? Could it be composed of nanobots? Fang Leng looked at Stark and the device at his waist with a puzzled expression, noticing the characteristics of the armor's transformation. He couldn't help but reminisce about the nanomagic armor he had once faced alongside Stark over a year ago. Indeed, this was armor made of nanobots, as Stark confirmed. Furthermore, I must elaborate on the origins of this armor. In truth, I acknowledge that this nanotech armor was developed through reverse engineering of the captured nanomagic armor. Upon hearing this, Fang Leng's expression grew more serious. The nanotech armor originated from reverse engineering the nanomagic technology. The nanomagic had endangered countless lives, and it was imperative to study his technology to understand the source of its formidable power. After so much time had passed since that incident, I have made considerable breakthroughs in this research. Finally, I have unraveled the mysteries of the nanobots created by the nanomagic, which allowed me to produce this nanotech armor. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Leng smiled at Stark. So, Stark, what do you intend to name this nanotech armor? Mark what? Stark replied, a peculiar expression crossing his face. No, this does not belong to the Mark series. It cannot belong to the Mark series. The Mark series is my creation. While this nanotech armor is a reverse engineer modification derived from the technology of that nanomagic fellow, the nanotech armor is distinct from the Mark series. Moreover, I am resolutely opposed to using this nanotech armor, Stark emphasized. Fang Leng looked at Stark, perplexed. Stark had successfully reverse engineered the nanotech armor, yet had no intention of employing it. Nick, perhaps you should elaborate, Stark suggested to Fury. Fury, observing Fang Leng's bewilderment, explained, the nanotech armor created by Stark is indeed not intended for his personal use. It was developed under the direction of S.H.L.D. Following the events of the nanomagic incident, the technology was also seized. We pondered, given the extensive destruction caused by the nanomagic, whether we could repurpose his technology as a form of restitution. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. entered into a research collaboration with Stark. Utilizing the acquired sample of nanobugs from the nanodemon, Stark assisted in reverse engineering the technology of this marvel. Ultimately, he succeeded in crafting the formidable nano-demon battle armor. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, in conjunction with Stark Industries, secured lucrative military procurement contracts, thereby filling Stark's coffers to the brim. This financial incentive motivated Stark to delve into the research of the nano-demon technology, culminating in the creation of the nano-battle armor. Fang Leng nodded in understanding, realizing the context. Fury, casting a gaze filled with trust toward Fang Leng, declared, I have decided to grant you the use of this nano-battle armor. Upon hearing this, Fang Leng was momentarily taken aback. The armor was indeed designated for his use. Fury, are you saying this armor is for me? He inquired once more. Precisely. I perceive great potential in you, young man, coupled with a commendable sense of responsibility. Bestowing such equipment upon someone with promise is undoubtedly beneficial. Fury continued, now, let us not dwell on anything else. This nano-battle armor is yours to wield. Fang Leng then directed his gaze towards the device at Stark's waist, responsible for generating the nano-armor. Stark, removing the belt-like apparatus, jested. Doesn't this device bear a striking resemblance to a belt? I designed it this way for the convenience of storing the nanobugs that form the armor. Imagine, this storage device can be worn like a belt, making it quite convenient to activate with the flick of a switch. Wouldn't you agree? Fang Leng, you should promptly inquire with Stark on how to operate this device. The reason I summoned you here is that there are certain operational details that require Stark's personal explanation. Fury urged. Fang Leng quickly regained his composure and addressed Stark. All right, Stark, how do I use this belt? Let me explain. The technology encapsulated within this nano-battle armor belt is quite sophisticated. However, since it was designed to store those nanobugs, it is relatively straightforward to use. Stark began elucidating the specifics of the nano-battle armor belt's operation. Chapter 81. Acquainting oneself with the armor. After Stark's detailed explanation, Fang Leng had grasped the method of utilizing the nano-battle armor belt. He fastened the belt around his waist and proceeded to rotate the circular energy reactor at the front 360 degrees to the left and right. The reactor illuminated, indicating that the energy system of the armor belt had been activated. Additionally, Stark quickly added, this armor belt is equipped with a slot for an artificial intelligence interface. Do you still have your Daisy AI with you? Indeed, I do, Fang Leng replied. Prompted by Stark's reminder, he reached into his pocket. Since Daisy was exceptionally convenient to use, Fang Leng often carried the chip containing her. As anticipated, he discovered a slot on the inner side of the nano-battle armor belt and inserted the chip. Subsequently, Fang Leng pressed a button located above the reactor. The 16 rectangular metallic templates on the belt began to release the stored nanobugs, and a flowing, sand-like substance rapidly enveloped Fang Leng's body. Millions of nanobots enveloped Fang Leng's torso, arms, and legs, rapidly coalescing on the surface of his body to form a remarkably resilient and textured silver metallic battle armor. His head was likewise encased in this armor crafted by the nanobots. Clad entirely in this silver armor, only the original belt remained, partially obscured by the nanobots, revealing only the circular reactor at the front, glowing with a cerulean light. Before Fang Leng, an array of electronic data, emerged within the helmet of the armor, accompanied by the refreshing electronic voice of Daisy. "Sir, the armor is fully operational." As Fang Leng moved his limbs, he found the nanotech armor surprisingly agile. In fact, compared to Iron Man's Mark series, this suit exhibited significant differences, the most notable being its composition of nanobots. While the Mark series primarily features a streamlined exterior, this nanotech armor presented a design resembling that of a powered armor warrior, with its surface showcasing a blend of smoothness and pronounced angularity. Daisy's electronic voice continued, "Sir, I have extracted the programs from the original device's memory. The performance specifications of the entire suit are now available." The display in front of Fang Leng revealed a flurry of data in the lower left corner. This nanotech armor also possessed flight capabilities, which filled Fang Leng with a sense of exhilaration as he perused the information. After deactivating the reactor, the armor ceased all functions. Fang Leng turned to Stark, his expression brimming with excitement. "This armor is truly remarkable. Its performance appears exceptional." Stark nodded in agreement, stating, "I invested considerable effort into perfecting this nanotech suit. Its capabilities are undoubtedly top tier. However, I must clarify that the nanobots technology was not originally developed by me. My understanding of nanomage techniques remains incomplete. Therefore, this armor cannot replicate the exaggerated abilities of the suit he created." Indeed, while Stark had reverse-engineered much of Nanomage's nanobot technology to develop this suit, Nanomage's original armor could transform into weapons such as metallic axes or whips, abilities this suit lacked. After all, Nanomage wielded a profound mastery over his nanobots, whereas his current armor was primarily programmed with fixed capabilities. Nevertheless, the nanotech armor remained a superior piece of equipment. Fury regarded Fang Leng and remarked, "With this armor, you must become more familiar with its functionalities. It will be essential for your combat and missions. By the way, Fang Leng, there is something I must not overlook. I mentioned that you need to drink well for a while. You cannot neglect that." Stark then turned to Fury, adding, "And you as well, Fury. I have decided to join the newly formed alliance. Today, you must do me the courtesy of indulging in some drinks. If you intend to leave without a proper toast, think again." Fury and Fang Leng exchanged glances, both wearing faint smiles. Once Stark's enthusiasm was ignited, refusal became nearly impossible. "Very well, let us drink heartily." Thus, the three of them began to revel at the table, with Stark displaying his usual exuberance, consuming red wine and champagne in quick succession. Fury, shedding his usual air of calculated authority, also relaxed and enjoyed the libations. After undergoing physical enhancement, Fang Leng found his tolerance for alcohol significantly strengthened. Days passed, and on a coastal highway near New York, Fang Leng, clad in a trench coat, strolled towards the shoreline, excitement evident on his face. Recently, he had been familiarizing himself with the capabilities of his nano armor, and today he aimed to further explore its flight capabilities. Reaching the edge of the road near the ocean, he gazed out at the seemingly endless expanse of water. With his trench coat billowing open, he secured the nano armor belt around his waist. After a full 360-degree twist, the reactor activated. Pressing a button, countless nanobots swiftly enveloped his body, forming a suit that blended smoothness with angular aesthetics. Within the helmet, Daisy presented the data. Since acquiring this armor belt, Fang Leng had continuously inserted Daisy's chip into it. "Welcome back, sir," Daisy's crisp female electronic voice echoed in his ear. "Daisy, initiate the jet system. Today, I intend to fly further amidst the skies of New York," Fang Leng commanded. A jet launch port beneath the armor opened, and Fang Leng felt an exhilarating lift surge from below his feet. The power increased, and the armor ascended into the air, soaring to several hundred meters. The silver-glossed nano armor began to fly parallel to the vast Atlantic Ocean. As he flew, Fang Leng reveled in the boundless exhilaration, watching the waters below recede at an astonishing pace. With the nano armor, he traversed dozens of kilometers over the sea. After a while, he approached the vicinity of the Manhattan Bridge, observing the bustling traffic on the bridge. It reminded him of the time he had fought alongside the lizard people. Suddenly, a thought struck him. That old comrade, I wish to see him again. Chapter 82. The Green Goblin? Fang Leng thought of his steadfast ally, Peter Parker. I wonder how that good friend is faring? He pondered. Reflecting on their initial battles against the lizard people, Fang Leng realized that his contributions had once been limited. Yet now, he stood as a formidable force, one of the elite operatives of SHIELD. During the meeting regarding the formation of the Avengers, Fang Leng contemplated the potential of developing Peter into a member of the team. However, that was not the most pressing matter. It had been quite some time since they last met, and Fang Leng found himself missing Peter. After a period of reflection, he resolved to arrange a time to reunite with him. Retaining Peter's contact information, he reached out and discovered that Peter was available on a particular day. Fang Leng invited Peter to a Chinese restaurant in Queens to enjoy Peking duck, Chinese noodles, and dumplings. Upon seeing Fang Leng again, Peter was taken aback. Had it not been for Fang Leng's unmistakable features, he might not have recognized him at all. "Long time no see, Fang Leng. But you have certainly changed quite a bit," Peter remarked, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity as he observed Fang Leng's transformation. Fang Leng chuckled, glancing at his own physique. "Well, it's been over a year since we last met. Let's enjoy our time together today." As they entered the restaurant and awaited their meal, their conversation flowed naturally. After discussing mundane topics, Peter, intrigued, inquired about Fang Leng's impressive physical transformation. "Fang Leng, I'm curious about how your body has become so strong," he asked. Fang Leng, anticipating the question, felt a hint of reluctance. He had expected Peter would ask about it given his appearance, not wanting to dwell on the matter. They continued their meal, shifting to various other subjects. However, Fang Leng noticed a shadow of concern lingering in Peter's demeanor, which he seemed to be concealing during their dinner. "Peter, it seems you have something on your mind. Perhaps you should share it," Fang Leng suggested, observing Peter's troubled expression. Taking a deep breath, Peter replied, "I don't want to keep this from you any longer. Recently, a self-proclaimed Green Goblin has emerged in New York, causing chaos." Upon hearing the term Green Goblin, Fang Leng was momentarily taken aback, realizing this villain had indeed made his presence known. Peter continued, "But that's not the main issue. The real problem is that this Green Goblin has been targeting me specifically. We've crossed paths several times, and he's quite adept at creating traps to ensnare me." As he spoke, the frustration on Peter's face became more pronounced. The Green Goblin had brought him an abundance of troubles. Fang Leng listened intently, his expression growing serious as he pondered the implications. Given that the Green Goblin had appeared and was now opposing Peter, he knew he could not remain passive. "Peter, I must say this. I am determined to assist you in confronting the Green Goblin," Fang Leng stated earnestly, his gaze unwavering. Peter did not refuse. He considered Fang Leng's words before responding thoughtfully, "Thank you, Fang Leng. However, you must exercise caution. The Green Goblin is exceptionally dangerous. He is far from an ordinary criminal, and dealing with him requires utmost vigilance." "Rest assured, I will be careful," Fang Leng affirmed, nodding with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "The enemy is formidable, beyond the comparison of ordinary individuals." However, Fang Leng has also acquired significantly enhanced abilities compared to before. With his partnership with Spider-Man, he is confident that they can vanquish the Green Goblin. "I must convey another crucial piece of information." Peter continued speaking to Fang Leng. "That Green Goblin has discovered my true identity. This is a matter that requires vigilance. He is a threat that cannot be underestimated. You must be particularly attentive to the safety of those around you during this time." Upon hearing this, Fang Leng's expression became grave. Peter sighed, expressing his concern. "I am most apprehensive about him targeting those close to me, such as Harry or Mary Jane. I will assist you. We must remain in close contact during this period. I will devise a plan to confront the Green Goblin, and it will surely aid you." Fang Leng responded with unwavering determination. Peter nodded in agreement, and the two forged a mutual understanding to confront the elusive Green Goblin together. A waiter approached, carrying a platter of Chinese roasted duck, politely announcing, "Gentlemen, your dish is ready." A plate of crispy, fragrant roasted duck was placed before them. "Now, Peter, let us continue our discussion regarding the misdeeds of the Green Goblin." After their reunion, the two strengthened their communication. Fortunately, aside from training and acquiring combat knowledge at S.H.I.L.D., Fang Leng currently has no pressing assignments, allowing him to be ready for action at any moment. Both prepared themselves to guard against the Green Goblin's impending strike. Meanwhile, within a grand and classical mansion in Queens, Norman Osborn sat in an oak chair, perusing the newspaper. On the oak table before him lay a green metal mask that could instill terror in countless hearts. The mask's elongated visage appeared exaggerated, with yellow lenses in its eyes, resembling an evil, sinister demon or cunning goblin. As Osborn read the paper, he suddenly tossed the Daily Bugle aside. A flicker of desire and malice danced in his formerly steady gaze. That Spider-Man is far too self-important, proclaiming himself a harbinger of justice." Gazing at the Green Goblin mask on the table, Osborn was filled with dissatisfaction and rage. Looking at the grotesque and malevolent metal mask, a smirk of pride crept upon his lips. "I am the true genius, deserving of the adulation of all New Yorkers. No one shall obstruct my path. No, our path." Osborn's voice grew menacing, becoming coarse and wild. His expression morphed into one of cunning and wickedness. Since injecting the Osborn Industries serum, a persona filled with malevolence and a thirst for destruction has gradually taken hold of him. Infinite desires, unrestrained and unbridled, have expanded the formerly limited aspects of his inner self. The rational and composed Osborn is being supplanted by this dark and evil persona. Indeed, the original Osborn has become merely a mask, increasingly serving as a facade for this malevolent identity. To deal with that insufferable Spider-Man, one must strike at his weaknesses, his loved ones. Upon reaching this thought, Osborn grinned malevolently, as wicked ideas surged from the depths of his mind. Chapter 83, United Against the Green Goblin. 5 days had elapsed since Peter's reunion with him. In the temporary quarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. members in New York, Fang Leng rested in his room after a day of training. At his computer, he perused news related to the Green Goblin. It appeared that the Green Goblin was becoming increasingly brazen, recently fixating on Peter. It would be best to seek out Norman Osborn in the coming days to address the Green Goblin at its source. After contemplating, Fang Leng reached a decision. Given the Goblin's elusive nature, it would be wise to take the initiative against him. Just as Fang Leng continued his research online, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw that the caller was Peter. He promptly answered, "Hello, Peter." Peter's voice on the other end sounded anxious. "Fang Leng, the Green Goblin has reappeared. He has kidnapped Mary Jane, and the location is the Pulaski Bridge in Queens." The urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation, since the Goblin had resurfaced. They needed to confront him alongside Spider-Man. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Fang Leng swiftly donned his nanotech armor belt, opened his window, activated the reactor, and pressed the switch. The silver nanotech armor enveloped his body in a cascade of metallic sheen. With a roar from the thrusters beneath his feet, Fang Leng ascended into the night sky. "Daisy, retrieve the coordinates for Pulaski Bridge," he instructed hastily. "Understood, sir," Daisy replied, and soon provided the desired coordinates. Fang Leng accelerated towards the target. By 10 o'clock that evening, on the iron framework of Pulaski Bridge, Mary Jane slowly opened her eyes. "Where am I?" she wondered, glancing around before sitting up in alarm. Panic washed over her face as she realized she was on a support beam of a bridge. The chilly night wind swirling around her. Below, vehicles roared past on the bridge's surface. Terrified, Mary Jane scanned her surroundings, spotting something familiar in the lights of nearby buildings. She was indeed on Pulaski Bridge. Suddenly, a raspy, sinister laughter echoed through the night air. A figure clad in green metallic armor, riding a glider, soared swiftly overhead. It was none other than the Green Goblin, the infamous figure of urban legend in New York. Mary Jane stared in astonishment at the flying goblin, her heart racing with fear and confusion. This was the very creature that had brought her to this precarious place. The goblin, perched on his glider, cackled with delight, while a sightseeing cable car glided parallel to the bridge. Under the night sky, a group of children gazing at the breathtaking scenery witnessed an astonishing spectacle. "Look at him! How cool he is!" exclaimed the youngsters aboard the sightseeing cable car as they caught sight of the Green Goblin soaring through the air. Relishing the view of New York at night, the Green Goblin felt a surge of pride. "Foolish Spider-Man, soon you shall learn what true suffering is." This time, the Green Goblin resolved to abduct Mary Jane and inform Peter Parker, waiting for him to walk into his trap. From beneath the Green Goblin's glider, missiles were launched. Trailing plumes of smoke, they hurtled towards a parking lot at one end of the bridge. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, illuminating the bridge and nearby buildings with blinding light. Dozens of cars in the parking lot were instantly reduced to a smoldering wreckage. Onlookers on the bridge and in the surrounding structures stood in stunned silence, while panic ensued, causing several vehicles to collide in chaos. Just as the crowd gasped in horror, a figure suddenly emerged in the night sky. A series of web strands shot towards the iron framework of the bridge, with Spider-Man executing agile maneuvers. The massive explosion severed the winch connecting the cable car to the bridge, sending it plummeting below. "Ahaha!" The Green Goblin cackled wickedly as he seized the frayed cable, halting the cable car's descent. "Hurry faster," Spider-Man urged, racing towards the precarious vehicle. "Stop, Spider-Man," came the malevolent and triumphant roar of the Green Goblin. There he stood atop the bridge's framework, one hand gripping the cable of the cable car, while the other clutched Mary Jane, who cried out in terror. "Let me go," she pleaded, while the Green Goblin's laughter grew more maniacal. "Cease this, Green Goblin," Spider-Man shouted fiercely. "I want to play a game. Should I let this vehicle full of innocent children perish?" The Green Goblin waved his right hand, still grasping the cable. "Shall I let your beloved woman die?" he taunted, shaking Mary Jane in his left hand. Spider-Man glared intently at the Green Goblin, though his mask obscured his face. Peter was consumed by hatred for his foe. The Green Goblin could release both hands at any moment. "Ha ha, it's your decision, Spider-Man." After a burst of maniacal laughter, the Green Goblin simultaneously let go of both hands. Mary Jane and the children aboard the cable car screamed in terror. Spider-Man's web shooters fired with urgency, while a flash of light streaked past. With a clang, the Green Goblin was knocked aside, and the cable car's cable was seized. Spider-Man's web shooter adhered to the bridge, allowing him to swing and catch Mary Jane in his arms. The Green Goblin, propelled by the earlier impact, plummeted but quickly regained his balance, hovering midair on his summon glider. Who is that scoundrel? He bellowed in fury, only to see a figure clad in silver armor, flames propelling him forward as he gripped the cable car's line. The one who arrived was Fang Leng, whose heart raced within the confines of his battlesuit. Just moments ago, he had made a timely entrance, recognizing the peril and immediately crashing into the Green Goblin, swiftly seizing the cable. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Fang Leng then directed his gaze toward the nearby Spider-Man, Peter, who hung suspended, clad in a form-fitting red and blue suit, cradling the rescued Mary Jane. Upon seeing the battlesuit, Spider-Man instantly deduced that the one providing support was none other than Fang Leng. Hey there, your suit looks quite impressive. Tonight, we have a foe that requires our united strength. Spider-Man called out to Fang Leng. Indeed, let us join forces and deal with this Green Goblin. The two quickly turned their attention to the Green Goblin, who was now truly enraged. He soared towards them on his glider with alarming speed. Ahaha, look, little spider. You summoned a helper, but it'll only lead to your demise. The Green Goblin cackled maniacally from atop his glider, his voice imbued with a frenzied malice. With a surge of speed, the glider beneath him accelerated, and suddenly, two razor-sharp metal blades sprang forth from its wings. I'll deal with you first, little spider. The Green Goblin roared as he charged towards Spider-Man, who was still holding Mary Jane. Damn it! Spider-Man exclaimed, quickly activating his web shooters to retract rapidly, lifting himself and Mary Jane upwards. The Green Goblin, noticing this maneuver, swiftly altered his trajectory and continued his relentless assault on the ascending Spider-Man. Try this. Fang Leng, still gripping the cable, hastily aimed at the Green Goblin as a missile launched from his battlesuit. The missile hurtled towards the Green Goblin, who was preoccupied with attacking Spider-Man. However, the Goblin's suit detected the incoming projectile. What? You bastard! Thankfully, the glider's agility allowed him to narrowly evade the missile by a hair's breadth. The Green Goblin's attention shifted back to Fang Leng, sneering. Now you shall experience the fiery kiss of these little toys. With that, he hurled over a dozen golden spherical projectiles towards Fang Leng, suspended in midair. These metallic spheres unfurled tiny wings. Fang Leng, encased in his nano-battle suit, watched as the marked targets sped towards him. If unencumbered, he could have evaded them with the suit's flight capabilities. However, he was still gripping the cable, which he could not relinquish under any circumstances. One after another, Fang Leng maneuvered his nanosuit to the maximum extent, attempting to dodge the oncoming metallic spheres. Nevertheless, with over a dozen projectiles targeting him, evasion proved exceedingly difficult. Two of them struck Fang Leng, resulting in a violent explosion that engulfed him. These winged golden spheres were miniature bombs. Below, the cable car rocked violently, causing the children aboard to cry out in terror. Haha, what? The Green Goblin, reveling in his apparent victory, was astonished to discover that, once the flames subsided, the silhouette clad in silver armor remained standing. At this moment, the silver battle armor worn by Fang Leng exhibited several damaged areas. However, the entirety of the armor was composed of nanotechnology, allowing the compromised sections to be swiftly restored. Fortunately, the armor proved to be quite resilient, and Fang Leng felt a sense of relief. With the formidable technology of the Nanomancer combined with Stark's reverse engineering, how could it be so easily destroyed? Yet, upon inspection, Fang Leng noticed that the cable in his hand had sustained significant damage due to the explosion shockwave, although it had not severed. If he did not quickly find a place to lower the cable car, it would inevitably fail under the weight, causing the car below to plummet. The Green Goblin seemed to have noticed this predicament and let out a sinister laugh. Ha, are you feeling quite restricted in your movements? It appears you are as foolish as that Spider-Man, insisting on playing the hero. With that, the Green Goblin prepared to assault Fang Leng once more. Suddenly, a sound echoed. A thick strand of webbing ensnared the left wing of the glider. Hey, Green Goblin, do not bully my friend. Spider-Man shot a web that struck the Green Goblin's glider, while simultaneously swinging along the web line. Seizing the opportunity while the Green Goblin was preoccupied with Fang Leng, Spider-Man quickly ascended to the bridge and safely set Mary Jane down. With a powerful swing, Spider-Man nearly sent the Green Goblin's glider tumbling. Taking advantage of the moment, Fang Leng hastened to find a target for the precarious cable car, which was on the verge of breaking. Nearby, a small vessel caught his attention. Revving the engine to full throttle, Fang Leng used the cable to pull the swaying cable car above the ship. There are children on board. I'll set it down here. Fang Leng shouted to the crew on the vessel, finally placing the precarious cable car onto the deck of the modest ship. The crew had witnessed the recent skirmish near the Pulong Bridge and, seeing Fang Leng set down the cable car. They quickly accelerated their departure. As Fang Leng soared through the air, he observed the Green Goblin engaged in a fierce battle with Spider-Man near the bridge. Spider-Man, utilizing his remarkable agility and web shooters, maneuvered around the bridge's iron structures while fiercely contending with the Green Goblin. However, the Green Goblin, with his glider's flying capabilities, relentlessly hurled spherical pumpkin bombs towards the bridge. Oof. Is it just because you can fly? Your opponent is me, Fang Leng declared sternly to the Green Goblin. Noticing Fang Leng fully armed, the Green Goblin immediately redirected his attention. A surge of intense battle spirit welled up within him. A flying adversary? Splendid. Let us see how long you can keep me entertained. Playing with someone who can't fly is simply dull. With his full arsenal unleashed, the Green Goblin charged fiercely at Fang Leng. Fang Leng surveyed his surroundings, realizing that numerous vehicles remained on the Pulong Bridge. Engaging in battle in such a location could result in countless casualties. Come and catch me if you can, Fang Leng taunted, soaring away from the bridge, while the Green Goblin pursued him at breakneck speed on his glider. Beneath the formidable glider fashioned from violet metal, two 20mm autocannons were aimed at the airborne Green Goblin. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as twin streams of flames surged toward him. The crisp sounds echoed as the nanotech armor was struck, sending sparks flying. Yet, the Green Goblin swiftly altered his flight path. After all, any damage to the nanotech suit would necessitate the consumption of nanobots for repairs. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the city merely observed two unidentified flying objects carving through the night sky, trailing flames behind them. In addition to the autocannons, missiles and pumpkin bombs were also launched at him. Evading these weapons, Daisy's electronic voice resonated within the armor, announcing the discovery of an abandoned residential area 3 kilometers away. An abandoned residential area? Very well, he would lure the Green Goblin there, engaging him further in confrontation. Following Daisy's coordinates, he surged forward. You can't escape, you little brat, the Green Goblin bellowed, simultaneously accelerating the glider's thrusters to their utmost limits. He hurled another 20 flying pumpkin bombs at an alarming speed. These wretched fiends, the Green Goblin exclaimed, dodging them hastily. Suddenly, taking advantage of Green Goblin's distraction, he crashed into the armor from a rear angle. The metallic clash resonated as both were sent plummeting downward. Their speeds were considerable, and they found themselves above the dilapidated residential area when struck. They tumbled into the ruins. The sound of debris shattering echoed around them. Struggling, he pushed aside the dust and rubble from his suit. Fortunately, the armor had protected him, and he sustained little injury. Just as he regained his footing, another bomb was swiftly thrown his way. The thrusters beneath him activated, propelling him away from the impending explosion. Goodness, when you crashed into me, you actually grabbed hold of me, causing us both to fall here. The Green Goblin emerged from the wreckage, clad in his formidable green armor, which boasted significant defensive capabilities. Having evaded the explosion, he steadied himself, fixing his gaze on the Green Goblin. All right, it's time to teach you a lesson. Chapter 85, United Against the Green Goblin. The two stood in a tense standoff. You think you can teach me a lesson? Dream on. And who do you think you are, coming to battle me alongside that Spider-Man? The Green Goblin jeered. My name is of little consequence, but you may remember my face. I'm not afraid of you. The Green Goblin's bravado did not intimidate him. After all, he was a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., unencumbered by any ties in this world. So why fear the Green Goblin? More importantly, he had his own motives for removing the helmet of his armor. With a swirl reminiscent of quicksand, he detached the headpiece, seizing the opportunity to harness his superpower transformation. It had been a while since he last wielded it. He was eager to see how the Green Goblin's abilities would measure up. Within the depths of his subconscious, the Green Goblin's 3 superpowers manifested: super strength, super endurance, and super reflexes. The prowess of the Green Goblin is not particularly formidable, yet Fang Leng discovers that his body can undergo simultaneous transformations, concentrating the entirety of his energy. A violent tremor and an exhilarating sensation rapidly course through him. Fang Leng's body seamlessly adapts to the 3 superpowers of the Green Goblin. He experiences an overwhelmingly profound sense of rebirth, as his being swiftly merges with the 3 extraordinary abilities. A peculiar force surges within him, spreading and intertwining throughout his form. However, this transformation does not linger for long. Although the experience feels interminable, in reality, only a few seconds pass in the physical realm. At last, the transformation is complete. Fang Leng exhales deeply, having once again undergone this profound metamorphosis, albeit this time acquiring the abilities of a villain. Yet, the morality of superpowers is not absolute. It is contingent upon the wielder and their intent that truly matters. The Green Goblin observes Fang Leng's peculiar expression with a hint of confusion. The drastic changes within Fang Leng during the transformation are evident. The strange contortions of his face are to be expected. Nonetheless, The Green Goblin thinks little of it and rasps, "Humph, I've memorized your face." Though, remembering the visage of someone destined for hell holds little significance. This time next year, I shall recall having vanquished a scoundrel with your features. Remember that if you wish. Indifferent to the Green Goblin's words, Fang Leng, now equipped with the Green Goblin's superpowers, restores his nanotech battle armor. Eager to test his newfound abilities, he considers this transformed body as an opportunity to gauge his strength through combat against the Green Goblin. Green Goblin, do you not seek to eliminate me? Let us measure our might in a contest of fists. Fang Leng boldly proposes. The Green Goblin, regarding Fang Leng with a nonchalant demeanor, smirks and replies in a hoarse voice, "You wish to brawl with me? Very well." The Green Goblin's straightforwardness is surprising, as he does not decline the challenge. A chilling laughter erupts, and suddenly, the Green Goblin lunges forward, delivering a powerful punch that swiftly propels towards Fang Leng. With a resounding crash, their fists collide with tremendous force. Both combatants possess immense strength, and combined with the enhanced power of Fang Leng's armor, their blows are equivalent to several tons of force. The impact sends both fighters recoiling several meters back. The Green Goblin is momentarily taken aback. Despite initiating the strike, Fang Leng's punch proves equally formidable. Fang Leng regains his footing, acknowledging the considerable force behind the Green Goblin's blow. It is indeed impressive that he can withstand such a strike, especially since he has not only adopted the Green Goblin's powers, including strength, but has also undergone prior enhancements to fortify his own abilities. It can be said that Fang Leng possesses an extraordinary power of transformation coupled with enhanced physical capabilities, allowing him to retaliate even against the Green Goblin, who initiated the attack. It seems you have some tricks up your sleeve, young man. As the Green Goblin spoke, he suddenly noticed a figure swinging towards them. It was Spider-Man. It appears I have not missed the spectacle. Spider-Man had arrived just in time, as the fiery trails left by the chase between him and Fang Leng were still quite evident against the night sky. "Buddy, let us tackle this guy together," Spider-Man exclaimed as he leaped to Fang Leng's side. "All right, let's take care of this scoundrel." Fang Leng understood that there was no need for chivalry when confronting a villain like the Green Goblin. The only truth was to decisively eliminate the wicked whenever the opportunity arose. It seems I shall have to contend with both of you now. I must exert my full effort, the Green Goblin rasped. Seizing the moment, he reached behind his waist and retrieved 2 pumpkin bombs from the storage compartment of his suit. These bombs were not ordinary. They emitted a powerful flash of light. After a dazzling burst, the 2 pumpkin bombs exploded, not in flames, but in a thick cloud of smoke. These bombs were specially designed high-concentration smoke bombs, equipped with a strong flash mechanism to quickly disrupt visibility. The smoke enveloped Fang Leng and Spider-Man within a 50-meter radius. The Green Goblin took advantage of the chaos, soaring into the sky on his glider. "Let you experience this," he shouted. From beneath his glider, for missiles launched from an internal compartment, bursting forth into the smoke. A series of explosions rocked the area, scattering the smoke even further. "Ha! Even if I can't kill you, you shall never capture me." The Green Goblin reveled in his moment of excitement. Suddenly, a figure shot forth from the smoke and flames. Fang Leng, clad in his nano-armor. "Don't even think about escaping, you scoundrel." He charged toward the Green Goblin, who was overlooking the chaos below. Meanwhile, a thick strand of webbing from Spider-Man latched onto Fang Leng's armor, propelling him upward. The Green Goblin hastily maneuvered his glider to evade. "Spider-Man, it's your turn." Fang Leng accelerated, climbing significantly higher until he soared dozens of meters above the Green Goblin. Seizing the opportunity, Spider-Man aimed his web shooter at the fleeing Green Goblin. "You won't get away." A web shot forth, catching the Green Goblin off guard. With a powerful tug, Spider-Man yanked the ensnared Green Goblin downward, sending him plummeting toward the ground. Chapter 86, Peter's Stance. The Green Goblin, pulled by the web, fell rapidly towards the earth. As Spider-Man clutched the other end of the webbing, the impact was significantly softened. However, the Green Goblin still plummeted to the ground. Fang Leng glanced at the falling Green Goblin and remarked, "All right, let us investigate this fellow." He lowered the altitude of his armor and descended. Spider-Man also found an appropriate distance, releasing the web that had adhered to Fang Leng's armor, and leaped to the ground. At that moment, the Green Goblin, having crashed to the earth, groaned and began to rise again. The detestable Green Goblin stood up, and a figure swiftly darted to his side. A powerful punch landed squarely on the Goblin's mask. "You villain, this is what you deserve," Spider-Man exclaimed, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the Green Goblin. Caught off guard by this relentless assault, the Goblin hastily fled in the opposite direction. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a figure clad in silver armor descended from above, blocking the Green Goblin's path. "Trying to escape? Not so easily," Fang Leng declared, delivering a devastating punch to the Goblin's chest, accompanied by a resounding thump. Fang Leng's powerful blow sent the unsuspecting Green Goblin tumbling. Spider-Man quickly joined in, showering the goblin with a torrent of strikes. His heart brimmed with loathing for the malevolent creature, especially for having kidnapped Mary Jane and treating the lives of children as mere playthings. Thud! Thud! Spider-Man's fists rained down upon the Green Goblin. Though the goblin wore his signature armor, its defensive capabilities paled in comparison to Fang Leng's advanced nanotech suit. And after enduring the recent battle, the goblin's armor bore signs of damage. Each of Spider-Man's furious punches inflicted genuine pain upon the goblin. Peter! The Green Goblin suddenly cried out in desperation, raising his hands to shield himself from the onslaught. Spider-Man paused, momentarily taken aback by the voice that sounded so familiar. It was as if the Green Goblin's voice had transformed, no longer the raspy and sinister tone, but rather that of a composed, middle-aged man. The goblin struggled to remove his helmet, revealing a haggard face. "Mr. Osborn?" Spider-Man uttered in astonishment. Fang Leng stepped closer, contemplating the disheveled visage before him. Recognizing it as the true identity of Norman Osborn, he knew that revealing this to Peter would likely be met with disbelief. It was perhaps better for him to learn through this confrontation. Norman Osborn gazed at Peter with a face full of dread, glancing towards Fang Leng as well. "It was the Green Goblin that controlled me. Do not let him continue to manipulate me," Osborn pleaded. Spider-Man removed his mask, revealing a youthful face filled with confusion, astonishment, and fury. "You kidnapped Mary Jane and intended to harm those children," Peter confronted Osborn. No. It was the Green Goblin who forced me to do it," Osborn replied, his expression mirroring that of a frightened patient, filled with remorse and helplessness. Peter continued to interrogate. "You killed those members of the Osborn Industrial Board. You orchestrated a series of attacks against me." Osborn's face was marred by embarrassment and regret as he lamented, "It was the Green Goblin. That man controlled me." "Peter, you must believe me. I need your help. I can be like a father to you. Please, take my hand." Observing the exchange between Osborn and Peter, Fang Leng remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings, prepared for any potential upheaval. Osborn, with a countenance of despair and pleading, engaged Peter in conversation while his hand discreetly pressed a hidden switch on his armor. Almost simultaneously, a voice echoed within Fang Leng's armor. "Sir, the scanning system indicates an approaching object." Fang Leng's heart sank. Something was coming. The nano armor possessed formidable scanning capabilities, adept at detecting nearby, moving entities. He swiftly maneuvered his armor towards the detected motion, only to see a jet-like flying object hurtling towards Peter's location, the Green Goblin's glider. At that moment, two razor-sharp metal blades emerged from the front of the glider. The Green Goblin was seizing the opportunity to assassinate Spider-Man amidst the distraction. Fang Leng promptly raised both arms, launching a missile from each. The display within his helmet locked onto the incoming glider. With a piercing whistle that sliced through the air, the two missiles struck the glider, resulting in a violent explosion accompanied by a burst of flames. The glider disintegrated into several scattered pieces of scrap metal. Relief washed over Fang Leng. He had successfully thwarted a perilous attack. This assault did not merely target Spider-Man. The Green Goblin was also in the direct line of fire. Even if Spider-Man could evade it with his agility, the injured Green Goblin would not escape unscathed. Fang Leng's intervention had, at the very least, saved the Green Goblin's life. Peter, witnessing the flames and smoke from the explosion, instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He turned to Osborn with fury. "Mr. Osborn, this is what you deserve." He delivered a powerful punch to Osborn's face, nearly rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, Peter directed both hands toward Osborn, unleashing a barrage of webbing from his wrist-mounted web shooters. In the blink of an eye, Osborn was ensnared, his hands and torso enveloped by the exceptionally sticky spider silk. Fang Leng approached, observing the subdued Osborn and Peter's expression of disappointment and confusion. "All right, my friend, let us hand him over to the authorities," Fang Leng remarked, patting Peter on the shoulder. Peter nodded in agreement. Despite Osborn's numerous transgressions, he was still Harry's father. Allowing him to live could, to some extent, avert a multitude of potential troubles. Deep down, Fang Leng felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his decisive action. Had it not been for that strike, even if Peter could have dodged the attack, Osborn would likely have met a grim fate. Peter and Fang Leng had handed Osborn over to the police. Meanwhile, Mary Jane and the children from the cable car were safe and sound. By the riverside adjacent to the plank bridge, the two gazed at the night sky, which appeared somewhat unsettled after the fierce battle that had transpired. "Fang Leng, I truly thank you this time," Peter sighed, addressing Fang Leng. Fang Leng smiled in return. "Buddy, you've caused trouble again. How could I stand idly by? Besides, I now have a promising future and a sense of belonging. Assisting you in dealing with the Green Goblin is no burden at all." He then turned to Peter, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Peter, isn't it wonderful to face formidable foes together like we did tonight? Therefore, I wish to pose a question to you. Peter also looked at Fang Leng and replied. Go ahead, my friend. Fang Leng asked calmly. If one day there were a team that would only allow you to join during an extremely perilous moment to fight alongside its members against a formidable enemy, would you consider joining? Peter's gaze returned to the skies over New York as he replied, if such a day were to come, I would consider it. Fang Leng secretly smiled within, sensing that Spider-Man held significant potential. Although it was merely a simple statement, he could see the seriousness in Peter's expression. The Avengers were still in the process of formation, not yet officially established. As long as the door wasn't entirely shut, there would surely be opportunities in times of crisis. That day will definitely come, Fang Leng stated calmly. As it was quite late, Fang Leng and Spider-Man bid each other farewell and departed. Upon returning to the temporary housing area of S.H.I.E.L. members, Fang Leng's heart brimmed with anticipation. Not only had they successfully subdued a powerful adversary together, but they had also added a potential member to the Avengers. Chapter 87. The Conspiracy of the Dark God. In the vastness of the cosmos, Earth is not the only planet teeming with life. Countless civilizations rise and fall in an endless cycle. Conquest and desire are the ultimate goals of all who possess strength. On a desolate planet in Orion, a boundless expanse lay shrouded in darkness. The nearby star was not only distant, but also a diminutive star in its waning phase. Its size was several dozen times smaller than the central star of the solar system, the Sun, casting a feeble light that barely illuminated the planet. On this dark and desolate world, a formidable cosmic cavalry was vigorously organizing their equipment. Countless massive, whale-like semi-biological weapons rested on the planet's surface, while groups of humanoid soldiers busily arranged their firearms or engaged in impromptu drills. Atop a high mountain on this barren planet, a figure clad in an unusual robe, the master of the Chitauri, surveyed the vast army below. The Chitauri, a nomadic race of the cosmos, had obliterated more than one world. Countless civilized planets had been reduced to ruins under their assault. Even the survivors were ruthlessly enslaved, with any who dared to resist facing brutal slaughter. Gazing upon the boundless army, the Chitauri master smiled with pride. Especially the Leviathan, a formidable half-biological, half-mechanical weapon transformed by the Chitauri technology. Thousands of these Leviathans can be seen within the line of sight. This powerful, whale-like hybrid weapon symbolizes the Chitauri Legion's majesty as the cosmic cavalry. Moreover, the Chitauri's small combat motorcycles are counted in the tens of thousands, characterized by their rigorous training, high mobility, and formidable infiltration capabilities, which define the essence of the Chitauri forces. Of course, this vast legion operates under central command. With this thought, the Chitauri overlord's gaze inevitably shifted towards another direction in space. A colossal Chitauri command ship hovered not far from the planet. This immense vessel possessed exceptional command capabilities, able to coordinate the movements of hundreds of thousands, even millions, of Chitauri troops. As long as the Overlord issued a directive, this command ship could execute countless subtle tactical adjustments to the dispatched Chitauri divisions based on the orders given. The Overlord gazed at the command ship in the void, feeling the immense strength of the Chitauri army beneath his command. Conquest and further conquest, such as the ambition of the Chitauri. However, the aspirations of conquerors are truly unfathomable. For those who revere power, trampling upon and humiliating what they deem weak civilizations is a source of great pleasure. Only through further conquest can the desires of the strong be satiated. The Chitauri overlord pondered a recent matter. The Cosmic Cube. According to intelligence from our new allies, it resides in a distant human world. The world known as Earth has uncovered the long-lost Cosmic Cube. Astonishingly, the inhabitants of Earth believe they can unravel the secrets of this magnificent artifact. At this, the Overlord could not help but smirk. Unfortunately, our allies alone know how to master the secrets of the cube. A sound of footsteps broke the silence, and the Chitauri Overlord slowly turned. A young man clad in a green robe with long black hair approached. The Overlord regarded the youth, who was none other than the Chitauri's new ally, a royal scion from the divine realm of Asgard. Loki, you have arrived, the Chitauri Overlord remarked, hand clasped behind his back. The young man nodded, a gaunt yet somewhat sinister visage breaking into a confident smile. Your Excellency, I have meticulously planned everything. This collaboration will surely lead us both to victory. This youth was Loki, the second prince of Asgard, once a figure of great renown. Asgard was venerated by countless planetary inhabitants as a divine realm, and Loki, as its second prince, was regarded as a deity to some extent. Approaching the Chitauri Overlord, a flicker of excitement crossed his otherwise gaunt and cold features. Yet, beneath his exterior lay an underlying fervor and combative spirit. With a tone both polite and brimming with confidence, Loki stated, Your Excellency, I believe your Chitauri forces also desire to harness the latent power of the Cosmic Cube to enhance their strength, do they not? That is precisely why I sought you out to share the secret. Possessing the Tesseract signifies an embrace of infinite possibilities. The Chitauri leader gazed at Loki with a glimmer of pride in his eyes. The Tesseract, a legendary artifact capable of manipulating time and space while controlling elemental forces, would undoubtedly grant its wielder unimpeded dominance across the cosmos. As members of the Chitauri, a formidable cosmic army, it was inconceivable for them to remain indifferent to such power. Surprisingly, Loki, the second prince of Asgard, proactively approached them, divulging pertinent information and proposing an alliance. The Chitauri leader, known for his decisive and ruthless nature, weighed the options and acquiesced to the alliance. Very well, according to our prior arrangement, let our new ally, Loki, take the lead. We, the Chitauri, shall deliver a sudden and devastating blow to the inhabitants of Earth, the leader declared in a composed yet fervent tone. A hint of a chilling yet proud smile graced Loki's face, for the allure of the Tesseract had compelled the Chitauri army to join forces with him. This alliance would enable him to orchestrate an assault on Earth, fulfilling his desire for vengeance against his brother, Thor. With the acquisition of the Tesseract, Loki envisioned himself continuing to revel in the power alongside the Chitauri, potentially ruling the universe. Bring forth the gifts for our new ally, commanded the Chitauri leader with a wave of his hand. A nearby Chitauri soldier approached, cradling a staff in both hands, presenting it to the leader. He lifted the staff, gazing at Loki with an expression of triumph. This is your new weapon. Do not underestimate it. The Mind Stone embedded within possesses unimaginable power. For a trusted ally, such as yourself, we shall extend our utmost support, the leader affirmed. A cold smile flickered across Loki's lips as he replied, Thank you, my lord. I shall wield it wisely, accepting the staff adorned with the Mind Stone. The Chitauri leader continued, Pursue your ambitions, my ally. A glorious future awaits us. Loki's azure eyes met those of the Chitauri leader, revealing a glimmer of ambition. Rest assured, await the day when the Chitauri triumph over Earth. Beneath his seemingly calm exterior, Loki's heart brimmed with fervor. Initially, he had dismissed the Chitauri leader, viewing them as brutish cosmic marauders unworthy of association with the noble prince of Asgard. Yet, vengeance against Thor necessitated a temporary alliance with such a powerful ally. Loki was resolute in his quest for revenge, believing that invading Earth would inflict profound suffering upon his brother, who had recently rediscovered his path and even found companionship among its inhabitants. Loki harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Earth, perceiving it as the very place that had facilitated Thor's resurgence from confusion. Fear not, Thor. I shall ensure your agony. Loki mused coldly to himself. Chapter 88, Loki's Assault. In New Mexico, within a classified research facility of S.H.I.E.L.D., darkness enveloped the night, pierced only by the whirring blades of a helicopter that shattered the stillness of the evening sky. The armed guards at the research center were all on high alert. Accompanied by the diminishing sounds of rotor blades, a helicopter smoothly descended onto the helipad outside the facility. The side door of the helicopter swung open, revealing a woman clad in a form-fitting leather jacket, followed closely by a man with an eye patch. At the entrance of the research center, Phil Coulson, who had been waiting with his hands on his hips, promptly greeted the two arrivals. They were none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and senior agent Maria Hill. Fury strode up to Coulson and inquired directly, What is the current status of the Tesseract? Coulson's expression was serious as he replied, The situation is uncertain. Virtually no one among the researchers dares to make any definitive claims about the consequences. Fury furrowed his brow slightly, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation. The Tesseract was a mysterious artifact discovered during World War II, recognized as an extraterrestrial substance. For decades, it had remained stable, but recently, significant internal fluctuations had been detected within it. We must investigate immediately, Fury declared. The trio entered the research center and took the elevator down to the underground laboratory. Coulson continued to brief Fury on pertinent information. Dr. Eric Selvig and his team of researchers were working urgently to stabilize the Tesseract's condition. However, he had mentioned that there was a peculiar energy emanating from it. Fury nodded, choosing not to pursue that topic further, and asked, by the way, has the evacuation plan been executed? It has been initiated, and everyone at the research center is doing their utmost to evacuate. However, Dr. Selvig and his team will need a bit more time. As stabilizing the Tesseract is of utmost urgency, Coulson quickly added. Fury looked at Coulson seriously and said, The evacuation of other personnel must be expedited. You should attend to that. The situation had become exceedingly dire, prompting Fury to hasten toward the equipment related to the Tesseract. The Tesseract held countless mysteries, and if any anomalies were to arise, it could spell disaster for all. Maria Hill remarked to Fury, Nick, even if we were to relocate, I fear it wouldn't address the root of the problem. I believe that unless we control the energy of the Tesseract, no place we hide will be safe. Seeing Fury's resolute demeanor, Maria nodded and stated, "All right, Director," before proceeding to direct SHIELD guards and staff to manage critical equipment at other locations. Fury continued to move briskly and finally arrived at the spacious laboratory dedicated to monitoring the Tesseract. Upon spotting Dr. Selvig, Fury immediately asked, "Doctor, what is the situation?" "It is dire," replied the somewhat portly Dr. Selvig, detailing the current state of the Tesseract. "Moreover, it is continuously emitting radiation and interference. However, the threat to human health is minimal." Fury observed the blue energy entity of the Tesseract, which appeared to be suspended within a turbine-like apparatus, resembling an energy form anchored by beams of blue light. Intricate and peculiar patterns could be seen within it. At this moment, however, there was a palpable fluctuation. This fluctuation intensified at regular intervals. "By the way, what about Agent Barton?" Fury inquired of Dr. Selvig. Upon hearing the name, Selvig's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. "Ah, you are referring to Hawkeye? He has been observing from above. Much like an eagle perched high in this spacious laboratory, atop a support structure soaring over 10 meters in height. Agent Barton, with his enhanced vision, was monitoring the changes in the Tesseract below, his gaze penetrating enough to rival that of anyone standing merely 3 meters away. He caught the sound of Fury calling for him repeatedly. Using a chain, Hawkeye descended gracefully, arriving at Fury's side as the two exchanged glances of the Tesseract. Initiating their dialogue. "Your task is to monitor the Tesseract. Can you confirm that you have observed nothing unusual? Or, to rephrase, what external force has activated it?" Fury asked. With eyes that seemed capable of seeing through everything, Barton focused intently on the Tesseract and replied, "There is no one here, I can assure you, not even Dr. Selvig. I fear this matter does not originate from our side." Upon hearing this, Fury regarded Barton with a puzzled expression and remarked, "Our side? That is merely my conjecture. Consider this, based on decades of scientific conclusions, the Tesseract serves as a conduit to another realm of the universe." No sooner had Barton finished speaking than the Tesseract at the center of the turbine apparatus trembled violently, as if some energy were about to burst forth. Fury and Barton exchanged alarmed glances. "It seems something is about to emerge. Perhaps you are right." A powerful energy surged within the Tesseract, producing a strange resonance that echoed throughout the laboratory. The energy from the Tesseract shot toward the platform aligned directly in its path, a uniquely designed structure intended for potentially opening a spatial gateway. A swirling blue energy formed a near-circular area, enveloping the platform entirely. Following a more intense flicker, the Tesseract ceased emitting its blue energy beams. The blue energy on the platform dissipated, leaving behind a solitary figure. All present in the laboratory exchanged wary glances as a senior guard led 7 or 8 SHIELD operatives armed with automatic weapons toward the platform. The guards held their breath, their eyes fixed on the figure upon the platform. Slowly, the figure rose, revealing a gaunt, cold visage filled with sinister intent, surveying its surroundings. Fury furrowed his brow, yet his gaze was drawn to the object in the figure's hand. "Sir, please lower your spear and cooperate," Fury addressed the obviously humanoid newcomer. The figure smirked malevolently at the mention of the spear. Then, a chilling voice echoed, "No one command a god." The newcomer was none other than Loki, whose staff suddenly unleashed a surge of energy, obliterating a piece of equipment beside Fury. The guards reacted swiftly, unleashing a barrage of fire toward Loki. Loki suddenly leaped, his staff piercing sharply into a guard. The guard fell to the ground, astonished. Loki swiftly dispatched 2 more guards in close proximity. The staff he wielded was exceedingly sharp, capable of serving as a formidable melee weapon. The remaining guards hastily retreated, firing at Loki in rapid succession. Yet, amidst the darkness, they abruptly realized that beside them stood phantoms mirroring their adversary. In terror, the guards shot towards the apparitions, but their bullets passed through Loki's illusions as if traversing mere air. Before they could recover from their shock, blue energy beams struck them down. In mere moments, all 8 heavily armed guards present had been slain by Loki. Some SHIELD agents hastily drew their weapons and began shooting. But Loki's blue energy beams accurately eliminated them as well. Hawkeye drew his gun and fired, but was swiftly knocked to the ground by Loki's close assault. Confronted by the second prince of Asgard, an evil god, even the most rigorously trained human appeared utterly inadequate. Hawkeye rolled on the ground, barely managing to rise. Yet, Loki's staff was thrust directly towards his heart. However, Loki chose not to deliver a fatal blow. Gazing at Hawkeye, a flicker of excitement crossed Loki's cold visage. "You seem capable," Loki remarked with a sneer as a surge of blue light emanated from the Mind Stone embedded in his staff, enveloping Hawkeye's body. Hawkeye contorted in pain, his eyes swirling with a terrifying darkness before flashing a strange blue light and returning to normal. At that moment, Hawkeye's gaze became one of peculiar loyalty towards Loki. Observing Hawkeye, Loki turned to confront others. The sudden ambush had undoubtedly caused significant casualties, yet there remained individuals sufficiently robust to serve Loki. Now, I believe I require more than one ally, Loki stated, employing the same method to control several strong and battle-capable D agents. Fury, lying low, witnessed the unfolding events and suddenly had an epiphany. He seized the Tesseract from the device and stowed it in a portable metal case. Just as Fury intended to make his escape, a cold, flat voice commanded, "Put it down." Instantly, Fury felt an icy gaze fixed upon him from behind. Turning around, he beheld the green-clad assailant watching him intently. "You desire this object, but must you be so extreme?" Fury questioned Loki. Loki's tone remained icy and matter-of-fact. "I have come across unimaginable distances for this. I am Loki, from Asgard. I bear a great mission that you could scarcely comprehend." Chapter 89, The Crisis Begins. Meanwhile, Dr. Selvig, who had been lying on the ground, heard that cold, flat voice and suddenly rose, astonished, to gaze at Loki. "Loki, you're Thor's brother," Selvig's voice, somewhat hoarse and middle-aged, reverberated. Loki cast a glance towards Selvig. Facing the dire circumstances, Fury calmly addressed Loki, stating, "We harbor no animosity towards you." With a furrowed brow, Fury sternly countered, "So, do you intend to annihilate us?" Loki strode toward Dr. Selvig, casually declaring, "I merely bring you a piece of good news. A world devoid of freedom awaits you." "Freedom?" Fury inquired, perplexed. A smirk of disdain flickered across Loki's visage, and his tone turned frigid. "Freedom is the greatest deception, yet if you embrace this reality." With that, Loki abruptly thrust his scepter against Dr. Selvig's chest, the blue energy from the Mind Stone swiftly permeating the doctor's body. "Your heart shall attain true peace." Dr. Selvig, like several others, succumbed to Loki's control. Fury remarked, "The peace you speak of reminds me of its antonym." The already subjugated Hawkeye, Agent Barton, observed the expanding blue vortex above Fury's head, the recent anomaly of the Tesseract wreaking havoc in the vicinity. "Sir, Director Fury is stalling. This place is on the verge of collapse, and we may soon find ourselves buried hundreds of meters beneath the ground," Barton stated as he approached Loki. Dr. Selvig quickly glanced at an intact device, exclaiming, "He speaks the truth. We have mere minutes left." Loki nodded and exchanged a knowing glance with Agent Barton. "Very well, let us proceed." No sooner had he spoken than Barton swiftly drew his sidearm, firing a shot that sent Fury sprawling to the ground. Barton seized the metallic case and handed it to the approaching Dr. Selvig. Loki, Barton, and the controlled Dr. Selvig, along with several D agents, hastily exited the laboratory. Amidst the chaos, the injured lay convulsing on the ground from the recent skirmish, but Loki and his thralls paid them no heed, stepping over the wounded as though they were refuse. Guided by Hawkeye, Loki's group swiftly arrived at the research center's parking lot. Maria Hill was commanding personnel to load crucial equipment for transport. Upon spotting Hawkeye, he cast a cold glance her way and pointed to several unoccupied vehicles, stating, "I require these vehicles." Under Barton's direction, Loki and Dr. Selvig quickly boarded a vehicle. Maria's gaze fell upon one individual, a man clad in an odd green long coat, wielding a peculiar scepter. "Who is he? I've never seen him before," Maria remarked to Barton. Without turning, Barton replied, "They instructed me not to inform anyone else." Maria scrutinized Loki with suspicion before returning to her task of directing the loading of equipment. Meanwhile, the radio communicator in Maria's hand crackled to life, transmitting Fury's voice, "Agent Barton, he has betrayed us." Meanwhile, Agent Barton's keen ears detected the faint sound. His handgun was swiftly drawn from his waist. Maria, too, moved with remarkable speed. Drawing upon years of rigorous training, she executed a sudden roll to the side, taking cover beside the equipment that was still being loaded. In quick succession, several bullets whizzed past. Utilizing the equipment as a shield, Maria evaded the onslaught, though several of her guards stationed nearby were struck squarely in the forehead by Barton's precise shots. Barton fired 2 more rounds for cover before swiftly entering the driver's seat of the pickup truck carrying Loki. The pickup, alongside another vehicle, sped away, piloted by Loki's cohorts. Maria's communicator crackled with Fury's voice, "They have stolen the Tesseract. Intercept them." Without hesitation, Maria leapt into a nearby vehicle, issuing commands to the SHIELD combat units still in the vicinity through her communicator. Time was of the essence as Fury hastened toward the elevators after fleeing the laboratory. Tactical teams 3 and 4 rushed to intercept the targets. While pursuing Loki and Barton, Maria deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, all the while relaying directives. At that moment, Loki's convoy traversed a tunnel where numerous hurled vehicles were frantically transporting personnel and equipment outward. Maria's vehicle closed in on the enemy. She drew her handgun and fired at the pickup carrying Loki. In response, an agent in a sedan trailing behind Loki's truck fired back at Maria's vehicle. Loki cast a cold glance toward Maria's car, raising his scepter to aim directly at it. A beam of blue energy shot forth. Maria quickly ducked, the blast tearing the roof off her vehicle. A flicker of disdain crossed Loki's indifferent expression as he unleashed several more beams of blue energy toward Maria's car. However, these energy blasts struck other vehicles within the tunnel, resulting in a deafening explosion as the sedan following the pickup was hit and sent tumbling. The pickup soon burst out of the chaotic tunnel, with Maria's vehicle close behind. Suddenly, four black SUVs surrounded the pickup carrying Loki and Barton. hurled. Guard within the SUVs unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Loki in the pickup. A glint of malevolence flashed in Loki's eyes as he aimed his scepter at the hurled guards' SUVs. With a series of energy blasts, the four SUVs were successively struck, either rolling off to the side of the road or having their tires shot out, careening backward like the surrounding scenery. Maria continued to fire at Loki, but he finally managed to hit her vehicle with an energy blast, sending it careening to the roadside. Fury at last reached the helipad outside the research center and urgently boarded a helicopter. The chaotic turbulence within the underground laboratory reached its zenith, and a tremendous shockwave surged forth. The entire research center collapsed, its structure disintegrating with alarming speed, akin to a building made of sand. Fury's helicopter ascended rapidly, urgently pursuing Loki and his companions. Inside the pickup truck carrying Loki, Agent Barton was driving with great urgency, while Dr. Selvig clutched a metallic box containing the critically important tesseract. The whir of the helicopter's blades resonated as it positioned itself ahead of the pickup. The side door of the helicopter swung open, and Fury, armed with an assault rifle, began firing at the truck. A flurry of bullets struck Loki, who retaliated by raising his scepter and unleashing a powerful blast at the helicopter. A beam of blue energy struck the helicopter's rotor, causing it to lose balance and plummet towards the ground. Fury, gripping the door tightly, leaped out just before the helicopter crashed. The pickup carrying Loki successfully evaded capture. Once on the ground, Fury regained his footing and retrieved his communicator to contact Maria and Coulson. "What is your status?" he inquired. Coulson was the first to respond. "The site is in chaos. Many may be buried beneath the rubble. We have casualties here as well." Maria added, "I sustained minor injuries during the rollover, but I'm still able to move." Fury furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation before issuing a directive. Deploy all non-rescue personnel to search for the Tesseract. SHIELD is now in a state of emergency. A war may have already begun. Chapter 90, Accelerating the Formation of the Alliance. Fury issued the relevant orders and managed the disaster at the research center. Meanwhile, SHIELD had reached its highest alert status, searching for Loki, Barton, and the Tesseract. On that day, Fang Leng received a meeting notification from Fury and made his way to the Trident building. Along the way, he observed SHIELD personnel engaged in fervent discussions regarding Fury's declaration of a state of emergency. It was rumored that the research center in New Mexico had been attacked by mysterious assailants, suggesting a highly tense situation. The defenses at the New Mexico Research Center were renowned for their excellence. If someone could breach them, the attackers must possess formidable strength. Fang noticed that Fury had been looking quite troubled in recent days, indicating the severe repercussions of the assault. As Fang hurried along, he listened to the murmurs of his colleagues, sensing that the upcoming meeting was likely related to the attack. Upon reaching the 30th floor and proceeding to Fury's office, he confirmed his identity using the biometric device beside the door. The office door swung open, revealing Fury seated behind his desk, his expression grave. On either side of the office, there were sofas where Captain Rogers, Black Widow Natasha, and Agent Coulson were present. There's another female SHIELD agent, Fang Leng, who is not well acquainted with her, yet after spending considerable time at she's aware of her identity. She is none other than the esteemed Agent Maria Hill. "Please, have a seat. The meeting will commence shortly," Fury remarked, casting a glance at Fang Leng. Fang Leng settled onto the left side of the room's sofa, joining Natasha and Rogers. Coulson and Maria occupied the sofa on the right. Fury sighed, surveying the attendees, and began, regrettably, 3 days ago, a special materials research facility in New Mexico was attacked. The Tesseract was stolen, and the assailants remain untraceable. At the mention of the Tesseract, Fang Leng felt a slight shock. The mighty Tesseract had indeed been taken. It was under S.H.I.E.L.D.S. encrypted protection, indicating that the assailants were certainly up to no good. A grave expression crossed Roger's face. He possessed a profound understanding of the Tesseract's power. The reason Hydra once thrived was largely due to Dr. Zola's utilization of the Tesseract to develop numerous technological advancements to bolster Hydra's military strength. Even in the climactic battle against Red Skull, that formidable adversary was ultimately annihilated by the Tesseract. The theft of such an object signified ominous intentions. The assailant self-identified as Loki, a being from a celestial realm known as Asgard, claiming to be a god. He absconded with the Tesseract and has since exerted control over Dr. Selvig and S.H.I.E.L.D.S. elite agent Hawkeye, Clint Barton. Their current whereabouts remain unknown. However, I suspect that this individual, Loki, upon acquiring the Tesseract, will not rest easily. He once confided in me that he harbored grand ambitions. He has somehow managed to transport himself here using the Tesseract, suggesting he has ulterior motives for his long journey to Earth. Fury outlined the critical situation, and the gravity of the matter weighed heavily on the group. The theft of the Tesseract was of paramount significance, especially as it had fallen into the hands of someone with inscrutable motives and capabilities. Rogers, his expression grave, turned to Fury and inquired, "So, Fury, is this meeting to discuss how to counter Loki's schemes?" Fury nodded slightly in response and added, "That is one aspect, but I have something even more pressing to share with you all. We must expedite the formation of the Avengers." Fury, seizing the opportunity, accelerated the establishment of the Avengers. Fang Leng was taken aback. While the formation of the Avengers was inevitable, Fury's sudden push to hasten the process was unexpected. Coulson, with a hint of confusion, asked Fury, "Are we hastening the formation of the Avengers to confront Loki?" In response to Coulson's bewilderment, Fury explained, "Consider this. Loki has gone to great lengths to arrive here, driven by hidden motives. He must have formidable backing. I suspect Loki is merely a vanguard, and behind him lies an even more fearsome power. Once Loki deems the time ripe, he can unleash unimaginable calamities. At that time, I was involved in the events concerning Thor, the god of thunder. According to the intelligence gathered from that incident, Loki is indeed Thor's brother, regarded as a malevolent deity. However, during my interactions with Thor, Loki had already lost his influence in Asgard and had even gone missing. If he dares to seize the Tesseract to further his schemes, I suspect that he may have acquired new allies." Coulson was speculating about Loki's possibilities. The current situation is quite dire, as Fury continued. "Regardless, we must persist in our search for Loki and Barton while simultaneously accelerating the formation of the Avengers. Only by doing so can we effectively confront the impending crisis." After speaking, Fury's gaze swept over to Fang Leng, Natasha, and Rogers. "You three can be considered official members of the Avengers now. You must be mentally prepared for the dangers that lie ahead." Fang Leng and the others had no qualms about this. Rogers, a valiant warrior, would staunchly uphold justice in any era. Natasha, a seasoned operative of S.H., had faced countless battles and possessed the experience to confront perilous situations with resilience. As for Fang Leng, a rapidly rising and maturing young man, he faced challenges with unwavering confidence. Joining the Avengers was immensely significant for Fang Leng. He was determined to confront and overcome any danger. Moreover, he had already developed considerable strength. Observing the resolute expressions on the three faces, Fury felt that the Avengers had established their initial foundation. He continued, "However, the Avengers must exert every effort to assemble their members. Here is the plan. Banner, Fang Leng, you and Natasha will mobilize. I will take charge of reaching out to Stark. Coulson, you were initially tasked with contacting Thor. I need you to establish communication with him. Since Loki is his brother, he understands Loki's character better and may provide us with unexpected assistance." Fury proceeded to assign tasks. Fang Leng contemplated for a moment, considering whether to inform Fury and the others about the potential inclusion of Spider-Man. "I have something important to discuss." Fury and the others turned their attention to Fang Leng. The initial meeting confirmed the necessity of recruiting a wide array of Avengers members, given the pressing circumstances. "I know someone who has a strong chance of joining this organization." "Who is it?" Fury inquired, intrigued. "It's Spider-Man, the Guardian of New York. He has a significant possibility of joining the Avengers." "Spider-Man?" Fury furrowed his brow. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was constantly on the move, burdened with numerous responsibilities. Though he had a vague recollection of Spider-Man, he couldn't quite place him. Coulson suddenly understood and remarked, "You mean that Spider-Man? The masked vigilante who swings through New York, combating crime with webs? I can hardly believe you managed to contact him." Fang Leng Fang Leng nodded, but added, he has a strong potential. But I cannot guarantee that he will join the Avengers without certain conditions being met. Nonetheless, if the opportunity arises, he is likely to come aboard. At this critical juncture, Fury nodded and remarked, very well, it would be ideal if he could join us. For now, let us proceed with the preliminary arrangement of our members. However, I will seek opportunities to augment our ranks in due course. He then turned to Maria Hill and said, Maria, the spacecraft carrier under your supervision can finally come into play. In due time, we shall possess a formidable wartime operational base. Maria responded, the spacecraft carrier has been functioning excellently since its official deployment a month ago. Both the vessel and its onboard equipment are operating smoothly. Hearing Maria's words, Fury felt a sense of satisfaction. Fortunately, as the crisis unfolded, the Avengers had established a solid foundation and a shield of S.H.D. With its wartime base, the spacecraft carrier was now operational. Very well, Maria, you shall henceforth be the commander of the spacecraft carrier. Direct your primary focus towards the command and maintenance of that vessel, Fury announced to the group. He concluded, we have addressed the main topics of this meeting. It is now adjourned. Time is of the essence, and we must expedite our endeavors.